Immemorial Dragon Elephant Art Chapter 1162 to Chapter 1245. The energy dissipated. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Lu Qi had disappeared without a trace. Clearly, he had taken advantage of the opportunity to escape. That person was truly ruthless. He had even killed his own junior brother so that he could escape. Lin Feng went to Wu Qingqing's side and asked in concern, "Are you alright?" Wu Qingqing replied, "I'm fine." She then looked at Lin Feng with a complicated expression. "That's good," Lin Feng nodded. After a pause, he said, "Let's go to the palace and take a look." Wu Qingqing did not say anything. She lowered her head and walked into the palace. Lin Feng followed behind her. Suddenly, Wu Qingqing asked, "Why are you here?" Lin Feng said unhappily, "Why else? I'm worried about your safety, of course, so I followed you here. If I didn't come, wouldn't you have died?" Wu Qingqing's heart was filled with sweetness, but she maintained a cold expression on her face. She snorted and said, "Who cares about your concern?" Lin Feng said, "It's your business if you don't care. As for what I do, that's my business as well." Humph. Wu Qingqing snorted twice before turning around and continuing to walk into the palace. Her footsteps seemed much lighter than before. The two of them arrived at the entrance of Heartless Palace. Lin Feng pushed open the huge golden door a little, and the two of them entered. Many things were neatly arranged in the palace. Even though countless years had passed, everything still looked as good as new. This was because the palace was covered in cleansing runes, which allowed the palace to remain clean and tidy. The decorations in the first palace were relatively simple. It looked more like a training ground. There was a statue of a woman in the center. The woman was tall and had a beautiful face. She had an indescribable charm about her. She could be considered a peerless beauty. "Is this the Heartless Immortal?" Lin Feng rubbed his chin and asked. Wu Qingqing nodded and said, "Yes, it's a statue of the Heartless Immortal. However, look at the expression on the statue's face. It's filled with love." Back then, the Heartless Immortal was still called Fairy Yu Qing. Lin Feng nodded. The Heartless Immortal had changed her name because she had been seriously hurt by love. "Hey, look. The Heartless Immortal is holding a scroll." Lin Feng was shocked. He took the scroll off the statue. He opened it. The scroll shone brightly with golden light, and within the golden light, some images appeared. A handsome man with black hair that reached his shoulders and eyes that were like stars stood in front of a study table. A beautiful woman in snow-white clothes was grinding for him. Calm jade incense burner incense. Red candles. Thin eyebrows, hazy temples, long nights, cold pillows. Under the parasol tree, it rained in the middle of the night. No one knew that Li Qing was suffering. Leaf. "Qing I'm going on a long journey. I wrote this poem for you." The man in white clothes said gently. Fairy Yu Qing looked at the poem and murmured, "My heart is broken when I don't see you for a day. I'll come back as soon as possible." The white-robed man held Fairy Yu Qing's hand gently. All the images disappeared. A poem appeared on the scroll. It was the poem that the man in white clothes had written. "This man is as handsome as jade. He's really born with a good appearance." Lin Feng sighed. No wonder Fairy Yu Qing can't get over it. It seems that she loves that man a lot. There are no good men in the world. Before they have a woman, they'll say sweet things to her. They're afraid that she'll fall or melt. But once they have a woman, they'll throw her away like a pair of worn-out shoes. Even though that man looks good, he has a human face and a beast's heart. Wu Qingqing didn't know where all her anger came from. She sneered at Lin Feng, as if Lin Feng was the one who broke her heart. She walked towards the palace with her long, straight legs that could cause one's imagination to run wild. There was a spiritual array room, alchemy room, and a magical ability pavilion. What made Lin Feng depressed was that there weren't any divine pills left in the alchemy room. Perhaps the refined pills were all carried by the heartless celestial maiden. There were many spiritual array scrolls in the spiritual array room. Lin Feng organized them and took half each with Wu Qingqing. There were dozens of scrolls of various abilities in the magical ability pavilion. The most valuable ones were the 6 immemorial abilities. They were the divine finger, the burning sky technique, the Buddha's fury thousand-wave cut, the revolving stars technique, the galaxy destruction fist, and the raging wave sword technique. The value of any one of the immemorial abilities was unimaginable, let alone 6 of them. What made Lin Feng the happiest was that among the 6 skills, there was a sword skill called the raging wave sword technique. This was the first immemorial sword-type immemorial ability that Lin Feng had obtained. Lin Feng made a copy of each of the 6 immemorial abilities and gave it to Wu Qingqing. The two continued to walk deeper into the palace. They arrived at the deepest part of the palace. The door to the palace was closed. Lin Feng tried to open it, but he couldn't. Could it be that the heartless fairy passed away here? Lin Feng muttered. He and Wu Qingqing worked together to open the door. The two entered and saw a dressing table, a jade bed, a desk, a bookshelf, and many other things. However, they didn't see the heartless fairy's corpse. However, if a cultivator passed away, they would turn into ashes and not leave behind a corpse. Since the heartless fairy had suffered a Dao injury, she must have died. Lin Feng checked the books on the desk and bookshelf, but he didn't find anything particularly precious. However, he saw 2 lines of beautiful and delicate words on the desk. Lovesickness is without reason. Tears not to flowers not to tears. These 2 lines contained the longing for the lover in the heart and the pain after the lover left. It seemed that the heartless fairy didn't stop until she died. She wasn't heartless. She couldn't forget that he had appeared in her life. He had loved her deeply. She had also loved him deeply. However, the end result was a tragedy. Because, that man had heartlessly abandoned her. It's a pity that we couldn't leave behind the heartless fairy's storage ring. Wu Qingqing said. It's not a pity. We have 6 immemorial abilities. Any one of them is enough to cause a storm of blood in the Tianwu continent, let alone 6. Lin Feng said. After a short pause, he continued, we can't stay here for long. Let's go. Wu Qingqing nodded and left the palace with Lin Feng. After leaving the palace, Wu Qingqing put the 12 formation flags back in their places and activated the formation again. The Heartless Palace was sealed by the formation. If we don't have a map, we won't be able to enter, Wu Qingqing murmured. Whispered Wu Qingqing. She then destroyed the scroll and left with Lin Feng. It was currently night, and the forest was pitch black. The roars of beasts could be heard from time to time. The depths of the forest were extremely dangerous at night, as there were many powerful beasts roaming about. Lin Feng and Wu Qingqing found a dry cave, and Lin Feng started a bonfire. The cave was illuminated and warmed up. Does your Gu evil sect have anything to do with this Mount Blood Demon? Lin Feng asked. He suddenly remembered that the Gu evil sect was both righteous and evil, and Wu Qingqing was definitely a ruthless woman. Both the demonic and evil sects are related, said Wu Qingqing. She then frowned and continued, however, the Gu evil sect and Mount Blood Demon shouldn't be too close. Our Gu evil sect is closer to the sacred devil hall. Lin Feng nodded and said, in the future, we have to be careful of the people from Mount Blood Demon. Wu Qingqing was silent for a moment, then nodded. The bonfire illuminated Wu Qingqing's beautiful face, making it slightly red. Being alone with Wu Qingqing made Lin Feng's heart flutter. He couldn't help but put his right hand on Wu Qingqing's waist. Wu Qingqing's expression changed, and she snorted coldly, what are you doing? Stay away from me and show some respect. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Woo-woo. Wu Qingqing's eyes widened as soon as she finished speaking. She hadn't expected Lin Feng to be so bold. Wu Qingqing wanted to break free. However, her body was still in Lin Feng's embrace. She didn't manage to break free at first, and her body softened. In the end, she actually started to respond slowly. Jiangnan Nong, Wu Mountain, and Chu Meng, Xingyu and Xingyun sent me off. In the spring of Yao Xian's Golden Valley, Jade Child Fairy was nowhere to be seen. Purple smoke was indistinct, clear wind and bright moon longed for each other. Longing for each other, the grass was green, for the song of the phoenix flying together. This poem described the beauty and shame of a man and a woman going into the river of love together. It was just like what Wu Qingqing had experienced. Wu Qingqing's feelings for Lin Feng were very complicated. After meeting Lin Feng again, Lin Feng's expression changed. Complicated feelings, a lot of surprise, and a lot of shyness. However, as a woman, Wu Qingqing naturally would not express these feelings. Lin Feng was so overbearing that Wu Qingqing submitted to Lin Feng after resisting for a while. A woman's feelings were very complicated. After a round of lovemaking, Wu Qingqing curled up in Lin Feng's arms like a lazy kitten. There was a satisfied expression on her beautiful face. In the middle of the night, Lin Feng suddenly had a dream. This was a pitch-black world. In the dream, he walked along a small path, aimlessly walking in this pitch-black world. After an unknown amount of time, he saw a cultivator with snow-white robes and a black cape. Lin Feng felt that this figure was somewhat familiar. He wanted to chase after the cultivator to take a look, but the cultivator had already disappeared without a trace. As he went deeper and deeper, Lin Feng suddenly felt that this world was getting colder and colder. The people of this world are ultimately unable to escape the shackles of fate. They are unable to escape the curse of fate. Suddenly, a voice sounded. It was so sudden. Who is it? Lin Feng shouted loudly. However, no one answered him. Rumble. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Feng suddenly heard a series of earth-shaking sounds. Then, in the distance, Yin Qi soared into the sky. Yin soldiers passing through, living beings retreating. Lin Feng was astonished. He had just seen a terrifying scene. Yin soldiers. Legend had it that they were an army that rushed out of hell. Wherever the Yin soldiers passed, death would follow. That was why there was a saying that living beings retreated when Yin soldiers passed through. The Yin soldiers rushed over from afar. Yin Qi soared into the sky, and ghost fog covered the sky. Wherever the Yin soldiers passed, all the flowers and trees withered and died. Lin Feng quickly chased after them. In the end, he saw the Yin soldiers catch up to the man. Chu Ma Xiao. Follow us. An undead soldier stepped forward. When he heard the name, Lin Feng's body trembled. Chu Ma Xiao. Wasn't he the 36th celestial master of the celestial master lineage? There were a total of 36 celestial masters in the celestial master lineage. These 36 celestial masters were branded by the stone scripture. Lin Feng clearly remembered the name Chu Ma Xiao. He should be a celestial master from the end of the ancient era. Fate. Fate. Chu Ma Xiao muttered. He turned around. Lin Feng saw him. Lin Feng was shocked and in disbelief. This man was actually the one who abandoned Fairy Yu Qing. Lin Feng immediately felt that something was amiss. Wu Qingqing said that Fairy Yu Qing was from the ancient era. That didn't match Chu Ma Xiao's era at all. However, Lin Feng immediately remembered that the ancient era was hundreds of thousands of years ago. It was normal for the records to be wrong. After all, she was someone from hundreds of thousands of years ago. It wasn't a big deal that the year was wrong. Chu Ma Xiao stretched out his right hand, and a paper crane flew out. Chu Ma Xiao left with the Yin soldier. The 36th celestial master was taken away by the Yin soldier. Lin Feng muttered. He was very shocked. The Yin soldier was about to enter hell. Why was Chu Ma Xiao taken away by the Yin soldier? The Yin soldier took Chu Ma Xiao and disappeared without a trace. The paper crane flew to a place called the Lunar Pure Immortal Palace. The Lunar Pure Immortal Palace is indeed Fairy Yu Qing's palace. She was also a strong cultivator from the ancient era, and Chu Ma Xiao, the 36th celestial master, was her lover. Lin Feng muttered. The paper crane burned, and a celestial palace appeared. Yu Qing, our mortal fate is over. Forget about me. Chu Ma Xiao said. Ma Xiao, come here quickly. A beautiful woman called out gently from afar. Chu Ma Xiao walked over and wrapped his arms around that woman's small waist. Why is it like this? Fairy Yu Qing couldn't believe it. She took out the poem Chu Ma Xiao had written that day. Jade incense burner, red candle tears, leaning towards the painting hall autumn thoughts. Thin eyebrows, hazy temples, long nights, cold pillows. Parasol tree, the rain in the third night, not knowing the pain of separation. Leaf after leaf, sound after sound, empty steps drip to the light. Fairy Yu Qing repeated the poem over and over again. Tears fell. She tried hard to wipe away her tears. But she couldn't wipe them away. She couldn't stop her tears from flowing. Later. The Lunar Pure Immortal Palace. It changed its name to the Heartless Palace. Fairy Yuqing changed her name to the Heartless Immortal. Another 200 years passed. Fairy Yuqing went through the giant god tribulation. She couldn't forget Chumaxiu. At the most crucial moment of the tribulation, she suffered a backlash. She was injured. She barely managed to keep her life. "Maxiu, where did you go?" Fairy Yuqing muttered. She wanted to see her former lover one more time before she died. But in the end, she died. She had endless regrets, but she couldn't find Chumaxiu. Lin Feng woke up from the dream, his face full of shock and emotion. That dream was so real. It was a sleepless night for Lin Feng. The next day, Lin Feng asked Wu Qingqing about Fairy Yuqing in detail, including all the rumors about her and her era. Wu Qingqing's knowledge of Fairy Yuqing was mostly from an ancient book. The ancient book didn't record which era Fairy Yuqing lived in. But that book was said to have been passed down from the ancient era. Therefore, Wu Qingqing guessed that Fairy Yuqing was also from the ancient era. Actually, this guess was wrong. With an ancient book passed down, the most one could guess was that Fairy Yuqing was from the ancient era or before. It was hard to confirm which era she was from. But now, Lin Feng could confirm that Fairy Yuqing was from the end of the ancient era. Lin Feng thought of something he heard in the dream. People in this world can't escape the shackles of fate. They can't escape the curse of fate. What did he mean by that? What did it mean? Or did it have something to do with the celestial masters? The most important thing was that the words cursed fate made Lin Feng feel uneasy. He thought of the fire crow he met before. He was cursed to become a fire crow forever and fly alone. He could never escape the curse. He thought of the celestial masters who were cursed to never meet each other. Otherwise, they would be in big trouble. Chumaxiu was the 36th celestial master. He must be very powerful. But even he couldn't resist the power of the curse and was taken away by the otherworldly soldiers. Could it be that the celestial masters had other curses besides the never meet each other curse? As for himself, he still didn't know what the curse was. Such a situation was highly possible. After all, the celestial masters were too powerful. Being cursed by several different curses, for generations to be cursed was a very normal thing. Clearly, the story between Chumaxiu and Fairy Yuqing was a tragedy from start to finish. It was Chumaxiu who had been taken away by the otherworldly soldiers. He knew he couldn't live, so he wanted Fairy Yuqing to forget about him instead of abandoning him. On the other hand, Fairy Yuqing was unable to extricate herself from the pain of love. He even lost his life because of this. Even at death's door, she wasn't able to see Chumaxiu one last time. With endless sorrow and regret, she died alone. When Wu Qingqing woke up and saw that Lin Feng's face was not looking too good, she asked him what had happened. Lin Feng told her what had happened in his dream. Lin Feng was surprised that Wu Qingqing's eyes had turned red. He had always thought that Wu Qingqing was a cold-hearted person. Could it be that after becoming a real woman, Wu Qingqing's character had become gentler? Women were fickle by nature, so if he thought about it carefully, it was quite possible. Before waking up in the morning, Lin Feng and Wu Qingqing had sex again. Most of the time, women's needs in this aspect were even greater than men's. Especially when it came to tasting the forbidden fruit for the first time. For women who were still shy about the matters between men and women, the temptation was even greater. Wu Qingqing was like that. After the two of them woke up, Lin Feng planned to head to the Supreme Pillar. Wu Qingqing wanted to go with Lin Feng. At this time, Wu Qingqing naturally didn't want to leave Lin Feng's side. Lin Feng considered the dangerous situation at the Supreme Pillar and didn't agree to Wu Qingqing's request. Instead, he asked Wu Qingqing to cultivate in seclusion for a while before leaving the prodigy battlefield. This was because Wu Qingqing had obtained many good things. She even obtained 6 types of Archean mystiques. These opportunities were already heaven-defying. Wu Qingqing also knew that Lin Feng was doing this for her own good, so she agreed. Wu Qingqing planned to cultivate in seclusion in the cave for a few days. Lin Feng strengthened the restrictions here. Then, he parted ways with Wu Qingqing. They didn't stop along the way and flew towards the deepest part of the prodigy battlefield. After 10 days, Lin Feng finally arrived. From afar, 72 huge stone pillars towered into the sky. Those 72 stone pillars were the supreme pillars. Because cultivators who could occupy the supreme pillars would receive blessings. Therefore, they were also known as the stone pillars of blessings. The supreme pillars were protected by powerful restrictions. These restrictions didn't all disappear at once. Instead, they disappeared one by one. After the restriction on the first supreme pillar disappeared, everyone could climb up the supreme pillar in the next 2 hours. Then, they could fight for the ownership of the supreme pillar. Under normal circumstances, there would be experts who would go up to defend the ring. In order to fight for the ownership of the ring, one had to defeat the expert who was defending the ring. Most of the time, there would be more than 1 or 2 geniuses defending the ring. This was because there were too many geniuses in the 3,000 prefectures. There were a total of 72 supreme pillars. Obviously, the further one went, the more difficult it would be to occupy one of the supreme pillars. Therefore, after the restriction on the first supreme pillar disappeared, many people would rush to the supreme pillar and start a fierce competition. Now, the restrictions outside the 36 supreme pillars had already disappeared. The first 35 supreme pillars had already been occupied by others. On the 36th supreme pillar, there was an extremely fierce battle going on. More than a dozen cultivators surrounded one person. But the cultivator who was being surrounded was calm and collected. Beside him, runes interweaved. Those runes condensed into a huge dragon. This technique was called the rune dragon. It was the top inheritance of the Earth Master. Lin Feng had seen the person who attacked before. It was the successor of the Earth Master, Zidong Lai. Roar, a loud dragon roar resounded through the world. The huge dragons roared and bared their fangs and claws, pouncing towards the cultivators who were attacking Zidong Lai. Those cultivators. All of them were sent flying by the huge dragons. Their bodies exploded in midair, and they died on the spot. Zidong Lai is indeed worthy of being a descendant of a Geomaster. He has many powerful inheritances. Defeating Zidong Lai and taking away his supreme pillar won't be an easy task, murmured Lin Feng. Many cultivators were whispering amongst themselves as they looked at Zidong with fear in their eyes. Some of the experts who had originally wanted to attack him gave up on the idea. Their chances of winning against Zidong Lai were too small. They might as well target the next supreme pillar. Zidong Lai stood proudly with his hands behind his back. He coldly glanced around, his expression indifferent. Who else? He was extremely confident and looked down on everyone. I was just about to experience the inheritance of the Earth Master. Lin Feng sneered. He stepped forward and landed on the supreme pillar. Who are you? Your hands are not stained with the blood of a nobody. Zidong Lai glanced sideways at Lin Feng. Someone's on the stage. Who is he? He knows how strong Zidong Lai is, but he still dares to attack him. Isn't he a little too bold? Some cultivators looked at Lin Feng in confusion, trying to guess who Lin Feng was. Isn't that Lin Feng? Lin Feng stepped on the young genius's stage and trampled on Mu Rong. Some cultivators recognized Lin Feng and were shocked. What? He's Lin Feng? That Supreme Being Genius? Many people gasped. Lin Feng, many Supreme Being geniuses also noticed Lin Feng. Everyone had different expressions when they saw Lin Feng. Huangfu Qingtian narrowed his eyes when he saw Lin Feng. His eyes flashed coldly. Di Xingtian's killing intent soared. Ning Litao's eyes were cold. Of course, there were also some geniuses who were on good terms with Lin Feng. Jiang Yudi, Bai Xingyi, Xing Tianyang, and the others all looked at Lin Feng in amazement. They already knew that Lin Feng had stepped onto the prodigy arena and that his strength had reached the level of a young supreme being. As friends of Lin Feng, they were naturally happy for Lin Feng. On the supreme pillar, Lin Feng looked at Zidong Lai calmly. Zidong Lai's arrogance seemed to come from his bones. Lin Feng was disgusted by Zidong Lai's arrogance. What was there to be proud of? Did he really think that he was superior to others? He sneered and said, "Don't act all high and mighty. Didn't you get beaten half to death by the 2 corpses in the heavenly astral grotto? What a disgrace. If you don't have the strength, just stay put." If you want to take something that doesn't belong to you, you're just asking for humiliation. Zidonglai's face darkened when he heard Lin Feng's words. He knew that Lin Feng was also in the heavenly astral grotto, but he didn't pay attention to a nobody like Lin Feng. In the heavenly astral grotto, Zidonglai coughed up blood because of the pressure from the two corpses. He had always regarded this as a humiliation. Now that this matter was being brought up again and Lin Feng had reopened his wounds, he was furious. He said coldly, "Since you managed to survive in the heavenly astral grotto, you should cherish your life instead of seeking death. Since you want to die, I'll grant you your wish. I'll kill you today." After saying that, Zidonglai's to kill Lin Feng. He's a heavenly astral technique. It was called the brilliant endless starlight condensed into a dazzling beam of light. The beam of light tore through the sky and headed straight for Lin Feng. It was as fast as lightning and arrived next to Lin Feng in the blink of an eye. So fast. Many people exclaimed. In the blink of an eye, it was already in front of Lin Feng. Many cultivators were guessing whether Lin Feng would be killed or not. Everybody was astonished. The brilliant was about to reach Lin Feng's body, but Lin Feng moved a dozen meters to the left and easily dodged the brilliant . He dodged it? Many people were shocked. They didn't think that Lin Feng would be able to dodge Zidonglai's attack so easily. Lin Feng jumped towards Zidonglai. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt a chill coming from behind him. He looked behind him and saw that the beam of light he'd just dodged was flying back at him again. This time, it was even faster and more powerful than before. What's going on? Shouldn't a heavenly astral technique dissipate after it fails? Why didn't Zidonglai's brilliant dissipate after it failed? Why did it become even more powerful than before? Many people were puzzled, and their hearts were filled with shock. This was the first time they'd seen such a strange situation. It's very likely that it has something to do with Zidonglai's identity as the Earthmaster's successor. Everyone should know that the Earthmaster's lineage has many unimaginable inheritances. Many people nodded, obviously agreeing with the cultivator's words. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the battle above the supreme pillar. Now, the brilliant star's power had been greatly enhanced. It seemed to want to tear Lin Feng in half. If Lin Feng chose to dodge again, the brilliant star's power would continue to increase. Lin Feng knew this very well, so he didn't dodge. Instead, he raised his right hand and slashed out with a saber light. The dazzling saber light seemed to be able to tear the world apart, and it instantly slashed towards the terrifying beam of light formed by the brilliant star. Purple Chi from the east. Just as Lin Feng was about to deal with the brilliant star, Zidonglai made his move again. Purple Chi from the east was one of Zidonglai's most tyrannical techniques. A huge rumbling sound rang out. In the void, a purple river surged endlessly, sweeping towards Lin Feng. Zidonglai was extremely experienced in battle, so he was able to seize the best opportunity to attack Lin Feng. When Lin Feng had blocked the brilliant star, it was the best opportunity for Zidonglai to make his move. This was because it took a certain amount of time to use a second heavenly astral technique after using one heavenly astral technique. Zidonglai wanted to take advantage of that opportunity to attack Lin Feng. He wanted to take advantage of that opportunity to kill Lin Feng. Zidonglai is too strong. He grasped the opportunity to attack to the finest degree. Many cultivators exclaimed. Those who were able to come here were all experts, so they could naturally see that Zidonglai had the advantage. Many people felt that Lin Feng was in danger. The long river of purple chi smashed down like a Milky Way. The void was instantly pierced through, let alone flesh and blood. Just as the purple river was about to drown Lin Feng disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng had both a primary and secondary primordial spirit, and he could even use two heavenly astral techniques at the same time. Therefore, there was no time difference when switching between heavenly astral techniques. Zidonglai wanted to use the time difference to deal with Lin Feng. But his wishful thinking was a mistake. He disappeared. Many people exclaimed. Lin Feng had disappeared without a trace. This was unbelievable. Many people couldn't help but wonder. How did Lin Feng disappear? Could it be that he had borrowed the power of a powerful treasure? Swoosh. With a flash of light, Lin Feng appeared behind Zidong. He used the 5 Emperor Dragon Fists to attack Zidong. Lin Feng used the Qing Emperor's Demonic Dragon Fists, the Red Emperor's Fire Dragon Fists, the White Emperor's Golden Dragon Fists, the Black Emperor's Water Dragon Fists, and the Yellow Emperor's Divine Dragon Fists. 5 heavenly astral techniques circulated endlessly. 5 great emperors appeared behind Lin Feng, surrounded by holy light. They wore imperial robes and stood on giant dragons. With a soft roar, the void shattered. Zidonglai's expression suddenly changed. He hastily attacked, condensing a moon-embracing seal to block Lin Feng's 5 Emperor Dragon Fists. It was as if he was holding the moon in his arms. He collided with Lin Feng, but Zidonglai's hasty attack was no match for Lin Feng. He was sent flying by Lin Feng's punch. Barf, in midair, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Zidonglai coughed up blood? Am I hallucinating? Of course not, Zidonglai is injured. Who is that guy? How is he so strong? Many people cried out in surprise, their faces full of shock. Zidonglai was a supreme young genius, and he was also a descendant of the Earth Master branch. Therefore, even supreme young geniuses couldn't compete with Zidonglai. Now, Zidonglai had been beaten up by Lin Feng, and he was coughing up blood. How could everybody not be astonished? Only a few people knew Lin Feng. Many people had never seen Lin Feng before. Even though some people had already recognized Lin Feng, they didn't make a big deal out of it. Therefore, only a few people knew Lin Feng's identity. Most people didn't know who Lin Feng was. At that moment, someone said, "That's Lin Feng, the one who stepped on Murong Tianxin." This sentence was like 1,000 ripples that had been set off. It caused a huge commotion. He's Lin Feng, the one with incredible cultivation talent, Lin Feng? Yes, that's him. No wonder he was able to injure Zidonglai. He's terrifyingly talented. He's probably in the top 10 chosen geniuses. Even though he's very talented, he's still a little young. He's a few years younger than Huangfu Qingtian, Huangdao Wuji, Jiang Yudi, and the others. For chosen geniuses like them, being a few years younger can cause a huge difference in their strength. Therefore, it's quite difficult for him to be in the top 10, but it shouldn't be a problem for him to be in the top 50. Lin Feng was born at the wrong time. If he had been born a few years earlier, he would have been the only chosen genius of his generation. But he was born a few years later, so he'll be suppressed by the strongest chosen geniuses. But I think that Lin Feng will be able to defeat Zidonglai. Even though Zidonglai is also a proud cultivator, he's not ranked very high. Brother, if you think that Zidonglai is so easy to deal with, then you're gravely mistaken. Zidonglai's strongest point isn't the divine abilities he cultivates, but the secret techniques passed down by the Geo Masters. That's the most terrifying part about him. Earlier, Zidonglai was injured because he used divine abilities to fight against Lin Feng. That's why he was at a disadvantage. But if he uses the inheritance of the Geo Masters, then Lin Feng will be at a disadvantage. Many of the cultivators there were pointing and discussing the matter. At present, they all knew about Lin Feng's identity. However, Lin Feng was indeed somewhat young. Due to that, many of them began looking down on Lin Feng. However, this was also human nature. No matter how good one's talent was, if one cultivated for a short period of time, it was still very difficult to raise one's strength. Lin Feng was about 5 years younger than Huangfu Qingtian and the other top geniuses. If Lin Feng, Huangfu Qingtian, and the others had already cultivated for hundreds, thousands, or even thousands of years, then a mere 5 years was naturally nothing. However, the key point was that Lin Feng, Huangfu Qingtian, and the other top geniuses were still very young. Lin Feng was 25 years old, while Huangfu Qingtian and the other top geniuses were about 30 years old. This group of people had cultivated for a relatively short period of time. Therefore, the impact of Lin Feng's 5 years of cultivation was too great. "Brat, I want your life." At this time, Zidonglai, who was on the supreme pillar, roared furiously. He had never suffered such humiliation before. He was actually beaten to the point of vomiting blood. This kind of humiliation was driving him crazy. Zidonglai only wanted Lin Feng's life now. Boom, Terrifying fluctuations emanated from Zidong-Lai's body as formation runes intertwined. More than 10 formation runes condensed. The formation runes eventually transformed into a huge dragon that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. The formation runes condensed into a huge dragon. This was the inheritance of the Geomaster lineage. Zidong-Lai had used this move to kill more than 10 cultivators who had besieged him. Now, Zidong-Lai was using this move again to deal with Lin Feng. The formation runes dragon. Zidong-Lai used this powerful inheritance to kill more than 10 cultivators who had besieged him. I wonder if Lin Feng can withstand Zidong-Lai's attack. Many people exclaimed. Clearly, Zidong-Lai's formation runes dragon had left a deep impression on all the cultivators. Huangfu Qingtian, Di Xingtian, Ning Litao, and the others looked at the battlefield coldly. They naturally hoped that Zidong-Lai could kill Lin Feng. That would save them a lot of trouble. Xing Tianyang frowned slightly and said, I wonder if Brother Lin can withstand Zidong-Lai's attack. The inheritance of the Geomaster lineage is not only strange, but also terrifying. Bai Xingyi smiled and said, Brother Tianyang, you've been away from the 72 prefectures for too long. That's why you're not familiar with some of the things that have happened in the 72 prefectures. What do you mean, Fairy Bai? Xing Tianyang asked curiously. Bai Xingyi said, I wonder if Brother Tianyang has heard the news that the successor of the Heavenly Master lineage has reappeared in this world. Xing Tianyang was slightly taken aback, then said, Of course I've heard of it. However, the Tianwu continent's 3,000 prefectures is too vast. There's a lot of news every day, and most of it can't be taken seriously. That's why I didn't pay much attention to it. Could it be true? Bai Xingyi nodded and said, Not only is it true, but the successor of the Heavenly Master lineage is none other than Lin Feng. Xing Tianyang's eyes widened as he was deeply shocked. Bai Xingyi smiled and said, Do you think that Zidong-Lai is still a match for Lin Feng? Xing Tianyang laughed and said, How can the legacy of the Heavenly Master lineage compare to the legacy of the Heavenly Master lineage? It's like the light of a firefly competing with the radiance of the moon. While the cultivators below were discussing this, Zidong-Lai's formation dragons had already arrived in front of Lin Feng. Each formation dragon was extremely ferocious. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws. Brat, let's see how you'll die. Zidong-Lai laughed sinisterly. Clearly, he was extremely confident in his formation dragons. These formation dragons were not only powerful, but they also formed a huge formation in the sky. Their power could be linked together, so breaking through them was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The legacy of the Heavenly Master lineage is trash in my eyes. Lin Feng sneered. Zidong-Lai said gloomily, Brat, you're about to die, yet you still dare to boast so shamelessly. You'll be on the Supreme Berserk Corpse Pillar in a moment. I can't be bothered to argue with you because you're not worthy. I'm not worthy? You think too highly of yourself. Lin Feng looked indifferent as he walked through the sky. The formation dragons attacked Lin Feng, but no matter how they attacked, they couldn't hurt Lin Feng. Lin Feng rushed out of the formation dragon's encirclement and used a teleportation technique to appear in front of Zidong-Lai. You're saying that I'm not worthy? I think you're the one who's not worthy of being my opponent because you're really too weak. Lin Feng sneered. He raised his right hand and punched Zidong-Lai's face. Zidong-Lai's body was sent flying. Half of his face had been smashed by Lin Feng's punch. Who the hell are you? How could you break my Geomaster technique? Zidong looked at Lin Feng gloomily. He was beginning to suspect Lin Feng's identity. If someone didn't understand the Geomaster technique, it would be very difficult to break it. But when Lin Feng broke it, it was too easy. Lin Feng, the disciple of the Celestial Masters. Lin Feng looked indifferent. It's you. Zidong's eyes suddenly burst out with a thick killing intent. Zidong had heard about the disciple of the Celestial Masters a long time ago. Besides, the Geomasters had sent strong cultivators to find Lin Feng. Zidong hadn't thought that he would meet the disciple of the Celestial Masters here. And this person was the one who had trampled on Murong Tianshan, Lin Feng. When he heard the name Lin Feng, Zidong was certain. Zidong-Lai was sure that Lin Feng was the one everyone was talking about. No wonder he was so strong. It was normal for such a strong cultivator to be so strong. Lin Feng looked indifferent. Are you surprised? I know that the Geomasters are looking for me. I'm standing right here. Show me all of your trump cards. Zidong Lai sneered. You've worn out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it by chance. Since you've come to die, don't blame me. Today, I'll use the inheritance of your Xianxia clan to kill you, just like the ancestors of our Xianxia clan did. They killed the descendants of your Xianxia clan and then robbed them of their inheritance. Your fate will be the same. When he finished speaking, Zidong stepped forward. Rumbling sounds spread in the air. 8 illusory worlds appeared around Zidong Lai. Those were the 8 worlds Zidong had used before. Those were the ultimate techniques of the Celestial Masters. You killed the ancestors of the Celestial Masters for your own selfish desires. In this world, the Geomasters are destined to be destroyed by me. And you, Zidong, will be the first disciple of the Geomasters I'll kill. Lin Feng looked indifferent as he quickly moved towards Zidong. Sky rend. Sword intent. Sword and blade fusion, in a flash, they pierced through the air and moved towards Zidong. What shameless boasting! Zidong smiled evilly. Today, I'll let you know how powerful the 8 worlds are. I'll use the techniques of the Celestial Masters to kill the disciples of the Celestial Masters. Just thinking about it makes me feel good. Lin Feng's attack arrived in front of Zidong Lai. Zidong Lai used his 8 directional worlds to absorb Lin Feng's attack. The 8 worlds neutralized Lin Feng's attacks. As for Zidong Lai, with a single step, he crossed several hundred meters in an instant. The 8 directional worlds had many wonderful uses, and its attainments in the aspect of speed were also extremely high. After arriving in front of Lin Feng, Zidong threw a punch at Lin Feng. Lin Feng hurriedly blocked with a punch, but was sent flying by Zidong. While his body was still in the air, Zidong used another technique of the Celestial Masters. 8 trigrams. Buzz, an incredible amount of energy emerged in the air. In the sky, 8 trigrams appeared and moved towards Lin Feng, oppressing him. The 8 trigrams were Qian, Dui, Shen, Sun, Kuan, Zhen, Li, Can. Each trigram represented a certain thing. Qian represented heaven, Kuan represented earth, Sun represented wind, Zhen represented thunder, Can represented water, Li represented fire, Zhen represented mountain, and Dui represented lake. The 8 trigrams were like 8 infinite invisible bags that could hold everything in the universe. When the 8 trigrams were combined, they formed 64 trigrams. They could be used to deduce the heavens and even the future. The 8 trigrams of the Celestial Masters were known as the innate 8 trigrams. It was rumored that the innate 8 trigrams had been learned by the first Celestial Master from the ancient sage emperor, Fuxi. The 8 trigrams could be said to be one of the strongest legacies of the Celestial Masters, but it had been taken away by the Earth Masters. Now, the 8 trigrams were pressing down on Lin Feng. The 8 trigrams were said to be able to swallow the universe. Lin Feng was enveloped by the 8 trigrams. He felt that no matter how hard he tried, he could not escape from the 8 trigrams. He could only watch as the 8 trigrams pressed down on him and killed him. The 8 trigrams were supposed to be one of the top legacies of the Celestial Masters, but they had been used by the Earth Masters to deal with him. This made Lin Feng angry and depressed. The 8 trigrams devour the universe. How can you avoid the 8 trigrams attack? Kid, let's see how you die. Zidong laughed complacently, as if he could already see Lin Feng being killed by the 8 trigrams. Is Lin Feng going to die? I didn't think that Lin Feng would be the Celestial Master's descendant. But this is too humiliating. He's the Celestial Master's descendant, but he's going to be killed by the Celestial Master's powerful legacies. Many people shook their heads. Obviously, they thought that Lin Feng was going to die. The 8 trigrams were too powerful. It would not be easy to break them. Even Jiang Yudi, Bai Xingyi, and the others couldn't help but worry about Lin Feng. Ancestors of the Celestial Masters, I will avenge you. I will take back all the legacies that were stolen from you. Lin Feng was walking in the air. He had made a great promise. Buzz. At that moment, the illusory stone scripture condensed in Lin Feng's mind seemed to sense Lin Feng's great promise. At that moment, the illusory stone scripture seemed to connect with a great being in the unseen world. Originally, the illusory stone scripture couldn't be activated. But now, after communicating with that great being in the unseen world, a stream of energy descended from the sky and poured into the illusory stone scripture. The illusory stone scripture became a lot more solid. That's... Lin Feng was shocked. Could it be that the stone scripture's main body had sensed his great promise as the celestial master's descendant? Was that why a part of its strength had been transmitted to him? The celestial master's holy scripture was a treasure nurtured by heaven and earth. Lin Feng wasn't surprised that it could sense his great promise. Come out, Lin Feng waved his right hand and the illusory stone scripture flew out. It was a huge book. The book opened. Lin Feng stood on top of it. When the 8 trigrams fell, the stone scripture swallowed them whole. The 8 trigrams turned into a talisman on the stone scripture. How is that possible? Zidong roared in disbelief. 8 seals. Great suppression art. Lin Feng threw himself at Zidong Lai. First, he used the 8 godly seals to seal him, then he used the great oppressive technique to oppress him. 2 things at the same time. Zidong roared in anger. He wanted to break Lin Feng's seals and suppression. But he failed. His body was entangled by the dense array patterns. Then, he was suppressed by the great suppression art. He couldn't move. Lin Feng jumped forwards and threw a punch at Zidong Lai's dantian. Bang! Lin Feng's punch landed on Zidong's abdomen. Crack, crack, Zidong's dantian shattered. He flew back dozens of meters and fell to the ground. His hair was disheveled and his body was twitching violently. Zidong Lai's dantian had been destroyed by Lin Feng and he had become a cripple. I've been crippled. My dantian has been destroyed. I've become a cripple. How did this happen? How could I become a cripple? Zidong roared in disbelief. He couldn't accept this. He was a proud son of the heavens. Everyone looked up to him. The stars revolved around the moon. Now, he had become a cripple. It was as if an emperor had suddenly become a beggar. Such a huge difference was unbearable. It's you. It's all your fault. You crippled me. You'll die a horrible death. Zidong glared at Lin Feng with hatred. He blamed everything on Lin Feng. He wanted nothing more than to cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces. Lin Feng looked at Zidong indifferently and sneered, I can confirm that I'm living very well, but you've become a cripple. He walked towards Zidong, step by step. At that moment, the surrounding cultivators came back to their senses, and their expressions changed. Zidong, the successor of the Earth Master's branch, he had actually been crippled. This was simply earth-shattering news. Zidong's crippling was enough to cause a huge uproar. Many people were pointing and discussing. Some were shocked by Lin Feng's strength, while others looked at Lin Feng with killing intent. Some admired Lin Feng for daring to cripple Zidong, while others looked at Lin Feng with greedy eyes. Obviously, these people had their eyes on the inheritance that Lin Feng had obtained. Lin Feng arrived in front of Zidong and used the soul-searching technique, forcibly searching Zidong's soul. This person had learned the 8 trigrams diagram and the 8 trigrams world. Lin Feng naturally wanted to search and take back the inheritance that had been stolen from him. Ah! Zidong roared in pain, you dare to search my soul? You won't succeed. Don't even think about getting anything from me. Shut up. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He directly restrained Zidong Lai, preventing him from moving or speaking. Lin Feng's spiritual sense poured into Zidong's body, forcibly searching his soul. How dare you? Suddenly, a cold voice rang out in Zidong Lai's mind. Then, a figure appeared. This was a middle-aged man. He was like a deity, exuding boundless majesty. The spiritual brand of a rebirth stage expert. Lin Feng was shocked. He did not expect to encounter such a powerful figure. Zidong Lai was also a top-notch genius in the Geomaster lineage. A genius like him was heavily nurtured by the Geomaster lineage. If nothing unexpected happened, Zidong Lai would have an important position in the Geomaster faction in the future. Therefore, a successor like Zidong Lai was highly valued. From the fact that Zidong had been able to learn the 8 trigrams and the 8 trigrams, one could see how extraordinary Zidong's status in the Geomaster lineage was. Zidong's memories contained many secrets. Not only did they contain various inheritances, but they also contained secrets of the Geomaster lineage. Therefore, the higher-ups of the Geomaster lineage had left a spiritual brand in Zidong's mind. This spiritual brand would be awakened when Zidong's soul was searched. First, it could destroy Zidong's soul so that the secrets in his memories would not be exposed. Second, it could deal with those who wanted to search Zidong's soul. Now that the spiritual brand of a rebirth stage expert had been awakened, it directly attacked Lin Feng's soul. That was the godly awareness imprint of a cultivator of the reincarnation layer. It was terrifying. Lin Feng sensed death qi when that cultivator attacked. A rebirth stage expert. That was terrifying. Just a divine sense imprint had such terrifying power. It was truly shocking and moving. If it were anyone else, they might have died. However, it was impossible to deal with Lin Feng. That was because Lin Feng had the heavenly flames. To put it bluntly, the spiritual brand was formed by the power of the soul. The power of the soul was the power of the darkness attribute. The heavenly flames, the world's hottest and fiercest flame. It was the bane of all darkness attribute powers. The spiritual brand formed by the power of the soul was naturally suppressed by the heavenly flames. Heavenly flames, come out. With a thought, Lin Feng summoned the purple earth core flame and the black god incinerating flame in Zidong's mind. Then, they wrapped around the spiritual brand of the rebirth stage expert. The heavenly flames burned fiercely. Ah! A blood-curdling shriek rang out. The spiritual brand of the rebirth stage expert had been severely injured. Heavenly flames. It's actually the heavenly flames. You actually have 2 types of heavenly flames. His voice was trembling with disbelief. In this era, it was extremely difficult to even see a heavenly flame, let alone refine it. However, Lin Feng had refined 2 types of heavenly flames. It was truly too heaven-defying. Die. Lin Feng's voice was cold. He activated the 2 heavenly flames, wanting to refine the spiritual brand of the rebirth stage expert to death. The spiritual brand of the rebirth stage expert knew that the situation was hopeless. Wanting to destroy Lin Feng's soul was no longer realistic. Therefore, his spiritual brand rushed towards Zidong's soul, wanting to destroy it. Lin Feng sneered. You're too arrogant. If you had tried to destroy Zidong's soul, I wouldn't have been able to stop you. At that time, all my efforts would have been for naught. However, you chose to attack me first, wanting to destroy my soul. In that case, you've already lost the chance to destroy Zidong's soul. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng used the Great Entanglement Art. The Great Path of the 3,000 Great Paths was originally a divine ability that the witch, Guan Guan, had mastered. Although Lin Feng and Guan Guan hadn't had an intimate relationship, the 2 of them had basically confirmed that they were a couple. Lin Feng wanted to learn the Great Entanglement Art, so Guan Guan wasn't stingy and taught it to Lin Feng. It was obvious that Guan Guan really liked Lin Feng. Otherwise, she wouldn't have taught such a divine ability to Lin Feng. After Lin Feng used the Great Entanglement Art, the spiritual brand of the rebirth stage expert was entangled, preventing him from flying towards Zidong's soul. Damn it! The spiritual brand of the rebirth stage expert roared. However, he couldn't break free. Die! Lin Feng sneered. The heavenly flames burned even brighter, their destructive power increasing. Not long after, the spiritual brand of the rebirth stage expert was slowly dissipating. Before the spiritual brand of the rebirth stage expert was completely destroyed, a voice filled with murderous intent rang out. Brat, just you wait. The Earth Masters will hunt you down endlessly until you're dead. I'll wait. Let's see if you kill me, or if I destroy your Geomaster branch. Lin Feng smiled icily and punched the reincarnation cultivator's godly awareness to pieces. Soul search. After that, Lin Feng forcefully searched Zidong's soul. Ah, Zidong's soul let out a miserable shriek. Found it, Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised. His spiritual brand had found the information he needed in Zidong's soul. This information contained many astonishing secrets, including the cultivation methods of the 8 trigrams art and the 8 trigrams art. I'll send you on your way. Don't be my enemy in your next life, because my enemies are destined to die. Lin Feng looked indifferent. He raised his right hand and chopped off Zidong Li's head. Many people were shocked. Zidong Li was a supreme genius, and he was also the successor of the Geomaster faction. How could he be killed just like that? It was obvious that Lin Feng and the Geomaster faction would not rest until one of them was dead. Lin Feng threw Zidong Li's corpse away. At that moment, the Supreme Pillar was enveloped by a light screen. That was because 2 hours had passed since the barrier around the Supreme Pillar had disappeared. Therefore, the barrier around the Supreme Pillar would reappear and protect the cultivator who occupied the Supreme Pillar from being disturbed. The cultivator who occupied the Supreme Pillar would not be able to hear anything from the outside world. He could cultivate peacefully on the Supreme Pillar. He's lucky. Di Xingtian, Ning Li Tao, and the other cultivators who wanted to attack Lin Feng's Supreme Pillar looked cold and gloomy when they saw that it was covered by the barrier again. Lin Feng sat cross-legged on the ground. What was happening outside had nothing to do with him anymore. He started to comprehend the 8 worlds and the 8 trigrams diagram. Gradually, Lin Feng entered a state of enlightenment. It was not easy to comprehend the top inheritance of the Heavenly Master faction. Lin Feng tried to comprehend it for a long time, but he still could not comprehend its mysteries. Suddenly, a voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. Heavenly Pillar of Fortune, fortune descends from the heavens. The great Tao is one, and the divine ability is formed. As the voice finished speaking, suddenly, the world of 8 directions and the 8 trigrams, the 2 legacies of the celestial master path, began to take the initiative to form a magical formation. This is fortune? Lin Feng was shocked. Then, he looked happy. This heavenly pillar of good fortune, supreme pillar, was simply too amazing. The good fortune that descended could help a cultivator actively comprehend a divine ability and successfully cultivate it. Just how much time would a cultivator be saved from bitter cultivation? Lin Feng finally understood why so many people were fighting for the supreme pillar. When the 8 directions world and the 8 trigrams diagram began to form the divine ability grand array. Immediately after, the divine finger, heaven burning fire art, Buddha's fury thousand wave slash, stellar transposition, galaxy shattering fist, and raging wave sword art, these 6 ancient divine abilities also began to take the initiative to form a divine ability grand formation. Lin Feng had yet to comprehend the 6 primordial divine powers after obtaining them. Now, he didn't need to cultivate by himself because Lin Feng had received a blessing. All divine abilities would automatically be cultivated successfully. In the end, all 8 top-notch divine abilities were upgraded to the realm of greater mastery. This made Lin Feng very excited. If he wanted to cultivate all 8 divine abilities to the great success stage, he would need to spend at least a few years. Now, good fortune had descended. The time needed to painstakingly cultivate divine arts would be completely saved. In addition to these 8 divine abilities, Lin Feng's great entanglement technique had also reached the great success stage. Originally, Lin Feng had only cultivated this ability to the entry level. Under the effect of the power of fortune, he had leveled up by 2 levels. From entry level to lesser mastery, and then to greater mastery. Therefore, this time, Lin Feng had obtained a celestial pillar of good fortune, supreme pillar, which was extremely beneficial for him. After all these divine abilities had reached greater mastery, Lin Feng's Danci expanded once again. Even more magic power poured into the Danci. Lin Feng's magic power became even more majestic than before. It was even more profound and powerful. Cultivating a primordial divine ability could greatly increase one's cultivation. Not to mention, Lin Feng had cultivated 6 primordial divine abilities, 2 top-notch divine abilities from the celestial master lineage, and one of the 3,000 great Tao. The increase in strength was even more obvious. But the power of fortune clearly didn't end like this. Occupying the heavenly pillar of fortune, rewarded with the power of providence. That voice resounded again. The power of providence was the most ethereal power. Some people could pick up magic treasures when they went out. Some people would meet with misfortune when they went out. Why was it that when they went out, what they experienced was great joy and great sorrow, Why was there such a huge contrast? The reason was because of providence. Those with strong providence would often encounter providence. Those with poor providence might choke to death when drinking water. Now, Lin Feng had received the blessing of providence. Lin Feng immediately felt that there was an invisible and intangible energy in his body. Lin Feng could sense the existence of this energy. But he couldn't sense what kind of power this power of providence was. The power of providence was fleeting and ephemeral. It existed in the world. But cultivators couldn't discover this energy. Fortune, providence, 2 rewards have been completed. Choose to continue cultivating? Or choose to be teleported out? That voice sounded again. Lin Feng estimated the time of the battlefield of prodigies. There were probably less than 2 months left before the battlefield of prodigies closed. He had already obtained enough benefits in the battlefield of prodigies. It was time to leave the battlefield of prodigies. Leaving early could also save a lot of trouble. Choose to leave. Lin Feng replied. Swoosh. With a flash of light, Lin Feng disappeared from the heavenly pillar of fortune, supreme pillar. 100 miles away, light flickered. Lin Feng stepped out of the void. He didn't stay any longer and flew towards the exit of the battlefield of prodigies. When he arrived at the exit, Lin Feng encountered trouble. This was because he discovered that many people were searching for his whereabouts. At the same time, powerful divine will swept across the void. These were the divine senses of rebirth realm experts. Some of the cultivators who left the battlefield of prodigies felt the divine senses of these rebirth realm experts and their expressions changed drastically. They thought that something serious had happened. At this time, someone said, "Don't be afraid. These rebirth realm experts are searching for Lin Feng's whereabouts to prevent Lin Feng from escaping. They're not targeting us." Searching for Lin Feng's whereabouts? The one who ascended to the prodigy arena? The Lin Feng who stepped on heavenly god Muro? A cultivator asked in surprise. That's right. Lin Feng's innate talent is too monstrous. Many factions don't want such a monstrous existence to appear in the world again. The cultivators who were discussing this matter left the battlefield of prodigies. As expected, they left without a hitch and didn't encounter any attacks. Lin Feng didn't dare to go out because the experts outside were searching for him. It wouldn't be easy to hide from them. This is troublesome. Lin Feng frowned. He had a feeling that things were developing in a very bad direction. The Blue Cloud sect didn't have any experts who could protect him. Therefore, if he went out like this, only death would await him. In the end, Lin Feng decided to take a risk. He used a simple disguise technique to change his appearance, turning into a middle-aged scholar around 40 years old. Then, he blended into a group of cultivators and left the battlefield of prodigies. When he arrived outside, he didn't stop and directly flew towards the teleportation array. Suddenly, a rebirth realm expert frowned slightly and looked at Lin Feng in the crowd. This was an expert from the Yin-Yang sect. He had a profound cultivation base. Stop. I have something to ask you. The rebirth realm expert said. Oh, no. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. Trying to hide from a rebirth realm expert was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Lin Feng soared into the sky and flew towards the teleportation array. So it's you. Where do you think you're going? The rebirth level cultivator's eyes twinkled. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Lin Feng. He's Lin Feng. Haha. Wonderful. He's finally here. Attack. The rebirth realm cultivators attacked one after another. Those rebirth realm cultivators looked down on the 3,000 provinces. They were invincible. Maybe they didn't have any enmity with Lin Feng, but so what? The world of cultivators was a cruel world. It was a world where the strong set the rules. As long as these strong people wanted to, they could kill anyone they wanted. Besides, Lin Feng had precious treasures and all sorts of powerful inheritances. That was enough for those rebirth-level cultivators to target Lin Feng. Demon Lord, Lin Feng said telepathically. He wanted to make a deal with the Demon Lord. If the Demon Lord attacked, he would definitely be able to get out of this predicament. However, the Demon Lord didn't reply to Lin Feng. Lin Feng suddenly remembered that the demon lord had obtained some sacred source liquid. Was he in seclusion again? The demon lord always stayed in seclusion for a long time. If the demon lord was in seclusion at such a critical moment, wouldn't Lin Feng die? 7 or 8 rebirth realm cultivators attacked Lin Feng. The situation was extremely dangerous. It's Lin Feng, the celestial master Taoist's disciple. He's finally appeared. His talent is too heaven-defying. Many great powers won't let such a genius live. They've killed many geniuses before, murmured Lin Feng. Those influential groups want to control the continent of the celestial martial continent. They want absolute strength. Therefore, they kill all the potential threats. Even though their actions are disgraceful, they've been doing it for so many years. Many incredible geniuses have been killed, but those influential groups are still in control of the continent of the celestial martial continent. That way, they can enjoy the benefits of being the overlords of the continent of the celestial martial continent. Actually, they don't need to do that. Even if those geniuses become stronger, they won't necessarily become enemies. Brother, you don't understand, right? Do you know what jealousy means? If such a monstrous cultivator appeared in a powerful group of influence, that would be great. But Lin Feng's background is ordinary, he's just from an ancient influential group. If we don't kill him now, he'll be recruited by a powerful group of influence in the near future. Then, if we want to kill him, we'll have to think twice. The best way is to kill him so that no powerful group of influence can recruit such a monstrous cultivator, Lin Feng said, shaking his head. I see. No wonder those influential groups chose to kill Lin Feng. Of course, there's another important reason. Lin Feng is a monstrous genius, he has too many secrets, and those influential groups want to share them with him. Many cultivators were talking about Lin Feng. In their eyes, Lin Feng was no different from a dead man. No matter how strong Lin Feng was, it was impossible for him to escape from the encirclement of a group of rebirth realm cultivators. I'm finished. Lin Feng's face turned pale when he saw the rebirth state cultivators surrounding him. He felt that his body could not move at all. The aura of death was so clear that he could smell it. Just when Lin Feng thought he was going to die, the air shook. A young man in snow-white clothes stepped out. He shot out a ray of light, blocking the attacks of the rebirth state cultivators. He grabbed Lin Feng and retreated 1,000 meters. Holy Lord Peacock! What's the meaning of this? The faces of the rebirth realm experts instantly turned gloomy. The young man was Holy Lord Peacock. Lin Feng had seen him fight before. He was like a god. When he left the South Continent with the monster race, he went to the monster continent. He went to Holy Lord Peacock's territory, but Lin Feng didn't see him. Thank you, Senior. Lin Feng bowed. Holy Lord Peacock nodded and looked at the rebirth state cultivators of the Yin-Yang sect and the Geomaster branch. He said indifferently, Lin Feng is Great Emperor Tai Ching's benefactor. He's related to the Beast clan. Today, I'll tell you that in the future, if any old cultivator of the reincarnation realm dares attack Lin Feng, I'll go to the ends of the earth to take their heads. Holy Lord Peacock clasped his hands behind his back. Hiss. Many people gasped. Holy Lord Peacock was too strong. He was facing so many rebirth state cultivators alone, and he still dared to say such a thing. Holy Lord Peacock is too arrogant. He's only been cultivating for 800 years. Even though he's strong, those rebirth state cultivators are all extremely strong. Holy Lord Peacock sneered. The Yin-Yang sect cultivator was called Song Mingyu. He smiled coldly and said, Holy Lord Peacock, you're just a junior who's only been cultivating for 800 years. How dare you act so arrogantly? Today, I'll suppress you. I'll show you how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Song Mingyu was the one who had discovered Lin Feng. He'd been cultivating for 8,700 years. He was terrifyingly strong. When he stepped forward, the space around him distorted. I'd like to see how strong you are. Holy Lord Peacock stepped forward. Lin Feng looked at Holy Lord Peacock worriedly. He knew how strong Holy Lord Peacock was, but Song Mingyu was also a peerless cultivator. Besides, he'd been cultivating for too long. Lin Feng was worried that Holy Lord Peacock would suffer. Pluto descends. Song Mingyu sneered. He condensed a peerless divine power. Black fog surged out. An ancient aura was emitted from within the black fog. Vaguely, a man in a pitch-black imperial robe appeared. That person seemed to be the Pluto King, who controlled the underworld. He controlled the life and death of billions of people. If the Pluto King wants you dead at midnight, he won't let you live until dawn. The Pluto King stepped forward and attacked Holy Lord Peacock with his palm. Boundless death energy enveloped Holy Lord Peacock. Countless cultivators trembled in fear when they sensed the Pluto King's chi. Many people couldn't help but kneel on the ground and worship the Pluto King. The Pluto King didn't seem to be condensed from a spell. He seemed to be the real lord of the underworld. How terrifying. Lin Feng's expression became serious. A rebirth realm cultivator had the power to destroy the world with a wave of his hand. This Song Mingyu was so powerful that it made people despair. I am eternally brilliant, eternally immortal. Holy Lord Peacock murmured. The Peacock Sacred Lord murmured as his body turned into a ray of eternal light. The eternal light seemed to become the only thing in the world. It instantly tore the Pluto King apart. Then, the eternal light flew in front of Song Mingyu. Puff. There was a tearing sound. Blood splattered everywhere. An arm was thrown into the air. It was accompanied by Song Mingyu's painful groan. Song Mingyu. He was a terrifying rebirth realm cultivator. It was the first time he'd fought Holy Lord Peacock. Sacred Lord Peacock chopped off one of his arms. My arm. Song Mingming screamed. Song Mingyu couldn't help but let out a painful scream. Song Mingyu, who had lost an arm, was as pale as a sheet of paper, and his aura became disordered. Obviously, to an expert of his level, losing an arm was an unbearable pain. Holy Leader Peacock, you cut off my arm, I'll kill you. Shouted Song Mingyu furiously. He wanted to put his life on the line. Is that so? Then I don't mind cutting off your head. Holy Leader Peacock clasped his hands behind his back. Song Mingyu couldn't help but shiver. After the initial anger and resentment, Song Mingyu felt a chill down his spine. Now that he had come back to his senses, he didn't dare attack Holy Leader Peacock anymore. That was because someone like the Peacock Sacred Lord was a man of his word. Holy Leader Peacock is too strong. He cut off Song Mingyu's arm in one strike. What kind of cultivation level is he? Holy Leader Peacock has only cultivated for 800 years. He's already so strong in such a short time. How strong will he be in the future? Back in the days, there were two supreme geniuses. Holy Leader Peacock has grown up. As for the golden-winged rock, it's said that he has died. They were both dazzling in the past, but now they have completely different fates. Didn't Lin Feng become friends with the beasts because he was in the South Continent? He saved Great Emperor Taiching's descendant and destroyed the plan of the One Group, Three Governments. If he hadn't done that, the beasts wouldn't have become friends with the humans so easily. Holy Leader Peacock wouldn't have fought against so many strong cultivators for a human cultivator. Holy Leader Peacock is too strong. Those rebirth level cultivators probably won't dare attack him anymore. With Holy Leader Peacock intimidating them, they'll have to behave themselves. They won't attack Lin Feng, at least not openly. As for whether they'll attack Lin Feng secretly, nobody knows. Many people were discussing in low voices. The expressions of the rebirth realm experts were gloomy. If they chose to retreat now, they would naturally lose face. But Holy Leader Peacock was too strong. They were terrified. Who would dare attack him? At this moment, Morong Tianshan, who was sitting cross-legged in the void, opened his eyes. Boom, Heavenly God Morong stood up. This person was simply too terrifying. The instant he stood up, the great Tao resonated, shaking the heavens and the earth. Many people were shocked. Was Heavenly Deity Morong going to take action? Heavenly God Morong was the only paragon on Heaven's Pride Mountain. But now, he was being trampled on by Lin Feng. No one found it strange that such a character would act against Lin Feng. You want to kill Lin Feng as well? Sacred Lord Peacock's expression was indifferent. Amir Jr. isn't worth my time. I'm here for you. Heavenly God Morong said. Lin Feng sneered in his heart. He felt that Heavenly God Morong was a very hypocritical person. Why did he say that? Lin Feng's judgment was not without basis. Back then, Lin Feng had reached the 99th step. Morong Tianqian's mark attacked Lin Feng, wanting to kill Lin Feng. This was because Heavenly God Morong didn't want others to share the 99th stone step with him. Thus, Heavenly God Morong was definitely not a broad-minded person. But now, how could Heavenly God Morong let Lin Feng go? But Heavenly God Morong said that he wasn't attacking because of Lin Feng. Who would believe his words? If it wasn't because of Lin Feng, then was it because of Sacred Lord Peacock? Why would Heavenly God Morong offend someone as terrifying as Sacred Lord Peacock for no reason? Let me experience your divine abilities. Heavenly God Morong stepped forward, emitting a terrifying aura. He locked onto Sacred Lord Peacock. At that moment, the rebirth level cultivators glanced at each other. They could all see the same glint in each other's eyes. Obviously, they wanted to take advantage of the fact that Heavenly God Morong was delaying Sacred Lord Peacock to secretly attack and kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng also thought of this. He sensed several terrifying killing intents. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. He didn't dare to hesitate and quickly retreated. But at that moment, several terrifying energies surged over and locked onto Lin Feng. They wanted to kill Lin Feng. Not good. Lin Feng's expression became serious. He was about to take out the 4 vicious cauldron and hide inside. Lin Feng felt that if he hid inside the cauldron, it wouldn't be so easy for them to kill him. Cough, cough, cough. At that moment, a coughing sound could be heard. The void split open. A sickly-looking man walked out. After he appeared, all the attacks which were moving towards Lin Feng were instantly annihilated. Senior. Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised when he saw the newcomer. The sickly-looking man was actually the demon race's Great Pin King. When Lin Feng left Sacred Lord Peacock's territory, the Great Pin King was temporarily sealed in the sacred ice coffin. Now that he saw the Great Pin King again, the Great Pin King had actually come back to life. The Great Pin King turned to look at Lin Feng and nodded slightly. Then, he looked coldly at the Rebirth Realm cultivators in the distance. You're a Rebirth Realm cultivator, but you're secretly attacking a junior. You're a disgrace to your ancestors. King Zhanpeng sneered. Great Pin King, who are you talking about? The Rebirth Realm cultivators who attacked had extremely gloomy expressions. The Great Pin King sneered. Everyone knows who I'm talking about. Do you want me to point out the names? The Rebirth Realm cultivators' expressions were extremely ugly, but they could only endure it for now. The Great Pin King of the demon race was as famous as Sacred Lord Peacock. The fact that the Great Pin King was still alive after being injured was too terrifying. At that moment, Morong Tianshen and Sacred Lord Peacock collided, and their palms collided. With the two of them at the center, the space around them started to collapse. Many people were horrified. Was this really an attack that a mortal could use? It was like a battle between two gods. After the collision, Morong Tianshen retreated and returned to a distant place. He sat down cross-legged and didn't say anything. Sacred Lord Peacock stepped forward and returned. What's the result of their battle? Many people were puzzled and glanced at each other. They didn't know who had won the battle. Only those reincarnation stage cultivators were able to see some clues. Did my words go in one ear and out the other? Do you think you can kill Lin Feng by attacking secretly? Since you don't know what's good for you, I'll take your lives today. Sacred Lord Peacock's expression was indifferent. He was extremely powerful. A terrifying chi spread out from his body and enveloped the 7 Rebirth Realm cultivators. Heavens! Is Sacred Lord Peacock really going to kill the 7 Rebirth Realm cultivators? Many people were astonished. They couldn't believe it. His opponents were 7 Rebirth Realm cultivators, not 7 random cats and dogs. But Sacred Lord Peacock still wanted to fight against them without hesitation. He was way too strong. Sacred Lord Peacock, do you think you can fight against the 7 of us by yourself? Said the 7 Rebirth Realm cultivators coldly. What if I join? Great Pin King stepped forward and stood on Sacred Lord Peacock's left and right. They faced the 7 Rebirth Realm cultivators. Sacred Lord Peacock's white robe was as white as snow. He looked harmless, but he was like a young demon god, powerful and domineering. The great rock king's face was sickly pale, but his demonic aura was vast and mighty. Who dared to underestimate him? They were the two supreme beings of the demon race. Although they had only cultivated for 800 years, they were much more terrifying than others who had cultivated for tens of thousands of years. It was not without reason that the demon race saw them as the hope of revitalizing the demon race. The 7 reincarnation realm powerhouses included Inyang sect Song Mingyu. 1 sect, 3 palaces. Gong Sun Ming of the Heavenly Gate, Zhongjing family, Zhongjing Fu. Shangguan family, Shangguan Qi. The other 3 powerhouses were Great Qin Empire, Ing Xiangji. Yuhua Celestial Dynasty, Huangfu Mia. Archaic School of Moism, Mo Huanyu. These 7 powerhouses were all very powerful, but they did not dare to attack Sacred Lord Peacock and the Great Rock King. Their cultivation was similar to Song Mingyu's. But Sacred Lord Peacock had cut off Song Mingyu's arm with one move. This was enough to show how terrifying Sacred Lord Peacock was. Now that Sacred Lord Peacock and the Great Rock King had joined forces, these people were even more afraid. Originally, the 7 reincarnation realm powerhouses thought that Heavenly God Murong would be able to hold one of them back. After all, it was not difficult for him to do so. But now, Heavenly God Murong was sitting cross-legged in the void far away. He did not even open his eyes. Clearly, he had no intention of interfering. The 7 reincarnation realm powerhouses were very depressed. Initially, they had seen Murong Tianshan fight against Holy Peacock, so the 7 reincarnation cultivators had decided to kill Lin Feng. But now, Heavenly God Murong had withdrawn from this matter and let the 7 of them deal with Sacred Lord Peacock and the Great Rock King. This made the 7 reincarnation realm powerhouses speechless. But thinking about it carefully, Heavenly God Murong had said from the beginning that he did not attack because of Lin Feng, but because he wanted to fight Sacred Lord Peacock. No one believed this reason. But it was their business whether they believed it or not. Heavenly God Murong could use this reason to get out of this matter. Then he could watch the show from the side. Heavenly God Murong now probably wanted Sacred Lord Peacock and the Great Rock King to fight with the 7 reincarnation realm powerhouses. Anyway, it had nothing to do with him. It would be even better if both sides suffered heavy losses. There were quite a few people who had the same idea as Murong Tianshan. Everyone. At this moment, a Rebirth Realm cultivator spoke. The crowd looked over and discovered that it was an old man. This person's identity was not simple. The one who spoke was the Martial Spirit Palace's Chief Hall Master, Xianyuan Jishir. The Martial Spirit Palace had the right to monitor the Sky Martial continent. When there were conflicts between the various powers, the Martial Spirit Palace would come out to mediate and try their best to maintain the peace of the Sky Martial continent. Therefore, the Martial Spirit Palace was extremely terrifying. Even the ancient Jiang clan, the Heavenly God Palace, and other factions were respectful toward the Martial Spirit Palace. As the chief temple master of the Martial Spirit Palace, Xianyuan Jishir's status was naturally not to be underestimated. Seeing Xianyuan Jishir coming over, the 7 reincarnation realm experts breathed a sigh of relief. Sacred Master Peacock asked, "Is there something you need, Palace Master Xianyuan?" Once a Rebirth Realm cultivator dies, it will probably cause a war between the various powers. At that time, countless people will be affected and suffer heavy casualties. I presume that none of you want to see such a situation, right? Why don't you give me some face and take a step back? Xianyuan Jishir said. We don't have any objections. The 7 reincarnation realm experts hastily said. Xianyuan Jishir's appearance gave the 7 of them a way out. Many people sighed. Facing Sacred Master Peacock and King Zhanpeng, 2 sovereigns of the demon race, the 7 reincarnation realm experts didn't dare to make a move. From this, it could be seen how terrifying Sacred Master Peacock and King Zhanpeng were. This matter had a huge impact on many people, making them deeply understand a principle. In the end, this world was a world where the strong were respected, even among the peak experts. Only strength could determine a person's status. Sacred Master Peacock and King Zhanpeng glanced at each other. The 2 of them exchanged glances. Sacred Master Peacock then said, "Brother Xianyuan, we naturally have to give you face, but we also have to see if these 7 people know how to behave." The seven reincarnation realm experts' expressions were gloomy. Sacred Master Peacock's tone was too casual when talking about them, as if he didn't put them in his eyes at all. This made the seven reincarnation realm experts feel extremely sullen. However, in the end, the seven reincarnation realm experts didn't dare make a move. Gong Sunming said in a low voice. If you have something to say, just say it. There's no need to hide it. Sacred Master Peacock clasped his hands behind his back and said, all right. Since you're straightforward people, I'll be frank. The seven of you, take out 100 million top-grade spirit stones each as compensation, and we'll consider today's matter as settled. 100 million? Why don't you just rob us? The seven reincarnation realm experts were like cats whose tails had been stepped on. They roared furiously. Top-grade spirit stones were too precious, even for a top group like them. Even if they took out 100 million top-grade spirit stones, they would still suffer a great loss. You want to fight? King Zhanpeng said indifferently. The seven reincarnation realm experts' expressions became unsightly. They naturally didn't want to fight because they had no chance of winning. If they really fought, the seven of them would probably be killed by the two sovereigns. They knew this very well. All right, the seven of them clenched their teeth and each took out a crystal card. They gave it to Sacred Master Peacock and said, this is a crystal card with 100 million top-grade spirit stones stored in it. Any merchant guild in the Tianwu continent can take out top-grade spirit stones. 700 million top-grade spirit stones just like that? Lin Feng was dumbfounded. Many people's mouths twitched when they saw this, but then they sighed. In front of absolute strength, even the seven reincarnation realm experts who represented the seven top groups had to lower their heads. This made many people realize the importance of strength. In front of absolute strength, their so-called influence couldn't even withstand a single blow. Demonic chi covered the sky and enveloped Sacred Master Peacock, King Zhanpeng, and Lin Feng. The three of them flew into the transportation formation and disappeared without a trace. Sacred Master Peacock and King Zhanpeng are going too far. The seven reincarnation realm experts' eyes flashed with killing intent. Don't they want to protect Lin Feng? Then let's destroy Lin Feng and have our chosen kill Lin Feng. Indeed, let's do that. The Peacock King and King Zhanpeng won't be able to protect the people we want to kill. After we kill Lin Feng, we'll send his head to the Peacock King and King Zhanpeng's residence. I really want to see their expressions when they see Lin Feng's head. The seven reincarnation state experts communicated with each other through their spiritual consciousnesses as they laughed sinisterly. Lin Feng once again arrived at the territory of the Yao continent's sacred Lord Peacock. Big brother, big brother. When Little Moon heard that Lin Feng had arrived, she was extremely happy. She skipped over to Lin Feng. When she saw Lin Feng, she opened her arms and ran over. Lin Feng hugged Little Moon and smiled. Did you miss Big Brother? Little Moon said innocently. Little Moon missed Big Brother. She even kissed Lin Feng on the cheek. Many people around them chuckled. Lin Feng saw many familiar faces, Jin Xingyuan, Princess Shui Yao, and the others. At night, Jin Xingyuan came to Lin Feng's place. He took out a crystal card and gave it to Lin Feng. Jin Xingyuan said, Uncle asked me to give this to you. There are 100 million top-grade spirit stones inside. You can use them to cultivate. Sacred Lord Peacock and King Zhanpeng had extorted these stones from the seven rebirth realm cultivators, but 100 million was too much. He said, there are so many people in the land of the demonic beasts, and they need cultivation resources. I don't lack top-grade spirit stones, please help me return them to the seniors. Jin Xingyuan said, since Uncle is giving them to you, just accept them. Don't refuse. You don't need to worry about the territory of the Yao continent. Uncle Kong found a few large spiritual mines, and with the 600 million top-grade spirit stones he obtained recently, he can solve the problem of the Yao continent's need for cultivation resources. On the other hand, Brother Feng, you have too many spirit stones. You need too many spirit stones to break through to the life and death realm. Lin Feng knew that King Zhanpeng and Sacred Lord Peacock were helping him. Lin Feng was indeed lacking in spirit stones. Lin Feng was extremely grateful to the two seniors. It wasn't just because they had saved his life. It was also because both King Zhongping and Sacred Lord Peacock treated Lin Feng like he was their own descendant. This was not a friendship that was purely based on the exchange of interests, but a kind of affection similar to family. For Lin Feng, who did not have any relatives by his side, he naturally cherished this kind of relationship very much. He didn't refuse again, and put the crystal card away. Lin Feng stayed in the Sacred Peacock Lord's territory for about half a month before returning to the desolate region. Now that Sacred Lord Peacock and Great Ping King had intimidated the Rebirth Realm ancestors of the top forces, Lin Feng was not afraid that they would attack him. Lin Feng guessed that some of the geniuses from the top powers would make a move. However, Lin Feng wasn't afraid of those geniuses. Not long after they returned to the Blue Cloud sect, Shi Weizhu, Bai Ying, Wang Hu, and the others also returned. "I'm going on a long journey." The old drunkard was somewhat melancholy. "Where to?" Lin Feng asked. "The Four Seas is home." The old drunkard took a sip of wine and grinned. This old man was obviously not telling the truth. The old drunkard's identity was very mysterious. Even Lin Feng didn't know who he was. However, the old drunkard was definitely not a simple person. "Will we have a chance to meet again?" Lin Feng asked. Maybe, maybe not," the old drunkard said. Lin Feng nodded. That night, he chatted with the old drunkard for a long time. They drank until dawn, and he lost consciousness. 1,000 cups are not enough when drinking with a bosom friend. When Lin Feng woke up, the old drunkard had already left, leaving behind a note. The old drunkard had left just like that, and the laughter in the Supreme Peak seemed to have died down. Bibi and the dragon rabbit were still sleeping most of the time. When they woke up, they would run around the Supreme Peak like crazy. Lin Feng spent his days either cultivating or studying the Celestial Master Sect's inheritance and alchemy. Of course, he would also occasionally train Wei Zhu and Bai Ying. Bai Ying was more daring. If Lin Feng wanted to do something exciting, she would cooperate with Lin Feng. Shi Weizhu was more shy. Each of them had their own personalities and strengths. Of course, the one he trained the most was Lu Mingyan. She was quite interesting. Moreover, she was even more open than Bai Ying when it came to sex. The days passed until Lin Feng received a letter. It was from Xianxia, the sister of Lin Feng's good friend, Xianxia. It was addressed to Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly when he read the letter. After giving some instructions on the Supreme Peak, he quickly rushed to the eastern region's ancient capital Xikong clan. Lin Feng hadn't seen Xianxia in 3 or 4 years. The girl from back then had grown into a beautiful woman. She was pure and full of spirit. Even Lin Feng was stunned by her beauty. When she saw Lin Feng arrive, Xianxia's eyes reddened. Lin Feng asked, "How did your brother go missing? Did he leave behind any special news before he disappeared?" "A year ago, my brother and a dozen friends went to the depths of the Eastern Sea. They said they were looking for some secret treasure. Every once in a while, my brother would send a white paper crane to tell me that he was safe. But half a year ago, there was no news. Big brother Lin Feng, I'm so worried. Did something happen to him?" Tears immediately flowed out of Xianxia's eyes. Right now, she only had her brother, Xianxia, to rely on. If something were to happen to Xianxia, then it would be a huge blow to Xianxia. Lin Feng said, "Xikong will definitely be fine. I'll go look for him tomorrow." Xianxia nodded and said, "Big brother Lin Feng, thank you. If it wasn't for you, I really wouldn't know what to do. Xikong is my friend, so this is what I should do. Don't worry. Xikong is a cautious person, so he should be fine." Lin Feng comforted her, and Xianxia finally stopped crying. After resting for a night in Xianxia's clan, Lin Feng left for the Eastern Sea the next morning. However, it wasn't easy to find someone's whereabouts in the boundless Eastern Sea. Lin Feng planned to ask Morong Baichuan for information. As the person in charge of the Central Union of Spirit Formation Masters in the 72 prefectures, Morong Baichuan had a lot of connections. Perhaps he would be able to get some useful information from him. As Lin Feng flew towards the Eastern Sea, he couldn't help looking at the fog-shrouded world on the shores of the Eastern Sea. The legendary Mount Huogua was there, and the story of the sacred battle apes was still being told in this vast land. Everything about Mount Huagua was a mystery. Was there really a Mount Huagua? What was inside that fog-shrouded world? Even at his current cultivation realm, that fog-shrouded world still gave Lin Feng a very dangerous feeling. Lin Feng frowned slightly, but he didn't stop and quickly flew towards the Eastern Sea. Late at night on the shores of the Eastern Sea in the depths of the fog-shrouded world, a golden spirit ape slipped out of that mysterious world. The East Sea was as lively as ever. Countless cultivators would gather at the outer seas because there were too many resources in the outer seas. Moreover, the population of the outer seas was much smaller than the population of the inner seas. There were also more opportunities to obtain fortuitous opportunities in the outer seas. On the way to the first gathering area of the East Sea, Lin Feng would occasionally see huge ships sailing toward the deep sea world. Most of them were cultivators who had entered the East Sea in search of fortuitous opportunities. There were also some emissaries sent by the royal families of the secular dynasties who had gone to the Immortal Island to seek immortal medicine. The East Sea world was still very unsafe. Pirates were rampant. This was the age of great voyages, especially in the vast seas. The dream of countless cultivators was to become a powerful pirate. It had almost become a very special profession. Half a month later, Lin Feng arrived at the first gathering area of the East Sea. When he arrived, he heard the sound of heavenly music coming from afar. A huge group of people was flying over from afar. In the middle of the group was a carriage pulled by 9 Pegasus horses. Around the carriage were hundreds of guards. These bodyguards were all vigorous men. The leader of the group was riding a strange beast that looked as ferocious as a Tao Tai. The arrival of this group attracted the attention of countless people. Lin Feng landed on the ground and looked at a middle-aged cultivator beside him. He asked, "Uncle, who are those people? Why is there such a large group?" "That's Madame Chi's carriage." The middle-aged cultivator revealed a meaningful expression. Lin Feng was rather confused by this expression. Why did he feel that this middle-aged cultivator's expression was somewhat sinister? He asked, "Who is Madame Chi?" The middle-aged cultivator replied, "You don't even know Madame Chi?" Lin Feng replied, "This is my second time coming to the East Sea world, so I'm not too familiar with it." "No wonder." The middle-aged cultivator nodded and said, "Madame Chi is the owner of Desire Island. Desire Island is located at the border between the East Sea and South Sea. Desire Island is very mysterious, and just like Madame Chi, it's filled with countless mysteries. Madame Chi's beauty is unparalleled in the world, and countless people are willing to do anything for her just to get close to her. Madame Chi is also very good at using her beauty, and who knows how many men have fallen for her. Little brother, you're young, handsome, and strong, so you should go and meet Madame Chi. Madame Chi loves to play with young heroes like you the most. I heard that she's very good at serving men, and I guarantee that you'll be able to fly into the clouds and enjoy the most extreme happiness." Lin Feng was speechless when he saw the middle-aged cultivator. That middle-aged cultivator looked righteous, but surprisingly, he was such a scoundrel. You really couldn't judge a book by its cover, just like how the sea couldn't be measured with a pint pot. However, Lin Feng was able to obtain the answer he wanted from the middle-aged cultivator. To put it simply, Madame Chi was a slut. However, she was different from an ordinary slut. Ordinary sluts simply liked to have sex with different men to satisfy their body's needs. As for Madame Chi, she was not someone you could taste and enjoy as you wished. Madame Chi had strict requirements for the men who wanted to enjoy her, such as cultivation, identity, appearance, ability, and so on. Therefore, people who could get close to her were not simple. Boom, at this time, a violent fluctuation suddenly came from the distance. The 2 cultivators stood together. One of them was wearing a black robe and had a cold face. The other was wearing chainmail and had a tall and sturdy figure. Yang Buping, Hu Qianlai. Many people cried out in alarm. These 2 were not simple, and were experts from the top forces of the East Sea world. The division of forces in the East Sea world was rather special. The 3 saints and 4 islands were the forces on the surface, but the East Sea was so vast that there were still some hidden forces. For example, the legend of the East Sea Dragon Palace had always existed, but no one had seen the East Sea Dragon Palace, so they could not confirm whether it really existed. Other than the East Sea Dragon Palace, there were also some legendary forces, such as the East Sea Immortal Island, the Flying Immortal Sect, and so on. However, no one had seen these forces before. Perhaps they really did exist, but even if they did, it was very likely that they were in the deepest part of the East Sea. The deepest part of the East Sea was too dangerous, so basically no cultivators entered that part of the sea. However, most of the cultivators who entered that part of the sea had died. The two people fighting now, Yang Buping came from the Punlai Immortal Island of the Three Immortals and Four Islands, and Hu Qianlai came from the Raging Flame Island of the Three Immortals and Four Islands. Obviously, Yang Buping was a cultivator from a human force, and Hu Qianlai was a cultivator from a demon force. The demon forces in the East Sea world were very powerful and had a pivotal position in the East Sea world. They usually lived in harmony with the human cultivators, and there would not be a large-scale war between the human and demon forces like in the South Continent. Seeing the two people fighting in the void, Lin Feng turned his head to look at the middle-aged cultivator and asked, "What's the conflict between these two people?" "They're attacking with the intention of taking each other's lives." The middle-aged cultivator said, "Recently, they've been wanting to have a taste of that slut, Madame Qi. Now, it's obvious that they want to determine a winner. The winner will be able to do it with Madame Qi." This Madame Qi is really, Lin Feng couldn't help but shake his head slightly. The women of the Tianwu continent were very conservative, and they valued their chastity. Many women said that they would be faithful to one man until death. Therefore, when had he ever seen a slut like Madame Qi? For a moment, he was speechless. Heavenly lightning descended. Yang Buping shouted coldly and used a secret technique. Lightning flashed in the void. Bolts of lightning smashed towards Hu Qianlai. Raging flames burning the heavens. Hu Qianlai was not a simple person. He had condensed a divine flame, and the flames burned fiercely, burning the world. Bang! The two people's attacks collided. Hu Qianlai had the upper hand. He took a step forward, and his body blocked the 3 bolts of lightning. Then, he swept up an endless amount of raging flames and rushed forward. Raging flames destroying the world. The raging flames bombarded Yang Buping's body, directly blasting Yang Buping away. Yang Buping was heavily injured, and his body fell down. "Haha, Madame Qi, can I get intimate with you now?" Hu Qianlai walked towards Madame Qi's carriage. A seductive voice came from the carriage. "Come quickly, I can't wait any longer." "What a slut!" many cultivators muttered. They couldn't wait to replace Hu Qianlai and fight Madame Qi for 300 rounds. "I'm coming." Hu Qianlai rushed towards the carriage, burning with impatience. Many people saw Hu Qianlai's towering figure and secretly wondered if Madame Qi would be half dead because of him. Lin Feng didn't stop, he went straight to the Central Union of Great Talismans. He was the great elder of the Central Union of Great Talismans. He had a lot of power and could use the resources of the Central Union of Great Talismans. With the Central Union of Great Talismans, it would be much easier to find Xikong Jiayue. When Lin Feng arrived at the Central Union of Great Talismans, he met someone who surprised him. It was Jin Xingfei, a descendant of Tianping King. When Lin Feng saw him, he couldn't help but frown. Lin Feng didn't have a good impression of Jin Xingfei. He had met Jin Xingfei once in the territory of the Yao clan. He had also heard Jin Xingyuan talk about Tianping King and Tianping King. The great Ping King was humiliated when he tried to become a disciple of a master. He was even slandered by the people of the Divine Ping Island for not knowing how to respect his elders. The great Ping King was chased out of the Divine Ping Island, and for many years after that, the great Ping King carried the name of not knowing how to respect his elders. The real reason was that Tianping King had been jealous of Tianping King's talent. Tianping King had kicked Tianping King out and then blamed Tianping King for not knowing how to respect his elders. This Jin Xingfei had always had a lofty expression on his face. He had mocked Jin Xingyuan for what happened in the past, causing Jin Xingyuan to feel extremely embarrassed. This Jin Xingfei was merely a junior, yet he dared to mock the great Rock King behind his back. If one were to say that Jin Xingfei had no sense of propriety, then Jin Xingfei was the one who had no sense of propriety. "Isn't this Brother Lin? I heard that Brother Lin had a brilliant performance in the Battle of the Geniuses." "Congratulations. Jin Xingfei smiled and bowed hand over fist. This person was a typical smiling tiger. It was unknown how much sincerity there was in his congratulatory words. Lin Feng said indifferently, there are many geniuses in the world. Even though I'm talented, I'm not as strong as many of them. Brother Jin, please don't flatter me. Lin Feng didn't mind pretending to be polite to Jin Xingfei. He wanted to see what Jin Xingfei wanted to do. Brother Lin, you're too modest. With your talent, you'll catch up to me sooner or later. Jin Xingfei said with a fake smile. After pausing for a moment, Jin Xingfei continued, there will be a gathering tomorrow night, and many people will be there. Brother Lin, do you have time to join us? Lin Feng nodded. Since Brother Jin has invited me, how can I refuse? Haha, see you tomorrow. Jin Xingfei said with a smile. The two of them then took their leave. Jin Xingfei and a group of people walked out of the Spiritual Array Caster Guild, while Lin Feng entered the Spiritual Array Caster Guild. When the two of them turned their heads, they sneered. It was naturally impossible for Lin Feng and Jin Xingfei to become friends. Both of them were feigning civility because they each had their own goals. Young master, Lin Feng has appeared in the East Sea. This is our territory. I've heard that he has many magical treasures and powerful divine abilities. He even obtained the legacy of a heavenly master. Why don't we? A guard next to Jin Xingfei made a throat-slitting gesture. Jin Xingfei smiled. When the sandpiper and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. There are many people who want to kill him and steal his treasures. It won't be too late for us to make a move when they fight to the death. Young master, you're so wise. The group of guards immediately started flattering Jin Xingfei. The Divine Rock Island of the Three Saints and Four Islands is located in the East Sea. It's a powerful force. It seems that Jin Xingfei doesn't have good intentions towards me. He's a descendant of the Heavenly Rock King, but if he really dares to provoke me, I won't mind killing him. Lin Feng sneered. The only person he was afraid of now was the Heavenly Rock King. That person was a powerful existence. The bloodline of the Golden-Winged Rock clan flowed in his veins. His cultivation was bound to be shocking. Lin Feng met Morong Baichuan at the Spiritual Array Caster Guild. When he saw Lin Feng, Morong Baichuan was very happy. He smiled and said, I have something to discuss with you. I didn't expect you to come to the East Sea. Lin Feng asked, what is it? The four ancestors want to see you. They hope that you can go to the Temple of Spiritual Array Casters in the Central Continent. It's a good opportunity. If you go there, you'll definitely obtain some unexpected benefits. Morong Baichuan smiled. Obviously, the four saint-ranked Spiritual Array Casters wanted to rope him in. Lin Feng was very clear about this. When Morong Baichuan mentioned unexpected benefits, Lin Feng was a bit vague, but he knew that it would be extremely shocking. Going to see the four saint-ranked Spiritual Array Casters is a good idea. We'll meet sooner or later, but it'll take some time. Lin Feng said. Morong Baichuan asked, why have you come to the East Sea? Lin Feng replied, something happened to Xikong Jiayue. There hasn't been any news from him for half a year. Xikong Xinyan was very worried and told me about it. I came to the East Sea to look for Xikong Jiayue. Something happened to Jiayue? Morong Baichuan's expression became serious. He was friends with Xikong Jiayue's grandfather who had passed away, so he was quite concerned about Xikong Jiayue. Xinyan said that he went to the depths of the East Sea with a dozen or so friends. We don't know what exactly they're going to do. Let's go find Xikong Jiayue, Lin Feng said. I'll ask Wang Changming to investigate. You can rest in the guild for a few days. I'm sure you'll get some news soon. Morong Baichuan said. Lin Feng nodded. At night, Jiang Chao came to the Guild of Spiritual Array Casters. He must have heard about Lin Feng's arrival, so he came to visit Lin Feng. The eldest miss has invited us. The carriage has already been prepared for Lin Gongzi, Jiang Chao said. Jiang Chao smiled. Jiang Yudi was now in charge of all the auction houses in the Jiang clan's 72 prefectures. The headquarters of the auction house was located in the first district of the East Sea. Lin Feng and Jiang Chao went to the headquarters of the auction house to see Jiang Yudi. Jiang Yudi was as beautiful, noble, and elegant as ever. When she saw Lin Feng, she smiled and said, "Why are you here in the East Sea?" Lin Feng told her about Sikong Jiayue. Jiang Yudi said, "Do you want me to send someone to ask around?" Lin Feng said, "The vice president of the Guild of Spiritual Array Casters, Wang Changming, is in charge of this matter. I'm sure he'll get some news soon." "Okay." Jiang Yudi nodded. Jiang Yudi paused for a moment before continuing, "You have to be careful during this time. I heard that many people are looking for you." Di Xingtian? Ning Litao, Gong Sun Wuxiu, and the others? Lin Feng asked. Jiang Yudi nodded and said, "Also, the young geniuses of the three-headed Cobra clan and the sky-devouring demonic toad clan are not to be underestimated. I'm not afraid of them." Lin Feng said. "Of course you're not afraid of any of them, but what if they join forces to deal with you?" Jiang Yudi asked. Lin Feng was slightly taken aback, but then he nodded. That wasn't an impossible situation. That night, Ning Hanshuang also arrived at the first district of the East Sea. She was accompanied by dozens of top-notch assassins from the 9 underworlds. This time, the East Sea will become Lin Feng's burial ground. The leader of the assassins carried a cold sword on his back, and his voice was hoarse and unpleasant to the ears. Not everyone was qualified to attend the gathering in the number 1 cultivator residence. There were strict requirements for one's cultivation level, identity, and so on. Lin Feng didn't belong to the same social circle, so it wasn't easy for him to join other people's social circles. That evening, Lin Feng went to Wang Hai restaurant. When he arrived, there was already a huge crowd. Lin Feng was surprised. How could there be so many people here? It was inconceivable. Lin Feng asked a few questions and found out the reason. It turned out that there were going to be a few famous beauties from the overseas world attending this gathering. Jiang Yudi was the young miss of the Jiang family. Her status was unattainable. She had a noble temperament and a beautiful face. She was regarded as a goddess by countless people. There were also a few other beauties. The first one was called the Forgotten Love Fairy, Sui Bing. She was the saintess of the Heartless Island. The second one was called the Lingyu Fairy, Miao Yuling. She was the saintess of the Four Seasons sect. The Four Seasons sect was a power in the South Sea. The third one was called the Raging Flame Fairy, Huolai. She was the princess of the Endless Fire Nation in the Netherworld Sea. These 3 women were even more famous than Jiang Yudi in the sea region. Jiang Yudi had always lived in the inner continent. She had only been in the East Sea for a few years. Sui Bing, Miao Yuling, and Huolai had lived in the sea since they were young. The North, South, East, West, and North Seas of the Tianwu continent, as well as the Netherworld Sea and the Endless Sea, were all closely connected. Because the world of the sea was in the age of navigation, all kinds of news spread quickly. In the age of navigation, the things that countless cultivators cared about the most were wealth and women. Beauties like Sui Bing, Miao Yuling, and Huolai naturally attracted a lot of attention. Rumble. A flood dragon pulled a carriage over. Someone recognized the origin of the divine carriage. It was the Jiang family's divine carriage. Jiang Yudi walked out and entered the Ocean View restaurant under the shocked gazes of countless cultivators. As expected of the young miss of the Jiang family. Her temperament is noble and elegant. Her every movement makes people feel her noble temperament. His aura is indeed outstanding, but because of that, he makes people feel ashamed of themselves. In front of Jiang Yudi, I feel a deep sense of inferiority. That's why I prefer women like Sui Bing. Although she's cold, she can arouse a man's desire to conquer her. Jiang Yudi said. I like Miao Yuling, she looks like she's made of water, she's as gentle as water. If I can get her, I'll have no regrets. I like Huolai. She's passionate and bold. That's the kind of woman I like. Many cultivators were talking about the beauties, and their eyes were shining. Experts continued to arrive and enter the ocean-gazing tower. Sui Bing, Miao Lingyu, and Huolai also arrived one after another. These 3 women were indeed beautiful and alluring. Every single one of them could be said to be a peerless beauty in the world. It was no wonder that they could become the goddesses in the hearts of countless people. Of course, the 3 women's temperaments were completely different. Sui Bing was wearing a long white dress. She was as cold as a fairy from the Moon Palace. She had an unapproachable expression on her face. Miao Yuling was wearing a long purple dress. She had an elegant and gentle temperament. Her temperament was as gentle as water. Hualai was wearing a long red dress. Her lips were as red as flames, and she looked like a hot rose. She looked very passionate and unrestrained. Lin Feng had always felt that beautiful women were masterpieces of the heavens. They were like the most perfect works of art. If they were all the same, they would naturally be boring. Only with different personalities could they bring out a lively life, such as Sui Bing, Miao Yuling, and Hualai. One was as cold as the moon, one was as gentle as water, and one was as passionate as fire. There were many cultivators who liked each of these personalities. These three beauties had many bodyguards by their side. To be able to act as their bodyguards, those cultivators' identities were not simple. Some of them were even Supreme Being Heaven's chosen. For example, Lin Feng saw Xianxia next to Sui Bing. He was a chosen from the heaven-devouring demonic toad clan. The three beauties didn't stop outside. They quickly entered the ocean-gazing tower. In the distance, a flying horse pulled a carriage. "Isn't that Madame Chi's carriage?" many people exclaimed. They didn't expect Madame Chi to come. The flying horse carriage stopped in the void. Madame Chi walked out of it. This was the first time Lin Feng saw Madame Chi's appearance. He was slightly stunned. Madame Chi was very tall. She was a classic beauty with long legs and a slim waist. Her entire body was curvaceous. This kind of figure was very lethal to men. Moreover, Madame Chi had a beautiful and pure face. It was hard to believe that Madame Chi, a slut who dared to have sex with someone in a carriage in broad daylight, actually looked so pure and charming. In addition to being pure and charming, Madame Chi also looked very young. She was about 23 or 24 years old. It was said that Madame Chi had cultivated for 500 years. Compared to the long lifespan of cultivators, 500 years was naturally a very short time. Therefore, cultivators aged very slowly. For cultivators with a lifespan of 10,000 years, even if they lived for 3 or 4,000 years, they would still look like mortals in their 20s or 30s. Madame Chi's arrival caused quite a stir. This woman was very good at showing off her charming parts. She wore a pink gauze dress that completely revealed her perfect figure. What made people want to vomit blood was that Madame Chi wasn't wearing anything except for that translucent gauze dress. Her key parts were faintly discernible. This slut is really too slutty. Many male cultivators were already swallowing their saliva. They wanted nothing more than to press Madame Chi on the ground and enjoy her. Madame Chi swayed her slender waist as she walked into the ocean-gazing tower. "I'm willing to die if I can go to Mount Wu with Madame Chi." Many cultivators were discussing in low voices. They couldn't forget Madame Chi. For many cultivators, Jiang Yudi, Sui Bing, Miao Lingyu, and Hualai were four beauties who could only be seen from afar. There was no chance for them to get close. However, a slut like Madame Chi might have a chance to get close to her. Many people were even thinking about finding a chance to seduce Madame Chi. Who knew, they might be able to enjoy Madame Chi's body. Lin Feng walked towards the ocean-gazing tower. At that moment, more than 10 cultivators flew over from afar and landed. The cultivator in the lead was the supreme genius of the three-headed cobra clan, Xianxia Long. When the evil dragon saw Lin Feng, he looked at Lin Feng icily. "P.S. I stayed up late to watch the match between Real Madrid and Bayern last night. I'm a bit tired, so I'm a bit late." This is the third update, and there are still 4 more. The three-headed cobra clan and the sky-devouring demonic toad clan were the two major forces that had been pushing for the removal of the demon emperor's holy embryo from Little Moon's body. They completely disregarded the kindness that the Tai Ching emperor had shown them. It could be said that they had wild ambitions. They even accused Lin Feng of being a spy. The reason was simple. How could Lin Feng save the little princess from the ambush of the sect and 3 palaces alone? Of course, these high-sounding excuses were only the reason they wanted to kill Lin Feng. They wanted to kill Lin Feng because the 2 clans were eyeing Lin Feng's treasures. Lin Feng was alone. Even if they killed Lin Feng and took his treasures, they wouldn't go against the three-headed cobra clan and the heaven-devouring demonic toad clan for a human cultivator. But the members of the three-headed cobra clan and the celestial swallowing demon toad clan hadn't thought Lin Feng would be so strong. Not only had they failed to kill Lin Feng, but Lin Feng had crippled some of their geniuses. Xianxia and Yao Xiaolong went to the animal clan's territory. When Lin Feng and the others had gone to help, they had attacked Lin Feng by surprise, but they had failed. Lin Feng was on guard against them, so he managed to escape. Clearly, Lin Feng and the three-headed cobra clan and the heaven-devouring demonic toad clan were mortal enemies. Yao Xiaolong's expression turned ugly when he saw Lin Feng. "I didn't expect you to come to the East Sea. Are you here to die?" Yao Xiaolong looked at Lin Feng coldly. He knew Lin Feng's talent was heaven-defying, but talent wasn't the same as strength. Lin Feng was younger, so he was weaker in terms of cultivation level. Therefore, Yao Xiaolong was confident that he could kill Lin Feng. Said Lin Feng indifferently. "You think you can defeat me? How dare you talk to me like that? I remember your name is Evil Dragon, right? You're obviously a snake, yet you insist on sticking gold on your face and calling yourself a dragon. How can your skin be so thick? I've seen shameless people before, but I've never seen someone as shameless as you. I truly admire you." Many onlookers stared at Lin Feng and the evil dragon in shock. Many people had already recognized Yao Xiaolong. He was the supreme genius of the three-headed cobra clan. No one dared to provoke him. But who was Lin Feng? No one knew. Everybody was astonished when they saw that Lin Feng dared make fun of the evil dragon in such a brazen way. In their opinion, those who dared to do such a thing were either tired of living and seeking death. Either that, or they had enough capital to not fear the evil dragon. Many people muttered to themselves. Could it be that the cultivator who was fighting the evil dragon was also a supreme genius? Suddenly, a young cultivator among the crowd said, "That person is Lin Feng." "Lin Feng? Which Lin Feng?" Someone asked curiously. "It's that Lin Feng who's been the talk of the town lately. He trampled on heavenly god Murong during the Battle of Geniuses. He's the new supreme genius with heaven-defying talent. I saw him climb the 99 stair steps and the Battle of Geniuses, so I can't be mistaken," the young cultivator said. Many people cried out in shock. They had heard of Lin Feng's name long ago, but they had never seen him in person. Now that they saw Lin Feng, who was so young, surpass heavenly god Murong in terms of talent, they were all shocked. Yao Xiaolong's eyes flashed with killing intent. He said coldly, "If you want to die, I don't mind killing you right now. You think I'm afraid of you? I want to make snake soup, but I'm lacking good snake meat. I'll have all the ingredients if I kill you," replied Lin Feng while smiling coldly. His battle energy dashed to the skies, he wasn't scared at all. Just as the two of them were about to fight, a beam of light flew over from the distance and landed on the ground. It was a very handsome man with black hair draped over his shoulders. His eyes were like stars in the sky. His name was Xianyuan Wu. His identity wasn't simple. His uncle was the current lord of the Martial Spirit Palace, Xianyuan Jishir. The Martial Spirit Palace was a force that oversaw the whole world. Its strength was unimaginable. Moreover, the Martial Spirit Palace could communicate with the undying world. This was the most terrifying part of it, which made countless forces fear it. Xianyuan Jishir didn't have any children, so he had always treated Xianyuan Wu as his son. Xianyuan Wu had always been the center of attention since he was a child. He was modest and had astonishing talent, but he wasn't ostentatious. He had a high prestige among the younger generation. "Gentlemen, can you give me some face? Let's make peace today, all right?" said Xianyuan Wu. Xianyuan Wu, Lin Feng was surprised. He had heard of that name before. It was like a thunderclap in his ears. Yu Ji had said that even though Xianyuan Wu kept a low profile, there were only 3 people in the younger generation who could defeat him. Yu Ji had a very high opinion of Xianyuan Wu. Lin Feng hadn't thought that he would meet the famous Xianyuan Wu there. Since brother Xianyuan is here, of course we have to give him face. Today, we'll spare his life for brother Xuanyuan's sake," said Yao Xiaolong casually. It was no wonder that Yao Xiaolong didn't put Lin Feng in his eyes. 10 years ago, Yao Nefarious Dragon was already a supreme genius. 10 years later, he was many times stronger than he was 10 years ago. Even though Lin Feng was extremely talented, talent wasn't the same as strength. No matter how talented Lin Feng was, if he hadn't practiced cultivation for a long time, it would be difficult for him to become stronger. Yao Xiaolong was 10 years older than Lin Feng. He had practiced cultivation for 10 more years. That was why Yao Xiaolong was so confident. Not to mention 10 years of cultivation, sometimes an extra year of cultivation could create an unbridgeable gap in strength between two people, said Yao Xiaolong. Then, he quickly left and entered the Wanghai Pavilion. I've heard Sister Yuji talk about Brother Lin. Today, we finally meet, said Shan Yuanwu with a smile. Yuji's teacher was Shan Yuan Jisher. That was why Shan Yuanwu called her sister. I've heard a lot about Brother Shan Yuan from Sister Yuji. I've known you for a long time. Lin Feng cupped his fists. This isn't a good place to talk. Let's go in, said Shan Yuanwu with a smile. Lin Feng nodded and entered Wanghai restaurant with Shan Yuanwu. The entire Wanghai restaurant had been booked. When they saw Lin Feng and Shan Yuanwu arrive, many people greeted Shan Yuanwu. There were also many geniuses who recognized Lin Feng. Many people started talking about him and looked at Lin Feng with different expressions. Many people had heard about Lin Feng. Now that they saw Lin Feng in person, they couldn't help but have all kinds of thoughts. Lin Feng and Shan Yuanwu arrived at the 3rd floor. There were already more than 30 people gathered here. When they saw the two of them, everyone looked over. Shan Yuanwu was recognized by everyone. Many people came to greet him. Some recognized Lin Feng, while others didn't know Lin Feng. The cultivators who didn't know Lin Feng asked Lin Feng who he was. Someone replied, he's the one who stepped on the Heaven's Proud Arena. He stepped on Morong Tianshan and killed Zi Donglai. He's Lin Feng. Many people cried out in surprise. They didn't expect that Lin Feng, the new supreme being genius and the successor of the Heavenly Master's bloodline, would actually come here. Everyone looked at Lin Feng, including Sui Bing, Miao Lingyu, and Hualai Er. They all looked at Lin Feng with surprise in their eyes. When Madame Qi heard that the person who came was Lin Feng, her eyes lit up. She couldn't help but lick her lips. When she looked at Lin Feng, her eyes revealed traces of lust. In the private room, Lin Feng could see everyone's expressions. As for Madame Qi's flirtatious gaze, Lin Feng acted as if he didn't see it. He and Shan Yuanwu found a place to sit. Lin Feng was the closest to Jiang Yudi, so he sat next to her. These gatherings weren't just for socializing. Most of the time, there would be a small trade fair. This was why so many people liked to attend these gatherings. Everyone who attended these gatherings was either a top-tier genius or a powerful expert. They would definitely have treasures they couldn't use. At times like these, many people would take out their treasures to trade for treasures they could use. It was a mutually beneficial exchange. Jin Xingfei smiled and said, "It's fate that we're all gathered here today. Why don't we all raise our cups and drink?" Everyone nodded and raised their cups, downing the wine in their cups. Jin Xingfei looked at Lin Feng and said with a fake smile, "I've heard that Brother Lin has not only grasped a few of the 3,000 great Daos, but you've also obtained the legacy of a heavenly master. How enviable. I wonder if Brother Lin can show us the might of a few of the 3,000 great Daos and the legacy of a heavenly master?" Jin Xingfei was obviously harboring malicious intentions. He was indirectly reminding everyone what kind of legacy Lin Feng had. Obviously, he hoped that everyone would become greedy and attack Lin Feng. It would be best if both sides ended up heavily injured. Then, he would be able to reap the benefits. Jin Xingfei was a smiling tiger. Lin Feng more or less understood Jin Xingfei's personality. Thus, Lin Feng felt disdain for Jin Xingfei. Lin Feng said indifferently, "I don't cultivate divine abilities for the sake of performing. I cultivate them for the sake of killing. Brother Jin, if you're bored, you can come out and perform for us. Perhaps you'll be able to make everyone laugh." Jin Xingfei said, "Brother Lin, you might have misunderstood my meaning. What I meant was that we should all compare our divine abilities." "That's what I meant as well. Brother Jin, there's no need to explain it so deliberately. I'm sure everyone here knows what I mean." Instead, Brother Jin's explanation sounds like a petty person envious of a gentleman's heart. Brother Lin, are you calling me a despicable person? Jin Xingfei's face darkened. Lin Feng replied, Brother Jin, please don't misunderstand. I didn't mean that, I was just making an example. Jin Xingfei felt a chill in his heart, but he was a patient person. He let out a strange laugh and didn't say anything else. The others could naturally see the sarcasm in the words between Lin Feng and Jin Xingfei. They knew that the two of them had some grudges. However, which one of the people present wasn't a meticulous person? Therefore, they remained calm and collected. Ha 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 ha. At this time, Madame Qi suddenly laughed charmingly. Purely from the perspective of appreciation, Madame Qi could indeed be called a stunner, attracting the attention of many people. However, Madame Qi's reputation was too bad, and it made people feel that she didn't have any self-respect. Of course, some of the cultivators present had strange expressions when they looked at Madame Qi. After all, they weren't going to take her home as a wife, so there was naturally more than one person who wanted to take a stunner like Madame Qi to bed and enjoy. However, Madame Qi's gaze was fixed on Lin Feng, as if she was only interested in Lin Feng. She smiled charmingly and said, when Lin Gongzi killed the primordial Ning clan's leader, the 72 prefectures in the north and the overseas worlds were abuzz. I've been looking forward to it for a long time. Now that I've seen you, young master, you're indeed as extraordinary as the rumors say. I'd like to propose a toast to young master. Will young master do me the honor? When they saw Madame Qi's lustful expression, many people knew that she was most likely aroused again. She wanted to seduce Lin Feng. It was said that there were tens of thousands of men who had slept with Madame Qi. Madame Qi was able to seduce any man she wanted. Many people were envious of Lin Feng's good luck to be able to enjoy a stunner like Madame Qi. Lin Feng's expression didn't change. He smiled and said, You're too polite, madam. I'll drink directly. Do as you please. When Madame Qi clinked her cup with Lin Feng's, her finger gently tickled Lin Feng's palm. Her watery eyes stared at Lin Feng as she licked her red lips. She was extremely seductive and flirtatious. A seduction technique? Lin Feng's expression changed. Madame Qi wanted to use a seduction technique to bewitch him, but Lin Feng remained unmoved. He had mastered the 3,000 Great Dao techniques, so no seduction technique could affect him. Lin Feng raised his cup and downed the wine in one gulp. Madame Qi revealed a trace of surprise, but she quickly concealed it. She also drank the cup in one gulp. Madame Qi then smiled and said, Today, we really hit it off at first sight. If young master has time, please come to this servant's residence. This servant has some good tea, and I hope young master can come and try it. Many people looked at Lin Feng enviously, because Madame Qi was obviously inviting Lin Feng. How was this tasting tea? She obviously wanted to enjoy the pleasure of having sex with Lin Feng. Said Lin Feng. Unfortunately, I have to leave to deal with an urgent matter. It seems like I have to disappoint you. Next time, I'll invite you to my tea house to drink some tea. I'll apologize to you, said Lin Feng. Many people muttered. Lin Feng had actually rejected a stunner like Madame Qi. He had even rejected a woman who offered herself to him. He really didn't understand the situation. Madame Qi's expression didn't change at all. She smiled and said, Then it's settled. I'll wait for Lin Gongzi's invitation. As soon as she finished speaking, Madame Qi swayed her slender waist and returned to her seat. At the gathering, people who were familiar with each other toasted each other and chatted in low voices. More than 10 dancers were dancing, and more than 10 musicians were accompanying them. 2 singers were singing softly. Lin Feng wasn't familiar with the others, so he had been talking to Jiang Yudi and Xian Wu the entire time. When the gathering was coming to an end, a cultivator named Wang Yuan said, Everyone, the gathering is almost over. Let's start the trade. No one had any objections, so they dismissed the dancers, musicians, and singers. Wang Yuan continued, Since I'm the one who started it, I might as well be the first to take out something that I want to trade. The others nodded and looked at Wang Yuan, curious as to what treasure he would take out. I have a divine tear pill. Wang Yuan said. A divine tear pill. Many people couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Lin Feng was also very surprised. The value of a divine tier pill was too shocking. His gaze was fixed on Wang Yuan. It was obvious that Lin Feng was interested in Wang Yuan's divine tier pill, just like everyone else. Swish. Wang Yuan took out a porcelain bottle. Roar, a roar came from the bottle, and a light surged out of it. The bottle became transparent, and a ferocious beast that looked like a Xianxia's roar shook the heavens. This kind of medicinal pill was able to display such a shocking phenomenon. It was truly too extraordinary, causing people to be shocked and emotionally moved. Sure enough, it was worthy of being called a deity-level Dan. Everyone's eyes were fixed on that Dan. Now, many people were very interested in this deity-level Dan. What kind of pill is that? Asked a cultivator. Wang Yuan said, it's a Taotai pill. It's concocted with the blood of a Taotai. It's a low-tier god-tier pill. After taking it, it can help cultivators condense Taotai scales. Condense Taotai scales? What does that mean? Many people were puzzled. Wang Yuan said, everyone, please take a look. Everyone looked over. The mana in Wang Yuan's body surged. His arm was instantly covered with a layer of dark purple scale armor, covering his arm. The dark purple scales possessed an extremely powerful defensive power. Wang Yuan continued, everyone should know that human cultivators are best at comprehending the Tao. Our physical bodies have always been our weakness. Therefore, when we fight against monsters, devils, and ferocious beasts, we are very afraid of close combat because our physical bodies are very weak. However, if we have this Taotai scale armor, our defensive power will greatly increase. At that time, we won't have to be afraid of close combat even when facing monsters and ferocious beasts with powerful physical bodies. As expected of a god-tier pill. Many people were astonished. They looked at the god-tier pill with burning eyes. Just as Wang Yuan had said, after taking a Taotai pill and condensing Taotai scales, one's overall combat power would increase greatly. The most valuable treasures in the world were not powerful magical treasures or natural treasures that could help one's cultivation. They were things that could directly increase a cultivator's combat power, such as the god-tier Taotai pill. That kind of treasure made people's hearts pound. There were both human and beast cultivators present. Not only were the human cultivators interested in the god-tier pill, but even Jin Xingfei, Shuezong Xian, Yaoxia Long, and the others were interested. Their physical bodies were already very strong. If they condensed Taotai scales from the Taotai pill, their physical bodies would become even stronger. Brother Wang, what do you want? Asked a genius. I want an ancient book called Star-Scattered Chess. Wang Yuan said. Star-Scattered Chess Game? What is this? Many people were puzzled. Madame Qi smiled. Could it be that the ancestor of the mountain-moving Taoists' lineage used the stars in the sky as chess pieces and the boundless starry sky as the chessboard to create the star-scattered chess game? That's right. Wang Yuan nodded. What is the use of this star-scattered chess game? Someone asked doubtfully. Madame Qi said, it's said that the scattered star chessboard contains a myriad of secrets, and it's possible to peek into the secrets of how the Milky Way operates from it. It's possible to learn the most ancient divination techniques from it, and it's possible to comprehend the most powerful primordial divine abilities from it. It's even possible to deduce the trajectory of a person's future from it. Of course, these are all just legends, and I'm not sure if it's really that amazing. However, there's one thing that I'm certain of, and that is that the mountain-moving Taoists' lineage has always been mysterious, and the scattered star chessboard is one of the most important inheritances of the mountain-moving Taoists' lineage. Lin Feng rubbed his chin. He hadn't thought that the mountain-moving Taoists' lineage would be involved. The mountain-moving Taoists' lineage was indeed amazing. Lin Feng was familiar with the Wu Liang Taoist, so he knew a little about the mountain-moving Taoists' lineage. I heard that the scattered star chessboard appeared in the East Sea 100 years ago, but there was no more news about it after that. Can anyone take out the scattered star chessboard? Wang Yuan asked. All right, it's a deal. Yaoxia Long stepped forward and took out a jade tube. He gave it to Wang Yuan and said, the scattered star chessboard isn't in my possession, but this jade tube contains all the information about the scattered star chessboard. Everyone was astonished. Someone had actually taken out something like the scattered star chessboard. 100 years ago, when the scattered star chessboard had appeared, it seemed like the heaven-devouring demonic Toad clan had obtained it. Wang Yuan was delighted. He carefully sensed the scattered star chessboard and found that there was nothing wrong with it. He nodded and said, "This god-tier pill is yours, Brother Yao." After the two of them exchanged treasures, Wang Yuan sat in a corner and studied the scattered star chessboard. Yao Xiaolong was also very excited when he obtained the god-tier pill. The trade fair continued, and all kinds of treasures were taken out to be exchanged. Pills, treasures, divine abilities, rare treasures, spirit herbs, and so on. Even Jiang Yudi took out a treasure. It was an invisibility cloak, which could hide one's body completely from the detection of life and death realm experts. It could also hide from the detection of early rebirth realm cultivators, first, second, and third heavens of rebirth realm. If it was a rebirth realm expert with a profound cultivation base, it wouldn't be able to hide from them. Even so, this treasure was already heaven-defying, and it attracted many people to fight over it. Lin Feng looked at the treasures being taken out one after another. There were a few treasures that piqued his interest, but Lin Feng didn't have what the other party needed, so he couldn't complete the trade. This kind of small high-end barter trade fair had quite a lot of limitations. If you took a fancy to someone else's treasure and wanted to get it, you first had to have something that the other party needed before you could carry out the trade. If you didn't have something, you naturally wouldn't be able to complete the trade. You were destined to not be able to get what you wanted. At this time, a female cultivator named Xiao Ling took out a white jade box and said, "This treasure of mine is called the God's Law Book. Have you heard of it before?" She took out the white jade box, and there was half a piece of paper inside. This piece of paper was filled with small words, and it was obvious that the other half was missing. God's Law Book? Could it be that the god instilled his spirit into it to write these words? Many people were shocked. That's right. That's exactly it. Xiao Ling nodded. Can we take a look? Someone asked. Sure. Xiao Ling let everyone take a look at the other half of the book. It's a pity that it's only half. It's incomplete, someone said regretfully. Every kind of God's Law book was extraordinary, and the content it recorded was often astonishing. After all, the god wouldn't have spent a huge amount of spirit to write these words for no reason. It must have recorded something important. It was indeed a pity that the other half of the God's Law book was missing the other half. In the end, the book was passed to Lin Feng. What kind of words are these? They don't seem to be divine characters. Lin Feng was astonished when he saw the distorted words on the book. The distorted characters looked like hieroglyphs, not divine script. This was what surprised Lin Feng the most. Normally, when writing a godly spell book, one would need to use divine script. That was because divine script could perfectly fuse the essence, energy, and spirit of a god with the characters. What do you want to exchange for this godly spell book? Lin Feng asked. 10 king herbs over 50,000 years old. Xiao Ling said. Many people shook their heads. King herbs over 50,000 years old could save lives at critical moments, and they could even extend one's lifespan by 800 years. They were too precious. And Xiao Ling didn't want just one, but 10. Using 10 king herbs to exchange for half a godly spell book. This was a huge risk. Moreover, the text on this God Spirit book was an unknown language. Studying the contents of the God Spirit book wasn't an easy task. Does anyone want to exchange? Xiao Ling asked. Yes. Here are 10 king herbs. Lin Feng took out 10 king herbs and gave them to Xiao Ling. When he had been training in outer space, he had obtained all the spirit medicines in a medicinal valley. He had a mountain of spirit medicines. He even had quite a few sacred medicines over 100,000 years old, let alone king herbs. 10 king herbs were nothing to Lin Feng. But to others, 10 king herbs was a huge fortune. Many people looked at Lin Feng with a slightly moved expression. Many people had heard that Lin Feng had a powerful inheritance and many treasures. Now that they saw Lin Feng casually take out 10 king herbs to trade with Xiao Ling, they believed it. After that, Lin Feng didn't make any more moves. The small trade fair ended, and the banquet dispersed. Everyone left one after another. Lin Feng, Jiang Yudi, and Shan Yuanwu left together. The three of them chatted for a long time, talking about some interesting things they had experienced. Of course, most of the time, they discussed their cultivation experiences. Discussing cultivation with other cultivators of the same level could broaden one's horizons and expand one's thinking. At the same time, they could also solve some of the problems they had encountered. After spending 5 days in the first cultivator district, Lin Feng finally heard some news about Xianxia. Half a year ago, Xianxia and some of his companions appeared in the 15th cultivator district, then disappeared without a trace. You don't know where they went? Lin Feng frowned. Wang Changming said, the 15th cultivator gathering area is a bit special. It's located in the southern part of the Eastern Sea. There's a very special place there called the Deep Sea Devil Cave. There are many treasures there, and many cultivators like to try their luck there. However, the Deep Sea Devil Cave is extremely dangerous. If you're not careful, you can die. Since Xianxia and the others went there, it should be related to the Deep Sea Devil Cave. If that's the case, I'll go to the 15th cultivators gathering area and have a look. Let's go, Lin Feng said. In the afternoon, he set off for the 15th cultivator district. In reality, Xianxia had disappeared for more than half a year, and Lin Feng felt that Xianxia might have already died. He had to search. It might even be a waste of time. But Lin Feng still wanted to confirm it. He didn't stop along the way and quickly flew in the direction of the 15th cultivator district. 10 days later, Lin Feng arrived at a quiet and uninhabited sea. On a lush island, he saw people living there. It seemed to be a village on the sea. There were many such villages on the sea. They occupied a small island and lived in peace and contentment. They relied on fishing for a living. However, they were different from the villages in the inland world. Many of the people in these villages were quite strong. After all, the sea was rich in resources, and these ordinary fishermen could often find many cultivation resources. In addition, it was the age of navigation, and pirates were rampant. Therefore, the villagers in these villages had a strong sense of danger. They also thought of ways to increase their cultivation. First, they would have enough strength to protect the village. Second, if they encountered pirates, they would be able to organize a force to resist them. Some of the stronger villages were even able to defeat large pirate groups. It was clear that these villages were quite powerful. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, suddenly, a gust of wind blew. In a distant mountain range, black fog surged out. Crack crack, one of the mountain peaks on the island began to shake and crack. What's happening? Could it be that the sea god is angry? The residents of the island rushed out and looked at the shaking mountain in the center of the island. Many of them had terrified expressions. The residents of the sea, and even the Oceanids, all believed in the sea god. Many places had temples to the sea god. Now that the mountains were shaking, it was normal for the residents to think that the sea god was angry. Crack, suddenly, the mountain peak cracked. Haha, I'm free. Li Taixian, you've suppressed me for hundreds of thousands of years. You really deserve to die. However, I'm free now. Once my cultivation recovers, I'll find you and take your life. Within the black fog, a tall and slender man with an appearance so handsome that it was almost demonic appeared. The man was obviously a demon, and his aura was extremely evil. Lowly ants, I'll eat all of you. The demon took a deep breath. Many people were sucked into the air. Then, they were sucked into the demon's stomach. Go to hell. Some of the cultivators on the island saw their loved ones being devoured by the demon, and their eyes turned red. They roared and charged at the demon with weapons in hand. Ant-like thing dares to attack me? The demon sneered. He raised his right hand and killed a dozen people with a single slap. Run, the island was in complete chaos. Many people ran out of the pirate camp in fear and despair. No one can escape. I'll devour all of you. The demon laughed sinisterly. He grabbed with his hand, and a powerful suction force enveloped hundreds of people and flew toward the demon. Cries of fear and despair rang out one after another. Swoosh. At that moment, a sword gleam descended from the sky and slashed toward the terrifying demon. Oh? Who dares to attack me so recklessly? The demon sneered. He flicked his finger. With a clang, the saber light was directly shattered. A demon? Lin Feng walked over from afar, frowning slightly. This demon didn't seem to be an earth demon. Could it be a heavenly demon? Brat, your bloodline is too powerful. If I eat you, I'll be able to recover quickly, said the devil in a sinister voice. He licked his pale lips with his scarlet tongue, and his eyes were filled with bloodlust. Are you a celestial demon? Or an earth demon? Or some other demon? Lin Feng narrowed his eyes at the demon. I am Second Lieutenant Xianxia of the Boundless Void. The demon sneered. Celestial demons seem to like invading other planets. Lin Feng said indifferently. Xianxia sneered. Celestial demons are the noblest race in the world. Everything in the world belongs to us. How can you talk about invading? Lin Feng said. You really think highly of yourself. However, I'm afraid that with your current strength, you won't be able to kill me. I'll even kill you. Xianxia might have been powerful in the past, but his current state was far from being comparable to before. His physical body had been destroyed, and only his core was left. Of course, celestial demons were special. It was said that even if their physical bodies were destroyed, they could still form a new one. They weren't like the cultivators of other races. If their physical bodies were destroyed, they could only obtain a new one by taking over someone else's body. If Xianxia was given time, he would definitely be able to gradually recover and form a new body. At that time, another bloody disaster would descend. Lin Feng naturally didn't want to see such a thing happen. The greater one's strength, the greater one's responsibility. If one cultivated only for themselves, they wouldn't be able to go far. Only those who were broad-minded and cared about the people of the world could surpass great emperors and become immortal sovereigns. Lin Feng had gained a new understanding of Tao and human nature after experiencing Emperor Donghua's incident. Moreover, if he could kill Xianxia and refine his core, his cultivation would definitely increase. His cultivation would definitely increase greatly. Xianxia was eyeing Lin Feng's flesh. Lin Feng was also eyeing Xiao's core. Xianxia smiled sinisterly. Kid, let's try it out. Let's see who will be the one to kill who. As soon as he finished speaking, the demonic fog started to churn. It covered the sky and covered the sun as it surged forward, wanting to swallow Lin Feng whole. Swish, suddenly, a large hand reached out from the demonic fog, directly grabbing towards Lin Feng. Suddenly, Lin Feng had a feeling that he could not avoid it. Xianxia was truly powerful. He had been suppressed for hundreds of thousands of years, and his physical body had been destroyed. Only a remnant of his soul and a portion of his source energy remained. Even so, he still possessed such powerful combat strength. If he was at his peak, wouldn't he be able to kill him with a single glance? Just thinking about it gave him a terrifying feeling. Of course, now that Lin Feng's combat strength had soared, he wouldn't just sit there and wait for death. Facing Xiao's attack, Lin Feng raised his right hand and struck out. Bang! When the two sides collided, Lin Feng immediately felt as if his body had been hit by an ancient mountain. His qi and blood roiled. His body was sent flying several hundred meters away. You have some ability. But with such a powerful bloodline, it's normal for you to have some strength. Xianxia rushed over again and flipped his right hand. In the void, a demonic mountain condensed. The demonic mountain was tens of thousands of meters tall. It descended from the sky and suppressed Lin Feng. A huge pressure surged towards him. Feeling the pressure from the demonic mountain, Lin Feng's expression turned solemn. Xiao's attack was indeed too powerful, causing him to feel heavy pressure. However, Lin Feng also had many tricks up his sleeve. Facing the demonic attack that was coming towards him, Lin Feng walked in the void. Lowly creature, you have blasphemed the dignity of the Tao of Death. I represent the great Tao of Death to punish you for your heinous crimes. Rumble, as his voice fell, a river of death condensed in the void. That river of death swept across the heavens and earth, shaking all directions. The void trembled, it directly collided with the demonic mountain that was coming down. Both sides collided fiercely, and the river of death and the demonic mountain were both destroyed. Good lad. You have learned all 3,000 Tao. It seems that I need to use some powerful techniques to take your life. Wang Yanzhao's voice was cold. Wang Yanzhao raised both of his hands. An intense fluctuation was emitted from his hands. A huge destructive ball of light was being condensed into a ball. 3 parts origin technique. Wang Yanzhao shouted coldly. The energy ball in his hands was emitting stronger and stronger waves of energy. Originally, the energy ball was black. But soon, 2 more colors appeared. They were white and green. Together, there were 3 colors. The 3 colors of energy blended together. The power of the energy ball suddenly increased tenfold. What a terrifying attack. Lin Feng was shocked. He could feel the power of the 3 parts origin returning technique, which made his soul tremble. Great calamity technique. Lin Feng did not dare to hesitate. He quickly used the great calamity technique. It was a peerless technique that was ranked 9th among the 3,000 Dao. Its power was unfathomable. Bang! The calamity river collided with Wang Yanzhao's 3 parts origin technique. Lin Feng and Wang Yanzhao were both blown away by the force of the attack. At that moment, Lin Feng used the celestial master pass 8 small worlds. 8 small worlds appeared under his feet, and he rushed towards the center of the energy storm. Lin Feng had to get close to Wang Yanzhao. In terms of spiritual energy, Lin Feng was no match for Wang Yanzhao. Although he was not defeated for the time being, he had to rely on his divine ability. It was only a matter of time before he was defeated. Therefore, to win, he had to rely on his physical body. Wang Yanzhao did not have a physical body. He only had a part of his soul and origin left. The 8 small worlds floated around him, blocking the energy storm. Even so, Lin Feng was still shaken by the energy storm. He vomited 3 mouthfuls of blood. If it was someone else, they would have died. However, he rushed out of the energy storm and arrived in front of Wang Yanzhao in an instant. Wang Yanzhao was slightly shocked. He did not expect Lin Feng to come to his side. At that moment, Lin Feng used his 5 devouring martial spirits. The 5 devouring martial spirits merged into one. The confining magnetic field condensed and enveloped Wang Yanzhao in an instant. Little brat, do you think you can kill me in close combat? You're dreaming. Today, I'll dig out your heart. Wang Yanzhao was indeed terrifying. Although Lin Feng's confining magnetic field had restricted his movements, it could not completely confine Wang Yanzhao. Wang Yanzhao stepped forward and stretched out his right hand towards Lin Feng's chest, as if he really wanted to dig out Lin Feng's heart. Swish! At that moment, a 7-colored light appeared behind Wang Yanzhao. Squeak! Bibi's childish voice was heard. It waved its right paw and slapped towards Wang Yanzhao. Only Lin Feng knew how strong Bibi was. Therefore, he had contacted Bibi and asked Bibi to deal with Wang Yanzhao at the critical moment. Wang Yanzhao sensed the terrifying qi behind him and his expression changed drastically. He turned around and slapped. Bang! He and Bibi collided. Here's my chance. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. He used his full strength and used the Supreme Reincarnation Fist. That attack landed on Wang Yanzhao's body. Bang! Wang Yanzhao's body exploded. I am an undying existence. Don't even think about destroying my source energy. Wang Yanzhao roared after his body exploded. A human face condensed from energy floated in the air, glaring hatefully at Lin Feng. His source energy twisted as if it was trying to reconstruct his body. This was an ability possessed by heavenly demons. Reconstructing a body wasn't difficult for them. However, Lin Feng didn't give Wang Yanzhao the chance to reconstruct his body. He stepped forward and slapped at Wang Yanzhao's source energy. Bang! When this palm landed on Wang Yanzhao's source, the body that had started to regenerate exploded once again. 8 seals, great suppression technique. After that, Lin Feng used 2 skills, one to seal and the other to oppress. Numerous runes intertwined. These were the runes condensed from the 8 seals. They sealed Wang Yanzhao's body. Next, the great suppression technique condensed into a suppressed character and suppressed Wang Yanzhao's source energy. Wang Yanzhao no longer had the strength to resist. The Celestial Master Path's Inheritance. You actually know the Celestial Master Path's Inheritance, and you've even learned the great suppression technique. Wang Yanzhao's voice was filled with fear. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't use it anymore. Wang Yanxiao could sense death approaching. You have a good eye. Lin Feng looked at Wang Yanxiao indifferently. Wang Yanxiao said, we can negotiate. We can make a deal. As long as you let me go, I can teach you an extremely powerful great Tao. Isn't that a good deal? Lin Feng sneered, I can use the great soul-searching technique to obtain your secrets. After saying that, Lin Feng took out the four vicious cauldron and temporarily put Wang Yanxiao's source energy away. When the villagers saw that Wang Yanxiao had been suppressed, they heaved a sigh of relief. However, when they thought about their loved ones who had died, many of them couldn't help but cry. In the distance, an old man walked over with the help of two middle-aged men. He was about to kneel down and kowtow to Lin Feng to express his gratitude when Lin Feng hurriedly supported him. Elder, you're too courteous, said Lin Feng. Lin Feng said. The old man was the village chief of the island, and he said gratefully, if it weren't for the help of the younger generation, everyone on the island would have died. Lin Feng replied, eradicating demons and defending the Tao is something that we should do. Fortunately, we were able to stop this demon in time, so there were no more casualties. After pausing for a few seconds, Lin Feng said, I wonder why this island is suppressing such a powerful demon. Have you heard of it? In the depths of the island, there's a mountain range called Taishan Palace. It's said that it was left behind by the wine sword celestial, Li Taishan. It's said that when Li Taishan traveled to the East Sea, he once suppressed a demon. I thought it was just a story, but now I know that it's all true. Li Xian's courtesy name was Taishan. His title was Householder Qing Lian, also known as Banished Immortal. He was a great romantic poet and was hailed as the immortal of poetry by later generations. Of course, not only was Li Taishan good at poetry, but he was also very good at swordsmanship. He was known as the Wine Sword Celestial because he loved wine as much as his life. Old man, you can count the injured. I'll go take a look. Lin Feng said. Then, he flew towards the depths of the island. Beside the cracked mountain peak, there was an immortal's cave. This immortal's cave had 3 words written on it, Supreme Mystery Palace. Lin Feng entered the cave. There were faint traces of Taoist rhymes flowing around. Lin Feng guessed that Li Taishan might have cultivated here in the past. It was possible that he had cultivated here before suppressing Wang Yanxiao. It was also possible that he had cultivated here after suppressing Wang Yanxiao. Lin Feng sealed the entrance of the cave so that he wouldn't be disturbed. Then, he took out the 4 vicious cauldron and burned it with heavenly fire. The temperature of the cauldron kept rising. Brat, what are you doing? Wang Yanxiao roared angrily. I'm going to use your source energy to refine a few source pills. Lin Feng smiled. You want to use me to refine pills? You'll die a horrible death. Wang Yanxiao cursed bitterly. If cursing was useful, there wouldn't be any battles in this world. Save your energy. Lin Feng smiled coldly. Heavenly fire burned the cauldron. The inscriptions on the cauldron seemed to come to life. Each of the inscriptions released a terrifying amount of energy and poured into Wang Yanxiao's source energy. It started to decompose Wang Yanxiao's source energy. Wang Yanxiao's source energy gradually turned into pure energy. As the source energy was refined, only a part of Wang Yanxiao's soul was left. Without the source energy, Wang Yanxiao's soul wasn't a threat at all. Great Soul Searching Technique. Lin Feng immediately used the Great Soul Searching Technique. The Great Soul Searching Technique wasn't a very powerful technique. It was an ancient technique. Lin Feng had found it in a spatial ring. Every time he killed an expert, he would collect their spatial rings. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't know who the spatial ring belonged to. However, using the Great Soul Searching Technique to forcefully search other people's memories was quite effective. You dare search my soul? I curse you. You'll die 10 times more miserably than I did. Wang Yanxiao roared with hatred. Said Lin Feng smiling coldly. He ignored Wang Yanxiao's cursing and continued using his soul-searching technique. From Wang Yanxiao's soul memories, he found endless resentment and evil thoughts. These resentment and evil thoughts were produced after Wang Yanxiao was suppressed by Li Taishan. It seemed that Wang Yanxiao had been living in endless hatred for the past 100,000 years. If such a celestial devil was free, it would be hard to imagine how many people he would kill. Wang Yanzhao's memories were extremely precious. There were very few memories that were useful. After all, this was only Wang Yanzhao's remnant soul. Many of his memories had already been lost. Oh, I found it. The Great Transformation Technique. So this is one of the 3,000 grand daos that Wang Yanzhao grasped. Lin Feng was shocked. The Great Transformation Technique was one of the 3,000 auxiliary grand daos. It was rumored that celestial devils could transform into anyone. Back then, when the Sky Martial continent had fought against the invading celestial devils, they had suffered greatly because of it. The celestial devils had transformed into humans and killed many experts of the Sky Martial continent. The reason was that the celestial devils had grasped the Great Transformation Technique. The most powerful part of the Great Transformation Technique was that it could change one's aura. The Sky Martial continent also had many transformation techniques. Although they could change one's appearance, they couldn't change one's aura. Therefore, it was very easy to be recognized. However, the Great Transformation Technique didn't just change one's appearance. It could also completely change one's aura. Unless the other party had a treasure that could distinguish the real from the fake, or their cultivation base was much higher than the cultivator using the Great Transformation Technique, it would be very difficult to find any clues. For example, Lin Feng. If one successfully cultivated the Great Transformation Technique, in order to discover his true identity, one would have to use some magic treasures to verify Lin Feng's true identity. However, this kind of magic treasure was obviously extremely rare. If one wanted to obtain it, it wouldn't be an easy task. Either one's cultivation base exceeded Lin Feng's by more than 10 realms. Otherwise, wanting to discover who Lin Feng's true body was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Lin Feng's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. Amazing. Truly amazing. If I were to cultivate this Great Transformation Technique, I would be able to change my appearance in the future. If I want to hide my identity, it would be too easy. Obtaining the cultivation method of the Great Transformation art made Lin Feng very happy. Then, he directly erased Wang Yanzhao's remnant soul. Swish, Lin Feng threw one spirit herb after another into the 4 vicious cauldrons to refine. The origin pill Lin Feng wanted to refine was a peak heaven rank pill. Previously, his cultivation base was low, and his soul power hadn't increased, so he couldn't refine it. But now, Lin Feng's cultivation base had increased, and his soul power had also reached the 8th layer of life and death realm. Lin Feng felt that he should have reached the peak of heaven rank. Now, refining the origin pill shouldn't be a problem. Several hundred spirit herbs were thrown into the cauldrons, including 32 10,000-year-old spirit herbs, 2 50,000-year-old spirit herbs, and 1 70,000-year-old spirit herb. As time passed, the 4 vicious cauldrons emitted waves of pill fragrance. Yeah. Yeah. Bibi jumped out of the beast slave pouch, jumping and jumping. She blinked her big eyes at the 4 vicious cauldrons, and occasionally turned her head to look at Lin Feng. She had a very eager expression, looking extremely cute. Whitey also quickly ran out and squeaked. The 2 little things were clearly very interested in the origin pill. They were originally 2 little foodies, and the origin pill had so many precious spirit herbs mixed in. Naturally, the 2 little guys were full of interest. Refining a high-grade pill like the origin pill wasn't easy. Lin Feng spent 3 whole days to refine the origin pill. A cauldron of origin pills had a total of 12 pills. Bei and the dragon rabbit had been impatient for a long time. After the refinement, Lin Feng gave the 2 little guys one each. The 2 little guys ate the origin pill. Then, the medicinal energy of the origin pill began to spread, and the 2 little guys became drowsy. Bibi and Dragon Rabbit were still young, so they chose to sleep to digest the origin pill. Lin Feng put the 2 little guys back into the beast slave bag and gave the dark green mantis scorpion king an origin pill. The dark green mantis scorpion king knew how precious this origin pill was. He originally thought that he wouldn't have a share, but he didn't expect that Lin Feng would actually give him one. He immediately thanked him profusely, and after expressing his sincerity, he fell silent and began to refine the medicinal efficacy of the origin pill. Lin Feng also sat down cross-legged and swallowed an origin pill. Time slowly passed. After taking a total of 7 origin pills, Lin Feng's soul power broke through to the 9th layer of life and death realm. On the other hand, Lin Feng's cultivation had risen from the initial stage of the 9th level of the creation realm to the peak of the 9th level of the creation realm. He was only one step away from breaking through to the 10th level of the creation realm. There were still 2 origin pills that Lin Feng had yet to refine. Right now, breaking through required a fortuitous encounter. Even after refining 2 origin pills, it would still be difficult for him to continue improving his cultivation. He stood up and looked at the immortal cave. This is where Senior Li Taixian secluded himself. I wonder if I can comprehend the Tao he left behind. Lin Feng took out the 9-colored illusory sword and held it in his hand. Soon, he entered a state of enlightenment. Faintly, he seemed to see an illusory figure appear in front of him. The figure held a long sword and stood not far away, practicing sword arts. When Lin Feng wanted to use his heart to comprehend, the illusory figure disappeared without a trace. He tried several times in a row, but all of them ended in failure. It seems like I'm still lacking a fortuitous encounter. Lin Feng shook his head. Lin Feng spent some time to cultivate the Great Transformation art to the beginner level. He unleashed the Great Transformation art and instantly turned into a handsome young master. In the next moment, he turned into a white-haired old man. In the end, he returned to his original appearance. What a powerful Great Transformation art! Lin Feng revealed a delighted expression. With this Great Transformation art, it would be much more convenient for him to do things in the future. He left the cave and didn't disturb the residents of the island. He flew all the way to the 15th cultivator assembly area. 10 days later, Lin Feng finally arrived at the 15th cultivator assembly area. During this time, many cultivators had gathered there. Lin Feng asked around and heard that the deep-sea devil cave seemed to have undergone some changes. Many cultivators who had entered the cave had actually disappeared. Moreover, a few young autarch geniuses had entered a few days ago to investigate, but they had also disappeared without a trace. Currently, many major powers were searching for cultivators who had entered the deep-sea devil cave to look for those who had gone missing. I heard that if anyone can find those who have gone missing, the major powers are willing to pay 10 million top-grade spirit stones. Hiss, 10 million? Isn't that too much? It's piling up like a mountain. That's because the missing autarch geniuses are the future of their sections. Those major powers naturally can't sit still. Why did those autarch geniuses enter the deep-sea devil cave? What exactly appeared in the deep-sea devil cave? Is it worth it for them to enter? I heard that an Immortal's Cave of Universe appeared. An Immortal's Cave of Universe? Could it be the Immortal's Cave of Heaven and Earth Emperor? That's right, it's the Immortal's Cave of Heaven and Earth Emperor. Later, he left the martial heaven continent, but the Immortal's Cave of Universe remained. Every few tens of thousands of years, the Immortal's Cave of Universe will appear. I guess the disappearance of those people is related to the Immortal's Cave of Universe. The Immortal's Cave of Universe is very strange. It's said that no one who enters can come out alive. There are also some who have managed to come out, but we don't know about them. Many cultivators were talking. Lin Feng scratched his chin and couldn't help but whisper to himself. Was Xikong Jiayue's disappearance related to the Immortal's Cave of Universe? Obviously, the Immortal's Cave of Universe was very dangerous, so even if he wanted to explore the Immortal's Cave of Universe, he had to first understand it. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to enter the Immortal's Cave of Universe so rashly. At that time, he might even die in the Immortal's Cave of Universe. Lin Feng found a luxurious inn. It had a gigantic courtyard, a small bridge, a stream, a rock garden, and trees. There were many courtyards in the courtyard. Of course, the price was also very high. 10 top-grade spirit stones per day. It wasn't something an ordinary cultivator could afford. However, Lin Feng had over 100 million top-grade spirit stones on him. He was rich and overbearing, so he didn't lack money. There was also a hot spring in the courtyard. Lin Feng soaked in the hot spring and changed into a clean set of clothes. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Lin Feng was surprised. Who would come to his place? He opened the door and saw 2 female cultivators standing outside. One of them was tall and had a pair of beautiful legs that could make one's imagination run wild. A female cultivator with fiery red lips exuded a seductive aura. Lin Feng didn't recognize them, so he asked, "Who are you?" "Sir, do you need service? It only costs 2 top-grade spirit stones per person. If you want a dragon to play with 2 phoenixes, it only costs 3 top-grade spirit stones." The 2 female cultivators coquettishly said, stroking their hair coquettishly, tempting Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at the 2 female cultivators in front of him. Whether it was their figures or their faces, they could be considered to be of the highest quality. However, the fact that the 2 of them had come out to do such a thing was truly shocking. "Young master, we sisters are forced to do this. We are both independent cultivators, so we have no backing or cultivation resources. We can only rely on ourselves. This is our first time coming out to find work, but we will definitely serve young master well." The long-legged female cultivator spoke coquettishly. "First time coming out?" Lin Feng stared at the 2 female cultivators suspiciously. The alluring female cultivator with flaming red lips said, "Of course it's our first time. Young master, you will know once you check it out." The 2 women's words made Lin Feng feel a little tempted. At that moment, the door to a small courtyard beside them opened and a female cultivator walked out. The female cultivator wore a long blue dress. Her figure was graceful and her temperament was ethereal. She was as beautiful as a flower fairy. Her beauty was in no way inferior to that of a top-grade beauty like Jiang Yudi. Compared to the 2 female cultivators in front of them, the female cultivator in the blue dress was far inferior. When the woman saw Lin Feng looking at her, she could not help but snort coldly. Shameless pervert, Lin Feng was speechless. "How am I a pervert? Did I strip you naked or peek at you bathing?" The female cultivator said coldly, "Don't think that I don't know what you are doing. If you aren't perverts, then what are you?" After saying that, the female cultivator looked at Lin Feng with disdain and walked away. Lin Feng's interest had been piqued by the woman in blue a moment before. He looked at the 2 female cultivators and said, "I'm really sorry, but I still have some matters to attend to. I definitely won't be able to do it today. Let's talk about it later." Then, Lin Feng closed the courtyard door. The 2 female cultivators glanced at each other before quickly walking away. At night, Lin Feng went out to inquire about the Deep Sea Devil Cave and the Yin and Yang Cave. All kinds of information had been gathered, but it was unknown how much of it was credible. Lin Feng decided to explore the Deep Sea Devil Cave. Although he didn't have much hope that Xianxia was still alive, but as the saying goes, if he is alive, then he must see the person, if he is dead, then he must see the corpse. Lin Feng hoped that he would be able to confirm it. Of course, he hoped that Xianxia was still alive. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, then Lin Feng would continue to search. Even if he had to take a huge risk, he would continue to search because Xianxia was Lin Feng's friend. If he couldn't do anything for his friends, then he would be too heartless. This wasn't Lin Feng's character. Lin Feng had always valued his family and friends very much, so he was willing to do anything for them. The major forces had set up an office in the 15th Cultivator Assembly area, where they could accept missions to search for missing cultivators. After Lin Feng received his reward, he rested for a day. The next morning, they headed to the Deep Sea Devil Cave. The Deep Sea Devil Cave was a huge whirlpool that covered more than 10 miles. The central area of the whirlpool was the entrance to the Deep Sea Devil Cave. The Deep Sea Devil Cave formed a special space, and in the sea area covered by the space, there would be no water flowing in. Lin Feng saw some cultivators entering the Deep Sea Devil Cave one after another. When there was a great reward, there would definitely be brave people. Not to mention, many forces had offered a sky-high reward of 10 million top-grade spirit stones, so naturally, many people were excited. It can actually form a huge devil cave that covers more than 10 miles. It seems like this Deep Sea Devil Cave is hiding a lot of secrets. Lin Feng stood in the void and narrowed his eyes as he looked at the Deep Sea Devil Cave. He saw some small islands in the surrounding sea area rushing in this direction, and then some islands were swallowed by the Deep Sea Devil Cave and were instantly torn to pieces. The Deep Sea Devil Cave had a terrifying destructive power, and it could only be entered from the entrance. If a cultivator fell into the Deep Sea Devil Cave, they would die very miserably. Lin Feng arrived at the entrance of the Deep Sea Devil Cave and flew in. The interior of the deep-sea devil cave was gloomy, and it emitted a gloomy chi. Lin Feng flew all the way down, and after flying for tens of thousands of meters, he landed on the ground. He had probably reached the bottom of the sea. In the distance, he could see some cultivators. Lin Feng chased after them and walked with a dozen cultivators. "Look, there are mountains and trees in front of us," said a cultivator pointing in front of him. Lin Feng said, "This place is actually an independent space, so it's not strange that there are mountains, flowers, and trees. Even if there are some ferocious beasts, it's not strange either." The others nodded, and the group continued walking. Everyone's goal was to find the missing people. Therefore, their destination was the same. They didn't run into any danger on the way, which made many people think that the deep-sea devil cave wasn't as dangerous as they had imagined. "Look, there are corpses," suddenly, someone pointed in front of him. There were many severed limbs in the forest, and the blood hadn't dried yet. It seemed as if they had died not long ago. Lin Feng's expression changed when he saw the severed limbs. It seemed as if they had been eaten by some ferocious beast. Lin Feng said, "Hurry up and leave this place. I don't think it's safe here." Roar. Roar, roar. But it was too late to leave. Ferocious beasts leaped out of the forest one after another. These ferocious beasts were around 8 meters long. They had the bodies of wolves, the tails of scorpions, the limbs of cheilants, and the heads of demonic beasts from hell. They were ferocious and ugly. Their eyes emitted a blood-red light, and their bodies were covered in scales. What kind of ferocious beasts are these? Lin Feng and the others felt their scalps go numb when they saw hundreds of such ferocious beasts. They had never seen such ferocious beasts before, and they all sensed danger. Swoosh! 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 The ferocious beasts charged at Lin Feng and the others. A great battle broke out in an instant. Slash! Lin Feng condensed a sword light and swept it at the ferocious beast charging at him. The sword light slashed at the ferocious beast, but it only sent it flying. It didn't break through the beast's defense at all. Lin Feng gasped when he saw this. He had used Sky Split earlier, but it still couldn't hurt these ferocious beasts. These ferocious beasts were too terrifying. More than a dozen ferocious beasts pounced at him. Lin Feng didn't dare to continue fighting with these ferocious beasts. He rushed away, but a 20-meter-long beast king leaped out of the forest and swiped at Lin Feng with its huge claws. A loud bang was heard. Lin Feng was sent flying by the beast king. While he was still in the air, the beast king's tail was already flying at him. The sharp barbs at the end of the scorpion tail were like spears that could pierce through all defenses. The tail stabbed at Lin Feng's chest, as if it wanted to pierce through Lin Feng's body. The sharp barbs at the end of the king of ferocious beasts' tail contained deadly poison. Not to mention being pierced through, even a scratch would probably cause one to be poisoned. At that time, he would most likely die and his Dao would vanish. However, Lin Feng's reaction was extremely fast. Seeing that the attack was about to pierce through his body, Lin Feng moved to the left and dodged the attack. The next moment, with a flash of light, Lin Feng summoned the regal sword tomb. 3 swords flew out instantly. The black dragon sword slashed at the king of ferocious beasts' scorpion tail. The spring and autumn sword and the undying sword quickly slashed at the king of ferocious beasts' head. Poof! The black dragon sword unleashed its power and directly cut off the king of ferocious beasts' tail. Roar! The king of ferocious beasts let out a painful roar and swung its giant claws. The spring and autumn sword and the undying sword were sent flying by the king of ferocious beasts. With its tail cut off, the king of ferocious beasts went completely berserk and pounced at Lin Feng. Lin Feng dared not hesitate and quickly flew into the distance. The king of ferocious beasts was hot on his tail. The king of ferocious beasts was very fast, but Lin Feng was even faster. After flying for more than 10 miles, he shook off the king of ferocious beasts and quickly flew in another direction. The most powerful king of ferocious beasts had been attracted by him. Lin Feng could only hope that the rest of the people would fend for themselves. For the next 3 days, Lin Feng didn't stop at all. He just kept going deeper and deeper. This time, he heard the sound of fighting and quickly flew over. He saw a female cultivator being attacked by more than 10 ferocious beasts. Those ferocious beasts were silver-white in color. They looked like mastiffs and lions. The surface of their bodies was surrounded by burning flames and their attack power was extremely ferocious. More than 10 corpses lay beside the female cultivator. It was obvious that her companions had been killed. The reason why the female cultivator was able to withstand the attacks of more than 10 beasts was because she had a powerful defensive treasure. It was a compass-like treasure that emitted rays of light that enveloped her. However, as time passed, the female cultivator wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Sure enough, the deep-sea devil cave was filled with danger. There were powerful vicious beasts everywhere. The slightest carelessness could lead to death. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and save me. When the female cultivator saw Lin Feng in the distance, she could not help but shout out. This female cultivator was none other than the blue-clothed female cultivator that Lin Feng saw outside the small courtyard a few days ago. At that time, this woman thought that he was going to visit those 2 female cultivators because she looked at him with disdain. Lin Feng said, "Do I know you that well? Why should I save you?" The blue-cloaked female cultivator bit her lips and said, "You're not broad-minded enough. You obviously want to take revenge on me." Lin Feng grinned. "Don't think too highly of yourself. After we parted that day, I forgot about you. I don't care what a stranger thinks of me. I don't care about what a stranger thinks of me." "I don't care," said Lin Feng. "Then what do you want in exchange for saving me? How about this, I can give you a lot of spirit stones. What do you think?" The blue-cloaked female cultivator said. "Do you think I'm lacking in spirit stones?" Lin Feng said indifferently. At this time, the barrier protecting the blue-cloaked female cultivator was getting weaker and weaker. Moreover, it was showing signs of cracking. It was very likely that the barrier would shatter soon. It would not be long before the blue-cloaked female cultivator was completely exposed to the sharp claws of a group of vicious beasts. The blue-cloaked female cultivator's face was pale, and her voice was trembling with fear. She said, "Do you have the heart to not save me? Do you really have the heart to watch an outstanding beauty like me die here?" Lin Feng said, "Since you're begging me to save you, then you just have to agree to one of my conditions, and I'll save you." "Agree to what?" The blue-cloaked female cultivator asked cautiously. "You'll be my personal maid," Lin Feng said evilly. The blue-cloaked female cultivator was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She screamed indignantly and said, "Do you know who I am? You actually dare to ask me to be your maid? I think you don't want to live anymore." Lin Feng said, "Since you don't want to, I won't force you. I'll be leaving first." When she saw Lin Feng turn around and leave, the blue-cloaked female cultivator immediately panicked. She bit her lip and hesitated for a moment before calling out, "Don't go. I'll agree, but I can only be your maid for 3 months at most. If it's any longer, I'd rather die under the claws of these vicious beasts." 3 months it is. Hurry up and swear. You can't go back on your word. Lin Feng said. Of course I won't go back on my word. Who do you think I am? The blue-cloaked female cultivator couldn't help but gnash her teeth. I'd rather believe that there are ghosts in this world than believe a woman's mouth. Lin Feng said. The blue-cloaked female cultivator spat at Lin Feng. She really had the urge to strangle Lin Feng to death. However, she had no other choice but to swear the oath. Lin Feng attacked and killed 5 ferocious beasts. The other ferocious beasts fled without a trace. The blue-cloaked female cultivator was almost exhausted. She quickly took out a pill and swallowed it. You dare to enter the deep-sea devil cave with your little cultivation? You're really courting death. Lin Feng curled his lips. It's none of your business. The blue-cloaked female cultivator said fiercely. Slap. Lin Feng slapped the blue-cloaked female cultivator's chest. You dare to speak to your master like that? You have no manners. You deserve to be beaten. Lin Feng snorted. However, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This feeling was really good. The blue-cloaked female cultivator's pretty face turned pink. Her jade-like buttocks were attacked. She was both embarrassed and angry. She directly pounced at Lin Feng. I'll fight you to the death. The blue-cloaked female cultivator screamed. I didn't expect you to be so shrewish before. Lin Feng grabbed the woman in blue clothes and put his arm around her waist. How dare you be so rude to the master? You're offending the master. Do you think I won't punish you right now? The blue-cloaked female cultivator was so scared that her pretty face turned pale. I won't dare to do it again. Spare me this time. Only then did Lin Feng let her go. However, the blue-cloaked female cultivator still looked at Lin Feng with gritted teeth. Obviously, with her shrewish personality, she wouldn't give up so easily. However, she knew that she wasn't a match for Lin Feng, so she had to endure it for now. What's your name? Lin Feng asked. Sunny. What about you? Lin Feng. Lin Feng? Are you that new paragon genius, Lin Feng? That's right, that's me. I didn't think that the Lin Feng that everyone was talking about was actually a stinky hoodlum. Do you believe that I won't show you what a hoodlum looks like right now? Come, do you think I'm afraid of you? Do you believe that I won't bite off your bad thing? Lin Feng's forehead was covered in cold sweat. This Sunny wasn't just shrewish, she was also very bold. She didn't have any scruples with her words. 3 days later, Lin Feng and Sunny arrived at the depths of the deep-sea devil cave. After arriving, Lin Feng's expression became serious. He could sense that there was a terrifying aura hibernating in this place. It made his heart tremble. Could the universe cavern really be hidden here? Lin Feng frowned. Is there something wrong with this place? Sunny asked as she looked at Lin Feng. Even though Sunny felt that Lin Feng was a hooligan, she didn't deny that Lin Feng was powerful. Now that she saw Lin Feng looking around and frowning from time to time, she felt that this place wasn't as simple as it seemed. She had the feeling that there was something special about that place, which was why Lin Feng was paying attention. Said Lin Feng. This place gives me a strange feeling. If I'm not mistaken, Xianxia cave has the heaven and earth cave, it should be here. Sunny looked towards the depths of the cave and saw black fog churning there. She asked, could it be in the depths? I don't know, but I'm going to take a look. Wait for me outside, I'll go in and take a look. Lin Feng said. Sunny said, I'll go in with you. With your strength, if there's any danger, I'll have to protect you. You should stay outside, Lin Feng said. Sunny was so angry that her face turned ashen. She hated it when people said that she was weak. In her family, whenever she wanted to go out and travel, the elders would say that her cultivation was too low and that it was too dangerous to go out. She should cultivate for a few more years and go out when she was strong enough. When Sunny heard Lin Feng say such things again, she wanted to punch him in the face. She wanted to punch him so hard that he would fall to the ground. However, when she thought about how she wasn't a match for this hooligan, Sunny endured it. She didn't want her but to be attacked by Lin Feng again. Sunny said indignantly, don't look down on me. If you don't take me in, I'll go in by myself and see who finds the universe cave first. Sunny was someone who kept her word. Lin Feng said helplessly, it's not impossible if you want to go in, but when the time comes, follow closely behind me and don't run around. This place is very dangerous, and if you take a wrong step, you might be doomed eternally. Sunny nodded and said, I know, you're so long-winded. You're even more annoying than those old antiques in my family. Lin Feng slapped Sunny's butt. Sunny felt pain and glared fiercely at Lin Feng. She looked as if she wanted to charge over and fight Lin Feng to the death. Lin Feng said, if you continue to be so impudent to your master, this young master, I don't mind turning you from a young girl to a young woman. As he spoke, Lin Feng looked at Sunny's body. Sunny felt as if someone was caressing her body, and her face blushed. She hurriedly used her hands to protect her bodies to protect her body. And then she harumphing to Zhao Zhao, she said, Is? Before you dig out my eyeballs, you'll have already turned from a young girl to a married woman. At that time, you'll be murdering your own husband. The heavens won't tolerate it. Sunny to Sunday Sunny harumphed and didn't say anything else. However, Lin Feng knew that she was probably cursing him in her heart. Sunny was so impetuous and had an extremely fierce personality. Most men wouldn't be able to subdue her. Follow me. Let's go in and take a look. Lin Feng said as he led the way into the depths of the forest. Sunny followed Lin Feng cautiously. They also walked deeper into the palace. After walking for about a kilometer, Sunny said, "Look, there's a stone stele on the left." Lin Feng turned around and saw that there was indeed a stone stele about 100 meters away. He said, "Let's go take a look." Lin Feng walked towards the stone stele. After walking for about 10 meters, Lin Feng realized that Sunny hadn't said a single word. Lin Feng felt that something was off, as this didn't fit Sunny's personality at all. He turned around and found that Sunny, who had been following behind him, had disappeared without a trace. Where did she go? Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. This was too strange. It was as if she had disappeared into thin air. If something had happened to Sunny, with her cultivation, she should have been able to scream at the very least, right? But now, she hadn't even screamed. Sunny had disappeared without a trace, which was why Lin Feng felt that something wasn't quite right. He closed his eyes and started walking through the forest. Swish, suddenly, Lin Feng felt a special energy wrap around him. In the next moment, there was a flash of light, and Lin Feng also disappeared from the forest. When Lin Feng reappeared, he found himself in front of a huge mountain. This mountain was about 10,000 meters tall, and Lin Feng was now halfway up the mountain. In front of him was a cave. There were 4 words written on the cave. Universe Cave Dwelling, the Heaven and Earth Emperor's Cave? Lin Feng was shocked. He had actually found the Heaven and Earth Emperor's Cave, however, Lin Feng didn't know how he had come to this place, so his expression was grave. The Heaven and Earth Emperor's Cave is a bit strange. I have to be careful. Lin Feng was on guard. So many people had come to find the Heaven and Earth Emperor's Cave, but none of them had returned alive. This was enough to explain a lot of things. Lin Feng carefully walked into the Cosmos Cavern. The chi of the earth and sky in the cave was 100 times more than in the outside world. Lin Feng was astonished. The chi of the earth and sky was extremely rich. If he practiced cultivation in such a place, his cultivation would progress by leaps and bounds. Lin Feng followed the passage and walked into the depths of the cave. Eventually, a mountain appeared in front of him. He. While Lin Feng was still in the tunnel, he heard a giggle coming from inside the mountain. Women? Lin Feng was astonished. It wasn't just one woman in the mountain. There were several women, but the voices were unfamiliar. Lin Feng didn't recognize any of the women. Lin Feng was extremely puzzled that women had appeared in the Heaven and Earth Emperor's cave. He slowly crept forward. When he arrived at the cave entrance, he looked inside and saw a white jade bed. On the white jade bed, there were 6 women lying on top of it. These 6 women were only wearing transparent gauze that barely covered the important parts of their bodies. They were all beautiful. Some were charming, some were enchanting, some were flirtatious, some were pure, some were shy, and some were delicate and pitiful. The 6 women were all beauties of different styles. Each of them could be described as a peerless beauty. There are 6 such beautiful women in the Heaven and Earth Emperor's cave. How strange. Lin Feng felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what it was. Sweetie, why are you hiding outside? Hurry up and come in. The 6 women's seductive voices came from the mountain. They've discovered me? Lin Feng was startled, but he didn't show himself. Instead, he observed in secret. If he found anything wrong, he would leave immediately. When the 6 women saw that Lin Feng hadn't come out, they came down from the white jade bed and walked towards the outside of the room with their bare feet. The 6 women's voices were extremely seductive. Sweetie, if you don't come out, we'll find you, he. As soon as they finished speaking, they all giggled. The 6 beauties each had their own merits. The gauze couldn't cover their bodies, and they were extremely seductive. Any man who saw this scene would probably be unable to control himself. A fragrant wind blew in his direction, rotting and alluring. The scene in front of him made it difficult for him to leave. The 6 beauties each had their own merits, and all of them were showing their beautiful side. Who could turn a blind eye to them? Even someone who had already severed his desires would be ignited by the flames of desire. Even the eunuchs in the palace would have their eyes lit up. Little brother, we're not tigers, and we won't eat you. You've been avoiding us because you're afraid of us, right? We're all delicate women, and we don't even have the strength to truss a chicken. We only want to have sex with you, little brother. we're faster than gods. They came barefoot, and their voices were charming and alluring. Lin Feng realized that they had really locked onto his position, and he couldn't help but mutter to himself. His concealment technique was marvelous, so how had the 6 women discovered him? From the looks of it now, they were not weak women. In fact, how could a woman who could appear in the Yingkuan cavern be a powerless woman? Lin Feng stopped hiding and walked out of his hiding place. He looked at the 6 women and said, "Demons? Vixens? Or humans?" He. The 6 women giggled. The 6 women laughed, and the charming woman said, "Little brother, what do you think we are?" Lin Feng rubbed his chin and said, "It's hard to say. Anything is possible. No matter what race we are, there's one thing we can tell you clearly, we're women." The 6 beauties surrounded Lin Feng. "What are you trying to do?" Lin Feng looked at the 6 women vigilantly. "We don't ask for eternity, but we want to have a beautiful memory with you. We 6 sisters are willing to do anything for you." The charming woman's voice was filled with temptation. Looking at the 6 women up close, Lin Feng realized how beautiful they were. Now, they were throwing themselves at him. Lin Feng felt like there was a voice in his heart that was bewitching him. As long as you're alive, you should enjoy life when it's time to do so. Now that beauty is right in front of you, how can you let her down? Hurry up and enjoy everything in front of you. That voice seemed to have endless magic. Lin Feng had the impression that his willpower was getting weaker and weaker. Slowly, even he himself felt that he should enjoy it now. He cultivated like an ascetic monk. That would be too boring. Life is short. Every moment of the night was worth 1,000 gold. Now that he had such a great opportunity, if he didn't enjoy it, how could he encounter such an opportunity in the future? "Little brother, come on. Mount Wu and reign, the phoenix serves the dragon," that seductive voice sounded. Lin Feng seemed to be sinking into oblivion. His clear gaze towards the 6 beauties was gradually replaced by lust. Lin Feng hugged a beauty with one hand and walked towards the white jade bed. Just as he was about to enjoy these 6 beauties, suddenly, Lin Feng felt that something was wrong. Lin Feng had always admitted that he wasn't very picky when it came to women, and he had done unspeakable things with many of them. But there was one thing, Lin Feng wasn't so lustful that he would want to have sex with every woman he met. Because he had experienced many women, his self-control was relatively strong. For example, a beauty like Madame Qi had hinted at Lin Feng, but hadn't Lin Feng still rejected her? The 6 women in front of him emitted a demonic aura, and the first time they met, they pulled him to do unspeakable things. This was the universe cavern, and countless people had come here before. Could it be that those male cultivators had done unspeakable things with these 6 women? It was true that Lin Feng liked women, but he didn't like women who didn't know how to behave. He liked women who were clean. Lin Feng directly pushed the 2 women in his arms to the side. "Young master, what are you doing?" The 2 women looked at Lin Feng, full of grievance. Lin Feng said, "I'm not interested in you. I just want to know something. This is the Universe Emperor's cavern, right? Before I came in, did a blue-robed woman come in as well?" The 6 women were clearly stunned. They hadn't expected Lin Feng to change so quickly. "Young master, why do you care about that blue-robed woman? The 6 of us are serving you. Don't tell me that we can't compare to a blue-robed woman?" As the 6 women spoke, they gently removed their veils, revealing nothing in front of them. This scene was enough to make one's nose bleed. They all walked towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's right hand slashed out with sword qi, which swept across the 6 women. He sneered and said, "If you come any closer, don't blame me for being ruthless." "Young master, you're so cruel." The 6 women were on the verge of tears. Lin Feng was unmoved. His expression was indifferent as he said, "I've long felt that something was wrong with you. I don't care if you're demons or not. Since you don't want to cooperate with me, I'll capture you and search your souls to see where my companions and the cultivators trapped in the universe cavern are." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng stepped forward and grabbed the women in front of him. Suddenly, the world began to spin. The 6 women disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng discovered that he had appeared in a huge cavern. This cave abode was surrounded by layers of mist-colored gas. The entire cave abode was gloomy and eerie. An illusion? Lin Feng was shocked. Immediately after, he felt cold sweat on his back. The 6 women weren't real. Were they an illusion? However, Lin Feng felt that something was wrong. It was difficult for an illusion to create such a realistic scene. An inner demon. Lin Feng thought of a certain possibility and couldn't help but gasp. If it was an ordinary person, they might really think that it was an illusion. This was because many people couldn't tell the difference between an illusion and an inner demon. However, Lin Feng gradually became certain that it wasn't an illusion but an inner demon for a reason. Lin Feng himself had obtained the inheritance of the Celestial Master Path. What was the Celestial Master Path best at? That was the formation. Illusions were also created by great formations. If Lin Feng hadn't obtained the inheritance of the Celestial Master Path, he might have really thought that it was an illusion. However, he had obtained the inheritance of the Celestial Master Path and had cultivated a lot of it. If an illusion wanted to confuse him, with his ability, it was impossible for him to not notice it. In other words, everything that had just happened was an inner demon. An inner demon was a very terrifying and special existence. It was a demon that was born from the desire in one's heart. Everyone had inner demons, but some people had strong wills, and inner demons couldn't invade their bodies. Lin Feng's will was strong enough, but after entering the universe cavern, his inner demons seemed to be magnified by some kind of power. My inner demons are actually women? Lin Feng could only smile bitterly. Of course, everyone's inner demons were different. Everyone probably had more than one type of inner demon. Women might be one of Lin Feng's inner demons. Lust is like a knife over a knife. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. However, he didn't think that he did anything wrong. Everyone had a desire for beauty. As a man, Lin Feng, what was wrong with liking women? This was desire. Desire gave birth to inner demons. Lin Feng liked beautiful women, and he had never hidden his thoughts. In the universe cavern, this desire was magnified and gave birth to inner demons. This was why the 6 beautiful women had seduced Lin Feng. If Lin Feng had been immersed in beauty, he would have been controlled by his inner demons and completely lost himself. Fortunately, Lin Feng resolved his inner demons in time. Lin Feng collected his thoughts and began to size up the fog-shrouded cavern. What Lin Feng didn't know was that in another space, a pair of cold eyes were staring at him. Someone actually resisted the inner demon's invasion. This is getting interesting. Keek keek, the mysterious existence let out a sinister laugh. This mysterious existence wore a black robe and was shrouded in black mist. His body emitted a gloomy aura. Behind him were huge pillars. The pillars were covered in runes, and each pillar had a cultivator tied to it. Those cultivators were all pale, their blood draining away. Those pillars were called life-seizing pillars. They would continuously absorb the flesh, blood, soul, and life energy of the cultivators tied to them. Then, all of that energy would be absorbed by the black-robed cultivator to extend his life. None of you are decent. You can't even resist a heart devil. You're all trash. The black-robed cultivator looked disdainfully at the 100 cultivators tied to the pillars. Those people trembled, not daring to speak. Anyone who dared to refute the black-robed cultivator would immediately be killed. The black-robed cultivator's methods were extremely cruel. The black-robed cultivator gloomily looked at the image floating in the air. It was the scene in the cave Lin Feng was in. The others could also see it. A few cultivators recognized Lin Feng, but none of them believed that Lin Feng would be able to escape. So what if he could break the heart devil? The black-robed cultivator's methods were extremely strange. A person's desires are the most uncontrollable. Everyone has desires, and I, the great desire devil king, can make people release their most primal desires. This black-robed cultivator was called the Great Desire Devil King. It was no wonder he could control Lin Feng's heart devil to deal with Lin Feng. The Great Desire Devil King had the power to control desires. As long as one had desires, they would fall into his schemes. The Great Desire Devil King waved his right hand, and a violent fluctuation appeared in the cave Lin Feng was in. Several Dharma treasures floated in the air, attracting Lin Feng's attention. GGG, take these Dharma treasures and release the desires in your heart. Once you take them, your desires will be uncontrollable. You'll be like everyone else, controlled by me, the great desire devil king, and become my slave. Then, you'll be bound by the life-seizing pillars for all eternity. All of your life energy will be given to me," said the great desire demon king, smiling evilly. He was watching Lin Feng walk towards the treasures in the cave. "Don't touch it," a weak voice called out. It was Sikong Jiayue. When he saw Lin Feng walk towards the treasures, his face turned even paler. Lonnie was the same. She bit her lips, her expression ugly. But they couldn't warn Lin Feng. The others watched with ashen expressions as Lin Feng walked towards the treasures. In their opinion, Lin Feng would soon become one of them. These treasures are all high-grade Dao treasures. I've only just entered and I've already obtained several high-grade Dao treasures? Lin Feng muttered. As expected of the Heaven and Earth Emperor's cave. There were definitely many treasures here. He walked towards the high-grade Dao artifacts. Lin Feng was just about to take the treasures when Lin Feng's heart shook. He had nearly lost himself to his inner demons. The high-grade Dao treasures in front of him were truly worthy of being called inner demons. Desire was the source of inner demons. Women, wealth, power, dharma treasures, and so on. All of these could cause a person to feel desire. After Lin Feng had entered the Heaven and Earth cave, the first inner demon that had appeared was the 6 beauties seducing him. That was because Lin Feng had enough treasures, wealth, and so on. Thus, he didn't have much desire for them. On the other hand, Lin Feng liked beautiful women and had a greater desire for them. Thus, Great Lust Demon King naturally used Lin Feng's strongest desire to create an inner demon. However, Great Lust Demon King had failed. Of course, Lin Feng didn't know that an expert like Great Lust Demon King had secretly made a move against him. He was now worried that after he collected these magic treasures, some unknown changes might occur. This Ingkuan cavern was really too strange. F*CK, who put these pieces of scrap metal here? What a disgrace. Lin Feng kicked the treasures away. Great Lust Demon King's expression sank. He waved his right hand again, and several more treasures appeared in front of Lin Feng. Huh? A peak Dao treasure? Lin Feng was flabbergasted. He had just kicked away a few high-grade Dao treasures, but now, several more peak Dao treasures had appeared. Lin Feng felt that something was wrong. He felt as if someone was watching him, which made Lin Feng's hair stand on end. It seemed that this Heaven and Earth cave was much more frightening than he had imagined. A few more pieces of junk. Who is so unethical to casually put trash like this here? Lin Feng kicked away several more peak Dao treasures. Great Lust Demon King's expression sank. He waved his right hand, and several demigod treasures appeared in the cave. More trash has appeared, said Lin Feng. Lin Feng muttered. He didn't even look as he turned and walked inside. Brat, I don't believe that you won't be tempted. Great Lust Demon King's face turned ashen. In his long life, he had never seen someone like Lin Feng. Lin Feng walked deeper into the cave, becoming more and more cautious. This place was very strange, far stranger than he had imagined. Swish, there was a flash of light. 3 Dao treasures appeared before him, a huge bow, a small bell, and a suit of armor. Divine treasures? Lin Feng's eyes widened as he reached out to grab the treasures. Nobody could resist the temptation of divine treasures. Keek keek. You took the bait, didn't you? Great Lust Demon King laughed sinisterly. No, stop. This place is too strange. Lin Feng took a deep breath. He took out his black dragon sword. With the black dragon sword in hand, he sent a divine artifact flying. He cursed in a low voice, so what if you have a divine artifact? It's not like I don't have one. Many people's mouths twitched violently. This guy didn't even care about divine treasures? This is infuriating. Great Lust Demon King couldn't help but roar furiously. He felt as if he had been toyed with. If you don't care about the treasures, what about the spirit herbs? Great Lust Demon King waved his right hand, and a medicinal garden appeared in Lin Feng's cave. There were dozens of spirit herbs that were over 50,000 years old, and they emitted a dense medicinal fragrance. Why are there so many weeds growing here? Lin Feng muttered. He took out an 80,000-year-old spirit fruit and ate it with a few crunches. Next, he took out a 110,000-year-old spirit fruit and ate it. After eating it, he still didn't feel full. Next, he took out a vermilion bird fruit. This was a top-grade spirit herb. Its effects were far superior to ordinary spirit herbs, and it was the closest thing to an immortal spirit herb. Even Great Lust Demon King's eyes widened when he saw the vermilion bird fruit. Lin Feng rubbed his stomach and muttered, I eat these 70,000-year-old and 100,000-year-old spirit fruits every day. I'm about to throw up. Sigh, if I don't eat, I'll starve. Even if I feel like throwing up, I have to bite the bullet and eat. After pausing for a moment, Lin Feng muttered, after eating too, I'm about to throw up again. I really can't eat anymore. I'll save this one for next time. With that, he put the vermilion bird fruit away. Hearing Lin Feng's sigh, many cultivators' mouths twitched violently. This guy was actually eating 70,000-year-old and 100,000-year-old spirit fruits every day? How many treasures did he have on him? The Great Lust Demon King's heart burned with jealousy. Even he didn't have such extravagance. Comparisons were odious, and comparisons were odious. I'll personally deal with this brat. Great Lust Demon King gnashed his teeth and disappeared without a trace. A moment later, he appeared in Lin Feng's cave. A gloomy and cold chi filled the air which made Lin Feng become vigilant. Lin Feng turned around and saw a cultivator in black clothes a dozen meters away. He was looking at Lin Feng coldly. He. Lin Feng laughed evilly. He turned around and saw a cultivator in black clothes a dozen meters away. He was looking at Lin Feng coldly. When the cultivators saw the Demon King of Great Lust attack, they all shook their heads and sighed. Lin Feng would be doomed if the Demon King of Great Lust attacked. So you're the one scheming against me, you old bastard? Lin Feng didn't hold back when he saw the existence not far away and sensed his ancient aura. What? What did you call me? The Great Lust Demon King was completely stunned. His expression was one of utter astonishment. He thought he had misheard. When the trapped cultivators heard how Lin Feng addressed Great Desire Demon King, they were all dumbfounded. Old bastard, is there something wrong with your ears? Lin Feng muttered. Great Desire Demon King flew into a rage. Someone actually dared to call him an old bastard. No one had ever dared to call him that in tens of thousands of years. Great Desire Demon King said coldly, Brat. Do you know that you're courting death? Look at you. You're not much bigger than a formation core. Didn't I just call you an old bastard? Why are you so angry? Lin Feng said seriously. The trapped cultivator smiled bitterly. They didn't expect Lin Feng to be so daring. He even dared to call Great Desire Demon King names, and in such a nasty way. Seeing how furious the Great Desire Demon King was right now, it was easy to tell how angry he was. This guy really isn't afraid of death, many people muttered. Many people even began to admire Lin Feng. Cursing the Great Desire Devil King in the Great Desire Devil King's universe cavern was no different from courting death. Who would dare to provoke the Great Lust Demon King so recklessly? Yet, Lin Feng did it. Great Lust Demon King was so angry that his entire body trembled. He said fiercely, Ignorant brat, you actually dare to insult me after falling into my hands. Don't worry, I won't kill you directly. I'll torture you until you beg for death. Only then will I be able to vent my anger. When he finished talking, an endless amount of black fog emerged and moved towards Lin Feng to envelop him. Wait, Lin Feng suddenly shouted. The Great Lust Demon King stopped attacking and coldly laughed as he looked at Lin Feng and said, Are you afraid now? Since you know, then kneel on the ground and kowtow to me in apology. Beg me to forgive you. Lin Feng pursed his lips and said, You think I'm afraid of you? I just want to say that you're not only an old bastard, but also a shameless old bastard. Great Lust Demon King was furious. He knew that he had been played by Lin Feng again. His eyes flashed with killing intent as he said, Lowly ant brat, I'll make you regret your foolish actions. As soon as he finished speaking, he attacked again. The black fog rolled and enveloped Lin Feng, wanting to swallow him whole. Old bastard, do you think I don't know that you're just a spirit body? What I'm least afraid of is a spirit body. Lin Feng laughed coldly. A spirit body is enough to destroy you 1,000 times over. Great Lust Demon King laughed coldly. Who will destroy who? You'll find out soon enough. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he waved his right hand. The purple earth core fire and black spirit incinerating fire immediately flew out. They then charged towards Great Lust Demon King. The flames burned fiercely and quickly spread. In the blink of an eye, the entire cave was covered in flames. Chi 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 chi, intense sounds of burning could be heard. The black fog released by Great Lust Demon King began to burn under the heavenly fire. The black fog contained Great Lust Demon King's soul energy. Now that it was burning, Great Lust Demon King was also injured. Ah! Heavenly fire. You actually have heavenly fire, and two types of heavenly fire at that. Great Lust Demon King cried out in horror. Everything in the world had a counter to each other. Great Lust Demon King was only a spirit body now, however, his spirit body was strong enough to easily kill Lin Feng. But man proposes, God disposes. Great Lust Demon King never thought that Lin Feng would actually have heavenly fire. Heavenly fire was the most effective type of fire against spirits. If Great Lust Demon King had a physical body, he wouldn't be afraid of heavenly fire. However, he didn't have a physical body, and the heavenly fire was enough to injure him. Lin Feng didn't say anything and continued to use the heavenly fire to attack Great Lust Demon King. Great Lust Barrier. The Great Lust Demon King shouted coldly and raised a defensive barrier to block the heavenly fire. Great Lust Demon King's heavenly fire was strong enough to suppress him. However, it wouldn't be easy to burn the Great Lust Demon King to death in a short period of time. Heavenly fire. It's the legendary heavenly fire. And he has two types of heavenly fire. This Lin Feng is too heaven-defying. No wonder he was able to enter the genius arena and trample on Murong Tianxin. He's hiding some terrifying techniques. Will we be able to escape? The cultivators who were trapped became somewhat excited. They didn't have any hope of leaving the universe cavern alive, but now, they saw a glimmer of hope. Old bastard, you're quite strong. You actually managed to block my heavenly fire with just your spirit body. You're not simple at all. But let's see how long you can last. Lin Feng took out the regal sword tomb. He activated the regal sword control art, and 3 swords flew out, slashing at Great Lust Demon King. Clang clang clang, the swords slashed at Great Lust Demon King's barrier one after another. The defensive light shield also began to shake violently. Great Lust Demon King roared, "A dragon in the shallows will be toyed with by shrimps, and a tiger in the plains will be bullied by dogs. If I still had my physical body, I could kill you 1,000 times over with a flick of my finger. Old bastard, I think your head was kicked by a donkey, right? A real man doesn't boast about his past glory. So what if you were strong in the past? Aren't you still suppressed by me now? If I'm not wrong, your spirit body should be at the level of a god, right? Originally, your soul could easily kill a rebirth realm expert. Even some godly realm experts could be killed by you if they weren't careful. But you just had to meet me. Today, I'll kill you, old bastard. Then, the universe cavern will be mine." Lin Feng laughed, and continued to use the 2 heavenly fires and the 3 swords to attack Great Lust Demon King. Crack, crack, under Lin Feng's ferocious attacks, Great Lust Demon King's barrier began to crack. Great Lust Demon King's expression turned gloomy, and he said, "Brat, how about we negotiate?" "In your dreams." Lin Feng sneered, and continued to increase the intensity of his attacks. The 3 swords slashed at the cracked barrier once more. Crack, the barrier shattered completely. The heavenly fire wrapped around Great Lust Demon King, burning fiercely. Ah! Great Lust Demon King let out a miserable shriek. The Great Desire Devil King was deeply injured. Heavenly flames were extremely harmful to souls, so it wouldn't be easy for the Great Desire Devil King to escape. When Lin Feng used the heavenly flames to burn the Great Desire Devil King, he was worried that the Great Desire Devil King would escape, so he used the 8 divine seals to seal him. However, Lin Feng's seal was instantly broken by the Great Desire Devil King. "Brat, you're the successor of the Celestial Master Path? You've really shocked me. But do you really think that you can kill me just because you have the heavenly flames? You're gravely mistaken. Your cultivation is too low. You can't display the might of the heavenly flames. The Great Desire Devil King roared. Rip! The Great Desire Devil King, who was wrapped in heavenly flames, stretched out his hands and tore. The heavenly flames that were originally wrapped around the Great Desire Devil King were instantly torn apart. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. He wanted to continue controlling the heavenly flames to trap the Great Desire Devil King, but it was already too late. The Great Desire Devil King quickly retreated. Crack, the void split open, and a magical treasure flew out. It was a pitch-black cauldron that emitted a gloomy aura. The Great Desire Devil King directly entered the cauldron. Brat, I have the demon cauldron to protect me. You're dreaming if you want to take my life. The demon cauldron soared into the sky and charged at Lin Feng. It seemed like it wanted to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression sank. He hadn't expected the Great Desire Devil King to have such a trump card. It was indeed as the Great Desire Devil King had said. It was impossible for him to kill the Great Desire Devil King now. Lin Feng hastily took out the 4 vicious cauldron and entered it. He controlled the cauldron to attack the demon cauldron. Clang, clang. The 2 cauldrons collided, and the void split open. Lin Feng sneered, "Old bastard, you're dreaming if you want to kill me with a broken cauldron." The Great Desire Devil King was incomparably depressed. He wanted nothing more than to tear Lin Feng to shreds. However, he couldn't do anything to Lin Feng. The Great Desire Devil King said, "Brat, quickly leave the Cosmos Cauldron, and I'll spare your life." "Humph. I don't mind wasting time with you like this. I'm waiting for a sleeping expert to wake up. At that time, we'll join hands and kill you. This universe cavern will be mine." The Desire Devil King's Cosmos Cauldron. "Who are you trying to bluff?" The Great Lust Demon King sneered. Desire Devil King Cauldron King's ass, desires his desire him. The Great Desire Demon King looked grim, but he didn't dare act carelessly. He released his godly awareness to inspect Lin Feng's body, and his expression changed drastically. He sensed a terrifying cultivator in Lin Feng's body, who was meditating in seclusion. The Great Desire Devil King was alarmed by the aura of that existence. It seemed to be much older than him. "Brat, I can tell you that even if I give you the Cosmos Cauldron, you won't want it," the Great Desire Devil King said. "Why?" Lin Feng asked. "Every time the Cosmos Cauldron appears, it won't stay in the mortal world for long. At most, it will stay for 1 or 2 years before disappearing again. It will only appear again after thousands or even tens of thousands of years. The new owner of the Cosmos Cauldron won't be able to leave and will be trapped here," the Great Desire Devil King said sinisterly. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. Wasn't this the same as the Fire Crow, the new owner of the Cosmos Cauldron? Would he suffer the same curse as the Fire Crow? Of course, Lin Feng didn't completely believe the Great Desire Devil King's cauldron. He sneered, "Do you think I'll believe your nonsense?" The Great Desire Devil King said, "Actually, you do believe me in your heart. Do you know why my body was destroyed?" Lin Feng frowned slightly. He thought of a possibility, but he didn't say it out loud. The Great Desire Devil King said, "Do you already know the answer in your heart?" "Yes, it's as you guessed. My body couldn't withstand the corrosion of time and gradually aged. I knew that when my body completely decayed, my soul would also die. At that time, I would completely disappear from this world. Thus, before my body completely aged, I destroyed my own body and focused on cultivating my soul. That's how I managed to survive until now." "So you'll never be able to leave the Cosmos Cauldron?" Lin Feng raised his brows slightly. "The Cosmos Emperor. He's a bastard. He's not looking for a successor. He's looking for someone to guard the cauldron for him. The Cosmos Cauldron hides a huge secret." The Great Desire Devil King seemed to realize that he had misspoken and quickly shut his mouth. Lin Feng didn't ask what the secret was, because it definitely wasn't simple. With his current cultivation, knowing about it would only bring him disaster. "Since your life is already hopeless, hurry up and give me all the treasures." "Give me all the treasures, and I'll leave," Lin Feng said. "Who says my life is hopeless? Once my soul reaches the giant god realm, I'll be able to leave this place." The Great Desire Devil King snorted coldly, then laughed strangely. "Are you sure you want the treasures here?" If you want them, I don't mind giving them to you. However, we'll have to see if you can take them away. Lin Feng frowned. The Cosmos Cauldron was indeed very strange. It could even imprison an expert like the Great Desire Devil King. Lin Feng was somewhat apprehensive about the treasures inside. Lin Feng thought about it and decided that it wasn't worth risking his life for the treasures. He smiled innocently and said, "It's fine if you don't want the treasures. Great Desire Devil King, you've lived for who knows how long, so you should have a lot of powerful divine abilities, right? Teach me 8 or 10 top-tier divine abilities." 8 or 10 top-tier divine abilities? Kid, you must be dreaming. The Great Desire Devil King sneered. The Great Desire Devil King sneered. Cultivators usually cherished what they had. Even if they took their legacies to their graves, they wouldn't pass them on to others. This was even more so for demonic Dao cultivators. They wouldn't even pass on their divine abilities to their own disciples or descendants, let alone outsiders. The Great Desire Devil King was a demonic Dao cultivator. Passing on his divine abilities to Lin Feng was even more unbearable than killing him. Lin Feng sneered. "If you don't want to, then don't. We'll just wait for my helper to wake up. Then, we'll deal with you together. We'll kill you and search your soul. Even if we can't get all of your divine abilities, we should still be able to get a few of them, right?" The Great Desire Devil King's expression turned gloomy. He sneered and said, "If we really fight, it's hard to say who will emerge victorious." Lin Feng said, "I'm looking forward to that battle." The Great Desire Devil King's gaze turned cold. He didn't want to gamble with his life, especially when Lin Feng still had 2 types of heavenly flames. "At most, I'll teach you 1 divine ability. Of course, it's an ancient divine ability, so it won't disappoint you," the Great Desire Devil King said with a gloomy expression. "If it's just 1, then I want 3,000 Great Daos." Lin Feng smiled. 3,000 Great Daos? Why don't you just rob me?" The Great Desire Devil King roared. He wanted nothing more than to pounce on Lin Feng and fight him to the death. When had he ever been threatened like this? 3,000 Great Daos were secrets that couldn't be passed on. Lin Feng wasn't surprised at all by Great Desire Demon King's reaction. The 3,000 Grand Daos were too precious, and it wouldn't be easy to make Great Desire Demon King hand them over. Lin Feng said, "Great Desire Demon King, I'm telling you, I'm robbing you in broad daylight. Of course, if you don't want to give me the 3,000 Grand Daos, do you have any Emperor techniques? Compared to the 3,000 Grand Daos, I prefer Emperor techniques. Make a decision quickly because I don't have that much patience. If you don't agree, I'll have to awaken that expert and have him join hands with me to destroy you." The Great Lust Demon King gnashed his teeth in anger, his entire body trembling. As for the trapped cultivators, they were all dumbfounded. Lin Feng actually dared to threaten Great Desire Demon King in such a blatant manner. This was completely out of their expectations. Great Desire Demon King seemed to be afraid of the expert Lin Feng was talking about. It was normal for a genius like Lin Feng to have an unknown expert behind him, so no one was surprised. Thus, many people were praying that Lin Feng would save them before he left. If Lin Feng didn't care about them, then they were dead for sure. At this moment, Great Desire Demon King was glaring at Lin Feng with an extremely fierce gaze. If looks could kill, Lin Feng would have been cut into 1,000 pieces by Great Desire Demon King's cold gaze. Great Desire Demon King didn't want to fight to the death, so he clenched his teeth and said, "Fine, brat, you win. I'll teach you the 3,000 Grand Daos." Great Desire Demon King hatefully glared at Lin Feng, then a message entered Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng looked at it and found that the 3,000 Grand Daos Great Desire Demon King gave him was called the Great Defense Technique. It was ranked 59th among the 3,000 Grand Daos, and it was a defense-type Grand Dao. Haha, that's good. Our cooperation can be considered pleasant. Now, let's talk about my second condition for leaving this place. Lin Feng said with a smile. When Great Lust Demon King heard Lin Feng say that there was a second condition, his eyes spat fire. "You're pushing your luck." The Great Lust Demon King glared at Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, "In a cultivator's negotiation, the dominant party has always been the one with the advantage. If it's between you and me, and you're the one with the advantage, I'm afraid I won't have a good ending, right?" I'm only giving you a chance to negotiate because you've worked so hard for so many years. Don't be so ungrateful. Great Lust Demon King was depressed. He had been extorted from one of the 3,000 great Daos, and this bastard actually said that he was only negotiating with him because of how hard it had been for him all these years. If they really fought, he might not necessarily lose. Great Lust Demon King almost couldn't help but fight Lin Feng to the death. He had never felt so sullen before. However, the Great Lust Demon King resisted time and time again. The Great Lust Demon King didn't want to see both sides suffer. There was one thing that Lin Feng was right about. It had indeed not been easy for the Great Lust Demon King to survive until now. It was precisely because he had gone through so much that he cherished his life even more. Alright. Now, tell me, what's your second condition? Didn't you capture a group of people? Release them all. Lin Feng said. The Great Lust Demon King's expression flickered, clearly weighing the pros and cons. He was truly unwilling to release those people. When he saw Lin Feng's calm expression, as if he had everything under control, his expression became even more unsightly. Compared to the people who had been trapped, the Great Lust Demon King wanted to send Lin Feng away as soon as possible. Alright, take them and leave, said Yi Futian. The Great Lust Demon King waved his right hand. Swish, there was a flash of light, and over 100 people appeared in the cave. They all fell to the ground weakly. Clearly, the Great Lust Demon King had stolen a lot of their lifespan. However, they were already very lucky to be able to keep their lives. Xikong. Lin Feng was overjoyed when he saw Xikong Jiayue among the crowd. He quickly ran over and took out an origin pill, feeding it to Xikong Jiayue. Xikong Jiayue's body quickly recovered. Lin Feng. I didn't expect you to come here. Xikong Jiayue and Lin Feng gave each other a bear hug. Xinyan was worried about you and told me about you, so I came to look for you. Fortunately, I found you. We can't stay here for long. Let's go. Lin Feng said. Xikong Jiayue nodded and stood up with Lin Feng's help. Bastard, are you blind? Hurry up and help me up. I'll let you carry me out. Sun Yi glared at Lin Feng. Even though she was a bit weak, she still had a fierce personality. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile wryly. Was she really his personal maid? He carried Sun Yi on his back, then looked at the cultivators around him and said, Everyone, you're all fine now. Your sex elders are waiting for your news, so you should quickly go back so that they won't continue to worry. Nobody dared to hesitate and quickly left the universe cavern. When they arrived outside, many people collapsed on the ground to recover. Sun Yi had only been tied to the pillar for a short time, so she had mostly recovered by the time they left the universe cavern. Lin Feng put her down. Brother Lin, I really have to thank you this time. If it hadn't been for you, we would have died. A young man in purple cupped his fists. His name was Su Jing, and he was a genius from Penglai. He was also present during the gathering at Wanhai Restaurant. Brother Lin, thank you for saving us today. I'll remember your kindness. Miao Yuling walked over and looked at Lin Feng gratefully. Miao Yuling was a goddess in many people's hearts. During the Ocean Gazing Restaurant's gathering, her arrival had caused quite a stir. Thank you, Brother Lin. I'll definitely repay you in the future. Sui Bing also walked over. She was as famous as Miao Yuling. It's nothing. Don't worry about it. Lin Feng smiled. Many people came over to thank Lin Feng personally. Lin Feng nodded, but he looked very calm. These people expressed their thanks verbally, but it was unknown how many of them were sincere. Lin Feng had saved them for the 10 million top-quality spirit stones, so he didn't expect them to really thank him. The group didn't stay for long. They quickly left the deep-sea devil cave and returned to the 15th cultivators gathering area. Lin Feng arranged for Xikong Jiayue and his friends to stay. Then, he and Sun Yi went to the temporary offices of the influential groups to receive the 10 million top-quality spirit stones. After arriving there, Lin Feng immediately sensed that some people's godly intents were locking onto him. Lin Feng frowned because some of the godly intents locked onto him. Someone brought Lin Feng and Sun Yi to the second floor. There were more than 10 cultivators sitting there. When Lin Feng arrived, they all looked at Lin Feng. The cultivators sitting there were all old-timers from the various top factions. They all had deep thoughts. When they looked at Lin Feng, their eyes flickered. No one knew what they were thinking. "You're Lin Feng, the one who stepped on Heavenly God Murong and ascended to the prodigy arena?" said a middle-aged man in golden clothes, looking at Lin Feng in a condescending way. This made Lin Feng very unhappy. He said indifferently, "Why ask when you already know? Impudent. How dare you talk to me like that?" The middle-aged man hadn't thought that Lin Feng would refuse to give him face. His facial expression suddenly looked glum. He was looking at Lin Feng with an ice-cold expression. Lin Feng didn't know this person, but he could sense that when Lin Feng arrived on the second floor, this person emitted a cold aura that locked onto him. Clearly, this person didn't have good intentions. Coupled with this person's arrogant expression, Lin Feng naturally wouldn't treat him nicely. At this time, an old man said, "Fellow Taoist Jean, you're a famous expert. Why are you getting angry with a 20-year-old junior?" The middle-aged man called fellow Taoist Jean couldn't help but snort coldly. He looked at Lin Feng coldly. "He's Jean Zhongdao from Divine Rock Island." Sun Yi whispered in Lin Feng's ear. Lin Feng nodded. Now that he knew this person's identity, he roughly understood why this person was targeting him. Many people on Tianwu continent knew that he had the Great Ping King and the Peacock Sacred Lord behind him. The enmity between the Great Ping King and Divine Rock Island had long since spread across Tianwu continent. Although the Great Ping King's tribe had some dealings with the Divine Ping Island, their private relationship was definitely not harmonious. Back then, Heavenly Ping King had chased Great Ping King out of Divine Rock Island. Even now, the cultivators of Divine Rock Island were still bragging about it. This would undoubtedly intensify the conflict between the two forces. And Lin Feng had a close relationship with the Great Rock King, so it was normal for the people of the Divine Rock Island to be hostile towards Lin Feng. For the sake of the unity of the golden-winged Great Rock race, the Great Rock King did not seek revenge from the Heavenly Rock King. However, the Heavenly Ping King might not let the Great Ping King go. The Heavenly Ping King was jealous of the Great Ping King's talent, and the elders of the Great Ping King's clan suspected that the Heavenly Ping King was one of the experts that ambushed the Great Ping King. This matter wasn't baseless. Maybe the Heavenly Ping King and the Great Ping King would fight in the future. Most of the time, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, and the friend of my enemy is my enemy. Of course, the main reason why the people of the Divine Rock Island wanted to kill Lin Feng was because Lin Feng had too many treasures on him, which were enough for them to risk their lives. Divine weapons, precious medicines that were tens of thousands of years old, hundreds of thousands of years old, immemorial spiritual techniques, the 3,000 Great Tao, the inheritance of the Celestial Master Path, and so on. The people of the Divine Rock Island weren't the only ones who had their eyes on Lin Feng. Many other groups had their eyes on Lin Feng, waiting to kill him and steal his treasures. However, even if these top groups wanted to kill Lin Feng, they wouldn't do it openly. After all, the Great Ping King and the Peacock Saint Lord had warned them, and they didn't want to offend the Great Ping King and the Peacock Saint Lord. Therefore, even if they wanted to take action, they would choose to do it in private. Jean Zhongdao didn't say anything after hearing the old man's advice. He just looked at Lin Feng coldly. The old man smiled and said, "I still have to thank you for saving my grandson." "May I know who your grandson is?" asked Lin Feng. "Su Jun," said the old man with a smile. "So it's brother Su's grandfather. Junior has been rude." Lin Feng cupped his fists. "Haha, there's no need to be so polite," said the old man with a smile. In fact, 10 years ago, Lin Feng had fought with a disciple of the Punlai Immortal Island, Xianxia, in Hualong Town. Xianxia couldn't defeat Lin Feng and was crippled by Lin Feng. That was why Lin Feng and the Punlai Immortal Island didn't have a good relationship. Of course, Xianxia was only an ordinary inner disciple of the Punlai Immortal Island. The Punlai Immortal Island naturally wouldn't have a conflict with a genius like Lin Feng because of an ordinary inner disciple. At that moment, another old man in a green robe said, "The 10 million top-grade spirit stones you received are all on this crystal card. Can you check if the amount is correct?" "Thank you, Senior." Lin Feng accepted the crystal card. He didn't check if the amount was correct. A group of Rebirth Realm experts wouldn't do anything for 10 million top-grade spirit stones. Experts of their level would naturally disdain to do such a thing. Junior will take his leave, said Lin Feng. Lin Feng cupped his fists and left with Sun Yi. The strong cultivators of the rebirth level narrowed their eyes and watched Lin Feng leave. They all had different expressions. It seems like someone has set their sights on us. Do you think a rebirth realm expert will come to kill us? I'm looking forward to it. I'm so excited when a rebirth realm expert comes to kill us. Sun Yi clenched her fists excitedly. Slap, Lin Feng slapped Sun Yi's butt. Sun Yi cried out in pain and covered her butt with her hands. She glared at Lin Feng and said, "Why did you hit me?" Lin Feng said, "I hit you because you didn't think before speaking. If a rebirth realm expert really comes to kill us, do you think we'll be able to escape?" Sun Yi snorted, "Who said that?" "That's not necessarily true. If a rebirth realm expert really comes, hee. Sun Yi revealed a devilish smile. Lin Feng was slightly taken aback, but then his heart shook. Sun Yi's expression seemed to indicate that she was looking forward to meeting a rebirth realm expert. Sun Yi had a fiery personality. She was a typical shrewish beauty, but she wasn't stupid. How could she be so excited when facing a rebirth realm expert? Did that mean Sun Yi had a way to deal with a rebirth realm expert? "It seems like you have some hidden cards. I was wrong to hit you just now," Lin Feng said. "Humph," Sun Yi snorted twice. Lin Feng said, "I'll help you rub it, and it won't hurt anymore." He stretched out his right hand. It seemed like he was really going to help Sun Yi rub where she had been attacked. Sun Yi's face immediately turned red, and she spat out, "Stinky pervert." She then fled without a trace. When Lin Feng returned to his residence, he noticed that there were two female cultivators standing behind a tree not far from him. They were looking at his courtyard. Lin Feng frowned slightly. These two female cultivators were the long-legged beauty and the enchanting beauty who had asked him if he wanted to serve them. Now, they had come to his residence. This made Lin Feng a little wary, but the two women didn't seem to realize that Lin Feng already knew that they were hiding behind the tree. Lin Feng didn't expose them, he just went straight into the courtyard. Xikong Jiayue was worried about his sister, Xikong Xinyan, so he left the next day. Lin Feng didn't go back with Xikong Jiayue because he felt that the journey back wouldn't be safe. There might even be a rebirth realm expert trying to kill him. It was also a good thing to separate from Xikong Jiayue. 3 days after Xikong Jiayue left, Lin Feng and Sun Yi left together. Originally, Lin Feng wanted to chase Sun Yi away. He didn't really want her to be his maid for 3 months. It was just a joke. It was fun to tease Sun Yi when he had nothing to do. However, Lin Feng knew that Sun Yi seemed to have some hidden cards that could deal with rebirth realm experts. He didn't let Sun Yi leave and left with her. If there were no rebirth realm experts trying to kill him, Lin Feng felt that he could use Sun Yi's hidden cards to get rid of him. Lin Feng and Sun Yi flew over the ocean. The blue waves rippled as far as the eye could see, and it was a magnificent sight to behold. Sun Yi asked, "Do you think a rebirth realm expert will really come to kill us?" Sun Yi had asked this question 38 times along the way. When he saw the excitement on her beautiful face, Lin Feng could only smile bitterly. Who would look forward to being killed by a rebirth realm expert? However, Sun Yi was looking forward to it, which made Lin Feng feel rather helpless. Lin Feng had no choice but to explain, "I think it's very likely that they will come. We just have to wait patiently. Of course, it's better if they don't come. No matter what, you've saved so many people. Would they really bite the hand that feeds them?" asked Sun Yi. Lin Feng pursed his lips and said, "In this world, for the sake of benefits, fathers and sons can turn against each other and become enemies. Brothers can kill each other. What can't happen?" Sun Yi nodded and said, "That's true. There are the most ingrates in this world. Let's work together and kill all of them." Sun Yi seemed to be full of energy. Lin Feng was also wondering what method Sun Yi had to deal with a rebirth realm expert. Obviously, Sun Yi's method was extraordinary, and it couldn't be used casually. Otherwise, Sun Yi wouldn't have needed to ask him for help when she was besieged by a dozen fierce beasts. She could have just used her hidden method. Lin Feng guessed that Sunny would have to pay a great price to use her hidden method. Sunny wanted to fight a rebirth realm expert, and she even wanted to kill one. Sunny probably had other motives. This woman had a wise and far-sighted heart beneath her shrewish personality. Lin Feng could sense this from many small details. If he really treated Sunny as an innocent and naive person, who knew when she would sell him off? He might even have to count the money for her. When night fell, Lin Feng and Sunny landed on a lone island. The two of them found a dry cave. Lin Feng used a formation to cover a radius of 4 to 5 miles. Rebirth realm experts were too terrifying. If they launched a sneak attack, they could instantly kill him and Sunny. Therefore, Lin Feng had to be cautious. With the defensive formation, if a rebirth realm expert really came to kill him, he would be able to sense it in advance. After a simple meal, Lin Feng leaned against the rock wall to rest, while Sunny leaned not far away. Late at night, a figure flew over from afar and landed. "He's hiding here." A cold laugh rang out. The cultivator chasing after them was Jin Zongdao from Divine Rock Island. This person was a possessor of a special bloodline. The bloodline of the golden-winged Great Ping clan flowed in his veins. Naturally, he was incomparably powerful. Among the rebirth state experts, he was extremely famous. Today, he had personally killed Lin Feng. Obviously, he had absolute confidence in his own strength. If nothing unexpected happened, with his strength of the reincarnation layer, killing Lin Feng wouldn't be a problem. A rebirth state cultivator was too powerful. Jin Zongdao stepped into the depths of the cave. Suddenly, he stopped. Jin Zongdao sensed that there was a hidden formation here. "You're really cautious. You actually used a formation to cover the surroundings. Brat, you think you're smart, but you don't know that you're as stupid as a pig. Today, I will also use a formation to cover the formation you set up. I will completely seal this place so that you won't even have a chance to escape." Jin Zongdao immediately laughed sinisterly. Jin Zongdao was one of the top 3 figures in Divine Rock Island. Among the older generation experts of Divine Rock Island, the Island Lord of Divine Rock Island, Heavenly Rock King, was naturally the leader. And among the experts of the older generation, Jin Zongdao's achievements were the greatest. Not only was Jin Zongdao's strength tyrannical, but he also had a deep understanding of formations. His attainments in formations were also extremely profound. Now that he had reached the peak of the heaven stage, he was a spirit array master on the same level as Lin Feng. Jin Zongdao flew into the air and took out 81 formation flags. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, these formation flags all flew out and stabbed into the ground. Then, crisscrossing formation runes formed in the void. These formation runes connected together to form a powerful formation. And the formation flags were the center of the formation, maintaining the operation of the entire formation. Jin Zongdao used a powerful formation to cover the formation set up by Lin Feng. After doing all this, Jin Zongdao's mouth curled into a sneer. He then stepped into the formation set up by Lin Feng. At the same time, Lin Feng opened his eyes. He woke Sunny up and said, "Someone's here." It seems to be Jin Zongdao, but I vaguely feel that other than Jin Zongdao, there are 2 more hidden auras. However, the other 2 have yet to appear. When Sunny heard that a rebirth realm expert had arrived, she excitedly jumped up from the ground. "Great, let's go out and kill Jin Zongdao now." Sunny looked eager to give it a try. Lin Feng's forehead was full of black lines. He said, "How can a rebirth realm expert be killed so easily? Later, I'll be in the open, and you'll be in the dark. I'll take action to restrain Jin Zongdao, but Jin Zongdao's strength is too terrifying. I estimate that I won't be able to last more than a few rounds. So, you must find the right opportunity to attack Jin Zongdao and try to kill him directly. Even if you can't kill him directly, you must severely injure him. Leave this to me." "Don't worry about it," said Lin Feng. Sunny patted her full chest and said. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly twitched. He couldn't help but mutter in his heart. This Sunny's development was really not bad. Of course, Lin Feng knew that now wasn't the time to think about such things. He and Sunny quickly left the cave. Lin Feng rushed towards Jin Zongdao, while Sunny concealed herself. Soon, Lin Feng saw Jin Zongdao's figure. Jin Zongdao also saw Lin Feng. He thought that Lin Feng was going to run away, so he slapped his palm towards Lin Feng from across the void. A large energy palm blasted over. Lin Feng moved horizontally to the left, narrowly dodging Jin Zhongdao's attack. The energy palm condensed by Jin Zhongdao smashed onto the mountain behind him. The entire mountain was instantly smashed into dust. Your speed isn't bad. You were able to dodge my palm. However, I didn't even use 1% of my strength in that attack, Jin Zhongdao said with a cold smile as he walked over step by step. Lin Feng raised his eyelids and said, I already felt that you wanted to kill me. As expected, my guess was correct. You really came to kill me. Who asked you to have so many powerful inheritances and treasures? Since the heavens are virtuous, give me all your treasures and divine abilities. I'll give you a quick death. If you dare to resist, I'll crush your bones inch by inch when I capture you. Then, I'll extract your soul and burn it with hellfire. I'll make you beg for death. Jin Zhongdao gloomily looked at Lin Feng. Evidently, he didn't put Lin Feng in his eyes at all. In Jin Zhongdao's eyes, Lin Feng was just an ant. He could crush Lin Feng to death with just a flick of his finger. Lin Feng sneered and said, Jin Zhongdao, you're too arrogant. The battle hasn't even started, and you're already acting like you have everything under control. How laughable. Jin Zhongdao said disdainfully, do you think you can turn the tables around? Do you think an ant can stir up trouble in front of a dragon? Lin Feng said, you think I'm an ant, but I'm not an ant, and you're not a dragon in my eyes. Do you know why I chose this island to rest? It's because there are 36 islands around this island, and this is the central island. According to the arrangement of the stars in the sky, this is a natural array, and the eye of the array is here. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng suddenly waved his right hand. Asterisk rumble, asterisk a loud noise shook the sky, and the 36 islands around him shook violently. Then, each island shot out a beam of light. These light beams converged in midair and formed a huge dragon. Asterisk roar, asterisk the dragon let out a loud roar, bared its fangs and brandished its claws, and pounced towards Jin Zhongdao. This was the power of the Celestial Master sect. They could borrow the power of heaven and earth to fight their enemies. Most of the time, the Celestial Master sect's inheritance could display incredible destructive power, just like now. The dragon was pouncing towards Lin Feng, and its power was enough to destroy heaven and earth. Do you think you can fight me by relying on the power of the outside world? You're gravely mistaken. My strength isn't something that can be stopped by the power of the outside world. Jin Zhongdao's expression was indifferent as he slapped his palm towards the dragon. Asterisk bang, asterisk following an earth-shaking sound, Jin Zhongdao and the dragon collided. The destructive power of their collision was too strong. Asterisk crack. Asterisk even the island began to crack. For ferocious cauldrons, come out, Lin Feng knew that the dragon could only last 3 or 4 rounds before it was destroyed by Jin Zhongdao. Therefore, he took out the cauldrons to deal with Jin Zhongdao. Lin Feng entered the cauldrons and controlled them to attack Jin Zhongdao. Once the cauldrons charged, their destructive power was terrifying. Jin Zhongdao's expression changed when he sensed the power of the cauldrons. He slapped the dragon with his left hand and the cauldrons with his right hand. Lin Feng was indeed worthy of being a rebirth realm expert. He was fighting 2 opponents at once, and he was able to block the attacks of the cauldrons and the dragon. An ant-like brat dares to challenge me? You really don't know the difference between life and death. Jin Zhongdao's the cauldron's ant's attack, and the dragon's attacks. Jin Zhongdao's cauldrons. At the same time, he's attacks cauldrons. Great entanglement technique. Suddenly, the 3,000 SST TSS Feng S dense threads flew out and wrapped around Jin Zhongdao's body, making him look like a dumpling. Go to hell. At that moment, Sunny rushed out from her hiding place. Seeing the weapon in her hand, Lin Feng almost fell to the ground. Sunny's frail body was carrying a huge black door. It was 5 meters long, 4 meters wide, and half a meter thick. Lin Feng didn't know what it was made of. There was a protruding part that looked like a sword's hilt. Sunny grabbed the hilt with both hands and directly threw the huge door at Jin Zhongdao. Clearly, Sunny had already activated the door's power. The huge door was covered in runes. A sinister and bloodthirsty aura was emitted from the huge door. Jin Zhongdao's expression changed abruptly. His strength was very strong, and he instantly broke free from the threads that were entangling him. Then, he threw a punch at the door that was coming at him. However, at that moment, 3 swords flew out of the cauldrons. Lin Feng circulated the regal sword control art and directly took out the 3 swords, Black Dragon Sword, Void Death Sword, and Spring and Autumn Sword. The 3 swords turned into 3 cold rays of light that shot towards Jin Zhongdao. Jin Zhongdao had no choice but to block the 3 swords. I didn't think that you 2 ants would be able to force me to take out my magic treasure. Jin Zhongdao didn't panic. His expression was indifferent as he took out one of his defensive magic treasures. It was a Peak Dao artifact defensive magic treasure called the Jade Spirit Shield. After Jin Zhongdao took out the Jade Spirit Shield, it released a defensive barrier that protected him. The 3 treasured swords bombarded the defensive light cover constructed by the Jade Spirit Shield, and were unexpectedly blocked by the defensive light cover. As expected of a Peak Dao artifact defensive magic treasure, its defensive power was truly tyrannical. At that moment, Sun Yi's attack came crashing down. Jin Zhongdao's expression was indifferent. He was very confident in the Jade Spirit Shield's defensive power. At that moment, he was even thinking about how to immediately kill Sun Yi and capture Lin Feng. Then, he would ruthlessly torture Lin Feng. Jin Zhongdao's wishful thinking was pretty good, but he didn't think that Sun Yi's magic treasure would be so powerful. Clang, the door in Sun Yi's hand smashed into Jin Zhongdao's defensive magic treasure. That Pinnacle Dao artifact-level defensive magic treasure was torn apart in an instant like it was made of paper. How is this possible? Jin Zhongdao shouted in disbelief. A trace of fear appeared in his eyes. He quickly retreated, wanting to dodge Sun Yi's attack. But it was too late. Sun Yi shouted excitedly, "In order to activate this magic treasure, I used 10 drops of Heavenly God liquid. My heart hurts so much." The instant she said that, the huge black door in Sun Yi's hand smashed into Jin Zhongdao's body. Bang, the attack ruthlessly smashed into Jin Zhongdao's body, sending him flying like a kite with its string cut. Half of his body had exploded, and his entire left arm had disappeared. White bones were everywhere, and it was extremely terrifying. However, even with such a fatal injury, Jin Zhongdao was still alive. His cultivation base was too high, and it wouldn't be easy to kill him. Ah! How is this possible? I was actually heavily injured by 2 juniors. Jin Zhongdao couldn't believe it, but his reaction was still very fast. He knew that the situation was hopeless, so he quickly fled into the distance. At that moment, Sun Yi's huge magic treasure devoured all of Jin Zhongdao's blood. On the door, a blood red eye opened. Lin Feng discovered that the magic treasure had a total of 99 blood red eyes. The one that had just opened was the 3rd blood red eye. After the blood red eye opened, Sun Yi seemed very excited. "Chase," Lin Feng said, taking the lead to chase after the fleeing Jin Zhongdao. Jin Zhongdao was from the golden-winged Great Ping clan, which was best at speed. If they ran, no one would be able to catch up with them. However, now that Jin Zhongdao was heavily injured, his speed was greatly reduced. This gave Lin Feng a chance to catch up with him. Because Lin Feng's speed was fast enough, it was normal for Jin Zhongdao to be caught up. When he was about 100 meters away from Jin Zhongdao, Lin Feng used the regal sword control technique. 3 swords moved as fast as lightning towards Jin Zhongdao. Sword light flashed in the air as the 3 swords whistled through the air and caught up in an instant, aiming for Jin Zhongdao's head, chest, and abdomen. Jin Zhongdao's expression was gloomy. He no longer wanted to continue fighting with Lin Feng and Sun Yi because he knew that in his current state, if he continued fighting, he would die. When facing the 3 swords, Jin Zhongdao raised his right hand and a Milky Way appeared. That Milky Way separated him from Lin Feng's 3 swords. The galaxy blocked the attacks of the 3 swords and he continued to escape. Jin Zhongdao was roaring hysterically in his heart, "You 2 little bastards, just wait until I recover and return to my clan. I'll bring back reinforcements and divine weapons. Then, you'll die without a grave." Jin Zhongdao wanted nothing more than to tear Lin Feng and Sun Yi to pieces, but he knew that now wasn't the time. He had to endure and suppress the killing intent and anger in his heart. Lin Feng chased after him and destroyed Jin Zhongdao's galaxy with a single palm strike. Then, he quickly chased after Jin Zhongdao. Jin Zhongdao's speed was indeed very fast. He rushed out of Lin Feng's great formation and activated it. He wanted to use it to stop Lin Feng and Sun Yi. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He directly took out 3 swords and forcefully tore apart Jin Zhongdao's great formation. Then, he and Sun Yi rushed out of the great formation and chased after Jin Zhongdao. Jin Zhongdao is heavily injured. The 2 experts hiding in the dark were shocked. This was something they had not expected. Jin Zhongdao was seriously injured and on the run, being chased by 2 juniors. This was simply unbelievable. That treasure is the Blood-Eye demonic sword. Suddenly, the Rebirth Realm experts that were hiding in the shadows exclaimed with shock. The Blood-Eye Devil Sword was a famous magic treasure of the Devil Dao. It was rumored that it was forged by a Devil Dao Great Emperor called the Blood-Eye Devil Emperor in the Primordial Era. It was a quasi-emperor weapon. Originally, the Great Emperor wanted to forge the Blood-Eye Demon Sword into an emperor weapon. However, he could not find the most crucial material even after searching all over the universe. Therefore, the Blood-Eye Demon Sword was not forged into a true emperor weapon until the Great Emperor's death. However, a quasi-emperor weapon was already terrifying enough. These 2 juniors are too cunning. They are clearly scheming against us. Fortunately, Jin Zhongdao made the first move. The 2 rebirth state experts hiding in the dark heaved a sigh of relief. No matter how powerful a rebirth state expert was. However, when faced with a weapon like a quasi-emperor weapon, only death awaited them. Jin Zhongdao, don't run anymore. You won't be able to escape. Stop and prepare to die, shouted Lin Feng. Little bastard, you want to kill me? You're still far from it. Just you wait. I will tear you to pieces. Jin Zhongdao cursed bitterly. Sun Yi pouted and said, you're the one who will be smashed into meat paste. Little bastard. You're dead too. You're with that little bastard. You're an enemy of Divine Rock Island. There will be no place for you in this world, said Jin Zhongdao fiercely. You can't even protect yourself, but you're still so arrogant. You're really overconfident. Lin Feng pouted. Sun Yi said, it's not like bragging costs anything. Just brag as much as you can. Jin Zhongdao was almost angered to death when he heard Lin Feng and Sun Yi mocking him. He was gloomy and did not say anything else. Instead, he fled as fast as he could. Jin Zhongdao's speed had decreased because of his injuries. However, when he pushed his speed to the limit, he should be extremely fast. Lin Feng could barely keep up with Jin Zhongdao, but Sun Yi's speed was far behind. Lin Feng had no choice but to carry Sun Yi on his back and chase after her. Giddy up, giddy up. Sun Yi giggled. Lin Feng could not help but roll his eyes and grab Sun Yi's soft spot. You bastard. Sun Yi's face turned pink, and she gritted her teeth. If you dare to cause trouble again, do you believe that I have even more powerful methods waiting for you? Threatened Lin Feng. Shameless scoundrel. Sun Yi spat, but she became much more obedient. With Sun Yi on his back, Lin Feng's speed decreased a little, but Jin Zhongdao's speed was also decreasing. After all, he was heavily injured. Although his speed had increased in a short period of time, it was obvious that he could not hold on for long with his heavily injured body. Both parties quickly arrived at the 15th cultivator gathering place. Jin Zhongdao flew to the top of the 15th cultivator gathering place. He wanted to seek shelter here, as the 15th cultivator gathering place was under Divine Rock Island's influence. Look, isn't that Jin Zhongdao? How did he get so heavily injured? Look, there are 2 people chasing after him. Hey, I know that man. He's Lin Feng. What's that huge door in that woman's hand? Could it be a weapon? What huge door? That's the Blood-Eye demonic sword. Could it be that Jin Zhongdao tried to kill Lin Feng but was heavily injured by Lin Feng and that woman's weapon? That's very likely. Many people were discussing this matter. By the time Jin Zhongdao reached the 15th cultivator gathering place, his speed had decreased a lot. Lin Feng was almost at his limit, so he hurriedly absorbed the energy of a jade leaf stone to recover his magic power. Boom, at that moment, a terrifying aura came from the depths of the 15th cultivator gathering place. It seemed as if someone was coming to rescue Jin Zhongdao. Lin Feng's expression sank. He said, I'll catch up to Jin Zhongdao as quickly as possible. Get ready to use that door to kill him. Understood. Sunny took out a porcelain bottle. One could faintly see some spiritual liquid inside. She opened the bottle and poured 10 drops onto the blood-eye demonic sword, which quickly absorbed them. Void travel. World of 8 corners. Lin Feng used both of his divine abilities to increase his speed. He traveled through the void and instantly appeared above Jin Zhongdao. Sunny leapt into the air, holding the huge door in her hand. It felt as if Mount Tai was crashing down on Jin Zhongdao. No! Jin Zhongdao screamed. Jin Zhongdao screamed in horror. He condensed a god art to block, but he couldn't stop the attack. Bang! The attack landed on Jin Zhongdao's body, causing his body to explode into a bloody mist. Both his body and soul were destroyed. He died on the spot. All of the bloody mist was devoured by Sunny's huge door. Brats, you're courting death. A furious roar shook the sky as a skinny old man with sinister eyes appeared. Tianping King. It's Tianping King. Lin Feng and that woman are dead for sure. Many people cried out in alarm when they saw the old man. Tianping King was known as the strongest expert in the overseas region. His strength was unfathomable. Go, go, go. Lin Feng shouted, not daring to stay any longer. How terrifying was the heavenly Ping King. He had cultivated for over 8,000 years and was known as the strongest expert in the East Sea 3,000 years ago. Back then, even the great Ping King wanted to become his disciple. However, the heavenly Ping King was jealous of the great Ping King's talent and humiliated him before chasing him out. After so many years, no one knew how terrifying the heavenly Ping King's strength had become. However, one thing was certain. The current heavenly Ping King must have reached an unfathomable level. His cultivation was probably world-shaking. Lin Feng and Sunny had worked together to kill Jin Zhongdao because they had caught him off guard and severely injured him. In addition, Jin Zhongdao did not have any weapon that could block a quasi-emperor weapon. That was how they had managed to kill him. However, the heavenly Ping King was different. As the current island lord of the divine Ping Island, the heavenly Ping King must have an extremely powerful treasure. It was very likely to be a divine artifact. With the heavenly Ping King's cultivation, the might of a divine artifact was far inferior to the might of Sun Yi's quasi-emperor weapon, the blood-eye demonic sword. This was doubtful. Secondly, the heavenly Ping King was too powerful. Even a quasi-emperor weapon might not be able to injure him. Lastly, Lin Feng and Sunny were currently in a weakened state. After all, they had fought with Jin Zhongdao and chased him all the way to the 15th cultivator assembly area. Meanwhile, the heavenly Ping King was at his peak. How were they supposed to fight him? Lin Feng carried Sunny on his back and fled frantically into the distance. Little bastard, where do you think you're going? The heavenly Ping King's voice was cold and filled with bone-chilling killing intent. The heavenly Ping King was simply too fast. He was gradually closing the distance between them. Have you forgotten the great Ping King and sacred Lord Peacock's warning? Lin Feng said with a gloomy expression. 2 mere juniors. Their warning might be able to scare ordinary rebirth realm experts, but do you think it's capable of scaring me? Even if I kill you, the 2 of them won't dare to say a word. Do you believe me? Heavenly Ping King sneered. This person clearly had absolute confidence in himself. He did not place the great Ping King and the Peacock Holy Lord in his eyes at all. Lin Feng felt that this was going to be bad. Since the heavenly Ping King did not care about the great Ping King and the Peacock Saint Lord, he naturally attacked him without any hesitation. You're an expert of the older generation who has cultivated for more than 8,000 years, yet you're chasing after 2 20-year-old people. How shameless! I feel ashamed for you. You've disgraced 18 generations of your ancestors. Sunny shouted. What a sharp-tongued girl, but when I catch you later, I really want to see if you can still say such stupid things like now. Heavenly Ping King's expression was indifferent. Both parties, one fleeing and the other chasing, soon rushed into the vast sea. Let's go and take a look, many people shouted and chased after them. However, their speed could not catch up to Lin Feng and Heavenly Ping King. Little bastard, you're really good at running, but you won't be able to escape. I'll capture you. Heavenly Peking was too fast. In just a quarter of an hour, he had already caught up with Lin Feng and Sun Yi. He stretched out his hand and grabbed at the air. In a flash, a gigantic hand condensed in the air and moved towards Lin Feng and Sun Yi. Lin Feng and Sun Yi were astonished to find that they couldn't move. Their faces turned deathly pale. Lin Feng woke up Bibi at that critical moment. Iya! Iya! Bebe opened his sleepy eyes. This little fellow was still young, so he had always been rather sleepy. After being woken up, Bibi sensed danger and hastily released a seven-colored light which wrapped around Lin Feng and Sun Yi. They quickly disappeared. You won't be able to escape. Heavenly Peking's expression sank and he couldn't help snorting coldly. He had been so close to capturing Lin Feng and Sun Yi, but he had failed at the last step. His expression naturally wouldn't be good. Heavenly Peking also disappeared without a trace. Bibi brought Lin Feng and Sun Yi to a place 15 miles away. This little fellow is so cute. Let big sister give you a kiss. Sun Yi's eyes widened when she saw Bibi. She looked like she had been subdued by Bibi. She wanted to hug Bibi and give her a few kisses. Lin Feng was speechless. This was a moment of life and death, but Sun Yi was still worried about whether Bibi was cute or not. She should worry about her own life first. Bibi clearly didn't want to have any contact with Sun Yi. It was only close to Lin Feng, so it avoided Sun Yi. At this moment, the Heavenly Peking appeared. His expression was indifferent as he asked, "What species is this little beast? It's actually so powerful?" "Yeah." Bibi called out and continued to bring Lin Feng and Sun Yi away. This was Bibi's racial innate ability. Lin Feng's void travel technique allowed him to travel a short distance. It was suitable to be used in a duel, but it wasn't suitable for running away. Bibi's racial innate ability allowed her to travel a long distance. She could travel 15 miles with a single void travel technique, and that was only because she was still young. If Bibi grew up, she could travel a few hundred miles with a single void travel technique. Lin Feng wouldn't find it strange at all. However, Heavenly Peking's methods were also extremely terrifying. Bibi had brought Lin Feng and Sun Yi through several void travel techniques, but Heavenly Peking was still able to chase after them. He was too terrifying, and there was no way to shake him off. Bibi was too young, and she had already reached her limit after 10 void travel techniques. Lin Feng's heart ached when he saw how exhausted Bibi was. He had Bibi enter his pouch to rest. Then, he continued to fly with Sun Yi on his back. "That little beast is really not bad, you little bastard. You really have a lot of secrets. Divine abilities, treasures, and now a mysterious little beast. But everything you've obtained is destined to be a gift to someone else." Heavenly Peking's expression was indifferent as he sent a palm strike over. In the void, a huge energy palm condensed and instantly blasted out. "Old bastard, I'll fight you to the death." Sun Yi poured all of the Heavenly God liquid on her blood-eye demonic sword. There were about 20 drops of Heavenly God liquid. The blood-eye demonic sword's power was pushed to the limit as it smashed towards the huge palm of energy. Bang, but Heavenly Peking was too terrifying. He had casually condensed a huge palm of energy and instantly destroyed the blood-eye demonic sword's attack. Then, that huge palm of energy grabbed Lin Feng and Sun Yi. The two of them were shocked to find that they couldn't move at all. They could only watch as the huge palm of energy grabbed them. "Heavenly Peking, you've been famous for thousands of years, yet you're attacking two young people in their 20s. No matter how shameless you are, you shouldn't be this shameless, right?" Just as Lin Feng and Sun Yi were feeling despair, a voice suddenly rang out. Following that, a man stepped out of the void. It was a middle-aged man with a full beard. He had a very muscular body, and he looked like a savage. However, this barbarian-like man was exceptionally strong. When he took a step forward, the attack that the Sky Rock Monarch had condensed in the void shattered instantly. Lin Feng and Sun Yi felt the pressure on their bodies disappear, and they heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Feng didn't recognize this savage man, and judging from Sun Yi's expression, she didn't know him either. Lin Feng didn't know why this man had saved them, but Lin Feng still hurriedly thanked the cultivator. Sun Yi also bowed and thanked the cultivator. "Don't be so polite. It was nothing, the savage man waved his hand and said in a thunderous voice. The heavenly Peking gloomily looked at the savage man and said in a low voice, "Who are you? How dare you meddle in my affairs? I don't like the look of it, so I meddle. You two brats, leave quickly," the barbarian-like man said. "Thank you, Senior. However, you must be careful of this person. This person has no principles and doesn't even care about the face of a rebirth realm expert. He might use despicable methods to deal with you, so you must be careful," Lin Feng said. "Ha ha ha, well said. The famous heavenly Peking really doesn't care about his face." The barbarian-like man laughed 3 times. Lin Feng and Sun Yi didn't dare to stay, and they hurriedly flew away. The heavenly Peking wanted to chase after Lin Feng and Sun Yi, but he was stopped by the savage man. "Heavenly Peking, your opponent is me," the savage man sneered. "You're courting death." The heavenly Peking was enraged. He used a divine ability called Raging Wind and Rain to attack the barbarian. This divine ability condensed a boundless storm and a torrential rain. The storm instantly tore apart the world. A single drop of rain was like a sword that could cut apart the world. The destructive attack blasted towards the barbarian man. "Heavenly Finger." The barbarian-like man let out a long howl and pointed out a finger, instantly dispersing the storm and rain swords. Then, a finger condensed in the air and shot towards the heavenly Peking. "Heavenly Finger, so it's you, Demon Monarch Lan Ling." Heavenly Peking roared as 108,000 sword chi appeared behind him. All of them shot towards Devil Monarch Lan Ling. While the 2 strong cultivators were fighting, Lin Feng and Sun Yi quickly flew away. "I wonder how's of the battle?" asked Sun Yi with a frown. Lin Feng said, "That savage senior is definitely not simple. I feel that his cultivation is not inferior to the heavenly Peking's. The Tianwu continent is really full of experts. The Tianwu continent is too big. It's normal for there to be hidden experts," said Sun Yi. Lin Feng nodded. With the savage man blocking the heavenly Peking, he and Sun Yi smoothly returned to the first cultivator gathering area. After arriving, Lin Feng wasn't afraid that the heavenly Peking would chase after them. If he really dared to come, they might be able to kill the heavenly Peking with the help of the Spirit Formation Master Guild. Many ants could kill an elephant. Furthermore, the Spirit Formation Master Guild had a terrifying amount of power. As for Lin Feng, as the great elder of the Spirit Formation Master Guild, he had a lot of authority. Now, even Morong Baichuan, the person in charge of the 72 northern states, had taken the initiative to befriend Lin Feng. In Morong Baichuan's opinion, after the 4 saint-ranked Spirit Formation Masters left the Tianwu continent, Lin Feng would be one of the candidates to become the new master of the Spirit Formation Master Guild. Lin Feng and Sun Yi walked towards the Spirit Formation Master Guild. He asked, "What kind of magic treasure is that door of yours? Although it looks ugly, its power is really tyrannical." Sun Yi said proudly, "This treasure is called the Blood-Eye Demon Sword. It's a quasi-emperor weapon. No wonder it's so powerful. However, it doesn't look like a sword. It looks more like a big iron door," Lin Feng said. Sun Yi snorted and said, "What do you know? This kind of sword is cool. When you activated the Blood-Eye Demon Sword, you seem to have used some kind of liquid. What kind of liquid was that? It could actually activate the power of a quasi-emperor weapon?" Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help but ask curiously. Quasi-emperor weapons were even more difficult to activate than divine weapons. With Lin Feng's cultivation, if he wanted to activate a divine weapon's power, he would have to sacrifice his lifespan. He would have to pay such a huge price to activate a divine weapon's power, let alone a quasi-emperor weapon. It's called the Heavenly God Liquid. It's said that it's made from the blood of a heavenly god mixed with hundreds of other materials. It's a treasure refined by alchemists, and it's extremely valuable. I only managed to obtain a bottle of it by chance, but I've already used it up. It seems that I won't be able to activate the Blood-Eye Demon Sword for now." Sun Yi sighed. "Alchemists? Who are they?" Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. Sun Yi said, "Alchemy warlocks are an extremely ancient profession. It's said that in ancient times, the inheritance of alchemy warlocks was nearly lost. Fortunately, it's still passed down intermittently until now. However, it's very difficult for ordinary people to see alchemy warlocks. These alchemy warlocks can refine many unimaginable things, such as the heavenly god elixir. Lin Feng rubbed his chin and said, maybe I can ask around about alchemists. If I can find them, I'll be able to buy some heavenly god liquid. If he could buy some heavenly god liquid, Lin Feng would be able to activate the power of his divine weapons. At that time, even if a rebirth realm cultivator came, so what, he could activate his divine weapons and kill them with a single slash. Alchemists might not necessarily have heavenly god liquid, said Sunny. After all, a heavenly god's blood is too rare. Of course, if you can find an alchemist, it'll be a great thing. I heard from an elder that alchemists have a lot of good things. Even if you can't buy the heavenly god elixir, you can buy some other good things. Lin Feng nodded. Not long after, he and Sunny returned to the Alchemist Union. After they returned, an elder called Wang Dong came to report, Great Elder, President Morong is holding a banquet for guests. Those people have all come for you. President Morong already knows that you've returned, so he sent a subordinate to invite you to the VIP lounge. Who are they? Asked Lin Feng suspiciously. They're from the Passionless Island of the North Sea, the Fire Country of the Hades Sea, and the Four Seasons sect of the South Sea, said Elder Wang. Suibing came from the Passionless Island in the North Sea, Hualayer came from the Endless Fire Nation in the Netherworld Sea, and Miao Yuling came from the Four Seasons sect in the South Sea. Lin Feng didn't have any interactions with these three powers, so he didn't know why they were looking for him. He walked towards the VIP lounge. Sunny also followed Lin Feng to watch the show with great interest. When they arrived at the VIP lounge, they found more than 10 people sitting there. Morong Baichuan and Wang Changming were from the Spirit Array Master Guild, and Lin Feng didn't recognize the rest. They were probably cultivators from the three powers. Haha, Great Elder Lin is here. If you want to talk about the matter you mentioned before, you can talk to Great Elder Lin face to face. Morong Baichuan smiled. When the 10 people in the lounge saw Lin Feng arrive, they all stood up. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel apprehensive. Morong Baichuan's expression seemed to indicate that the matter they wanted to discuss was something good. Is this little friend Lin? You're really young and talented. An old man smiled at Lin Feng. This old man should be from the Endless Fire Nation. Because he cultivated a fire-attribute divine ability, although he didn't deliberately release it, Lin Feng could still faintly feel a scorching aura coming from his body. Therefore, Lin Feng concluded that he was a cultivator from the Endless Fire Nation. Senior, you're too polite. Lin Feng cupped his fists. Little friend, you're a dragon among dragons. No wonder you were able to step on God Morong and ascend to the heaven's proud arena. A beautiful woman said with a smile. Another old woman said, Little friend Lin, a genius like you is rarely seen in this world. Lin Feng felt apprehensive. What did the three powers mean by praising him so fiercely? Lin Feng was full of doubts. He couldn't help but look at Morong Baichuan. Morong Baichuan smiled and said, I presume that Great Elder Lin doesn't know who you are. Allow me to introduce you. This is Xianxia from the Endless Fire Nation. He is the third uncle of the Fire Nation's ruler and Hualaier's third grandfather. This is Granny Bingyun. Granny Bingyun is the supreme elder of the Heartless Island in the North Sea. This is Great Elder Miao Dieu from the Four Seasons sect. She's Miao Yuling's aunt. Greetings, masters, said Lin Feng, bowing respectfully. Lin Feng bowed to the three people. No need to be so courteous. The three of them smiled faintly. Let's sit down. Morong Baichuan smiled and said. Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng asked. I've heard that you came here to talk to me about something. May I know why? Hu Qianyao laughed heartily. I heard that you haven't taken a wife yet, nor are you engaged. Lin Feng was startled. He didn't know why Hu Qianyao had suddenly brought this up. He nodded subconsciously and said, That's right. Hu Qianyao smiled and said, I believe you have already met that girl, Lai Er. Although she has a fiery temperament, she is actually very passionate. She has also reached the age of marriage. A few days ago, she told me that she met you at a gathering and was subdued by you. She asked me to matchmake you too. In my opinion, you and Lai are a perfect match, a match made in heaven. What do you think, young friend? What do you think? Lin Feng was completely stunned. He had been trying to guess why Xianxia and the others had come looking for him. He had also made many guesses. But he had never guessed that Xianxia had come to matchmake him and Lai. Lin Feng was completely dumbfounded. At this time, Granny Bingyun said, "Little friend, marriage is an important matter, and it's very important. You mustn't make a hasty decision. I came here today because of that girl, Yi Bing. Little friend, you've met that girl more than once, right? Not long ago, you rescued her from the universe cavern. Although Yi Bing has a cold personality, she's always kept that matter in her heart. Ever since that day, she couldn't forget you, so she asked me to help her. Come, Yi Bing is the same age as you, so you'll definitely have a lot to talk about. That's why I feel that if you and Yi Bing get together, you'll definitely find each other agreeable." As soon as Granny Bingyun finished speaking, Miao Diayu said, "In my opinion, little friend Lin and my Yuling are the best match. My Yuling is gentle and considerate. She will definitely be a good wife and mother in the future. Moreover, there's a saying in our South Sea world that if you marry a wife, you should marry Miao Yuling. My Yuling is grateful to little friend Lin for saving her life, and she also admires little friend Lin's heroic spirit. She often misses little friend Lin by herself, but that girl is shy and hides her thoughts in her heart. As her aunt, since I know, I naturally have to matchmake them." Lin Feng smiled bitterly. Xianxia had come to propose marriage. He was already very shocked. Now, even Granny Bingyun and Miao Diayu had come to propose marriage. Lin Feng felt like he was in a dream. What was going on? 3 peerless beauties were going to marry him. Lin Feng naturally didn't believe Xianxia, Granny Bingyun, and Miao Diayu. What did they mean by fall in love with me? This was utter nonsense. Lin Feng thought about it and could more or less guess what the 3 sects were thinking. He said, "Actually, I already have a confidant, so I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you 3 fairies." Miao Diayu smiled and said, "A confidant might not necessarily become your wife, so don't make a decision so quickly." Lin Feng was about to refuse when Morong Baichuan gave Lin Feng a look. Lin Feng swallowed the words that he was about to blurt out and said, "Just as Senior said, marriage is not a trifling matter, so this junior will have to think about it carefully. Of course, I hope you can quickly make a decision. It's quite late now, so we'll be taking our leave." Xianxia, Granny Bingyun, and Miao Diayu left. Lin Feng, Morong Baichuan, and Wang Changming sent them off. Afterwards, they returned to the hall. Sunny said with a sour tone, "You must be so happy now, you stinky hoodlum, right? Huilai Er, Miao Yuling, and Sui Bing are all peerless beauties who are devastatingly beautiful and are goddesses in countless people's hearts. Now that they've all fallen in love with you, you should be happy." Lin Feng smiled and said, "Actually, I like you the most, my personal maid." Sunny's face slightly reddened and she lightly harumphed, but she felt quite happy in her heart. Seeing Morong Baichuan and Wang Changming looking at her and Lin Feng with ambiguous gazes, even with Sunny's shrewish personality, she couldn't help but feel quite embarrassed. She lightly harumphed and left the hall. "Great Elder Lin, what are you thinking?" Wang Changming smiled at Lin Feng and asked, "Is it because you're worried about your happiness?" "Thinking about it, Huilai Er, Sui Bing, and Miao Yuling are all top-tier goddesses in the eyes of young people like you. Choosing between them is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It's not impossible to marry all of them, but the key point is that it won't be easy, haha." Lin Feng smiled bitterly and shook his head when he heard Wang Changming's teasing. Morong Baichuan said, "Those 3 powers won't do anything without benefits. As for how sincere they are, I don't know." Wang Changming nodded and said, "Great Elder Lin is in the limelight right now. He has so many things that make people's hearts pound. Take the Endless Fire Nation for example. They must be thinking about heavenly flames. It's hard to say what the 4 Seasons sect and Heartless Island are thinking, but they must be interested in something on Great Elder Lin. The world of cultivators is full of schemes and deceit. I think that this so-called marriage can't be taken seriously, no matter how serious it is." Lin Feng said. Morong Baichuan said, "How do you plan on replying to them? If you refuse directly, you'll offend all 3 powers." Lin Feng said, "Then I won't reply." I plan on leaving tonight and going to the central continent to see the four ancestors. That's fine. In that case, let's go to the teleportation plaza. Morong Baichuan said. Lin Feng nodded and said, I won't go see Sunny. Let her rest for the night. Tomorrow, I'll have to trouble you to inform Sunny and let her leave on her own. Alright, I'll inform her first thing in the morning. Wang Changming nodded. Lin Feng didn't stop and went straight to the teleportation portal. However, just as he was about to leave, Sunny walked out of the shadows and giggled, Why aren't you sleeping? Where are you going? Lin Feng rolled his eyes and said, Don't appear out of nowhere like a ghost, okay? I'm going to drink with girls now. Do you want to come with me? Sunny curled her lips and said, Don't think that I don't know what you're thinking. I'm guessing that you want to run, right? Now that you think about it, it makes sense. Today, 3 major powers have come to propose marriage, so everyone will know about it. No matter which power you agree to, you will offend the other 2. If you don't agree to any of them, you will offend all 3. So, the best way is to leave tonight. Am I right? Lin Feng said, It's said that women with big breasts have no brains. I used to believe that, but today, I feel that it's pure nonsense. As Lin Feng spoke, he looked at Sunny's twin peaks. He suddenly felt his heart skip a beat. It looked like a mountain range from one side and a mountain range from the other. Stinking hooligan. Sunny spat at Lin Feng and used her hands to protect her twin peaks. Lin Feng looked away and said, Since you know that I'm going to leave, let's part ways here. From now on, you're free, and I don't need you to be my personal maidservant. We'll meet again if fate wills it. Sunny harumphed and said, I, Sunny, have always kept my word. Since I agreed to be your maidservant for 3 months, I'll definitely be your maidservant for 3 months. So, no matter where you go during these 3 months, I'll be by your side. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at Sunny, sizing up her voluptuous body and smiling as he said, Tell me honestly, are you clinging to me? Do you want to become my woman? I know that my biggest weakness is that I'm too manly, so it's normal for you to want to become my woman. However, I'm not interested in you. Sunny kicked Lin Feng's calf, revealing her shrewish personality. She sneered and said, You think I'd like you? Stop daydreaming. Sunny was born to be a tigress. Lin Feng saw that he couldn't get rid of Sunny and felt quite helpless. He could only say, Then come with me. Sunny harumphed twice. Lin Feng found Wang Changming and told him that there was no need to inform Sunny tomorrow, as she would be leaving with him. Afterwards, Lin Feng and Sunny went to the teleportation plaza together. However, after arriving, Lin Feng discovered that there were cultivators from the Endless Fire Nation, Heartless Island, and the Four Seasons sect. These 3 powers seemed to have predicted that Lin Feng would run away, so they were guarding the teleportation formation. It seems like they're really determined to let you choose one of the 3 beauties. Since that's the case, just pick one. In any case, from what I've seen, whether it's Huolai Miao Yuling, or Sui Bing, they're all still virgins. As for you, you've been with who knows how many women. You won't lose out if you choose one. Sunny's tone was ambiguous. Lin Feng said, I'd rather choose you than them. With such a shrewish personality, it must be very tasty when you do it. Then we'll find a time to try it out and we'll know. I'm just afraid that I'll accidentally bite off something on your body. He he he. Sunny suddenly giggled and glanced at Lin Feng's private parts. Lin Feng immediately felt a chill between his legs. Sunny was too valiant. In the end, Lin Feng decided not to use the teleportation formation in the first cultivator district. He and Sunny flew towards the second cultivator district. It would take them about 10 days to reach the second cultivator district. On a night 3 days later, Lin Feng and Sunny rested on an island. A bonfire burned fiercely, and drops of golden oil dripped from the barbecued meat on top. As the oil dripped into the fire, sizzling sounds could be heard. A fragrant aroma filled the air. Sunny stared at the barbecued meat with wide eyes, almost drooling. Lin Feng discovered that Sunny was rather cute when she was quiet. Someone's coming from the distance. Suddenly, Lin Feng frowned and looked towards the sky. Although they were very far away, he could still feel faint energy fluctuations. Are they friends or foes? Sunny immediately became excited. Clearly, she hoped that the newcomers were her enemies. Sun Yi seemed to have a warlike gene flowing in her bones. Lin Feng guessed that he would never forget the scene of her slapping the Rebirth Realm expert Jin Zhongdao to death. "We'll find out soon," Lin Feng said. Whoosh! 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 3 figures flew over quickly and landed on the ground. From a ball of fire, a peerlessly enchanting beauty with a hot figure and flaming red lips walked out. A woman walked out of the mist, as gentle as water. She was like a fairy who had walked out of a painting. A woman walked out of the moonlight. She was as cold as the moon and as beautiful as a fairy from the moon palace. Huolai Miao Yuling. Sui Bing. Surprisingly, those 3 women had found him. When Lin Feng saw those 3 women, he felt helpless. "Why did you chase after me? Do you desire a man that much?" Sun Yi curled her lips and looked at the 3 women, her voice filled with ridicule. Huolai laughed and said, "I heard that Lin Gongzi has a personal maid. So it's you, Yi. I didn't think that you would come up with such a method to get close to Lin Gongzi. Could it be that you want to give yourself to Lin Gongzi as well?" Huolai was clearly an eloquent person. She was actually mocking Sun Yi. Clearly, Sun Yi was acquainted with Huolai, Miao Yuling, and Sui Bing. If 3 women made a scene, wouldn't 4 women make a pot of porridge? While only Sun Yi and Huolai were involved in the battle, Lin Feng felt that he had to stop them from arguing. Otherwise, he would be the one to suffer. Stop. Stop arguing. If you argue, then hurry up and think as far away as you can," Lin Feng said. "Humph." Sun Yi and Huolai snorted when they saw each other's unsightly expressions. Lin Feng looked at Huolai, Miao Yuling, and Sui Bing and asked, "May I know why you 3 beauties have chased after me?" Huolai asked. "Everyone knows that we proposed a marriage to you, but you snuck away. What kind of situation do you think we're in?" Miao Yuling said, "Could it be that Lin Gongzi doesn't like us?" Sui Bing said, "Lin Gongzi's sudden departure is too heartbreaking." Lin Feng said, "The 3 of you are heavenly goddesses. I'm just worried that I'm not worthy of you." Huolai curled his lips. "Don't try to fool us with such words. Who doesn't know that your talent is unparalleled? You'll definitely have shocking accomplishments in the future. Is there a woman on the Martial Heaven continent that you aren't worthy of?" Lin Feng said helplessly, "All right. I admit that I'm very outstanding, and all of you are very charming. However, I already have a confidant, so if you want to blame someone, you can only blame us for not knowing each other earlier." "So what if she's my confidant?" "Since she's not your wife, feelings can be nurtured." "Now, we need you to make a choice," Huolai said. "Save it. Lin Feng isn't interested in you because she already chose me." Sun Yi looked at Huolai, Miao Yuling, and Sui Bing with some jealousy. She walked forward and placed Lin Feng's right hand on her waist. Sun Yi's charming body snuggled into Lin Feng's embrace with a lovey-dovey look. "Come on, Sun Yi. What man would fancy you?" Sui Bing curled her lips. Actually, Sun Yi is also very beautiful. However, with her personality, I'm afraid no one would dare to marry her," Miao Yuling immediately said. Huolai continued, "The scariest thing is that some people are still complacent and self-righteous." Sun Yi's personality was quite shrewish, so when she heard the 3 of them mocking her, she was furious. He was so angry that he almost exploded. She cried, "Why can't someone like me? Lin Feng likes me a lot. We've already done it several times." Lin Feng was speechless. He wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He hurriedly pulled Sun Yi back. With Sun Yi's valiant personality, she might say something even more shocking. "Who are you trying to fool? It's obvious that she hasn't been developed yet. Do you think we're blind?" Huolai curled his lips. An outsider would never be able to imagine 4 goddesses fighting over a single man. However, Lin Feng, who was at the center of the storm, felt a headache coming on. He said, "Stop arguing. Marriage has always been decided by the parents. As for who I'll marry, we'll talk about that after I meet my parents." "That makes sense. When will you bring us to meet your parents?" Sun Yi asked. Lin Feng almost fell to the ground. Miao Yuling said, "I'm confident that my future parents will like me. Huolier giggled and said, "You make it sound like no one else is as confident as you." Sui Bing said, "Let's go now." Lin Feng was speechless at these four women. He had just casually come up with a reasonable excuse. However, these four women had actually taken it seriously. Lin Feng wanted to cry but had no tears. Lin Feng said, "You won't be able to see my parents for now." "Why?" the four women asked at the same time. "I'm in seclusion." Lin Feng smiled bitterly. He couldn't tell them who his parents were, could he? If he told them, they would probably be scared half to death, and then they would completely cling to him. Huolier said, "Since that's the case, we'll put this matter aside for now. However, there's another matter that we came to find you for." "What is it?" Lin Feng asked curiously. Miao Yuling said, "We accidentally obtained a map of an island called Nightmare Island. It was the training ground of Great Dream Evil Emperor during the Ancient Era." Great Dream Evil Emperor was a famous evil emperor during the Ancient Era, and he participated in the Great Battle at the end of the Ancient Era. "We know that you're the successor of the Celestial Master Path, and you have a thorough understanding of formations. If you join us, it'll be much safer." "Nightmare Island? Great Dream Evil Emperor?" Lin Feng frowned slightly and said, "The training ground of the evil emperor must have many strange places. I don't think we should explore it." "It's not that we shouldn't explore it, but you're worried that we'll force you to get married again, right?" Huolier looked at Lin Feng with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. She was very smart and could guess what Lin Feng was thinking. Lin Feng nodded and said, "There are many reasons, and the reason you mentioned can only be considered one of them." Sui Bing said, "Don't worry, we won't force you to get married during this time. Also, if you spend some time with us, we might be able to help you decide who to choose in the end." Lin Feng said, "All right, since you've agreed, I hope that you won't bring up the matter of marriage again during this time. We'll rest for the night, and tomorrow we'll head to Nightmare Island." The four women nodded. Everyone ate some roasted meat and found a place to rest. The night passed peacefully. The next day, they got up and headed to the second cultivator gathering area. Nightmare Island was located in a mysterious area between the South Sea and the East Sea. It was a very dangerous place, so they had to prepare some necessities. Furthermore, they had to use a teleportation formation to go to such a distant place. 7 days later, the five of them arrived at the second cultivator gathering area. As soon as they came out of the teleportation portal, Lin Feng sensed an ice-cold deadly qi which enveloped him. Lin Feng looked over and saw an old acquaintance, Xianxia. He had also come out of another teleportation formation. Apart from Xianxia, there were a dozen other cultivators. They were clearly Xianxia's companions. The group walked over. Xianxia smiled and said, "Yibing, I didn't expect to see you here." "Where are you going?" "I have something to do," Sui Bing said indifferently. She was cold and detached. She was trying to distance herself from Xianxia. She didn't want Lin Feng to misunderstand her. Xianxia could also sense this, so his expression slightly darkened. Lin Feng said with a smile, "Isn't this Brother Shui? I remember that Brother Shui was pursuing Feng Yarao not long ago. Why are you pursuing Fairy Su now?" "I really admire Brother Shui's ability to change his mind at the slightest change." Xianxia's expression turned ugly. He hadn't been able to pursue Sui Bing in the first place. Now that Lin Feng had exposed him, he probably didn't have a chance anymore. Xianxia already wanted to kill Lin Feng. He wanted nothing more than to tear Lin Feng into pieces to vent his anger. However, as a top genius of the heaven-devouring demonic toad clan, Xianxia's temperament was extraordinary. He suppressed his anger and murderous intent and said with a fake smile, "A fair and graceful woman is a good match for a gentleman. What's wrong with that? However, from what I know, Brother Lin has a lot of women." Lin Feng said indifferently, "It seems like Brother Shui knows a lot about me. So what if I have a few women? Even Fairy Su doesn't mind, so why are you, a person who has nothing to do with me, worrying about this?" "You're really worried about nothing." Xianxia's expression darkened when he heard Lin Feng's mockery. He turned to look at Sui Bing and said, "Yibing, I heard that Passionless Island wants you to marry this person. You must think twice before you act. He's not a good person." Lin Feng sneered. Whether or not I'm a good person, whether or not I'm marrying Fairy Su, that's a private matter between me and Fairy Su. Who do you think you are? Are you trying to point fingers here? I'm giving you face by calling you Brother Shui. Don't be so shameless. Brat, how dare you speak to me like that? Shui Xianxia looked coldly at Lin Feng. Don't think too highly of yourself. The world will spin without anyone. Lin Feng curled his lips and sneered. Some people think that they can act so presumptuously just because they have a little bit of strength. If we don't teach them a lesson, won't the order of the cultivators in the world be toppled in the future? Shui Xian stepped forward and looked coldly at Lin Feng. If you have the guts, go to the arena in the central plaza in 3 days. I'll be waiting for you there. If you want to be a coward, you can choose to leave. Shui Xian is challenging Lin Feng. The surrounding cultivators had already recognized Shui Xian and Lin Feng. Now that they saw Shui Xian challenge Lin Feng, they immediately cried out in surprise. One was a sovereign who had been famous for a long time. The other was a sovereign who had just become a sovereign. If the two of them were to fight, it would definitely be an intense fight. It was enough to attract the attention of countless people. That day outside the territory of the demons, you and the evil dragon teamed up to ambush me. It's time to settle this debt. Wash your neck. I'll kill you in 3 days. Lin Feng was extremely domineering as he looked coldly at Shui Xian. Everyone was shocked. They never thought that Lin Feng and Shui Xian would have such a grudge. Shui Xian sneered, it's you who should prepare a coffin for yourself. Shui Xian and the others quickly left. Lin Feng and the other 4 didn't stop either. They walked towards the center of the island. Sui Bing said. 10 years ago, Shui Xian shone brilliantly in the Battle of Geniuses and became a supreme genius. This time, it's said that he obtained a great opportunity in the Battle of Geniuses. Compared to 10 years ago, he's probably even more terrifying. Sui Bing didn't try to persuade Lin Feng to give up on the battle. However, she did try to persuade Lin Feng not to fight to the death with Shui Xian. Shui Xian was too terrifying. However, Sui Bing was meticulous. She was afraid that if she tried to persuade Lin Feng directly, it would make Lin Feng unhappy. Therefore, she beat around the bush. You can only die standing. You won't live kneeling. I support you. Sunny looked excited. She wanted to fight against Shui Xian in Lin Feng's stead. Lin Feng said, as I said before, I want to settle my grudge with Shui Xian. Now is the best time to do so. Sui Bing nodded and didn't say anything else. Every supreme being had their own dignity. These sovereigns usually acted according to their own will. It was very difficult for others to change their minds. Lin Feng and the other 4 found a high-end inn to stay in. The environment was elegant, and there were many courtyards. The news that Lin Feng was going to fight to the death with Shui Xian quickly spread in the second cultivator district. Naturally, this battle would attract a lot of attention. Whether it was Lin Feng or Shui Xian, they were both famous figures in the younger generation. Very few sovereigns like them would fight to the death in a battle to the death. Therefore, the battle between Lin Feng and Shui Xian caused a huge commotion. The news quickly spread from the second cultivator district to all parts of the East Sea. Many influential groups heard the news and rushed over by teleportation formations. After Lin Feng bought the materials he needed for the deployment spell, he started to adjust his state of mind. Shui Xian was definitely a terrifying existence. How could a sovereign from 10 years ago be a simple person? The most important thing was that Shui Xian had a 100% pure bloodline. Lin Feng only had 30% of his undying godly blood now. It was said that Shui Xian had experienced thousands of battles, but he had only activated his 100% pure bloodline 3 times. The first time, he had killed a cultivator who was 5 levels higher than him. The second time, he had killed a cultivator who was 8 levels higher than him. The third time, he had killed a cultivator who was 12 levels higher than him. This meant that Shui Xian's control over his pure bloodline was getting stronger and stronger. Therefore, Shui Xian was extremely terrifying. Many people outside were already discussing whether Lin Feng would become the 4th expert that Shui Xian had killed after activating his pure bloodline. Of course, there were also many people who thought that Lin Feng would obtain the final victory in this battle. This was because Lin Feng had stepped on Murong Tianxian and had unparalleled talent. Although he had cultivated for a shorter time than Xianxia, the sacred art that Lin Feng had grasped was very terrifying. Moreover, Lin Feng was the successor of the celestial master Taoist. This was Lin Feng's trump card. Just as the outside world was discussing this battle, Sun Yi came to Lin Feng's room. She knocked on the door and said, "Lin Feng, someone is looking for you. You definitely won't be able to guess who this person is." Lin Feng was sitting cross-legged in his room, his eyes were closed and he opened his eyes. "Who is it?" Lin Feng opened the door and walked out. Sun Yi smiled and said, "You'll know when you get there." When Lin Feng arrived in the living room, he saw a tall and sturdy figure. He couldn't help but feel happy and quicken his steps. "Junior Lin Feng." "Greetings, Senior." The cultivator who had come to visit Lin Feng was the savage man who had saved Lin Feng and Sun Yi from the heavenly Peking. "Haha, I've heard Nailan Jing mention you more than once. It seems like he wasn't wrong. In just a few years, your name has already shaken the 3,000 continents. You even trampled on that hypocritical heavenly god Murong. Just thinking about it makes me want to laugh out loud." The savage cultivator said with a laugh. When he heard Nailan Jing's name, Lin Feng's spirits rose. Back when his cultivation was still very low, he had met Nailan Jing in northern Desolate City. Nailan Jing was one of the 8 great devil cultivators on the Tianwu continent. He was a famous devil. However, after interacting with Nailan Jing, Lin Feng felt that Nailan Jing was forthright and full of righteousness. He was completely different from what the outside world had heard. The reason why Nailan Jing was called the Great Devil was because he cultivated the Devil Dao's cultivation method and divine ability. However, while people were divided into good and evil, techniques and divine abilities shouldn't be divided into good and evil. Since then, Lin Feng's view of the devil cultivators had changed greatly. It didn't mean that the devil cultivators were evil. Among the righteous cultivators, there were countless sanctimonious villains. Among the devil cultivators, Nailan Jing, Guan Guan, Sun Yi. These people were all very kind. When the savage cultivator in front of him mentioned Nailan Jing, Lin Feng finally understood why the savage cultivator didn't hesitate to offend someone as terrifying as the heavenly Peking to save him. There was no love without reason in this world, and there was no hatred without reason. This savage was probably Nailan Jing's friend. He also knew about Lu Yun's relationship with Nailan Jing, which was why he had saved him. Lin Feng asked, "Senior, are you friends with Senior Nailan Jing?" "I am Demon Monarch Lanling. Have you heard of me before?" The savage cultivator said with a smile. Lin Feng was shocked. It was actually this supreme figure. Lin Feng had naturally heard of Demon Monarch Lanling, who was ranked 3rd among the 8 great loose cultivators of the demonic Tao. So it's Senior Lanling Demon Monarch. I've heard Senior Nailan Jing mention you before. Senior Nailan Jing told me that he's sworn brothers with Senior Lanling Demon Monarch and Senior Baiyu. Lin Feng said. Haha, that's right. 3,000 years ago, I met Nailan Jing and Baiyu when we were training outside. At that time, we got along well and became sworn brothers. Demon Lord Lanling laughed out loud, his voice rumbling like thunder. Senior, are you from the same era as Heavenly God Murong? Lin Feng's heart moved, and he couldn't help but ask. At the mention of Heavenly God Murong, Demon Monarch Lanling's face revealed a sinister expression. In the past, I went out with this person to train, but this person is not a good person. Demon Monarch Lanling clearly didn't want to talk about Heavenly God Murong. However, Lin Feng could guess that Heavenly God Murong must have done something that Demon Monarch Lanling disdained. Otherwise, Demon Monarch Lanling wouldn't have called Heavenly God Murong a despicable person. In fact, this happened to coincide with Lin Feng's guess. When he left the battlefield of geniuses, Heavenly God Murong had attacked Sacred Lord Pifel. He said that he wasn't targeting Lin Feng, but merely wanted to exchange a few moves with Sacred Lord Pifel. In reality, Sacred Lord Pifel had been delayed by Heavenly God Murong, and the other Rebirth Realm cultivators could have killed Lin Feng. If King Zhongping hadn't appeared, Lin Feng might have really died. When Sacred Lord Pifel and King Zhanping had joined forces to deal with the 7 Rebirth Realm cultivators, Heavenly God Murong had simply watched from the sidelines. It was as if the battle had nothing to do with him. It was obvious that Heavenly God Murong was a despicable person. Even the 7 Great Rebirth Realm cultivators had been tricked by him unknowingly. I haven't seen Senior Nailanjing for many years. How has Senior Nailanjing been all these years? Asked Lin Feng. Nailanjing is doing well. He was still in the overseas world half a year ago, but he's left now, said Demon Monarch Lanling. That's a pity. I won't be able to meet Senior Nailanjing, said Lin Feng. There'll be plenty of time in the future. We'll meet again sooner or later. Demon Monarch Lanling smiled and said, I heard that you're going to have a death match with Xianxia of the heaven-devouring demonic toad clan in a few days? Yes. Lin Feng nodded. I've seen Xianxia fight before. He's not simple. You have to be careful, said Demon Monarch Lanling. I won't dare be careless, said Lin Feng. Demon Monarch Lanling continued, tonight, I'll bring you to an underground black market. I'm sure you've never been there before, right? An underground black market? Lin Feng was surprised. Demon Monarch Lanling nodded. You can find things you can't find in the outside world. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He asked, Senior, do you know about alchemists? Said Demon Monarch Lanling. Of course. These people aren't easy to deal with. Lin Feng asked, is there an alchemist in the underground black market? Demon Monarch Lanling nodded. Indeed, there's an old man with a strange temper in the underground black market. Are you planning to buy something from an alchemist? Lin Feng said, yes, I'm planning to do that. I can take you to visit that old man, but whether or not you can buy what you want will depend on your luck, said Lin Feng. Said Demon Monarch Lanling. Of course I'm aware of that. Lin Feng nodded. At night, Lin Feng and Demon Monarch Lanling went out together. They headed to the underground black market. The entrance to the underground black market was in a courtyard in the northeast. One had to take a teleportation formation to reach the underground black market. Clearly, the underground black market was a special small space. There are people from all walks of life in the underground black market, so you have to be on guard against them at all times. Reminded Demon Monarch Lanling. Lin Feng nodded and took a teleportation formation with Demon Monarch Lanling. With a flash of light, they appeared in a dark space. Around them was a market. The simple and messy streets were filled with hurried cultivators. After arriving here, Lin Feng felt his hair stand on end. He could sense many terrifying auras. Demon Monarch Lanling, long time no see. People kept coming over to greet Demon Monarch Lanling. Clearly, Demon Monarch Lanling was a regular here. Demon Monarch Lanling nodded to greet many people. At that moment, a group of 2 cultivators came over. One of them was the Supreme Elder of the heaven-devouring demonic toad clan, Shui Luanfa. The other was Tianping King. Tianping King was accompanied by Jin Xingfei. Shui Luanfa was accompanied by Shui Zongxian. Author's note, I'm practicing in the afternoon, so I'll update later. However, today's update will still be 7 p.m. There's a double monthly ticket promotion. Those who have monthly tickets can vote. Voting now is equivalent to 2 tickets. Old man to thanks everyone. Actually, the people from the Divine Rock Island and the people from the heaven-devouring Demon Toad clan did not come together. They only met by chance in the underground black market. After a hypocritical exchange, they saw Demon Lord Lan Ling and Lin Feng entering the underground black market. The 2 groups of people walked over. Isn't this Demon Lord Lan Ling? I heard that you fought with Heavenly Rock King some time ago. At that time, it attracted many cultivators to watch. It's a pity that I didn't get to see the battle between the top experts. Shui Luanfa looked at Demon Lord Lan Ling with a fake smile. This old man was obviously very sinister. Now that he mentioned the battle between Demon Lord Lan Ling and Heavenly Rock King, wouldn't he be opening up the scar in Heavenly Rock King's heart? The news of Heavenly Rock King chasing after Lin Feng and Sunny had already spread. He actually did not kill the 2 of them and let them escape. Although it was because of Demon Lord Lan Ling, it was still embarrassing enough. After all, before Demon Lord Lanling appeared, Heavenly Rock King had already been chasing after them for a long time. Shui Luanfa once again revealed this matter. It would definitely make Heavenly Rock King hate Demon Lord Lanling even more. As for whether Heavenly Rock King would hate him because of this, Shui Luanfa did not care at all. In any case, their heaven-devouring Demon Toad clan and Divine Rock Island were only acquaintances. There was no conflict of interest. So what if Heavenly Rock King hated him? He couldn't do anything to him. I was wondering who it was. It's actually Senior Shui Luanfa. You're already so old, why aren't you cultivating in your clan? Why are you running around? If you hurt your arms or legs, wouldn't your heaven-devouring Demon Toad clan be worried? Demon Lord Lanling said with a faint smile. Although Demon Lord Lanling looked incomparably rough, his ability to insult others was not lower than his cultivation. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Shui Luanfa laughed strangely and said, "Thank you for your concern, Demon Lord Lanling. Although I'm old, I can still come out and walk around. However, as an old senior, I need to remind Demon Lord Lanling of something." This Shui Luanfa was actually taking advantage of his seniority. Demon Lord Lanling asked, "Senior Shui, what do you want to say?" "I'm listening." "Don't meddle in things you shouldn't meddle in things that you shouldn't meddle in things." Shui Luanfa, Demon Lord Lanling Demon Monarch Lanling smiled and said, "Thank you for your teachings, Senior Shui. I will remember them in my heart. However, I have something to say to Senior Shui." When Shui Luanfa saw Devil Monarch Lanling calling him Senior Shui, he thought that Devil Monarch Lanling respected him very much. He nodded his head arrogantly and said, "Tell me about it." Demon Monarch Lanling said, "If others give you some face, you can still flaunt your seniority. However, if they don't give you any face and you flaunt your seniority, they will probably treat old Senior Shui's words like a fart." Ha ha ha, Demon Lord Shui. Shui Yu Shui Ling Shui's S Lords. SSS Shui. S.U. Shui Luanfa's face was extremely gloomy, and his eyes were filled with coldness. Demon Lord Lanling said with a smile, "Senior Shui, don't be angry. You're already so old. What if you hurt your body? If something happens to you, won't your heaven-devouring demonic toad clan come after me? I can't be bothered to talk to someone who doesn't know his place." Shui Luanfa said coldly. Lin Feng was speechless when he heard Shui Luanfa's words. Shui Luanfa was taking advantage of his age to point fingers at Demon Lord Lanling. In the world of cultivators, strength was everything, not age. Furthermore, Demon Lord Lanling's strength was unfathomable. Shui Luanfa might not even be a match for Demon Lord Lanling, but Shui Luanfa still dared to act so high and mighty. He was too full of himself. It would be strange if Demon Lord Lanling treated him nicely. "Let's go," Shui Luanfa said with a gloomy expression. Shui Xianxia looked at Lin Feng and sneered, "I didn't expect you to still be in the mood to come to the black market. I thought you were working hard on your cultivation. It seems like you've given up. But then again, no matter how hard you try, you'll still die in my hands," said Lin Feng. "It's too early to talk big. The battle hasn't even started yet. We don't know who will be the winner yet." Shui Xian curled his lips and said disdainfully, "You think I'm an unknown because you still have the illusion that you can defeat me. You don't know how strong I am. I can tell you without hesitation that I can crush you like an ant. You may think that I'm bragging, but it doesn't matter. When we fight, you'll know that everything I said is true. At that time, you'll know how big the gap between you and me is." After saying that, Shui Xian started walking away. Tianping King, Jin Xingfei and the others sneered and looked at Lin Feng as if they were looking at a dead man. Then, they left as well. Shui Xian might be arrogant, but he definitely has the ability to be arrogant. It seems like he's gained something from the battle. Demon Lord Lanling said. Lin Feng nodded and said, "He might have 1,000 tricks up his sleeve, but I have my ways to deal with him. Senior, just wait and see." Demon Lord Lanling nodded and didn't say anything else. Instead, he walked with Lin Feng into the depths of the black market. They arrived at a small courtyard in the northwest corner of the black market. Demon Lord Lanling smiled and said, "Old ghost, I'm here to see you. An old friend is here, aren't you going to come out and welcome him?" At that moment, a gloomy voice came from the courtyard. We know each other, but we're not friends. Don't even think about getting close to me. Demon Lord Lanling said, if we're not friends, then we're not friends. I'm here today because I brought a young friend with me. He has something to discuss with you. Not interested, a strange, gloomy laughter came from the courtyard. Following that, twisted runes interweaved and enveloped the entire courtyard. Obviously, the old ghost inside didn't want to see Lin Feng, nor did he want to welcome Demon Lord Lanling. Old ghost, this great array of yours is specially made to guard against me, right? Demon Lord Lanling couldn't help but roll his eyes. He gave Lin Feng a look. Demon Lord Lanling knew about Lin Feng's level as a spirit array master. It's good that you know. Hurry up and scram. Don't bother me, the old ghost shouted. When Lin Feng saw Demon King Lanling give him a meaningful glance, he walked forwards. Senior's great array is really exquisite, but it can't stop this junior. Lin Feng stepped into the great array, and the runes that protected the entire courtyard began to quiet down. In the blink of an eye, the entire great array lost all its attacking power. It was as if a lively person had suddenly lost all his strength and collapsed to the ground, unable to move. Ha 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 ha, old ghost, your spirit array master level is really half-baked. You can't stop us. Demon Lord Lanling laughed out loud and followed Lin Feng into the courtyard. When the two of them entered the dilapidated courtyard, the runes that had lost all their power instantly recovered, emitting a terrifying aura. The runes intertwined together, causing the surrounding void to distort. All sorts of materials were piled up in the courtyard. Lin Feng even saw a piece of Daluo mystical demonic iron, which was a material used to forge divine tools. If it was outside, it would definitely attract countless people to fight over it. But now, it was thrown in the courtyard like trash. It really made people speechless. Suddenly, Lin Feng sensed a gloomy aura enveloping him from the left. He turned around and his hair stood on end. An old man had appeared on his left without him noticing. The old man was very short, only around 1.2 to 1.3 meters tall. He was as thin as a stick, and his body emitted a dense aura of death. His gloomy eyes flickered with a green light that resembled will-o'-the-wisps. He looked like a mummy that had crawled out of a grave. Clearly, this old man was the alchemist called Old Ghost that Demon Monarch Lanling had mentioned. Kid, you actually know how to crack formations? Are you a descendant of the Celestial Master Path? Old Ghost looked at Lin Feng with a gloomy gaze. Lin Feng nodded, that's right, I'm the 37th descendant of the Celestial Master Path. The old ghost laughed strangely and said, don't be so sure. From what I know, there are a total of 36 figures on the Celestial Master's stone scripture, and these 36 people have all reached the Celestial Master level. Only then will the stone scripture have a mark. As for you, you're not a Celestial Master yet. Since ancient times, there have been many people like you. Even though they obtained the inheritance of the Celestial Master Path, they died before reaching the Celestial Master Path. Only when you become a true Celestial Master will you be qualified to say that you're the 37th descendant of the Celestial Master Path, or you can say that you're the 37th sect leader of the Celestial Master Path. And if I'm not wrong, your projection has already been recorded by the stone scripture. If you can become a Celestial Master before you die, the stone scripture's memory of you won't disappear. Just like the 36 Celestial Masters, you'll be engraved in it forever. If you don't break through to the Celestial Master Path before you die, the stone scripture's memory of you will disappear without a trace. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he could not help but ask, Senior, you seem to be quite familiar with our Celestial Master lineage? Old Ghost laughed strangely and said, I can't say that I'm familiar with him, but I know a thing or two about him. Demon Monarch Lanling, the brat you brought today is quite interesting. I've decided to discuss a deal with him. You should know my rules. The Lanling Devil Monarch nodded. He then looked at Lin Feng and said, you stay here and discuss with the old fogey. I will go out and buy some things. Obviously, Old Ghost didn't want a third party to be present when he was negotiating with others. Alright, I'll look for you after the transaction is complete. Lin Feng said. Demon Monarch Lanling said, follow the main road and head south. You'll find me at the southernmost 100 Treasures Pavilion. Demon Monarch Lanling left after giving some instructions. Old Ghost said, "We can talk about the deal now." "Why have you come looking for me?" Lin Feng said. "I want to buy some Heavenly God Elixir." "Senior, do you have it?" "Heavenly God Elixir requires a Heavenly God's blood to refine." "I did have some a few years ago, but they were all sold." Old Ghost said. Lin Feng felt a sense of regret. He asked, "Senior, do you have any way to refine more Heavenly God Elixir?" "If you really want it, you'll have to provide the ingredients yourself." Old Ghost said. Lin Feng said helplessly, "I'm afraid it'll be very difficult to find a Heavenly God's blood." Lin Feng felt rather helpless. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to get any more Heavenly God Elixir. Old Ghost suddenly said, "Although you don't have a Heavenly God's blood, you have something even more precious." "What is it?" Lin Feng asked curiously. "Heavenly God's origin energy." Old Ghost laughed strangely. "The God's origin energy in your body should have just reached the Heavenly God level. Using it to refine Heavenly God Elixir will be even more effective. However, God's origin energy is much more precious than a Heavenly God's blood. Using it to refine Heavenly God Elixir would be a waste." Lin Feng could use God's origin energy to increase the purity of his bloodline. However, Lin Feng didn't mind giving up God's origin energy for the sake of the Heavenly God Elixir. He could look for other treasures to increase the purity of his bloodline in the future. This was probably his only chance to refine Heavenly God Elixir. Given Old Ghost's strange temper, if he didn't refine it this time, he might not do it the next time. Moreover, finding a Heavenly God's blood was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Lin Feng desperately needed the Heavenly God Elixir. Lin Feng nodded. "Since God's origin energy can be used to refine Heavenly God Elixir, I'll use it." Old Ghost replied, "You're quite willing." Lin Feng replied, "Even if I'm unwilling, I still have to be willing. The Heavenly God Elixir is too important to me." "What kind of reward does Senior want?" Old Ghost replied, "I'll take 70% of your God's origin energy, and I'll refine the remaining 30% into Heavenly God Elixir." Lin Feng's mouth twitched violently. This Old Ghost was too greedy. He actually wanted to take 70% of his God's origin energy. However, if he wanted to refine the Heavenly God Elixir, he would have to ask Old Ghost for help. Even if he knew that he had been cheated, he could only accept it. Lin Feng nodded. "No problem. Here's all of my God's origin energy." Lin Feng took out a ball of compressed energy. It was formed from condensed God's origin energy. Old Ghost put away the ball of energy. Lin Feng asked, "How long will it take to refine the Heavenly God Elixir?" "About 10 hours. This is your first time in the black market, right? You can take a stroll around the black market. If you have a good eye, you'll be able to find quite a few good things there." Lin Feng replied, "All right. When the time comes, I'll come with Senior Lan Ling to get it. I'll take my leave now." Lin Feng left the courtyard and went to the main street. He followed the main street and headed south to find Lan Ling fate. An unknown fate. "Do you want to know your own fate?" Suddenly, an ethereal voice echoed in Lin Feng's mind. He stopped and frowned. Where was this voice coming from? "I've already seen through your fate. Your father, your mother, your father's clan, your mother's clan, and yourself. You are a descendant of the sinner's blood. Come, I'll reveal all your secrets." The voice rang out again. "A descendant of the sinner's blood? You're trying to mislead the public with your lies." Lin Feng's expression sank. "I'm not trying to mislead the public with my lies. I can see through everything. You really do have the sinner's blood." The voice was filled with mystery. "The sinner's blood? My bloodline is the strongest bloodline, but you say it's the sinner's blood? I'd like to see who you are. How dare you spout such nonsense in front of me?" Lin Feng looked indifferent. "Come, the path on the left." Lin Feng walked towards a small path on the left. The path was dirty and messy, and there were shops on both sides. The people here were dirty and smelly, and they gradually surrounded Lin Feng. "The fifth shop on the left," the mysterious voice said again. Lin Feng sped up and entered the fifth shop before the people around him could surround him. Inside the shop, there were all kinds of shelves in a disorderly manner. There was a dazzling array of things on the shelves. Huh? What kind of bone is this? Lin Feng's attention was immediately attracted by a bone palm. There was a bone palm on the shelf. It was purplish black, and it was the first time Lin Feng had seen such a bone palm. Lin Feng looked closer and found that there were many runes on the bone palm, which surprised him. Could it be a treasure bone? Some powerful cultivators or beasts would have a treasure bone imprinted in their bodies, and the runes on the treasure bone would record some powerful spells. Lin Feng looked at the runes on the bone palm, but they were not connected. He stretched out his hand and opened the fingers, continuing to look at the runes until he finished reading the contents of the first finger. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. He had finally connected a part of the contents. The runes on the bone palm seemed to record some powerful spell. Lin Feng guessed that it was a palm technique. Just as Lin Feng was about to open the 5 palms, a voice came from behind him. Suddenly, "Kacha, kacha, kacha." That hand grabbed Lin Feng's wrist. Then, a powerful force surged out of the bone palm, and it seemed to want to break Lin Feng's wrist. The more Lin Feng struggled, the tighter the bone palm grabbed him. The bone palm seemed to have a life of its own. It had just fallen asleep, but now it had awakened. So strange. If you don't let go, I'll burn you with heavenly fire. Lin Feng's left fingertip was surrounded by a flame. The bone palm seemed to have a life of its own. Feeling the terrifying temperature of the heavenly fire, it quickly released Lin Feng's right hand. What an evil bone palm! Lin Feng hurriedly left the position of the bone palm. He didn't dare to touch anything else. This shop gave him a gloomy feeling, which made Lin Feng feel quite uneasy. Is anyone there? Lin Feng asked. But his surroundings were empty, and there was no sound to answer him. Didn't you call me over? Why don't you show yourself? Lin Feng frowned and looked into the depths of the shop. It seemed to lead to the back, but he didn't know where it led to. He cautiously walked into the shop. At this time, a mirror placed in the southwest corner of the shop suddenly flashed with waves of light. Finally, the image in the mirror gradually became clear. A hazy figure appeared in the mirror. I was the one who called you here. The mysterious existence in the mirror said. Lin Feng frowned. Surprisingly, a mirror was talking to him. That was too strange. What kind of mirror was that? What the hell are you? Asked Lin Feng. I am the mirror of the future, said the hazy figure. The mirror of the future? Muttered Lin Feng. The word future had many meanings. Who would dare say that they could see the future, but this mirror was called the mirror of the future. How strange. You said that I'm a descendant of sinners' blood. What do you mean? If you can't explain it, I'll crush you today so that you don't confuse people. Lin Feng looked coldly at the mysterious figure in the mirror. Young man, don't be so hot-tempered, said the mysterious figure in the mirror. Your name is Lin Feng, and your father is Lin Badian. Your mother. Suddenly, the mysterious figure in the mirror stopped talking. What happened to my mother? Asked Lin Feng nervously. In his heart, he was starting to believe the mirror. Because, the mirror had just said his name, his father's name. Lin Feng needed to confirm whether the mirror was really capable or not. Your mother came from that race. It's a cursed race. It's a race that can't be spoken of. I can't speak of it either. If I speak of it, I'll be punished by the heavens, said the mysterious figure in the mirror. After a pause, he continued, and now, your mother is suppressed in the depths of the starry sky world by the 9 heavens god-burying coffin. I know that you want to save her, but the starry sky world is so big. You don't know where she is suppressed. Even if you become a god in the future and can travel through the starry sky, you won't be able to find her if you don't know where she is. You know? Asked Lin Feng after taking a deep breath. Of course I know, said the mysterious figure with a smile. Since I'm called the mirror of future, I can naturally predict everything that will happen in the future, including everything about your parents and their fates. Take a look. As soon as he finished speaking, an image appeared in the mirror. In the depths of the starry sky world, there was a coffin that seemed to have been formed at the beginning of the world. The coffin was so huge that it was like a mountain. It suppressed a woman. It seemed to be the legendary Nine Heavens God-burying coffin. Is that my mother? Lin Feng felt a sharp pain when he saw the woman suppressed by the Nine Heavens God-burying coffin. In the distance, a battle broke out between two cultivators. Black fog rolled and attacked a cultivator in white clothes stained with blood. "Father," Lin Feng cried out when he saw the man. The battle was very fierce. Lin Beidian wanted to save his wife. But he failed. A spear flew out of the black fog. Puff. The pitch-black spear pierced Lin Baitian's chest. "No. Father." Lin Feng cried out in pain. Even though he knew it was a scene that would only appear in the future, Lin Feng was still in so much pain that he couldn't breathe. Lin Baitian's face was pale. He walked step by step toward the woman suppressed by the Nine Heavens God-burying coffin. "Husband." The woman cried out in pain. Tears of blood flowed out of her eyes. "I still failed in the end. I can't save you." Lin Beidian smiled bitterly. The black mist surged forward and a huge hand reached out from the black mist and grabbed onto the spear. He lifted Lin Beidian up into the air and with a shake of his hand, Lin Baitian's mortal body exploded. His body and soul were destroyed. All the images disappeared without a trace, and the mysterious existence once again appeared in the mirror. "This is impossible." Lin Feng's eyes turned red. His breathing became rapid. He couldn't believe what he saw. His father had died so miserably. "Don't doubt me. I am the mirror of the future. I can predict the future. This is your father's fate." The mysterious figure's voice was ethereal. It seemed to have crossed the river of time to reach Lin Feng's ears and resounded in his mind. Lin Feng's face was pale. When he thought of his father's tragic fate, he felt like a knife was being twisted in his heart. Fate. Can fate be reversed? Lin Feng's blood-red eyes looked at the mirror of future. He couldn't watch his father die without doing anything. Lin Feng told himself. He had to change his father's fate. He had to save his father. Even if he had to pay a great price, he wouldn't hesitate. This was what a son should do. This was a responsibility that a son should fulfill. Naturally, there is a way to change your father's fate. However, you should have heard of a saying, the more you gain, the more you lose. The mysterious existence in the mirror of future spoke. Lin Feng's expression was unsettled. He naturally understood the mirror of future's words. In this world, one's gains were proportional to one's efforts. "What do I need to pay?" Lin Feng asked. "For now, give me all the undying divine blood in your body. I will tell you what to do next." The mirror of future said. Lin Feng suddenly became vigilant. He realized that ever since he entered the shop and saw the mirror of future, everything that had happened had been led by the mirror of future. He had been following the mirror of future's train of thought. Now, the mirror of future needed him to give up his undying divine blood. If it could change his father's fate and save him, Lin Feng wouldn't hesitate to give up his undying divine blood. However, Lin Feng was still somewhat worried. What if he was deceived by the mirror of future? One shouldn't have the heart to harm others. One should always be on guard against others. Thus, after thinking through everything, Lin Feng became much calmer. He was no longer like before, when he had been blinded by the pain and hatred in his heart after seeing his father's tragic death. Don't you want to save your father? Don't you want to save your mother? Do you want to see your father die a tragic death? Do you want to see your mother suffer endless torture? The mirror of future's seductive voice sounded again. Its voice seemed to have a magical power that could make people lose themselves. Lin Feng felt his willpower gradually weakening. An intense desire welled up in his heart. He should do as the mirror of future said. Lin Feng felt that something was wrong. He took out the 9-colored illusory stone and held it in his hand. Gradually, Lin Feng regained his composure. The strong desire in his heart to agree to the mirror of the future quickly disappeared. The illusory stone had more than a dozen abilities. One of them was that it allowed one to look straight into one's heart and not lose oneself. What's wrong with this mirror? He knows everything about me? It seems like I can really foresee the future, but I vaguely feel that something is wrong. However, I don't know what exactly is wrong. Lin Feng frowned. He planned on temporarily leaving to search for Devil Lord Lanling. Demon Monarch Lanling was a regular customer of the black market, so he might have some understanding of the Mirror of Future. He could ask Demon Monarch Lanling for reference. Lin Feng turned around and quickly walked out of the shop. However, at this moment, a dense crowd of people rushed over. These people emitted a cold and evil aura, especially the dozen people at the back. They blocked Lin Feng's path. Lin Feng felt a strong aura of death from these people. Rebirth Realm. Lin Feng was astonished. There were so many strong cultivators of the rebirth layer in such a small alleyway. How astonishing! Lin Feng quickly took out the regal sword tomb and hugged it to his chest. He was cautious and vigilant. He nervously looked at these people who were constantly surrounding him. These people seemed to want to take his life. Lin Feng felt a suffocating pressure. Lin Feng knew that he was in trouble today. If these people attacked him, he might die here. Lin Feng, what are you doing here? Suddenly, a thunderous shout came from the depths of the alley. Everyone looked over. They saw Devil Lord Lanling, who was as strong as a bear. The people who were surrounding Lin Feng hastily dispersed. Devil Lord Lanling walked over and asked, "Are you all right?" Lin Feng shook his head. Fortunately, Senior is here. Otherwise, something might have happened. Senior, why are there so many terrifying people gathered here? This is Fiend Alley. These people sold their souls to the devils. They will never be able to leave Fiend Alley. Devil Lord Lanling said. Lin Feng's heart shook as he thought of Huiya. These people in Fiend Alley were very similar to Huiya. Huiya was unable to escape from the cursed cavern. As for the people in Fiend Alley, they would never be able to leave. Senior, why are you here? Lin Feng asked. I'm looking for a very rare poisonous insect. I've searched many places but couldn't find it. So, I came to Fiend Alley. Why are you here? Devil Lord Lanling looked at Lin Feng in confusion. It's a mirror called the Mirror of Future. It summoned me. Lin Feng said. What? That mirror appeared again? Where is it? Devil Lord Lanling asked in shock. It's in this shop. Lin Feng pointed at a shop not far behind him. Devil Lord Lanling rushed into the shop. It's in the southwest corner. Lin Feng followed him in and said. However, the southwest corner of the wall was now empty. It's missing. Lin Feng frowned. It was here just a moment ago. It escaped. That fiend mirror is very vigilant. Demon Monarch Lanling said with a frown. Devil Lord Lanling wanted to suppress the mirror and refine it into his own treasure. Fiend mirror? Isn't it called the Mirror of Future? Lin Feng asked. No, it's the fiend mirror. It's a demonic treasure that connects Fiend Alley and the fiend realm. The fiend mirror is very strange. It can see through the deepest secrets in a person's heart. Everyone knows about it. No wonder. He told me about me. Lin Feng felt a chill down his spine. Fortunately, he had taken out the 9-colored stone in time and held it in his hand. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Fortunately, you weren't bewitched by him. Devil Lord Lanling said. What's wrong with this shop? Lin Feng asked. This shop is an ominous place. It's cursed. Very few people dare to enter this place. We shouldn't stay here for long. Devil Lord Lanling said. Then, he left the shop with Lin Feng. Many people in Fiend Alley looked at Lin Feng gloomily, but they were afraid of Devil Lord Lanling, so they didn't attack. Lin Feng followed Devil Lord Lanling out of Fiend Alley. After they left, the demon mirror appeared, and the mysterious existence within it evilly smiled as it said, "Who would have thought that that woman would have a son? This is big news, and I'll report this to the higher-ups. I'll definitely be greatly rewarded." Swish, a moment later, the fiend mirror disappeared again. After leaving the demon alley, Lin Feng went to many places with Demon Monarch Lanling. He also bought some rare formation materials that were hard to find in the outside world. This made Lin Feng very happy. When setting up a formation, the stronger the materials used, the stronger the formation would be. About 8 hours later, Lin Feng and Demon Monarch Lanling returned to Old Ghost's place. This is your deity liquid. Because it's made with God's source, its effects are much better than those made with deity's blood. Therefore, I estimate that 5 drops should be enough to activate a divine artifact, 7 drops to activate a quasi-emperor weapon, and 15 drops to activate an emperor weapon. There's a total of 35 drops of deity liquid here. If you want to make more deity liquid in the future, you're welcome to look for me again. Old Ghost grinned. If I can find deity's blood or deity source, I'll definitely look for you. Lin Feng said. Old Ghost, we're leaving. See you next time. Demon Monarch Lan Ling waved his hand and left with Lin Feng. Back at his residence, Lin Feng arranged for Demon Monarch Lan Ling to stay. Lin Feng was very grateful to Demon Monarch Lan Ling. He knew that Demon Monarch Lan Ling didn't leave because he wanted to support him. Bang bang bang, someone knocked on the door. Who is it? Lin Feng asked. I. Sunny Yi's impatient voice came from outside. Lin Feng opened the door. Sunny Yi walked in and kicked Lin Feng's leg. Lin Feng hugged his leg and clenched his teeth in pain. He said angrily, "You crazy bitch. Did I offend you? Why did you kick me? You went to the black market with Demon Monarch Lan Ling. It was such a fun place, why didn't you bring me along?" Sunny Yi looked unhappy. Who told you that? What nonsense. Lin Feng said indifferently. Don't deny it. I saw you guys leave together so I followed you. But those people didn't let me in. I'm so angry. Sunny Yi put her hands on her waist angrily. It wasn't easy to enter the black market. Only a rebirth realm expert was qualified to enter. No wonder Sunny Yi was so resentful. Lin Feng guessed that she must have been kicked out by someone, and then vented all her anger on him. Next time, I'll definitely bring you to the black market, Lin Feng said. Humph, humph. Sunny Yi lightly harumphed and said fiercely, if you don't bring me to any fun places, I'll cut off your thing next time. When Sunny Yi said that, she glanced at Lin Feng's crotch. Lin Feng suddenly felt a chill in his crotch. Sunny Yi was simply too valiant. Lin Feng nodded with a bitter smile and said, don't worry, I'll definitely bring you next time. I won't go back on my words. After much persuasion, Sunny Yi was finally sent away. After returning to his room, Lin Feng began to adjust his state of mind. Xianxia was an extremely terrifying existence. Lin Feng didn't dare to be careless in his battle with Xianxia. In a battle of this level, the slightest carelessness could lead to death. Lin Feng was very clear about this. Time slowly passed. As it got closer to the life and death battle between Lin Feng and Xianxia, the second cultivator gathering area became more and more lively. Everyone was talking about this upcoming battle. This was enough to attract the attention of many people. Not to mention, this newly promoted sovereign genius was Lin Feng, the one who had stepped on Morong Tianshan and ascended to the heavens' proud arena. Countless people rushed over to watch this battle, including the people from the Spirit Array Master Guild, the Alchemist Guild, Jian Yuti from the auction house, and others. Any cultivator who had time to come rushed over. Above the sea, a golden ape transformed into a young cultivator. He had come from Aolai country's Huagua mountain. Now that he heard that there would be a battle between young experts, he was very interested. Many things in the outside world were very attractive to him. Finally, under the watchful eyes of everyone, the day of the battle between the two sovereign geniuses arrived. Bet on Lin Feng to win, 1-4. Bet on Xianxia to win, 1-2. Hurry up and place your bets. Even the casino was promoting this battle. However, judging from the odds, the casino's upper echelons believed that Xianxia had a high chance of winning. Therefore, Xianxia's odds were relatively low. This happened to coincide with the thoughts of countless cultivators. Most of the cultivators believed that Xianxia would win this battle. This was because Xianxia had become famous too early. He was a sovereign genius 10 years ago. Lin Feng's talent was very powerful. However, Lin Feng's rise was too short. It was indeed too difficult to compete with a sovereign genius like Xianxia who had been famous for a long time. Many people went to place their bets, and 90% of the cultivators bet that Xianxia would win. Only about 10% of the cultivators thought that Lin Feng would win. As the bookmakers, if Xianxia won, they would lose a lot of money. If Lin Feng won, they would make a lot of money. It was true that the bookmakers thought more highly of Xianxia, but the bookmakers would only be able to make a lot of money when there was an upset. Place your bets. 110 million on Lin Feng to win. Sunny came to the place where the bets were placed. 100 million of her 110 million top-grade spirit stones belonged to Lin Feng, and the rest was hers. We'll also bet on Lin Feng to win. Huilai Miao Yuling, and Sui Bing also bet 10 million each. Whoosh, in the distance, Lin Feng quickly flew over and landed on the arena. Then, he closed his eyes and rested, waiting for Xianxia's arrival. Lin Feng is here. He looks very calm. I wonder if he has adjusted his condition. So what if he's in his best condition? He's far weaker than Xianxia. Yeah, this time I think highly of Xianxia. Xianxia was a sovereign genius 10 years ago. Lin Feng's talent is better than Xianxia's, but he hasn't cultivated for long. No matter how good his talent is, it's useless. He'll lose for sure this time. Many cultivators were discussing spiritedly. Boom, a tyrannical aura surged from the distance as Xianxia walked over step by step. His arrival immediately caused many people to cry out in alarm. What a terrifying pressure. Many people felt suffocated when they sensed Xianxia's terrifying aura. Xianxia walked over and looked at Lin Feng indifferently. Little boy, kneel down. Xianxia sneered. A terrifying force emerged from his body and enveloped Lin Feng. It felt like a mountain was pressing down on him. He wanted to force Lin Feng to kneel down in front of him. Xianxia's force was extremely powerful. Many people exclaimed in surprise. Xianxia was really too strong. He wanted to force Lin Feng to kneel on the ground. Would he succeed? Countless people stared at the battle arena. Now, they didn't even blink, afraid that they would miss any details. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he stepped forward. The three forces of the heaven-punishing battle intent, and white tiger killing intent stacked together. Xianxia's force was instantly broken by Lin Feng. He waved his right fist and swept it towards Xianxia. Xianxia was shocked. Obviously, he didn't expect Lin Feng to break his force so easily. He said indifferently, "It seems that you're not as useless as I thought. You're barely qualified to make me use part of my strength." Xianxia was really arrogant, but he had the qualifications to be arrogant. Facing Lin Feng's attack, he swept his fist over. Asterisk bang, asterisk accompanied by a thunderous sound of collision, Lin Feng and Xianxia collided. The void trembled violently as if it was about to collapse. Lin Feng was forced to take 3 steps back by Xianxia. He was shocked. Xianxia was even more terrifying than he had imagined. In the first exchange, Lin Feng could feel how terrifying this person was. The supreme genius from 10 years ago was indeed worthy of his reputation. Great demonic fist of destruction. Xianxia stepped forward like a peerless demon god. Endless demonic chi surrounded his body. Millions of demonic light condensed on his fist, brewing into a peerless fist that directly blasted towards Lin Feng. When he punched out, the power of destruction surged out in the void, as if it was about to form a sea of destruction to devour Lin Feng. This was a powerful divine ability that Xianxia had mastered. It was abnormally terrifying. Now that it was displayed, countless people were amazed. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He was fearless as he soared into the sky and condensed the great ice technique. In the void, a world of ice condensed and sealed Xianxia within. Many people were shocked. They didn't expect such a thing to happen. Xianxia was actually trapped. This was too sudden. Now, Xianxia was sealed in ice. This was truly hard to believe. A top expert like Xianxia was going to suffer a huge loss right from the start. Lin Feng charged forward. He condensed Heaven Splitter and Sword Intent. A huge blade light and sword energy shot forward, wanting to kill Xianxia. World-severing finger. Suddenly, Xianxia, who was sealed by the world of ice, let out a cold voice. He pointed with his right hand and in an instant, the entire world of ice collapsed. The world-severing finger was very terrifying. It condensed an invisible power and instantly pierced through Lin Feng's chest. Lin Feng's body flew out while Xianxia broke out of the ice world. Lin Feng is injured. What kind of divine ability is that world-severing finger? He's actually this powerful? Rumor has it that it's a divine ability that can sever an entire world. It was created by a great emperor. A moment ago, Lin Feng used the Great Ice Technique, one of the 3,000 Great Tao techniques, right? It was destroyed by the world-severing finger. Maybe the rumors are true. Only great emperors can create such a divine ability. Countless people gasped in astonishment. They couldn't believe their eyes. Lin Feng was standing in the air, coughing violently. That attack had injured his lungs. His face was extremely pale, and his clothes were dyed red with blood. If that's all you've got, I'm really disappointed. You're as weak as an ant, said Xianxia. He looked indifferent. He was looking at Lin Feng with disdain and disdain. He was really too strong. Now that he had injured Lin Feng, Xianxia was even more confident. Very good, you've stimulated my fighting spirit. Lin Feng stepped forwards and used his immortal body. His injuries were healing at a visible speed. Many people were astonished. That kind of body was really powerful. It could heal injuries so quickly. Milky Way destroying fist, shouted Lin Feng in a long and resonant voice. He then jumped forwards and punched with his right fist. A boundless Milky Way world appeared in the air, but Lin Feng's fist destroyed it. World-severing finger. Xianxia looked indifferent. He was still using the world-severing finger to deal with Lin Feng's Milky Way destroying fist. That divine ability was really too strong. It was as if no matter how strong Lin Feng was, he would break it with one attack. Great defensive technique. Lin Feng smiled coldly. Talismans appeared around his body. Those were the talismans created by the Great Defensive Technique. That was one of the strongest defensive techniques of the 3,000 Great Tao techniques. The talismans created by the Great Defensive Technique were protecting Lin Feng. When Xianxia's world-severing finger touched Lin Feng's body, the talismans were destroyed. Xianxia's world-severing finger was terrifying. It injured Lin Feng again, but most of its power was blocked by the Great Defensive Technique. Therefore, this time, Lin Feng's injuries were not serious. However, Lin Feng's Milky Way destroying fist had already arrived. Xianxia could not dodge. Bang, that punch ruthlessly landed on Xianxia's body. Xianxia looked as if he had been struck by lightning. His body was blown away. Wah, he spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. Lin Feng's attack was also very strong. Xianxia was seriously injured. Multitasking? How did he do that? Many people shouted in disbelief. When a cultivator used a divine technique, they could only condense a second divine technique after condensing one divine technique. However, Lin Feng was able to use two divine techniques at the same time. This was the legendary multitasking. Countless people were shocked. This was because Lin Feng had two primordial spirits, the main primordial spirit and the auxiliary primordial spirit. However, Lin Feng was the only one who knew this secret. No one else knew about it. Therefore, countless cultivators could not believe that Lin Feng was able to use two divine techniques at the same time. Ground shrinking. After Lin Feng sent Xianxia flying, he quickly rushed towards Xianxia. He did not want to give Xianxia a chance to counterattack. After Lin Feng arrived beside Xianxia, he directly condensed a huge lightning ball. Sky Tyrant Lightning Art. Lin Feng took out the lightning ball. That huge lightning ball directly exploded in the void. Xianxia could not dodge and was engulfed by the explosion. At the center of the explosion, the destructive energy tore the void apart. Many people were shocked. The divine technique that Lin Feng used was really too powerful. In the void, Lin Feng looked at the center of the explosion. The spectating cultivators also looked at the center of the battle. Everyone wanted to know how Xianxia was doing. Finally, the energy dissipated and Xianxia appeared. Xianxia's clothes were tattered and his hair was disheveled. His entire body was dripping with blood and there were even white bones in some places. He had suffered serious injuries, but he was not dead. You have angered me. Xianxia roared. Shouted Xianxia furiously. He looked at Lin Feng icily. He walked towards Lin Feng step by step. Behind Xianxia, a mysterious and ancient world appeared. In that world, experts fell from the sky one after another. It was a world where countless experts were buried. 5 Emperor Dragon Fists. Lin Feng made his move and used a supreme divine technique to attack Xianxia. Qing Emperor Emo Dragon, Red Emperor Fire Dragon, White Emperor Gold Dragon, Black Emperor Water Dragon, and Yellow Emperor Divine Dragon. 5 great emperors appeared. They stepped on 5 huge dragons and suppressed Xianxia with the world of gods above their heads. I bury an immortal with each step. Xianxia roared and charged towards Lin Feng. The two sides collided. When Lin Feng's divine technique collided with Xianxia's world that buried countless experts, the 5 great emperors and the huge dragons instantly collapsed. Lin Feng was even more shocked to find that he could not control his body and was quickly falling to the ground. I buried the immortals, and now I will bury you. Xianxia's expression was indifferent. He punched towards Lin Feng. Endless destructive power condensed. If this punch landed on Lin Feng's body, it would be enough to instantly shatter his body. Is that the power of a martial spirit? Many people were shocked and looked at Xianxia. They realized that Xianxia wasn't using a divine ability. He was using his martial spirit. The world of immortals? Is that the legendary world of immortals? Many people exclaimed in disbelief. It was a legendary martial spirit. Immortals were ethereal. It was said that they surpassed gods and emperors. Were there really immortals in the world? No one knew, but there had always been rumors about immortals in the world. Now, Xianxia was using his martial spirit, burying an immortal with each step. How terrifying was that? It was terrifying. No wonder Lin Feng's divine ability was broken in an instant. It wasn't strange at all, as it could even bury an immortal, let alone a divine ability. Is Lin Feng going to be killed? Many cultivators exclaimed in surprise because Xianxia's attack was unavoidable. If he's killed, we'll steal his treasures. Many powerful cultivators were discussing secretly. They were probably on the same side, and they wanted to steal Lin Feng's treasures. Lin Feng had all kinds of divine abilities, the inheritance of the celestial master path, magical treasures, spiritual medicines, heavenly flames. They were enough to make many people risk their lives for him. Of course, many people were worried about Lin Feng, such as Jiang Yudi, Morong Baichuan, Sun Yi, and the others. They were all watching the battle in the arena nervously. Xianxia's attack was about to hit Lin Feng, and it had already locked onto him. The endless destructive power was about to destroy Lin Feng's body. Boom! At that critical moment, Lin Feng's dantian flashed. The 5 black holes merged into one. The endless destructive power was swallowed by Lin Feng's black holes. You're trapped in the world of immortals. You're like a cornered beast, you have no chance of survival. Xianxia looked indifferent. He was very confident in his world of immortals. He stepped forward, and the qi in his body became stronger and stronger. It was a world formed by his martial spirit. In such a world, Xianxia's strength would increase greatly. Lin Feng, on the other hand, would be constantly weakened. Now, Lin Feng could not even stand steadily. From this, it could be seen what kind of difficult situation he was in. Lin Feng stabilized his body with great difficulty. The immortal graveyard world was very strange. It was as if there was a power that could restrict the ability to fly. This caused Lin Feng's movements to be greatly hindered. Stop your pointless struggle. It's time for everything to end. Xianxia's expression was cold. He took a step forward and threw an immortal burying fist at Lin Feng. This was an extremely heaven-defying divine ability. When combined with Xianxia's martial soul, the immortal burial world, it was simply invincible. Xianxia swept out with his fist. Countless corpses of immortals fell down and turned into dust in midair. It was truly a peerless supreme art, causing one's expression to change. It locked onto Lin Feng, wanting to kill Lin Feng. 8 trigrams. Lin Feng jumped in the air and turned into an 8 trigrams diagram. This was the inheritance of the heavenly masters. The 8 trigrams diagram could tear apart the void. Qian, Kuan, Li, Kan, Zhen, Dui, Sun, and Zhen were suppressed in 8 different directions. The 8 trigrams diagram spun rapidly in the air like the sharpest weapon. It tore apart the void and attacked Xianxia. Bang, the two sides collided again. Xianxia's immortal burying fist continued to attack Lin Feng's 8 trigrams diagram. He couldn't destroy Lin Feng's 8 trigrams diagram. Instead, he was forced to retreat. Many people glanced at each other in astonishment. Lin Feng was trapped in the immortal burial world and was being suppressed everywhere. Surprisingly, he was able to force Xianxia to retreat. Many people were astonished. As expected of the person who defeated Murong Tianxin and got onto the Tianjia battle stage. This Lin Feng is really terrifying. Many people were astonished. They were astonished by Lin Feng's strength. This battle was becoming more and more unpredictable. Originally, 90% of the cultivators thought that Xianxia would win, but now, many of them were shaken. Lin Feng's strength was much stronger than what they had imagined. Immortal burying coffin. After Xianxia was forced to retreat, he couldn't help but roar furiously. He condensed a supreme divine ability and attacked Lin Feng's 8 trigrams diagram again. In the immortal burial world, light surged and condensed into a gigantic coffin. I have an immortal burying coffin. It can bury immortals. The immortal burying coffin descended from the sky and suppressed the 8 trigrams diagram. The immortal burying coffin was extremely terrifying. When it suppressed the 8 trigrams diagram, the void cracked. A spine-chilling aura burst out from the coffin. It was as if the coffin was actually capable of burying the immortals inside it. Bang! 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 The immortal burying coffin collided with the 8 trigrams diagram. Lin Feng's 8 trigrams diagram was blown away by the immortal burying coffin. It can bury immortals and suppress all the worlds. Xianxia roared and took a step forward. He struck out with both hands and poured endless magical power into the immortal burying coffin. The immortal burying coffin's power became stronger and stronger. The immortal burying coffin bombarded the 8 trigrams diagram again and again. After 9 consecutive collisions, Lin Feng could no longer maintain the 8 trigrams diagram. He was beaten back to his original form. His body flew out and his face was abnormally pale. Lin Feng suffered serious injuries in the collision with the immortal burying coffin. The immortal burying coffin's destructive power was extremely shocking. I will bury your life and turn you into a speck of dust in this world. Xianxia walked over step by step. He was like a death god that walked out of hell. Bury immortals. Bury all the worlds. Bury billions of mountains and rivers. Bury countless living beings. And now, he wanted to bury Lin Feng as well. Bang! The immortal burying coffin bombarded Lin Feng's body and sent Lin Feng flying. Lin Feng coughed out blood. The attack just now had caused him to suffer even more serious injuries. He was trapped in the immortal burying world and was extremely passive. Now, he was finally showing signs of fatigue. It seemed like he couldn't continue to resist Xianxia's continuous attacks. Lin Feng doesn't seem to be able to hold on any longer. Is this battle going to end like this? Many people murmured because Lin Feng was too passive. They felt that this battle was about to end. I'm quite surprised that you can hold on until now. But in the end, you will be killed by me. Xianxia looked indifferent. He pointed at the sky and stomped on the ground. With a wave of his hand, the immortal burying coffin attacked Lin Feng again. It's too early to be happy. Lin Feng looked indifferent. At this moment, he was walking in the void. The immortal divine blood in his body was awakening. Behind Lin Feng, an endless amount of black fog was rolling in waves. A gloomy and cold aura filled the air. What's that? Many people were astonished when they saw the black fog behind Lin Feng's back and saw an ancient stone door. The immortal Hell's Gate stood tall in the void, emitting a tyrannical power that could distort time and space. This was the second ability of Lin Feng's immortal divine body, which was to summon the Hell's Gate. Rumor had it that this was the gate that connected the mortal world and hell. Now that the Hell's Gate had appeared, a terrifying aura surged out from it. That eerie and terrifying gate seems to be connected to a world of death. What kind of gate is that? It's so terrifying that it makes my soul tremble. Could it be connected to a world of death? Many people were discussing. Although the Hell's Gate had yet to display its divine might, many people could feel the power of death from the Hell's Gate that made their hearts palpitate. The power of death made everyone's soul tremble. That ancient stone door was simply too strange. One could vaguely see that there were many distorted runes drawn on the stone gate. Those runes seemed to depict purgatory-like worlds. In one world, cultivators were tied to fiery red copper pillars. Their bodies were cooked by the red copper pillars. In another world, the tongues of the cultivators were pulled out. In another world, the cultivators were cut into pieces. The world depicted by the runes was too terrifying. It was like the 18 levels of hell that appeared in myths and legends. It was a place where countless living beings were tortured after they died. Now, Lin Feng stepped forward, and the Hell's Gate flew out. Lin Feng was like the son of hell. Under Lin Feng's control, the Hell's Gate directly hit the immortal burying coffin. Bang, the immortal burying coffin and the Hell's Gate collided. Even the void was collapsing. It didn't seem like a battle between two young cultivators. Instead, it seemed like a battle between two old antiques that had lived for tens of thousands of years. Clang! Clang, the Hell's Gate and the immortal burying coffin collided again and again. Many cultivators who were closer to the Hell's Gate couldn't withstand the sound waves produced by the collision between the Hell's Gate and the immortal burying coffin, and they vomited blood. Hurry up and retreat. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble. Many cultivators screamed in fear and kept retreating, not daring to move forward. After 36 consecutive collisions, the gate of hell shattered the immortal burying divine coffin and then suppressed Xianxia. Lin Feng has gained the upper hand. Many people cried out in surprise. They had never expected that Lin Feng would gain the upper hand. Many people were shaken and found it hard to believe what they were seeing. Xianxia's immortal burial world was so powerful. Lin Feng was shrouded in it and was greatly restricted. Yet, he was still able to gain an advantage. This was truly too terrifying. Bang! Hell's Gate suppressed Xianxia's body. Xianxia felt as if he had been struck by lightning as he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Crack! Crack, his body was cracking apart. Fresh blood flowed out, dyeing him red. In the distance, the experts of the heaven-devouring demonic toad clan looked extremely gloomy. This was not the result they wanted to see. He is unexpectedly strong. Looks like I have underestimated him. Demon Monarch Lan Ling revealed a smile. Great Elder Lin, you're amazing. Vice President Wang Changming and the others from the Spirit Array Caster Guild sighed. Countless people were amazed. Now that Xianxia had suffered a calamity, his physical body was severely injured. It seemed like he would not be able to hold on much longer. Lin Feng's mysterious stone gate was too strong. You have always acted high and mighty, full of contempt for me. Now, it seems like you are slapping your own face. Lin Feng sneered and stepped forward. He threw a punch at Xianxia, wanting to kill him. You want to kill me with just you alone? Today, I will tear you to pieces. Xianxia roared crazily. He was going crazy with hatred. Previously, he had looked down on Lin Feng. But now, he had been severely injured by someone he looked down on. It was hard for Xianxia, who had always been arrogant, to accept it. He felt like his body was about to be ignited by the flames of anger. Xianxia only had one thought now, and that was to kill Lin Feng. He had to use the cruelest method to kill Lin Feng. That was the only way to quell his anger. That was the only way to wash away the humiliation. Endless light surged out from Xianxia's dantian. An ancient aura spread out from Xianxia's body. Xianxia was a pure-blooded cultivator. Such a cultivator was too rare. In Xianxia's life, he had only activated his pure-blooded bloodline 3 times, and then killed 3 great enemies. Now, Xianxia had activated his pure-blooded bloodline for the 4th time. Not good, Lin Feng's face changed slightly. He felt a terrifying aura from Xianxia's body. That aura made his hair stand on end. Lin Feng knew that he must not give Xianxia a chance to awaken his pure-blooded bloodline. Once the pure-blooded bloodline in his body was awakened, then it would be troublesome. Lin Feng rushed forward and threw a punch at Xianxia, but it was too late. The pure-blooded bloodline in Xianxia's body was awakened. Ah! Xianxia roared. He was shrouded in black fog, and no one could see his appearance clearly. Xianxia, who had activated his pure-blooded bloodline, was even more terrifying. He grabbed the Hell's Gate with both hands and smashed it directly at Lin Feng. Bang! The Hell's Gate hit Lin Feng's body, and Lin Feng was sent flying. Cough, 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 Lin Feng coughed violently, and his face was pale. He looked at Xianxia in horror. Xianxia, who had activated his pure-blooded bloodline, was so terrifying that he could shake the Hell's Gate with his physical body. I will let you die in endless fear. Xianxia stepped forward, and his voice was filled with endless coldness and killing intent. Lin Feng felt the danger. He quickly retreated and tore apart the Zongxian world, and finally put some distance between him and Xianxia. It's useless. You can't escape. Come here. Xianxia laughed. Xianxia laughed strangely, his voice became hoarse and sinister. Xianxia, who was in the black fog, stretched out his right hand, and a black hole appeared in his right hand. It looked like a black hole in the universe. That black hole released a powerful suction force, and it enveloped Lin Feng. Lin Feng's body flew uncontrollably towards Xianxia. The Heaven-Devouring Demon Toad's bloodline ability, Heaven-Devouring Demon Cave. Many people shouted in astonishment. The Heaven-Devouring Demon Toad's bloodline ability was terrifying. It was said that it could devour all living things and steal life energy. That was the difference between the Heaven-Devouring Demon Cave and Lin Feng's Devouring Martial Spirit. Lin Feng's Devouring Martial Spirit could devour all kinds of attacks, all kinds of energies, but it couldn't steal life energy. The Heaven-Devouring Demon Toad's Heaven-Devouring Demon Cave couldn't devour other people's attacks, but it could steal life energy. Lin Feng sensed that his lifespan was decreasing as he got closer to Xianxia. He originally had 11,000 years of lifespan, but very quickly, he only had 10,000 years left. Soon, he only had 9,000 years left. After devouring Lin Feng's lifespan, Xianxia's qi became more and more terrifying. It was obvious that Xianxia could devour other people's lifespan to increase his fighting strength. Lin Feng's face turned ugly. If this continued, it wouldn't take long for his lifespan to be completely devoured. At that time, he would die without a grave. I'll steal your life to strengthen myself. You're just a stepping stone on my path of cultivation. You'll turn into a pile of bones and be forgotten by the world. Xianxia looked cold and detached. He stepped forwards and glanced at Lin Feng with disdain, as if he had everything under control. Xianxia was indeed very strong. He was extremely confident because his pure blood had never failed. In Xianxia's opinion, Lin Feng was going to die just like the cultivators he had killed in the past. He was going to use Lin Feng's life to strengthen himself. Stealing life, that's really powerful. Lin Feng is going to be in trouble. That's an invincible ability. Lin Feng's lifespan won't be completely stolen, right? If that's the case, he's going to die. Many people cried out in surprise, their hearts trembling. At this point in the battle, it seemed like it was about time for the victor to be decided. Right now, the scales of this battle were tilting towards Xianxia. 8 divine seals. Talismans appeared and sealed Lin Feng's body. Under the 8 divine seals, Lin Feng's lifespan finally stopped. You want to steal my lifespan? I'll beat you up first. Shouted Lin Feng furiously. 2,000 years of lifespan had been stolen from him. Lin Feng was furious. His heart was filled with killing intent. He arrived in front of Xianxia and threw a punch at him. You. Xianxia's expression changed because he realized that he couldn't steal Lin Feng's lifespan anymore. But Xianxia quickly calmed down. He was a monster, his body was extremely strong. He wasn't afraid of close combat. He threw a punch at Lin Feng. In such a close combat situation, one punch and one kick were extremely fast. They didn't even have time to circulate their qi or use spells. It was a battle of pure physical strength. Both of their bodies were extremely strong. Lin Feng punched Xianxia's shoulder and broke his bones. Xianxia slapped Lin Feng's body and made Lin Feng cough up blood. In a physical confrontation, if both sides were people with extremely powerful physical bodies, it was obvious that both sides would suffer in the end. Lin Feng and Xianxia exchanged more than 30 attacks. In the end, Lin Feng gradually gained the upper hand. Even though Xianxia's body was extremely strong, Lin Feng's body was even stronger. Xianxia was a 100% pure bloodline. The pure bloodline of the heaven-devouring demonic toad was at the divine beast level. Therefore, Xianxia's body was able to contend against fiend gods. But he was still weaker than Lin Feng. Lin Feng punched Xianxia's left chest. Xianxia's left sternum cracked. He was severely injured. His sternum was completely broken, and some of his white bones were exposed. Xianxia coughed up a mouthful of blood. His face was as pale as paper. Lin Feng seized this opportunity and rushed forward. He threw another punch at Xianxia. Xianxia waved his fist to block. Both of them collided once again. Gotcha! Xianxia's arm was broken. Lin Feng's body is too strong, isn't it? Xianxia has a pure blood. His body is comparable to the body of a god or demon. But now, he is completely suppressed by Lin Feng. It's hard to imagine how strong Lin Feng's body is. Many cultivators cried out in surprise. Their faces were filled with shock and emotion. Xianxia was suppressed by Lin Feng. It was indeed too shocking. Ah! Xianxia's roar shook the sky. He was extremely sullen. He thought that he could easily get rid of Lin Feng. But now, he was repeatedly defeated by Lin Feng. Now, he had no choice but to retreat quickly. He had to increase the distance between him and Lin Feng. Close combat was too disadvantageous for him. Xianxia was worried. If he did not quickly increase the distance between him and Lin Feng, he could be killed by Lin Feng at any time. Where do you think you're going? Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He was not willing to give Xianxia a chance. He rushed forward and slashed at Xianxia. He wanted to use this opportunity to get rid of Xianxia. Xianxia's method was not ordinary. He had activated the second ability of his pure blood. Beams of destructive light shot out from Xianxia's body. These beams of destructive light were very terrifying. They instantly tore through the void. Lin Feng felt danger. He had no choice but to block the beams of destructive light. A tearing sound was heard. Lin Feng's body was pierced by the beams of destructive light. Blood spurted out. That's the cosmic destruction beam. Legend has it that it's a kind of destructive light produced in the depths of the universe. It's also the most terrifying destructive force in the world. It was refined by the ancestors of the heaven-devouring demonic toad clan and integrated into their bloodline. It's passed down from generation to generation. Every pure-blood cultivator can awaken this ability. It's really terrifying. Even Lin Feng can't block it. Many people cried out in alarm. They were talking about the origin of the destructive light. Now, Lin Feng was facing an even fiercer attack from the cosmic destruction beam. The beams of destructive light seemed to be able to destroy the firmament and destroy the universe. Numerous beams of destructive light shot towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng was dodging the attacks in a very difficult manner. However, he was still unable to dodge the attacks. His body was once again pierced by the beams of destructive light. Deep wounds appeared on his body. Lin Feng was in big trouble. Is he finally going to die? The cultivators of the heaven-devouring demonic toad clan sneered. It was as if they could already see Lin Feng dying. The Lonling Demon King and Jiang Yudi frowned. Lin Feng was too passive. They couldn't help but worry about Lin Feng. More and more beams of destructive light shot towards Lin Feng. They wanted to kill Lin Feng completely. It's useless. You can't dodge the attacks of the cosmic destruction beam. You're destined to die. Xianxia sneered. Lin Feng was walking in the void. He said indifferently, "It's too early to be happy. As soon as he said that, the 5 devouring martial spirits in Lin Feng's dantian revolved. Rumble, suddenly, terrifying waves of energy spread out from the sky. 5 huge black holes appeared. Are those martial spirits? Why does he have 5 martial spirits? Many people were puzzled. It was the first time they had seen such martial spirits. I'm not sure. His martial spirits are very similar to the first ability of Xianxia's pure blood. Lin Feng's martial spirits are devouring martial spirits. They can seal and devour attacks. I've seen him use his martial spirits before, but he didn't reveal his martial spirits at that time. I didn't think that his martial spirits would be 5 black holes. Many cultivators were discussing this. They were all puzzled. Why did Lin Feng have 5 black holes? It was really strange. In the sky, the 5 black holes gradually merged together. The 5 black holes fused into one. When the 5 black holes fused into one, the entire world seemed to be imprisoned. Lin Feng was standing in the middle of the black hole. At that moment, he felt as if the sovereign blood in his body had been awakened. The devouring martial spirits were inherited from the sovereign blood clan. Lin Feng could faintly see the ancestors of the sovereign blood clan standing in the depths of the black hole and looking at him. Lin Feng was also looking at the ancestors of the sovereign blood clan. His 5 devouring martial spirits merged into one and he stood within them, communicating with the sovereign emperor's blood in his body. This was a powerful technique that Lin Feng had comprehended after awakening the sovereign emperor's blood. The surrounding space had been completely sealed, but Xianxia was very terrifying. Although his movements were greatly restricted, he was still not sealed. Still want to put up a desperate struggle? Xianxia's expression was indifferent. He looked at Lin Feng with a sneer. Xianxia, who had activated his strongest battle strength, was extremely confident in himself. He believed that he could kill Lin Feng with the help of the Universe Extreme Destruction Beam. Asterisk swish, asterisk dazzling light surged out. Beams of Universe Extreme Destruction Beam shot towards Lin Feng. They blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Nobody knew how many beams there were. Xianxia has launched his most violent attack. He wants to end the battle quickly. Many people cried out in alarm. Xianxia's attack was unprecedentedly powerful. Although Lin Feng had summoned his martial spirit to fight against Xianxia, Lin Feng's martial spirit did not have much attacking power. This was a well-known fact. How could he block Xianxia's attack? This was also the reason why many people did not think that Lin Feng would win. The Universe Extreme Destruction Beam that blotted out the sky and covered the earth had already arrived in front of Lin Feng. It tore through the void and destroyed the dome of heaven. Many people even thought that Lin Feng would die under Xianxia's attack. However, when the densely packed Universe Extreme Destruction Beam was about to hit Lin Feng, something shocking happened. The black hole hovering in the void emitted a black gas, which instantly destroyed all the cosmic extreme destruction light beams. The black gas descended from the sky and swept towards Xianxia. This is impossible. Xianxia roared in disbelief. He did not dare to believe his eyes. That was his most powerful attack, but now it had been easily destroyed by Lin Feng. This was a huge blow to Xianxia. Xianxia, my divine ability is called the Ruler of Destruction. It's a divine ability I created by fusing my bloodline with my martial spirit. I'd like to see how you're going to block it. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He activated the black gas with all his strength and attacked Xianxia. Lin Feng stood in the middle of the black hole and used his martial spirit to communicate with the Sovereign Emperor blood. He activated the Sovereign Emperor blood's power and fused it with his devouring martial spirit. He could unleash a terrifying attack that could destroy anything. This divine ability was quite heaven-defying. Of course, it was not easy to use. When Lin Feng executed this ultimate skill, he felt that the mana in his body had been consumed by 60 to 70%. His body felt weak. The more powerful the divine ability, the greater the consumption of magic power. It was clear that the Sovereign's Armageddon was Lin Feng's strongest ability. And there is no one like it. This was because Lin Feng had activated a trace of the Sovereign Emperor blood's power. Lin Feng's mother's clan was too terrifying. They were a clan that had gone against the ancient times. Even if they could only activate a trace of the sovereign emperor blood's power, it was enough to destroy the heavens and earth. The black gas pressed down. Xianxia felt a dangerous aura and quickly retreated. However, Xianxia was shocked to find that the black gas had completely locked onto him. Therefore, no matter how he tried to dodge, he could not avoid it. Xianxia's face became extremely ugly. He took out a defensive magic treasure at the pinnacle of Dao artifact level. This defensive treasure was a small 3-story pagoda. It was completely golden in color and was called the Golden Exquisite Pagoda. It had extremely powerful defensive power. After the exquisite golden pagoda was taken out, it blocked in front of Xianxia and helped him resist the attack of the black gas. Bang! The black gas was only one pagoda and was about the thickness of a thumb. However, when it pressed down, it created a momentum that was like an ancient divine mountain falling from the sky. The attack swept across the exquisite golden pagoda. Crack! Crack! The exquisite golden pagoda instantly cracked. After blocking for a moment, this pinnacle Dao artifact supreme treasure actually shattered into pieces. Isn't this attack a little too strong? Countless cultivators who were watching the battle could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. That was a pinnacle defensive Dao artifact. But now, it was destroyed just like that. It was really unbelievable. However, it was the truth. Everyone had no choice but to believe it. The black gas continued to press down on Xianxia. Break! Xianxia took out a battle spear. It was a half-divine weapon that was stained with blood. Its power could be said to be terrifying. Now that Xianxia was holding the battle spear, his spine suddenly shot up like a dragon. The battle spear in his hand swept towards the black gas. Clang! Along with the fierce attack, the battle spear in Xianxia's hand collided with the black gas. Xianxia was indeed powerful. The black gas was scattered. Myriad Dao firmament, destroy all worlds! Xianxia roared. He was like a demon god, as if he was carrying an ancient mountain. He walked towards Lin Feng step by step. His aura was constantly rising. Xianxia held the spear with both hands and charged towards Lin Feng. Xianxia, it's useless. The current you has already lost the ability to fight against me. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He activated the black hole with all his strength. The black hole let out a loud rumbling sound. Then, it descended from the sky. It pressed down on Xianxia. Bang! Xianxia was sent flying and vomited a large mouthful of blood in midair. With just one attack, he was severely injured. He could not withstand Lin Feng's attack at all. The black hole flew above Xianxia and directly pressed down on him. Ah! Xianxia roared. He wanted to struggle, but there was no way for him to do so. All of his attacks were instantly broken and his body was suppressed under the black hole. The victor has been decided. Exclamations sounded one after another. Xianxia's momentum was gone and he could not resist. This result was unexpected. No one had thought that in the end, it would be Lin Feng who defeated Xianxia. Xianxia was an existence that had become a supreme genius 10 years ago, but he was still defeated by Lin Feng. I've lost. Xianxia was extremely unwilling, but he had no choice but to admit defeat. He lowered his head and his eyes were filled with endless hatred and killing intent. The hatred in his heart towards Lin Feng was like a flood that reached the sky. He hated that he could not tear Lin Feng into pieces. But Xianxia knew that he had to endure. Brat, why aren't you letting him go? Shui Luanfa said with a gloomy expression. His eyes were shining with a cold light. Lin Feng put his hands behind his back and said with an indifferent expression, in a battle of life and death, the loser will be killed. You dare? Shui Luanfa shouted coldly. Why wouldn't I dare? Lin Feng sneered and raised his right hand. A ray of sword chi shot out. Puff. Xianxia's head soared into the sky. Little bastard, you're courting death. Shui Luanfa roared. Xianxia's death was a huge blow to the heaven-devouring demonic toad clan. Xianxia was the leader of the heaven-devouring demonic toad clan's younger generation. Now that he was dead, the heaven-devouring demonic toad clan's younger generation would definitely decline. Lin Feng had killed Xianxia, and Xue Luanfa hated Lin Feng to the core. Now, Xue Luanfa only wanted to tear Lin Feng into pieces. Xue Luanfa soared into the sky and charged towards Lin Feng. He opened his palm and slammed it towards Lin Feng. Humph. Demon Lord Lan Ling sneered and blocked Xue Luanfa's path. He exchanged a blow with Xue Luanfa and forced Xue Luanfa to retreat. Xue Luanfa roared, "Demon Lord Lan Ling, how dare you stop me?" Demon Lord Lan Ling sneered, "Xue Luanfa, this is a battle of life and death between Lin Feng and Xianxia. Since it's a battle of life and death, it's a battle of life and death. Xianxia was killed because his cultivation was weak, and he can't blame anyone else. Now that you want to kill Lin Feng, do you have any shame?" Morong Baichuan stepped forward and said, "Daoist Xue, you've gone overboard today. The rules of the Tianwu continent state that outsiders are not allowed to interfere in a battle of life and death. Moreover, the members of the same sect, clan, and sect are not allowed to cause trouble for the other party within 3 days. Daoist Xue, are you trying to go against the rules of the Tianwu continent?" Xue Luanfa's face was extremely gloomy. The Tianwu continent did have such rules. They were not allowed to deal with the cultivators involved in a battle of life and death within 3 days to give them time to recover. Very good. Very good. Very good. My heaven-devouring demonic toad clan will remember the two of you. Xue Luanfa looked coldly at Demon Lord Lan Ling and Morong Baichuan, his words carrying a hint of threat. So what if we remember? Do you think I'm afraid of your heaven-devouring demonic toad clan? Demon Lord Lan Ling sneered. Hee hee, does the heaven-devouring demonic toad clan dare to go against my spirit array caster guild? Fellow Xue, you're threatening the wrong person. Although my spirit array master guild stands aloof from worldly affairs, if anyone dares to provoke my spirit array master guild, then my spirit array master guild is not to be trifled with. Morong Baichuan sneered. The power of the spiritual array caster guild was unimaginable. Their network was huge. Although the heaven-devouring demon toad clan was strong, there was still a big gap between them and the spiritual array caster guild. Therefore, when he heard Xue Luanfa's threat, Morong Baichuan was disdainful. Xue Luanfa's face became increasingly gloomy. His eyes flickered with a cold light, but he did not say anything else. On the stage, Lin Feng kept Xianxia's storage ring. Then, he flew down and left with Demon Monarch Lan Ling, Morong Baichuan, and the others. Just like that, the battle that everyone had been paying attention to ended. However, it was clear that the disturbance caused by this battle was far from over. Xianxia had become a sovereign genius 10 years ago. Now that he had been killed by Lin Feng, it naturally caused a great uproar. Lin Feng had stepped on Morong Tianxian and ascended the stage. His talent was unparalleled in the world. Originally, although everyone knew that Lin Feng was very talented, many people thought that Lin Feng's cultivation time was much shorter than that of the top geniuses. Therefore, his strength could not be compared to those top geniuses. However, it was only after this battle that everyone realized how wrong their thinking was. Lin Feng was a monster, he had already caught up with the top geniuses. Lin Feng and Huangfu Qingtian still have a life-or-death battle. I originally thought that Huangfu Qingtian would definitely win this battle, but now I've changed my mind. Huangfu Qingtian is one of the top 3 geniuses. Xianxia can't compare to him. Although Lin Feng has killed Xianxia, he's almost exhausted. Therefore, he can't be a match for Huangfu Qingtian. Although he's not a match for Huangfu Qingtian now, don't forget that Lin Feng and Huangfu Qingtian will have a life-or-death battle in 4 years. With Lin Feng's talent, it's possible for him to surpass Huangfu Qingtian in 4 years. It's possible. I think that after Huangfu Qingtian heard that Lin Feng killed Xianxia, he won't be as calm as before. Maybe he'll take some necessary actions. Many people were talking about Lin Feng. Some people were talking about how the heaven-devouring demonic toad clan would deal with Lin Feng after he killed Xianxia. Some people were talking about the battle between Lin Feng and Huangfu Qingtian. Some people were talking about whether Lin Feng had a peerless expert behind him. Otherwise, how could he be so monstrous? At that moment, Lin Feng, Sun Yi, Miao Yuling, Hualai and Sui Bing took a teleportation formation and left the second cultivator gathering area. The cultivators of the heaven-devouring demonic toad clan wanted to use a teleportation formation to chase after Lin Feng, but they were stopped by Demon Emperor Lan Ling and Murong Baichuan. What's the meaning of this? Shui Luanfa said gloomily. The teleportation formation won't be activated tonight, so you should go back, said Demon Emperor Lan Ling. You should go back, said Murong Baichuan. So you're saying that you're going to have a falling out with the heaven-devouring demonic toad clan? Shui Luanfa looked gloomy. If you think so, I can tell you that it's just as you think. So what if we have a falling out? Said Murong Baichuan with his hands clasped behind his back. He was the leader of the Union of Alchemists in the 72 provinces. Leave. Don't waste your time here. You won't be able to activate the teleportation formation with us here, said Demon Emperor Lan Ling. All right. Shui Luanfa glanced coldly at Murong Baichuan and Demon Emperor Lan Ling, then left with his people. After Lin Feng's group left the second cultivator gathering area, they went through 4 or 5 other gathering areas in order to hide their whereabouts. A month later, 5 cultivators stopped outside a storm-ravaged sea and looked into the depths of the sea. Among the 5 people, there was 1 man and 4 women. The man was handsome and confident, while the 4 women were all extremely beautiful. They were Lin Feng's group. Nightmare Island should be in the deepest part of the stormy sea, but it's extremely dangerous. Not only are there all kinds of terrifying storms, but there are also many terrifying restrictions. Passing through the stormy sea and entering Nightmare Island is as difficult as ascending to the heavens, said Sui Bing. Shui Luanfa nodded. With Lin Feng's help, passing through the stormy sea shouldn't be a problem. This place is really dangerous. Everyone, stay close to me and don't wander off, said Lin Feng. The 4 women nodded. The group of 5 didn't stop and entered the stormy sea. Not long after they entered the stormy sea, an ugly head poked out from the sea. Its cold eyes looked at the 5 people who had entered the stormy sea. This ugly head did not belong to a human. Although it looked like a human's head, its face was covered in scales. This was the sea race. It had always been rumored that the sea race existed in the depths of the Eastern Sea, and even the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. However, no one in the outside world had ever seen the sea race or the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. In truth, whether it was the sea race or the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, they did exist. But why was the outside world's knowledge of the sea race and the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace only limited to legends? There was a reason for this. First, ordinary cultivators would not enter the depths of the Eastern Sea. That was because the depths of the Eastern Sea were filled with powerful sea beasts. These sea beasts were ferocious. If you encountered them, you would definitely die. Even the top forces would not enter the depths of the Eastern Sea under normal circumstances. Of course, some of the top forces had been in the Eastern Sea for many years and knew a little about the sea race and the Dragon Palace. However, only the upper echelons of the Eastern Sea knew about the sea race and the Dragon Palace. These upper echelons were very wary of the sea race and the Dragon Palace. Hence, they would not talk about them in front of others. Because of this, the outside world knew very little about the sea race and the Dragon Palace. The sea race member quickly left and entered the depths of the sea. In the depths of the sea, there was an endless number of palaces. This was the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. The Eastern Sea Dragon Palace was occupied by the evil dragon race. The evil dragon race was a race of the dragon race whose bloodline was comparable to the divine dragon and heavenly dragon. On the other hand, the evil dragon clan had a cruel temperament and was extremely licentious, so their reputation was extremely bad. Even the divine dragon clan, the heavenly dragon clan, and several other dragon clans that were similar to the evil dragon clan looked down on them. However, one had to admit that the evil dragon race was very powerful. Perhaps it was because of their licentious nature that the evil dragon race had many more children than the divine dragon race. Currently, there were no traces of the divine dragon race and heavenly dragon race in the Sky Martial continent. However, the evil dragon race was still flourishing. The evil dragon king of the Dragon Palace had 13 sons and 7 daughters. And now, the sea race member had come to the 3rd prince's palace. The 3rd prince of the Dragon Palace was called Ao Bing. Your Highness, there's a major discovery, a major discovery. that oceanic species member hurriedly said. At this moment, Ao Bing was being intimate with two women of the oceanic species. When he heard the oceanic species report, he stopped and asked, "What major discovery?" "I just saw 5 people enter the ocean of storms, 4 women and 1 man. I've never seen such beautiful women in my life. Even the fairies of the Moon Palace aren't as beautiful as them," said Lin Feng, shaking his head. That oceanic species member said. Ao Bing's eyes lit up. "There's such a thing? That's great. Gather everyone and follow me into the stormy ocean." The evil dragon race was so lustful, therefore, when Ao Bing heard that 4 women who were even more beautiful than the Moon Palace fairy had appeared, how could he sit still? "Yes, I'll go gather the men right away." Within the storm ocean, violent storms would sweep across the world from time to time. The slightest bit of carelessness could cause one to be sucked into the storm and face the danger of death. In addition, there were layers upon layers of restrictions here, so he had to be even more careful. Many of the restrictive spells were even more terrifying than the storm. Fortunately, with Lin Feng present, they were able to avoid the space-time storms and terrifying restrictions. They gradually ventured deeper into the storm ocean. One day, as the 5 of them were flying deeper into the storm ocean, they sensed intense fluctuations. Lin Feng's expression brightened slightly. "It seems like there are cultivators fighting. Let's go take a look." Sun Yi immediately grew excited. "Great! Perhaps we'll be able to pick up some good stuff." The 5 of them carefully flew in the direction of the battle. After flying about 15 miles, they saw 2 huge ships fighting. These 2 pirate ships were famous pirate ships. One of them was the pirate ship of the gods, while the other was the pirate ship of death. The gods' pirate ship's captain, Shui Zhonghua, was the famous empress. The empress was the undisputed #1 beauty of the Martial Heaven continent and the various seas. No woman was more enchanting than her. As for the death pirate ship's captain, he was Barbossa. This famous pirate was known for his savagery. The empress's god's pirate ship and Barbossa's death pirate ship. Why are these 2 pirate kings fighting? Sun Yi asked curiously. Lin Feng said, "The 9 pirate kings have never been on good terms with each other. Now that they're fighting, I'm guessing it's because of some benefits." Sui Bing nodded. "The only thing that could make these pirate kings fight each other is benefits. Perhaps they're fighting over something." The 2 pirate ships constantly clashed in the storm ocean. It was as if the surrounding seas were about to flip over. Even the void was about to crack. The gods' pirate ship and the death pirate ship were both supreme treasures that had been passed down from the primordial era. It was rumored that they were divine ships that could travel through the river of time. The destruction caused by the collision of these 2 ships was naturally unsightly. Lin Feng's group of 5 had no choice but to quickly retreat. If they were caught in the shockwaves of the collision, they would instantly be crushed to pieces. Bang, bang, bang. The gods' pirate ship and the death pirate ship collided again and again, creating huge space-time black holes. Lin Feng had seen the void shatter before, but at most, it would just crack, and it would quickly repair itself. But now, the gods' pirate ship and the death pirate ship's destructive power was too great. They had formed a huge space-time black hole that covered dozens of miles. Lin Feng's group of 5 had no choice but to continue retreating. The space-time black hole was devouring everything around it. Even the islands were swallowed up. The gods' pirate ship and the death pirate ship were below the black hole, clashing once more amidst the towering waves. Both sides were locked in battle, and it was very difficult to suppress the other. At that moment, numerous tentacles suddenly stretched out of the sea. "Heavens, that's an octopus?" Sui Bing said in shock. She couldn't believe it. How could there be such a huge octopus in this world? Just one of its tentacles was 100,000 meters long. She couldn't imagine how huge the body of the octopus was. Now, the octopus wanted to devour the gods' pirate ship and the death pirate ship. But obviously, devouring the 2 pirate ships was not an easy task. The 2 pirate ships were supreme treasures left behind from the immemorial age or before. They had infinite divine power. The glory of the immemorial era, the eternal divine power of the immemorial gods, the immemorial god ship that carries the hope of the immemorial gods, immortal for all eternity, the Empress's voice came from the god's ship. Thinking of the Empress, Lin Feng couldn't help but think of the time when he joined forces with the Empress and Granny of Tianshan in the 33 Steps of Sky Stairway. The Empress's peerless beauty was still unforgettable. Traverse the world of death, cross the boundary between life and death, and reach the shore of eternal life. A cold voice came from the Death's ship. Lin Feng guessed that it was the voice of Barbossa, the captain of the Death's ship. The god's phantom appeared on the god's ship, and the Death's army appeared on the Death's ship. The gods were chanting the glory of the immemorial era. The Death's army roared sorrowfully, shaking the mountains and rivers as if they were about to descend from the endless world of death. Puff, the giant tentacles that wrapped around the gods and Death's ships were cut off by the war god Phantom and the Death's army. The gods and Death's ships successfully escaped before they were swallowed by the octopus. Screech, the huge octopus roared in pain, and its mountain-like tentacles smashed towards the god's pirate ship and the Death pirate ship. The god's pirate ship and the Death pirate ship sped up and rushed into the deepest part of the stormy sea. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace. The mountain-like octopus tentacles did not hit their targets. Instead, they hit the surface of the water. Suddenly, huge waves rose into the sky. That huge octopus let out a series of angry and unwilling roars, and then dived into the water, disappearing without a trace. How terrifying! Lin Feng and the others looked at each other. The battle just now was indeed too terrifying. That octopus's strength was probably close to that of a god. It might even have reached the realm of a god. Lin Feng and the others didn't stop and continued to head deeper. They were much more careful because the ferocious beasts in the stormy sea were too powerful. When encountering those ferocious beasts, the slightest bit of carelessness would result in a tragic death. Despite being extremely careful, Lin Feng's group of 5 was still attacked by a group of fiery red swordfish. These swordfish were about a dozen meters long and were densely packed together. It was unknown how many of them there were. On the backs of these swordfish, there were bone spurs. The bone spurs of the swordfish were shaped like swords, and they could be detached from the body, just like the flying swords of cultivators. Swish swish swish, the swordfish attacked Lin Feng's group of 5. The bone spurs blotted out the sky and covered the earth as they flew towards Lin Feng's group. It was too terrifying. Lin Feng's group of 5 was terrified. Facing such a dangerous situation, Lin Feng hurriedly took out the 4 vicious cauldron and the 5 of them entered it. Clang clang clang, the densely packed bone spurs collided with the cauldron, creating a series of clanging sounds. Although the cauldron was able to block the bone spurs' attack, the impact of so many bone spurs hitting the cauldron was extremely powerful. The impact of the collision shook the cauldron, and Lin Feng's group of 5 who were hiding inside the cauldron felt their blood boil. Their faces flushed red, and they almost coughed up blood. Huolier said, "There are too many swordfish. We have to quickly break out of this encirclement. Otherwise, the swordfish's attack will be enough to kill us. Let's use the cauldron to break out of this encirclement," Lin Feng said solemnly. The 5 of them used the cauldron to escape. The school of swordfish chased after them relentlessly, and they only managed to escape after a few dozen miles. Lin Feng's group of 5 rejoiced when they came out of the cauldron. After a short rest, they continued to travel deeper into the ocean. Not long after, a hurricane began to form in the ocean. Hurricanes were the most destructive natural disasters in the ocean. As for the storms and hurricanes, they were even more terrifying because there were powerful restrictions everywhere in the Sea of Storms. The whirlwinds would sweep up these restrictions, so once they were swallowed by the whirlwinds of the storm ocean, it was very likely that they would die. Lin Feng brought the 4 of them to escape when they saw the hurricanes sweeping over. They had to narrowly escape from the hurricanes. After cautiously flying through the ocean for half a month, Lin Feng's group of 5 finally saw the depths of the ocean. Under the cover of the mist, an island could be vaguely seen. Nightmare Island. The eyes of the 5 people suddenly lit up, revealing a joyful expression. It could be said that they had experienced dangers in the stormy ocean. Now that they were finally about to reach their destination, the Nightmare Island, this naturally made them feel excited. The restrictions here are even more terrifying. Everyone, be careful, Lin Feng said solemnly. Sun Yi, Huolier, Sui Bing, and Miao Yuling nodded. They also knew that the closer they were to success, the more dangerous it would be. Lin Feng led the way, and the 5 of them carefully moved towards Nightmare Island. When they were about 10 miles away from Nightmare Island, Lin Feng's group of 5 was attacked. Huge bats flew towards them. They were 13 or 14 meters long, and their bodies were blood red. Lin Feng had never seen such huge bats. They were too ugly, and just looking at them made his scalp go numb. Ancient blood bats. They've already disappeared from the outside world. We're in trouble. Sui Bing's expression suddenly changed. More and more ancient blood bats flew over. Soon, more than 100 ancient blood bats had gathered and surrounded Lin Feng's group of 5. The two sides immediately engaged in a fierce battle. The ancient blood bats had sharp claws, and they could use sound attacks and blood-red energy attacks. They were very difficult to deal with. Lin Feng's group of 5 was in big trouble. I have a treasure here that should be able to resist for a while. Miao Yulin took out a crystal bead, which turned into a huge energy shield that enveloped the 5 of them. The primordial vampire bats were temporarily blocked by the energy shield formed by the crystal bead. This is a mysterious crystal bead, a forbidden weapon. Once activated, it can turn into an energy shield for defense. This is the 10th time it's been activated, so it can last for 15 minutes. Miao Yuling said. The forbidden weapon could be used 10 times at most, and the mysterious crystal bead had already been used up. Therefore, Lin Feng had to bring the 4 of them out of the sea within 15 minutes. However, that was enough. Under the protection of the mysterious crystal bead, Sun Yi, Sui Bing, Miao Lingyu, and Hualai kept attacking the ancient blood bats. Lin Feng opened his snake eyes and brought the 4 of them to avoid the terrifying restrictive spells floating above the sea. Finally, before the mysterious crystal bead broke, they successfully arrived at Nightmare Island. The ancient blood bats seemed to be unable to enter the island. The ancient blood bats were floating above the sea, looking at Lin Feng's group of 5 with gloomy eyes. They let out ear-piercing screeches, then flapped their wings and flew into the misty sea outside the island. In the blink of an eye, the ancient blood bats could no longer be seen. Watching them leave, Lin Feng said, "These ancient vampire bats should be guarding the island. Maybe there are some rules preventing them from entering the island. Now that we're on the island, where should we go next? What are we looking for? Do you have a plan?" Nightmare Island is the territory of the Great Dream Evil Emperor. It's very dangerous, so we don't want to explore the depths of the island. What we're looking for is in the outer regions of the island. It's called the Nineteen Mysterious Earth Concoction. Sui Bing said. 19 Earth Profound Liquid? What's that? Lin Feng asked curiously. Hualai explained, it's a natural treasure formed by the fusion of Earth Profound Liquid and 19 Earth Profound Liquid over hundreds of millions of years. It's very effective. It can purify magic energy and make it purer and purer. It's very suitable for cultivators who are about to break through. Cultivators who are about to break through can use the 19 Earth Profound Liquid to purify their magic energy. Once their magic energy reaches a certain level of purity, breaking through is just a matter of time. I see. But Nightmare Island is so big. It won't be easy to find the 19 Earth Profound Liquid, right? Lin Feng asked. Of course it won't be easy, but I brought a treasure-seeking mouse with me. Miao Yuling patted the beast enslavement pouch on her waist, and a palm-sized, snow-white mouse appeared in her palm. Treasure-seeking mice were extremely rare spirit beasts. They were equally famous as dragon rabbits, and they were good at finding all kinds of natural treasures. Of course, treasure-seeking mice were very different from dragon rabbits. Dragon rabbits were good at finding natural treasures on the ground and in the mountains. Treasure-seeking mice were good at finding natural treasures underground. The 19 Earth Profound Liquid was definitely in the underground world. That was exactly what treasure-seeking mice were good at. Little guy, take us to find the 19 Earth Profound Liquid. Miao Yuling said to treasure-seeking mouse. Squeak, 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 squeak. Treasure-seeking mouse squeaked like a human, waving its paws from time to time. Then, it jumped to the ground and started searching the forest. For 3 days, Lin Feng and the others followed the treasure-hunting mouse through the forest. Finally, they entered a dense forest surrounded by black fog. The treasure-hunting mouse headed deeper into the forest. Within this dense forest, the Xianxia was dense, causing Lin Feng's group of 5 to shudder. In the distance, gusts of fierce wind suddenly swept up. A gale surged towards Lin Feng and the others, and a large area of the forest was instantly torn apart by the gale. Lin Feng took out the Hurricane Pearl and activated it. Immediately, the Hurricane Pearl turned into an energy shield, protecting Lin Feng's group. They were not swept away by the strong wind. Back in the stormy sea, Lin Feng didn't use the hurricane bead to deal with the hurricanes because there were many restrictions inside the hurricanes. The hurricane bead could deal with hurricanes, but it couldn't deal with restrictions. Therefore, the hurricane bead couldn't play its role at that time. Ignoring the terrifying restrictions inside the hurricanes would only lead to death. However, there was no restriction on the windstorm in the forest. After the windstorm was stopped, a sinister sound suddenly came from afar. Clouds of black fog drifted over, and the strange sound came from the black fog. Upon closer inspection, one could see that there were Ing ghosts hidden in the black fog. These Ing ghosts were different from ordinary ghosts. Their eyes were blood red, and they wore loose black robes. Blood-eyed Ing ghosts. Lin Feng's expression changed when he saw the Ing ghosts. Blood-eyed Ing ghosts were an extremely terrifying existence among the ghosts. They could continuously devour all kinds of living beings to increase their strength. Moreover, these blood-eyed Ing ghosts would kill and devour each other. Just how savage were these blood-eyed Ing ghosts? In order to increase his own strength, he was willing to do anything. The windstorm in the forest was caused by the blood-eyed Ing ghosts. Now that they were surrounded by a swarm of blood-eyed Ing ghosts, it was too dangerous. "Let's go," Lin Feng said in a low voice. "We're surrounded. We can't escape," Miao Yuling said with an ugly expression. "It's fine. Come with me," Lin Feng said. This was the best time to break out of the encirclement before the blood-eyed Ing ghosts surrounded them. If they were completely surrounded, they would be in trouble. Lin Feng took out the heavenly fire, and it burned the void. The blood-eyed ghosts let out ear-piercing screeches when they came into contact with the heavenly fire. However, the heavenly fire was unable to extinguish these blood-eyed ghosts. This was because these blood-eyed ghosts had a very strange form. Their blood eyes contained a terrifying power that allowed them to withstand all kinds of powerful attacks. Heavenly fire, Hua Lai-er's eyes suddenly lit up. She wanted to marry Lin Feng, so she came for the heavenly fire. Now that she saw the heavenly fire, she could not remain calm. The heavenly fire forced the blood-eyed Ing ghosts to the sides, and the 5 of them quickly rushed out of the encirclement. They rushed into the depths of the forest. Finally, they saw a deep black hole. The treasure-seeking mouse squeaked as it pointed at the black hole. Lin Feng's and the others' eyes lit up. It seemed that the 9 earth mysterious liquid might have appeared in the depths of the black hole. The 5 of them did not hesitate and quickly rushed into the black hole. However, Lin Feng's group did not notice that when the blood-eyed Ing ghosts arrived at the black hole, they all knelt down and bowed. There seemed to be something terrifying inside the black hole, which was why the blood-eyed Ing ghosts were so terrified. Not long after Lin Feng's group entered the black hole, a group of more than 100 people arrived at the periphery of the forest. They were Ao Bing and the others from the Dragon Palace. "Third Prince, those 5 people have entered the depths of the forest," a commander of the oceanic species called True Monarch Tiger Shark said. Ao Bing looked into the depths of the forest and frowned. "There are so many blood-eyed Ing ghosts here. Why are they taking the risk to enter? Could there be some kind of treasure?" Dragons were greedy, and they liked to collect treasures. The evil dragons were even more so. Ao Bing's eyes lit up when he thought about the possibility of treasures inside. "Your subordinate congratulates the 3rd Prince. Soon, you will be able to obtain 4 peerless beauties and many treasures. It's a double blessing." The group of oceanic species immediately started to flatter him. Ao Bing smiled and said, "When this prince obtains the treasures and brings the beauties home, all of you will be rewarded." "Thank you, 3rd Prince." The oceanic species were overjoyed and quickly bowed to Ao Bing. "You may dispense with the formalities." Ao Bing waved his hand. True Monarch Tiger Shark said, "Your Highness, should we charge in now?" Ao Bing said, "The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Just wait outside." Give the order to lay in ambush. When they come out, attack immediately. Kill the man and capture the 4 women alive. Yes. Over 100 experts of the sea race received the order and quickly scattered into the forest to hide. The black hole slanted all the way down, and it was very deep. The 5 of them carefully walked into the depths, and there were only thumping sounds coming from the passage. Suddenly, a gloomy aura came from the depths, and they could faintly hear a fishy smell in the air. Lin Feng waved his right hand. The purple flame core fire and the black flame burning god fire were summoned by him. The flames burned fiercely, protecting them underneath and illuminating the passageway. Lin Feng's group finally saw what had flown out from the depths of the passage. It was a black insect the size of a fingernail, emitting a foul smell, and covered in a carapace. Corpse-eating insects! Sun Yi exclaimed. Lin Feng had heard of corpse-eating insects before. Because they grew by eating corpses, their bodies were extremely poisonous. Moreover, corpse-eating insects had sharp fangs and claws, and could easily tear a cultivator's skin. Because of their poison, once the skin was pierced, the cultivator would be paralyzed and unable to move, and there would be no way to deal with them. The corpse-eating insects would take advantage of the situation and burrow into the cultivator's body. Once they burrowed into the cultivator's body, the insects would follow the flow of blood to the cultivator's heart, where they would eat the cultivator's heart and various organs before eating the cultivator's flesh. Lin Feng's group couldn't help but feel their scalps go numb. When the insects flew over and touched the heavenly fire, many of them were directly burned to death, and a large number of corpse-eating insects fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's group let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the heavenly fire could deal with these insects. If they could resist the heavenly fire's attack, it would be quite troublesome. Lin Feng continued to urge the heavenly fire, increasing its power. All the insects were enveloped by the heavenly fire, and then burned to death. The ground was littered with corpse-eating insects. After all of them were burned to death, Lin Feng recalled the heavenly fire and said, "Looks like this place is much more frightening than we imagined. Everyone, pick up some corpse-eating insects and carry them with you. The corpse-eating insects' corpses will confuse the other insects." The 4 girls frowned. They were delicate beauties, so naturally, they didn't want to carry these smelly corpse-eating insects. I feel that those insects earlier were only a small portion of the insects. Maybe they have just woken up from their slumber. If my guess is correct, then there will be even more. We need to be careful in this place. Lin Feng. Okay. They reluctantly took out a perfume pouch, then the corpse-eating insects. Immediately, the sachet became a smelly sachet. The 4 girls couldn't help but frown. They didn't wear the heavenly fire pouch on their waists either. Lin Feng guessed that if there wasn't such a large group of insects, the 4 girls would immediately throw away the heavenly fire pouch. Lin Feng also took a pouch full of corpse-eating insects. The 5 of them endured the stench of the corpse-eating insects as they walked deeper. Soon, a large open area appeared in front of them. A 10-kilometer-wide canyon appeared in their line of sight. Why is there such a huge canyon here? Huolier frowned. Deep in the canyon was a huge abyss. Huolier curiously walked over, but when she reached the edge of the abyss, she immediately turned away and retched. Her face was very pale. Lin Feng's group of 4 walked over curiously. When they arrived at the edge of the abyss and looked inside, Lin Feng's face turned pale as well. Sun Yi, Miao Yuling, and Sui Bing also retched like Huolier. The abyss was filled with corpses. It was unknown how many corpses such a huge abyss could contain. Black masses of corpse-eating insects were crawling around the corpses. It was impossible to tell how many corpse-eating insects there were. Some of them were even as big as a wash basin. Their bodies were simply too big. Such large corpse-eating insects would probably be able to resist the heavenly fire for a short period of time. The 4 girls couldn't help but feel deep admiration for Lin Feng's foresight. If Lin Feng hadn't told them to bring corpse-eating insects' corpses to conceal their auras, they might have been discovered by the insects. They would have died without a doubt. The group hurriedly retreated, not daring to approach the abyss. There are so many corpses, and many of them are already rotten. I wonder when they were piled up here. Even after such a long time, these corpses still haven't turned into skeletons. How strong were they when they were alive? Huolier said with a pale face. Those corpses must have been unimaginably strong when they were alive. Maybe it's because they were so strong that corpse-eating insects were born. Lin Feng frowned slightly. They didn't dare to stay here for long. They followed the passage on the right side of the wall and walked all the way into the depths. Creak, creak, creak. After walking for 5 or 6 miles, the treasure-hunting mouse suddenly squealed and pointed its little paw at a cave not far away. The 5 of them arrived at the side of the cave. The cave was about 4 or 5 meters wide, and it was pitch black below. They couldn't see the inside of the cave. The 9 earth profound concoction should be below, Miao Yuling said. Alright, everyone be careful when we go down later, Lin Feng said. The 4 girls nodded. Next, the 5 of them jumped into the cave and flew down. After descending for about a kilometer, they landed on the ground. It was very dark here, and a gloomy chi filled the air, causing everyone to shiver. Lin Feng and the others carefully walked deeper into the cave. The area below the cave was very large, about 7 or 8 miles wide. Lin Feng and the others arrived at the depths of the cave. Look, a stone vine, Sun Yi pointed at a rock wall and saw a huge stone vine growing on it. It was densely packed with vines. Lin Feng knew about the stone tribe and had seen them before. However, this was the first time he had seen a stone plant. He couldn't help but sigh at how mysterious the creator was. Miao Lingyu said, "Do you see that huge stone flower growing on the stone vine? I can feel a dense gloomy chi from it. I think that's the 9 earth profound concoction." The others nodded, agreeing with Miao Yuling's speculation. Huolier sighed. I didn't expect the 9 earth profound concoction to be a treasure condensed from such a huge stone vine. Sui Bing said, right now, the stone vine is still asleep, so this might be our chance. If we wait until the stone vine wakes up, then this stone vine will be extremely terrifying, and it will be as difficult as ascending to the heavens for us to obtain the 9 earth profound liquid. Wait here. I'll go get the 9 earth profound concoction, Lin Feng said. The 4 girls nodded. Lin Feng was the fastest. It would be best if Lin Feng could take it. Lin Feng quickly flew towards the stone vine, but when he arrived next to the stone vine, a destructive chi emerged from the stone vine and filled the air. Not good, the stone vine is awake. Lin Feng's expression changed when he saw the awakening of the stone vine. The aura emitted by the stone vine was too terrifying. He didn't know how strong it was, but the stone tribe members were all terrifying existences. Stone men, stone beasts, and even plants, as long as it was a member of the stone tribe, they had the power to destroy the world. The stone vine in front of him was so huge that it must have lived for tens of thousands of years. Naturally, it was difficult to fight against it. Lin Feng, come back quickly. We'll give up on the 9 earth Shan concoction, Sun Yi exclaimed. Lin Feng didn't dare to continue flying towards the stone flower. Once the stone vine fully awakened, Lin Feng felt that it had the power to kill him. Lin Feng felt that the awakening stone vine was even more dangerous than the giant octopus in the stormy sea. This meant that the stone vine's strength must have reached the divine realm. Although Lin Feng's cultivation wasn't bad, he knew that he would die if he faced such a stone vine. Lin Feng wanted to retreat, but he found that he was restrained by a force. His body flew towards the stone vine. It was the Xianming demonic book. The Xianming demonic book was an extremely strange treasure. Even now, Lin Feng couldn't understand it. Lin Feng felt that the Xianming demonic book seemed to have its own spirituality. However, the Xianming demonic book's weapon spirit had never appeared before. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't know what kind of state the Xianming demonic book was in. He also didn't know if it really had a weapon spirit. However, Lin Feng knew that the Xianming demonic book was very strange. Now, the Xianming demonic book was controlling Lin Feng's body to fly towards the stone vine. F*CKU, are you trying to kill me? Lin Feng wanted to cry. He transmitted his voice to the Xianming demonic book, but it didn't reply. His body flew towards the stone flower. Lin Feng, are you crazy? Sun Yi, Huolier, Sui Bing, and Miao Yuling all cried out in alarm. They looked at Lin Feng with incomparable worry. Lin Feng wanted to cry but had no tears. He also wanted to quickly withdraw, but the key was that his body was not under his control. Pa! A stone vine instantly tore through the void and whipped towards Lin Feng at high speed. Lin Feng was horrified. He could feel the danger of death. In this moment of life and death, Lin Feng activated the archaic dragonesque elephant skill. The archaic dragonesque elephant energy in his body surged and poured into the demonic bead. Then, Lin Feng controlled the demonic bead to collide with the Xianming demonic book. The Xianming demonic book did not want to collide with the demonic bead, so it chose to retreat. Lin Feng regained control of his body. He quickly dodged the stone vines, but Lin Feng was still unable to dodge them completely. He was hit by the stone vines. Gotcha! Gotcha, even with his strong physique, who knew how many bones were broken? Lin Feng's body was sent flying and crashed into the stone flower. At this moment, a petal of the stone flower opened, and Lin Feng was instantly sucked in. Lin Feng had the impression that his physical body was going to explode. He was going to turn into food for the stone flower. This stone vine was too terrifying. Lin Feng's strength was not weak. But in the hands of the stone vine, he could not even withstand a single move. Lin Feng felt that he was about to die. But at this moment, the Xianming demonic book flew out and a suction force surged out from the book. Lin Feng's wound spurted out a stream of blood, which was instantly absorbed by the Xianming demonic book. After absorbing Lin Feng's blood, the Xianming demonic book seemed to have come to life. The hundreds of mysterious Dao characters on the book started to move rapidly. The characters on the book were rearranged. Clang, the Xianming demonic book slammed into the stone flower's petal. Suddenly, the second layer of petals opened. The stone flower had a total of 9 layers of petals. When the second layer of petals opened, the 9 earth mystic liquid could be seen. The Xianming demonic book started to absorb the 9 earth mystic liquid. Even the demonic bead flew out and started to absorb the 9 earth mystic liquid. Lin Feng was stupefied. He hadn't thought that not only would he survive, but he would also see the 9 earth Xian liquid. He quickly took out a spatial porcelain bottle and stored the 9 earth mystic liquid. At this moment, a terrifying wave of energy surged out from the stone flower. The third layer of petals opened. The fourth layer of petals opened. The fifth layer of petals opened. The sixth layer of petals opened. The seventh layer of petals opened. The eighth layer of petals opened. Lin Feng did not know what was going on. Why would the stone flower's petals open? This made him feel strange. At this moment, the 9th layer of petals opened. Lin Feng stared at the 9th layer of petals without blinking. He did not know what was in the 9th layer of petals. When the 9th layer of petals opened, a ball of dense energy appeared in Lin Feng's vision. Within the ball of energy, there was a vague figure sitting cross-legged. He could not see the figure's face clearly. He could not even tell if it was a man or a woman. However, it was definitely a person. Oh my God, a living being was born from the stone flower? Lin Feng's expression changed. The demonic bead and the Xianming demonic book seemed to know that they were in trouble. They immediately broke through the outermost layer of petals. A god was born from the stone flower. Lin Feng did not dare to stay any longer. He quickly rushed out. The Xianming demonic book and the demonic bead entered Lin Feng's body. The god sitting cross-legged in the ball of dense energy behind him opened his eyes. Swoosh! Swoosh! 2 cold eyes pierced through the void and shot toward Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng felt that his body could not move. When the eyes shot toward him, the Xianming demonic book and the demonic bead each released a ball of energy to protect Lin Feng's body. Bang! Lin Feng was sent flying by the eyes. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, he survived. He did not dare to stay any longer. He quickly rushed out. Go, hurry up and leave, Lin Feng shouted. Sun Yi, Huolai Sui Bing, and Miao Yuling did not expect this to happen. A god was born from the stone flower. When the 4 of them saw this scene, they were scared silly. When they heard Lin Feng's shout, they came back to their senses. How could they dare to stay any longer? They quickly rushed out. The stone vines continued to extend, wrapping around Lin Feng. Explode. Lin Feng took out a dozen Dao treasures and detonated them. No matter how precious Dao treasures were, they could not compare to his life. Boom! After the Dao treasures were detonated, the stone vines were swallowed by the explosion. However, what made Lin Feng's hair stand on end was that the stone vines quickly rushed out of the explosion. They did not suffer much damage. The stone vines were too terrifying. Lin Feng clenched his teeth and took out the demigod weapon Evil Dragon Blade he had obtained from Wang Zhanlong. It was a supreme treasure forged by a god-level powerhouse of the Evil Dragon clan. Later, it was obtained by Wang Zhanlong. Wang Zhanlong was bribed by Huang Fuqing Tian and challenged Lin Feng. He wanted to kill Lin Feng, but he was killed by Lin Feng. All the treasures were taken by Lin Feng, including the demigod weapon Evil Dragon Blade. Now, in order to escape, he did not hesitate to destroy the demigod weapon Evil Dragon Blade. Explode. Lin Feng took out the Evil Dragon Blade and detonated its self-destruct array. Bang! The Evil Dragon Blade, a half-godly weapon, exploded. Destructive energies rose up in the air and surrounded the vines. The vines which had been chasing Lin Feng exploded into pieces. Swoosh! Sun Yi, Huolai Sui Bing, and Miao Lingyu rushed up one after another. Lin Feng also rushed up to the top of the cave. The demigod artifact's explosion had caused the cave below to collapse. Fortunately, they had moved quickly enough, or they would have been buried. Wang! 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 But at this moment, the corpse-eating bugs in the abyss were alarmed. After all, the commotion from before was too big. It was impossible not to alarm these corpse-eating insects. By the time Lin Feng's group of 5 rushed out, the path ahead was already blocked by a large number of corpse-eating bugs. This is troublesome. Seeing the overwhelming number of corpse-eating bugs, Lin Feng's expression turned grave. The corpse-eating bugs were rioting. The situation was very dangerous. Sun Yi, Huolai Sui Bing, and Miao Yuling's faces were as pale as paper. The situation before them was too despairing. The king-rank corpse-eating bugs haven't come out yet. We still have hope of escaping, Lin Feng said solemnly. As soon as he said that, he took out the purple earth core fire and the black gold incinerate fire. The heavenly fire burned fiercely, burning a large number of corpse-eating bugs to death. But there were too many of them. The heavenly fire could only burn a portion of them. So, there were still quite a few corpse-eating bugs approaching Lin Feng's group. At this moment, Lin Feng's group of 5 frantically attacked the approaching corpse-eating bugs. Screech! At this moment, an ear-piercing screech rang out from behind them. Dozens of king-rank corpse-eating bugs rushed over, emitting a foul stench. Each of them was extremely terrifying. Their claws could easily tear apart Dao artifacts. Explode! Lin Feng threw out several Dao artifacts. The Dao artifacts self-destructed. The powerful shockwave engulfed the dozens of insect king-class corpse-eating insects. A large number of ordinary corpse-eating insects were instantly killed, but the insect king-class corpse-eating insects were only blown away and didn't suffer any serious injuries. The defense of these king-rank corpse-eating bugs was too strong. Those insect king-level corpse-eating insects were also quite angry after being blasted away. They once again charged towards Lin Feng's group. Lin Feng's expression turned gloomy. He took out a few more Dao artifacts and threw them forward. The Dao artifact exploded, killing the densely packed corpse-eating bugs. However, there were too many of them. The corpse-eating insects blocking the front had just been blasted to death, and then new corpse-eating insects took their place. In the end, Lin Feng and the other 4 found it difficult to move. It's over. We're going to die, Sun Yi screamed in horror. Huolai Sui Bing, and Miao Yuling also had expressions of despair on their faces. With me here, you won't die, Lin Feng said. The eyes of the 4 women suddenly lit up, and they looked at Lin Feng in unison. Lin Feng took out the black dragon sword. At the same time, he also took out the heavenly god liquid. He poured 5 drops of heavenly god liquid onto the black dragon sword. Ah, this is the heavenly god liquid? It seems to be even purer than the heavenly god liquid I used before. We're saved. Sun Yi immediately shouted in excitement. Get out of the way, Lin Feng shouted. The four women quickly separated. Lin Feng was holding his sword with both hands and slashing at the enemy. Groan. A high-pitched dragon roar could be heard. The black dragon sword was activated after absorbing the energy of the heavenly god liquid. The sword Qi Lin Feng sent out turned into a black dragon. The corpse-eating bugs blocking the front were all destroyed. Lin Feng and the other four quickly rushed forward, disappearing into the passage. They didn't dare to stay for even a moment. The five of them raised their speed to the limit and flew out. Behind them, the corpse-eating bugs blotted out the sky and covered the earth. There were too many of them, and it was impossible to kill them all. Lin Feng stayed at the back. As he fled, he used the black dragon sword to attack the surrounding walls. The walls collapsed. Although they couldn't really block the corpse-eating bugs, at least they could temporarily slow down the speed of the corpse-eating bugs. Swoosh! 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 Finally, Lin Feng and the other four rushed out of the cave. As soon as they rushed out, a dense group of blood-eyed ghosts pounced on them. Lin Feng used the heavenly god liquid again. With a slash of his sword, the blood-eyed ghosts were killed one by one. Lin Feng felt the pinch after using 10 drops of heavenly god liquid in such a short time. However, in order to escape, the heavenly god liquid was a necessary consumable. Lin Feng and the other four rushed out of the area where the blood-eyed ghosts were. They came to the dense forest outside. Just as they were about to leave, they were surrounded by hundreds of cultivators. These cultivators looked like humans, but they were extremely ugly. Their bodies were either covered in scales or shells. The cultivators surrounding Lin Feng and the other four were naturally the oceanic cultivators. The only good-looking one was the third prince of the Dragon Palace, Ao Bing. "Hey, it's you." When Ao Bing saw Lin Feng, his eyes flashed with a cold light. The Oceanic clan? Lin Feng was shocked. He had heard many rumors about the Oceanic clan, but this was the first time he had seen one. He looked at Ao Bing in confusion and asked, "Do you know me?" Lin Feng, a new human supreme genius. "You killed Xianxia of the demon clan not long ago. How can I not know you?" Ao Bing sneered. If Ao Bing could say this, it was obvious that the Oceanic clan was very clear about the outside world. After pausing for a moment, Ao Bing continued, "You even killed Wang Zhanlong, a subordinate that I had nurtured. Do you know how much effort and resources it took for me to nurture a subordinate like Wang Zhanlong? I have always wanted to take your life, but I have never found a suitable opportunity. Since you have walked right into my trap today, this will be your burial ground." As soon as Ao Bing finished speaking, before he could give the order to attack, Lin Feng attacked Ao Bing. 1,000-meter-long sword light slashed down, and Ao Bing's expression changed drastically. He dodged in a sorry state. He had not expected Lin Feng to attack without warning. Sun Yi, Huolai Sui Bing, and Miao Yuling had not expected Lin Feng to suddenly attack. Lin Feng had his reasons for attacking in advance. First, there was the threat of the corpse-eating insects, so he had to leave as soon as possible. Second, Lin Feng had heard Ao Bing mention Wang Zhanlong. Lin Feng thought of the Blue Cloud sect, where Wang Zhanlong had gone missing for many years. He also thought of Wang Zhanlong's pseudo-divine weapon, the evil dragon blade. Therefore, Lin Feng guessed that Wang Zhanlong's disappearance for nearly 10 years had something to do with the Oceanic clan in front of him. Wang Zhanlong might have a deep relationship with the Oceanic clan. Lin Feng had killed Wang Zhanlong, so he was not friends with the Oceanic clan. Therefore, Lin Feng immediately attacked. Ao Bing was only sent flying a dozen meters by the sword Qi. His injuries were not fatal. However, the dozen Oceanic clan cultivators around Ao Bing were not so lucky. They were all killed by Lin Feng. "Let's go!" shouted Lin Feng. He took the lead and rushed into the distance. Sun Yi, Huolai Sui Bing, and Miao Yuling followed him and rushed out of the encirclement. "Your Highness, are you okay?" Tiger Shark True Monarch and the others quickly ran to Ao Bing, who had fallen on the ground, and asked worriedly. They did not necessarily care about Ao Bing. The reason he was worried about Ao Bing was that if Ao Bing died here, the guards would also be executed by the Dragon Palace. Ao Bing only had superficial wounds. He was not seriously injured. He got up from the ground and shouted angrily, "Chase after him." Just as the group of people was about to chase after Ao Bing, a buzzing sound came from the depths. Ao Bing and the others could not help but look in confusion. They saw corpse-eating insects flying toward them. It's a swarm of corpse-eating insects. Run! Many Oceanic clan cultivators shouted in horror when they saw the corpse-eating insects. Ao Bing was so frightened that his face turned pale. He no longer cared about Lin Feng and the others. He turned around and fled. The corpse-eating insects chased after them. Many Oceanic clan cultivators were caught by the insects. They did not even have time to scream before they were eaten by the insects until only their bones were left. Lin Feng's group of 5 left quickly, escaping from the sea race and the corpse-eating bugs. Boom, a violent sound came from the depths of the island. Lin Feng's group of 5 couldn't help but look towards the depths of Nightmare Island. They could vaguely see 4 ancient ships engaged in a chaotic battle. 4 pirate kings? Lin Feng was surprised. He had seen the Empress and Barbossa before, but he didn't know who the other 2 pirate kings were. He couldn't see the flags of the other 2 ships clearly because they were too far away. The 4 pirate kings must be here for some great treasure, but he didn't know what it was. However, Lin Feng didn't intend to explore the depths of Nightmare Island. This island was too dangerous. Since he had obtained the 9 Earth Mystic Liquid, he should learn to be satisfied. If he continued to stay here, he might die. Lin Feng's group of 5 left Nightmare Island and fought a bloody battle with the ancient vampire bats guarding the island. After going through many dangers, they finally made it out of the stormy sea region. Everyone felt extremely lucky to be able to make it out alive. This is the sea race's territory. We can't stay here for long. Let's go. Lin Feng said and left the deep sea region with the 4 girls. They finally came to an island in the middle of the East Sea. Lin Feng opened up a cave and set up restrictions to protect the cave. Then, Lin Feng took out the 9 Earth Mystic Liquid. He distributed the 9 Earth Mystic Liquid to everyone, and they found a place to refine it. Boom, as the 9 Earth Mystic Liquid was refined, Lin Feng felt a powerful energy in his body being absorbed by his magic power. This energy was the energy that the 9 Earth Mystic Liquid broke down after being refined. After absorbing the 9 Earth Mystic Liquid's energy, his magic power became purer and purer. 3 days later, Lin Feng finally completed his breakthrough. His realm had broken through from the 9th level of the creation realm to the 10th level of the creation realm. Lin Feng opened his eyes, full of joy. He had finally broken through to the 10th level of the creation realm. Another breakthrough. This was the life and death realm. Breaking through the life and death realm and becoming an ancient giant. This was something that countless cultivators dreamed of. It was also the realm that countless cultivators pursued for their entire lives. Now, Lin Feng was only 26 years old and was about to break through to the life and death realm. Countless cultivators had cultivated for thousands of years without having the chance to break through to the life and death realm. Even though I lost 10 drops of Heavenly God liquid, I broke through to the next level. It's not a bad deal. Lin Feng couldn't help comforting himself. However, using up 10 drops of Heavenly God elixir in one go really pained him. After all, he had only obtained 35 drops of Heavenly God elixir in total. This is? Suddenly, Lin Feng noticed a strange change in the Dark Nether Fiend book. The Xianming Fiend book gave Lin Feng a different feeling than before. However, Lin Feng couldn't pinpoint exactly what was different. This was a feeling that could only be sensed but not expressed in words. Could it be related to absorbing a large amount of 9 Earth Profound Nectar? Lin Feng couldn't help but think of a certain possibility. He took out the 9-colored illusory stone and held it in his hand. Then, he sat down cross-legged and started comprehending the Tao character on the Dark Nether Fiend book. Lin Feng had only comprehended death and annihilation out of the hundreds of Tao characters in the book. If he wanted to comprehend the other Tao characters, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. If he tried to forcefully comprehend them, he would feel as if his head had been split open. It would be a fate worse than death. However, it was different this time. Lin Feng sensed a dense life energy. A new Tao character. Lin Feng was shocked. It seemed like there was a new Tao character on the Dark Nether Fiend book that he could comprehend. He carefully tried to comprehend this new Tao character. This Tao character was brimming with vitality, as if it contained a vigorous life energy. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Feng finally saw this Tao character and comprehended it. This Tao character was the life character. The life of all living things. The life of life energy. The life character represented the true essence of life, the origin of life. When Lin Feng comprehended the life character, something shocking happened. Originally, during the life and death battle between Lin Feng and Xianxia had plundered 2,000 years of his lifespan. However, when he comprehended the life character, Lin Feng's lifespan quickly increased. Soon, it increased from 8,000 years to 10,000 years, and it was still climbing. Lin Feng's lifespan increased to 20,000 years before stopping. When Lin Feng comprehended the true essence of the life character, his lifespan actually reached 20,000 years. Lin Feng had a lifespan of 10,000 years in the creation realm because his bloodline was too powerful. The stronger the bloodline, the longer the lifespan. However, ordinary creation realm cultivators only had a lifespan of 4,000 to 5,000 years. Even the lifespan of an eternal powerhouse was only 10,000 years. Some of the top eternal powerhouses might have a lifespan of 14,000 to 5,000 years. However, Lin Feng had yet to break through to the life and death realm. He had yet to become an eternal powerhouse. His lifespan had already reached 20,000 years. It was truly shocking. The life character actually allowed my lifespan to reach 20,000 years. This is truly heaven-defying. Lin Feng was ecstatic. The life character and death character. These 2-foot life and death characters. Is there something special about them? Then, Lin Feng couldn't help but think about the relationship between the life and death characters. The two life characters opposed each other but were also connected. When Lin Feng activated the life and death characters, suddenly, the two life characters took the initiative to fly together. The life character was on the left, while the death character was on the right. The two life characters began to spin. Moreover, the two life characters formed a certain tight connection. Emperor technique, seal of life and death. Then, a fleeting voice sounded in Lin Feng's mind. An illusory figure appeared in his mind. The figure condensed the life character in his left hand and the death character in his right hand. He condensed an ancient seal with the life and death characters. The ancient seal emitted the aura of life and death. Boom, the illusory figure threw out the seal. The universe shattered and the sky shattered as if the end of the world had arrived. When the illusory figure disappeared, a seal appeared in Lin Feng's mind. The content recorded in the incantation was the condensation incantation for the monarch art, seal of life and death. Heavens, the combination of the two life characters actually turned into an emperor technique. Lin Feng's face was filled with shock. An emperor technique was a supreme technique that transcended the primordial era. It was a technique created by a great emperor. This Xianming demonic tome is too terrifying. There are hundreds of life characters. How can different life characters be combined? How many top-tier techniques will I be able to learn? Lin Feng's face was filled with shock at the thought of this. Lin Feng had lost 10 drops of heavenly god elixir during this operation, which made him feel very pained. But now, he had a breakthrough in his cultivation. His lifespan had increased by 12,000 years, reaching 20,000 years. He had also obtained an emperor technique, seal of life and death. Not to mention 10 drops of heavenly god elixir. It would be worth it even if he had to use up all of it. After a long time, Lin Feng calmed himself down. He realized that Sun Yi, Miao Yuling, Hualai and Sui Bing had yet to awaken from their cultivation. Lin Feng quickly left the cave. He didn't want the 4 women to keep bothering him. He flew to the nearest place where cultivators were gathered. Lin Feng wanted to use the space and time wormhole to go to the central continent. The central continent was the center of the Tianwu continent. It was said that the central continent was incomparably vast. A single continent was larger than the 72 northern continents. From this, one could see how vast the central continent was. Middle continent, I'm finally here. Lin Feng came out of the space-time wormhole and shouted with his arms wide open. This was his first time coming to the middle continent, the heart of the Sky Martial continent. In the Middle Continent, there were the most ancient clans, such as the Immemorial Jiang clan. There were also the most ancient dynasties, such as the Four Ancient Dynasties. There were also the most ancient sects, such as the Fortune Gate. There were also the most ancient sects, such as the Yinyang sect. It could be said that the Middle Continent was the holy land of the Sky Martial Continent, a place that countless people yearned for. Crazy. Many cultivators who came out with Lin Feng looked at him with disdain. Lin Feng rubbed his nose awkwardly. Kill them, don't let them escape, don't let the princes and princesses of the immortal ancient empire escape. Shouts of killing could be heard from afar. Lin Feng and the rest had just come out of the transfer array, so they did not know what was happening in the ancient city. After hearing the shouts of killing, they turned around and looked around the ancient city. In the huge transfer array, only the few hundred people who had just come out of the space-time wormhole were still standing there. In the distant ancient city, there were battles everywhere. Smoke rose everywhere, and shouts of killing shook the heavens. Damn. What's going on? Lin Feng and the rest were dumbfounded. Even now, they still did not understand what was happening. The ancient city they were in was called the Immortal Ancient Imperial Capital. It was the imperial capital of an ancient dynasty called the Immortal Ancient Empire. Such a huge imperial capital should be the core of the ancient dynasty. The nobles and ministers all lived here, and the experts were as common as the clouds. But now, the imperial capital had already been broken through. No wonder there was no one in the transfer array. Such a huge battle had covered the entire ancient city. The cultivators in charge of the transfer array were probably involved in the battle as well. In the distance, hundreds of people rushed over. Those cultivators were protecting more than 10 young cultivators. Those young cultivators should be the princes and princesses of the immortal ancient empire. Lin Feng could feel a powerful aura from 4 or 5 cultivators. Those cultivators were all top geniuses. Behind those cultivators was a dense army of pursuers. Open the transfer array and escape. A young cultivator shouted. A young cultivator shouted. The teleportation array seemed to be his only hope of escaping. One of the elders said, "We can't take the teleportation formation. The teleportation formation that leads us out has already been cut off by those forces. If we enter the teleportation formation, we'll be teleported into their trap. At that time only death awaits us. Right now, only the teleportation formation in the imperial capital hasn't been destroyed. It's clear that they've made ample preparations. They even want to catch a turtle in a jar. No matter how many reinforcements come, they'll be trapped within the imperial capital." F***CK. Who is this? How could he be so wicked? Hearing the immortal ancient country elder's words, Lin Feng immediately rolled his eyes. Those people were too ruthless. Even innocent people like Lin Feng had been scammed. The imperial capital has been heavily surrounded. None of you will be able to escape, surrender now, and I'll give you a quick death. Lin Feng said coldly. The pursuing cultivator shouted, his voice filled with endless iciness and killing intent. Now, it wasn't just the immortal ancient country cultivators whose faces were as pale as paper. Even the cultivators who had teleported out with Lin Feng were pale with fright. Although they didn't have anything to do with the immortal ancient country, the cultivators who had attacked the immortal ancient country clearly didn't think so. Anyone who wasn't on their side was destined to be killed. Everyone, we're going to die either way. Why don't you fight with us and break out of this encirclement? An elder from the immortal ancient country shouted. In such a dangerous situation, this was indeed the only way. Although they didn't want to have anything to do with the immortal ancient country, they had no other choice. They could only work together with the immortal ancient country cultivators to break out of this encirclement. When the group of people gathered together, there were about 800 or 900 people. Kill, heaven-shaking battle cries rang out one after another as cultivators swarmed over from all directions. Cultivators from both sides immediately clashed, and it was difficult to tell who had the upper hand. In the air, there were corpses of cultivators falling down. Some were like Lin Feng, some were from the immortal ancient country. Of course, there were also cultivators who had besieged them. This battle could be said to be extremely tragic. After losing 500 or 600 people, only 300 or 400 people were left, and they managed to break out of the encirclement with great difficulty. Everyone, escort a young master out of here. The leading elder from the immortal ancient country said in a deep voice. Clearly, they planned to separate and escort the princes and princesses of the immortal ancient country. If they escaped together, they might even be wiped out in one fell swoop. If they split up, their chances of escaping would also be much higher. You must be careful. The elders from the immortal ancient country each led a dozen cultivators to escort a young master out of here. There were 5 young masters in total. 4 men and 1 woman. One of the young masters was about 7 or 8 years old, and he was so scared that he couldn't stop crying. "Third sister, take me with you," said Lin Feng. The child cried as he looked at the woman in white. "Little June, go with third uncle. It's too dangerous to stay with me," the woman said. Then, these people didn't dare to stay and quickly split up to escape. Lin Feng and the others also scattered, each running for their lives. Chase. I'd rather kill 1,000 by mistake than let one escape. The princes and princesses of the immortal ancient country must live. In the distance, a man holding a huge axe like a war god walked over, his voice cold. Yes, numerous cultivators chased after Lin Feng and the others, who were fleeing in all directions. Screech, in the distance, a sharp, ear-piercing cry came from the sky. One after another, huge birds flew over. These birds were surrounded by flames, and their wingspans were more than 10 meters long. It was unknown what kind of race they were. There was a cultivator standing on top of each bird. Fiery dragonhawks. Those are fiery dragonhawks. Run. A cultivator recognized the birds and was immediately scared out of his wits. Fiery dragonhawks had the body of a dragon and the head of an eagle. They were extremely ferocious, and after being subdued, they were trained as mounts. Cultivators and fiery dragonhawks fused together to become fiery dragonhawk knights. In the Middle Continent, fiery dragonhawk knights were extremely rare, and they were often synonymous with power. Even though they were far away, the aura of the fiery dragonhawk knights that were chasing after them from afar made those escaping cultivators feel shocked and suffocated. The fiery dragonhawk knights quickly chased after them. Asterisk whoosh whoosh whoosh, asterisk their huge wings suddenly flapped, and flames swept over. Many of the fleeing cultivators were enveloped by the flames, and they let out miserable screams. Not long after, they were burned alive. Their deaths were extremely miserable. Most of the time, life was extremely fragile. Just like now, cultivators were falling into pools of blood one after another. Those cultivators had been excitedly discussing various matters of the central continent in the spacetime wormhole. But in the blink of an eye, they had all died miserably. Life was so dramatic. It was filled with many unexpected things, including the withering of life. Swoosh, Lin Feng was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he had rushed out more than 10 miles. The army chasing after him could not catch up to him at all. However, a fiery dragonhawk knight had locked onto Lin Feng and was rushing over on his fiery dragonhawk. This fiery dragonhawk knight's cultivation was exceptionally strong. He held a halberd in his hand and looked like a war god. He glanced at Lin Feng, who was flying in the air. "You're so young, but you're so fast. If it weren't for the fiery dragonhawk, even I would not have been able to catch up to you." A cold voice came from the sky. The fiery dragonhawk knight looked at Lin Feng indifferently as if he was looking at a dead man. Clearly, in his eyes, Lin Feng was no different from a dead man. He did not recognize Lin Feng. This was normal. Although Lin Feng was famous in the 3,000 provinces, only a small portion of people had actually seen Lin Feng. Whether it was on the Prodigy Arena, the 72 Paragon Pillars, or outside the Prodigy Arena, how many people had seen Lin Feng? At most, tens of thousands of people were already not bad. And how many people were there in the Sky Martial Continent? There were 63,000 provinces in the Sky Martial Continent. The number of people in each province could be counted as trillions. It was impossible to count how many people there were in the 3,000 provinces. If one really wanted to describe how many people there were in the 3,000 provinces, perhaps it was like the water in the ocean. One drop of water was one person. Could you count how many drops of water there were in the ocean? Of course, that was impossible. So, many people had heard of Lin Feng's name. He was the genius who had stepped on Morong Tianshan and ascended to the prodigy arena. But to say that they all knew him was too unrealistic. Lin Feng didn't say anything. Instead, he continued to fly into the distance. This place was too close to the immortal ancient nation's imperial capital. In the distance, there was a large army chasing after him. In the sky, there were dozens of fiery Dragonhawk knights. If he was delayed by this person, he would be surrounded by a large number of cultivators. If they were surrounded by the army, it would be troublesome. Enough ants can kill an elephant. Not to mention that there were so many powerful cultivators here. Leave your life. The fiery Dragonhawk knight who was chasing after Lin Feng said coldly. The fiery Dragonhawk's mind was connected to Lin Feng's, and it immediately spat out flames that covered the sky, shrouding Lin Feng. Previously, many cultivators had died to the flames. Lin Feng increased his speed and dodged the fire Dragonhawk's flame attack. The fiery Dragonhawk knight's expression was very ugly. He sneered and said, jumping up and down like a monkey, but no matter how much a monkey jumps, it can't escape death. Swish, as soon as he said that, the fiery Dragonhawk knight waved his halberd. Terrifying beams of light swept out, slashing toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng twisted and turned in midair, dodging the enemy's attack and continuing to fly into the distance. The fiery Dragonhawk knight's expression became uglier and uglier. He had attacked several times, but all of them had ended in failure. This made him very angry. The two sides, one fleeing and one chasing, flew for a full 50 miles. Above the ancient forest, only Lin Feng and the fiery Dragonhawk knight were left. There were no other pursuers. At this time, Lin Feng stopped and looked at the fiery Dragonhawk knight with an indifferent expression. Brat, why aren't you running anymore? You know you're going to die, so you're giving up? The fiery Dragonhawk knight looked at Lin Feng with disdain. This was a life and death realm expert. Together with the fiery Dragonhawk knight, they were exceptionally powerful. Lin Feng curiously asked, why do you want to destroy the immortal ancient nation? Could it be that they have some kind of great treasure? Let's hear it. All the cultivators in the world came for benefits. All disputes were caused by benefits. Lin Feng didn't believe that these powers would destroy the immortal ancient nation for no reason. You want to know? Go ask Yama. The fiery Dragonhawk knight's expression was cold. He urged his fiery Dragonhawk knight to fuse with his mount, turning into a streak of fiery light. The halberd in his hand smashed toward Lin Feng. This attack seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth. It instantly tore apart the void, causing mountains and rivers to shatter. The attack of a life and death realm expert was already powerful enough. Coupled with the charging power of the fiery Dragonhawk knight, its power was greatly increased. Thus, the resulting attack was extremely frightening. At that moment, the attack was about to crash onto Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng stood in the air, not even bothering to dodge. He reached out with his right hand and made a grabbing motion. Crack. Lin Feng grabbed the halberd that was falling towards him. You. The fiery Dragonhawk knight looked at Lin Feng in shock. This was something he didn't even dare to dream about. His tyrannical attack was actually caught by a young cultivator in his 20s. Even a supreme genius wouldn't have an easy time dealing with his attack. Lin Feng raised his right hand and raised the halberd, then smashed it toward the fiery Dragonhawk knight. The fiery Dragonhawk knight immediately retreated after Lin Feng snatched his halberd. However, the fiery Dragonhawk knight's body was huge and its reaction was slow. It was clearly impossible for it to retreat. Lin Feng's halberd smashed into the fiery Dragonhawk knight's body. Bang! The fiery Dragonhawk knight's huge body was instantly torn apart. Who are you? The fiery Dragonhawk knight looked at Lin Feng in horror. Now, he naturally knew that he had kicked an iron plate. His heart was filled with endless fear. You weren't like this when you wanted to kill me, said Lin Feng indifferently as he walked toward the cultivator. I'm a cultivator from the Yin sect. There might be some misunderstanding, said the fiery Dragonhawk knight. So you're from the Yin sect. Is that old bastard Song Mingyu dead? Lin Feng sneered. When he had come out of the battlefield, Song Mingyu had recognized him and almost killed him. If Holy Lord Peacock and King Zhanpeng hadn't arrived, he would have died. Lin Feng naturally hadn't forgotten about Song Mingyu. He didn't have a good impression of the Yinyang sect, an ancient sect. Lin Feng didn't have a good impression of him. Brat, how dare you be so impudent to the ancestor of the Yinyang sect? The fiery Dragonhawk Knight looked at Lin Feng with a gloomy expression. You're courting death. How dare you be so impudent to me? Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He stepped forward and directly attacked the fiery Dragonhawk Knight with his palm. I'll kill you. The fiery Dragonhawk Knight roared and attacked Lin Feng. However, he wasn't a match for Lin Feng at all. Lin Feng destroyed his Dantian in 3 moves. After that, Lin Feng used the soul-searching technique to search for the secrets in the fiery Dragonhawk Knight's soul. However, the fiery Dragonhawk Knight's soul was sealed. When Lin Feng tried to search his soul, the seal instantly destroyed his soul. More than 10 elders from the immortal ancient empire were escorting the 7th prince into the distance. The 7th prince was one of the top geniuses of the immortal ancient empire, a supreme genius. Kill. The void split open, and shouts shook the heavens. Countless cultivators charged over. Break out. Escort the young master away. The elders from the immortal ancient empire roared. They did their best to kill the enemies, but there were too many of them. No matter how strong they were, they couldn't break out of the army. Pooh. In the end, an expert killed the 7th prince in midair. Kill. In another area, the immortal ancient empire's only princess was also surrounded. The battle here was even more intense. The elders who were escorting the princess frantically tried to break out of the encirclement. However, more and more people were killed. The immortal ancient empire's princess was also seriously injured, and her face was pale. Sacrifice the divine artifact, the immortal ancient dragon boat. The leader of the elders roared. Immediately, one of the elders took out a divine artifact, and they allowed the princess to enter the immortal ancient dragon prefecture. Bang, bang, bang. Following that, the elders chose to self-detonate. After they self-detonated, their flesh, blood, and soul essence were completely devoured by the divine artifact. Great uncle, 5th uncle. The immortal ancient empire's princess wept. Her heart was filled with pain and hatred as she watched her loved ones die in front of her. The elders self-detonated without fear of death, and they successfully activated the immortal ancient dragon boat. The precious artifact broke through the void and brought the immortal ancient empire's princess away. Blazing Mulberry Town was located outside the famous ancient Blazing Mulberry Forest. It was 13,000 li away from the immortal ancient empire. This was a place one had to pass to enter the ancient Blazing Mulberry Forest. Thus, people from all walks of life came and went. Lin Feng arrived at Blazing Mulberry Town. He found a decent restaurant and ordered some food. The surrounding cultivators were all discussing the destruction of the immortal ancient empire. Have you heard? The immortal ancient empire was destroyed by the Yinyang sect, the Fortune Gate, the Dao Heaven sect, and the Broken Sky Pavilion. A cultivator said. These 4 powers were the top powers of the central continent. Even in the Tianwu continent's 3,000 prefectures, they were the most powerful force. Of course I have. However, I wonder why the 4 great powers would destroy the immortal ancient country. I heard that a living 9-orifice stone man was found in immortal ancient country. Hiss. Many cultivators sucked in a breath of cold air. There was no need to describe the strength of the stone tribe, but the stone tribe was also divided into different grades. The most powerful stone clan was the 9-orifice stone clan. It was said that once he grew up, he would be comparable to a great emperor. Within the 9-hold stone clan, the 9-hold stone humanoid was publicly acknowledged as the strongest clan. It said that the 9-orifice stone hand held the heavenly book, and the heavenly book was imprinted with endless Tao laws. It hid a great secret, another cultivator said. This news was too shocking. It could be said to be earth-shattering. The 9 orifices stone man was already enough to shock countless people. Now, the 9 orifices stone man was actually holding a heavenly book. The 9 orifices stone man discovered in immortal ancient country was enough to shock the world. Although immortal ancient country was far more powerful than ordinary desolate era powers, their foundation was lacking. They simply couldn't contend against the 4 top powers. They had great treasures, but they couldn't protect them. Their destruction was within reason. A cultivator sighed. This was the cruelty of the world of cultivators. Without enough strength, one was destined to be an ant or a dog. Immortal ancient country's destruction was full of sorrow. So many people had died miserably. This was perhaps the truest reality of the world of cultivators. Countless cultivators shed blood every day. Countless people died miserably. Lin Feng drank by himself. He had experienced the immortal ancient country's breakout and personally witnessed rivers of blood. Corpses were piled up like mountains in immortal ancient country's capital. Those who saw it shed tears and those who heard it grieved. However, Lin Feng was powerless to change anything. Not long after, news spread throughout immortal ancient country. 3 princes had already been killed, and the elders who had escorted Princess Guyuru had all died. Guyuru had escaped with injuries. As for the little Prince Guyujun, there was still no news about him. The 4 great powers are going to completely wipe us out. Many people sighed. Countless people have died miserably. The people are in a terrible situation. These top powers killed so many people for their own selfish desires. Aren't they afraid of retribution? A cultivator angrily said. However, his companions hurriedly covered his mouth. They were only ordinary loose cultivators. Perhaps they sympathized with the deaths of innocent people, but they definitely shouldn't talk about the 4 great powers in private. Those 4 great powers were too powerful. Talking about them in private could very well bring about a fatal disaster. Lin Feng paid the bill and left the restaurant. He directly went to the Mercenary Union to find out how to get to the Central Union of Spirit Array Masters. The central continent was too big. A single continent was bigger than the 72 northern continents. It wasn't easy to find an ancient city with a space-time wormhole. You want to go to the Central Union of Spirit Array Masters? Is this young master a Spirit Array Master? You want to go to the Central Union of Spirit Array Masters to participate in the 3000 Continents tournament? When the elder of the Mercenary Union heard that Lin Feng wanted to go to the Central Union of Spirit Array Masters, his attitude immediately became amiable. Lin Feng asked in surprise, the 3000 Continents tournament? What's that? The elder said, so you're not going to participate in the 3000 Continents tournament? The elder of the Mercenary Union's attitude became cold and indifferent again. Lin Feng threw him a bag of mid-grade spirit stones. When the elder of the Mercenary Union opened the bag and saw over 100 mid-grade spirit stones, his eyes widened. He accepted them without a trace and a warm smile appeared on his face as he said, the 3000 Continents tournament gathers the most talented Spirit Array Masters in the 3000 continents. Not only are the rewards generous, but those with good results can also cultivate in the Central Union of Spirit Array Masters' Sacred Tower. It's said that the Sacred Tower contains the most ancient inheritance of Spirit Array Masters. Moreover, the Sacred Tower can control the flow of time. Cultivating in the Sacred Tower for a month is equivalent to cultivating in the outside world for a year. Naturally, countless Spirit Array Masters will go crazy over it. So that's how it is. Lin Feng nodded. He hadn't heard about the 3000 Continents tournament from Murong Baichuan, but with Lin Feng's ability, he wouldn't participate in the tournament like the other Spirit Array Masters. With his status, ability, and status in the Central Union of Spirit Array Masters, he could even become the chief examiner of the tournament. The elder of the Mercenary Union continued, if you want to go to the Central Union of Spirit Array Masters, the nearest space-time wormhole is in the northwest of Jiangbei City. It will take you more than a month to reach there. Lin Feng nodded and left the Mercenary Union. At this moment, night had already fallen. Lin Feng rented a courtyard and planned to rest for 3 days before leaving. The moon was bright as he sat in the courtyard and drank alone. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard in the distance. A figure landed in the courtyard as fast as lightning. It was an extremely beautiful woman. Her clothes were stained with blood, and her face was as pale as paper. After landing, she made a should gesture at Lin Feng, then hid in a dark corner of the courtyard. It was her, the princess of immortal ancient country, Guyuru. Obviously, Guyuru did not recognize him, the cultivator who had broken out with her. However, it was normal when he thought about it. It had been so chaotic back then, and there had been so many people. Guyuru, who had suffered so many heavy blows, was in a state of grief. How could she have been in the mood to observe the wandering cultivators around her? It's rumored that the elders who had escorted Guyuru had all died tragically. Only Guyuru managed to escape. It seems like the rumors are true. Even Guyuru's current situation is not good. Her face is as pale as paper, and her breathing is chaotic. It's obvious that she has suffered serious injuries. Lin Feng could not help but ponder. He must be hiding in the surroundings. Search for him, a cultivator shouted. Fresh blood, there's fresh blood here. It's this courtyard. Soon, the cultivators who had chased after them discovered the fresh blood on the ground. Guyuru, who was hiding in a dark corner, became even paler. Bang, then, the door was kicked into pieces. A group of 10 cultivators rushed in. There were 2 fire dragon hawks circling in the sky. It was obvious that the fire dragon hawk riders had locked onto this place. The group of people were slightly stunned when they saw Lin Feng drinking alone. Then, the leader of the cultivators waved his hand and said with a cold smile, "Kill him immediately, then search the entire courtyard. Search every nook and cranny carefully. That woman must be here." These people were experts from the 4 great powers. They were all ruthless characters who killed without batting an eyelid. Yes. 2 cultivators immediately rushed towards Lin Feng. Wait. Suddenly, Guyuru's voice came from the corner. Guyuru, whose white clothes were stained with blood, walked out. She said, "This matter has nothing to do with him. I accidentally entered his resting place. Let him go, and I'll go with you." Lin Feng was surprised. This Guyuru's character was not bad. She could not even protect herself, but she was still considerate of others and did not want to implicate the innocent. "It's you." Suddenly, a cold voice came from the sky. A fiery dragon hawk knight looked coldly at Lin Feng. When Lin Feng was being chased by a fire dragon hawk knight, the other fire dragon hawk knights also saw it. However, they thought that Lin Feng was dead, so they didn't chase after him. But in the end, the fire dragon hawk knight who chased after Lin Feng was killed. Although they didn't know what happened, these fire dragon hawk knights remembered Lin Feng. The dignity of a fiery dragon hawk knight was not to be challenged. Now, many of the fiery dragon hawk knights were rubbing their fists, waiting to meet Lin Feng and then kill Lin Feng. To wash away the shame that Lin Feng brought to the fire dragon hawk knights. He's too dazzling. His light can't be blocked no matter how hard we try. How could he be recognized in this broken place? Lin Feng sighed. The corners of many people's mouths twitched. Many people muttered, "Why is this guy so shameless?" He was actually blowing his own trumpet. Although Guyura didn't recognize Lin Feng, when she heard the fire dragon hawk knight's words, she couldn't help but think, this guy seems to have a grudge against a fire dragon hawk knight. Guyura was very surprised. When she saw the fire dragon hawk knight gnashing his teeth, he seemed to have a deep hatred for Lin Feng. The cultivator in front of her seemed to be in his 20s. She knew most of the top young cultivators in the Central Plains, but she didn't recognize this guy. This meant that he wasn't one of the top young cultivators in the Central Plains. Guyura didn't know Lin Feng's identity, nor did she know why Lin Feng had a grudge against a fire dragon hawk knight. However, when she saw that Lin Feng was still blowing his own trumpet after being recognized by a fire dragon hawk knight, Guyura felt both angry and amused. This guy was about to be killed by a fire dragon hawk knight, but he didn't seem worried at all. She didn't know if there was something wrong with his brain, or if he really didn't fear death. Guyura couldn't help but think, since this guy is going to die, there's no need for me to be captured by these people just to save him. Since that's the case, I'll just die here with him. It's better than falling into the hands of these people. If I fall into their hands, I don't know how much torture I'll have to endure. Screech. At this moment, a sharp screech came from the sky. 2 fire dragon hawks swooped down at high speed. The 2 fire dragon hawk knights grabbed the chains on the fire dragon hawks. One of them was holding a sword, while the other was holding a spear. They were charging toward Lin Feng. This made Guyura very surprised. Did they really need to mobilize 2 fire dragon hawk knights to deal with an unknown young cultivator? These fire dragon hawk knights were ancient giants of the life and death realm. Their cultivation bases were unfathomable. When the Fire Dragon Hawk Knights attacked together with their Fire Dragon Hawks, the destructive power was incomparably terrifying. That brat actually attracted the two lords to attack together. What did he do? What did he do to make the two lords so angry? Many people were puzzled. No matter what Lin Feng did, in these people's eyes, Lin Feng was definitely going to die this time. When Gu Yuru saw the two Fire Dragon Hawk Knights swooping down on their Fire Dragon Hawks, she wanted to help Lin Feng block them. However, this pulled at the wounds on her body, causing her to involuntarily spit out a mouthful of blood. During this period of time, Gu Yuru had been running for her life. She did not even have the time to heal her wounds. She had relied on her willpower to prevent herself from fainting. When Gu Yuru spat out the blood that had accumulated on her chest, she could no longer hold on. She only felt her vision turn black, and her body fell limply to the ground. Lin Feng reacted quickly and pulled Gu Yuru into his embrace. This brat is about to die, and he still has tender feelings for the fairer sex. Many people curled their lips. Die. At this moment, the two Fire Dragon Hawk Knights had already charged over. The weapons in their hands were all aimed at Lin Feng. You don't know the meaning of death. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He raised his right hand. A blade light condensed in the void and slashed out. Pooh. Next, a ripping sound was heard. The two Fire Dragon Hawk Knights, who were ancient giants, did not even have the chance to scream before they were cut in half by Lin Feng, together with their mounts. Run! Hurry up and run, all the cultivators screamed in terror. They were practically scared out of their wits. They had never seen such a terrifying existence. He had killed two life and death realm Fire Dragon Hawk Knights in an instant. How powerful was his cultivation base to be able to do this? Now, these people only hoped that they could escape. Come together, leave together. You won't be lonely on the road to the Yellow Springs. Lin Feng carried Gu Yuru and walked into the distance. Lin Feng took a step forward, freezing the world. The cultivators who were running away were all frozen into ice sculptures. They stood on the spot, not moving at all. Yansang Town. The experts of the four superpowers arrived one after another. Outside of Lin Feng's courtyard, many cultivators had already gathered and were whispering to each other. Each of the four superpowers had sent a rebirth realm expert. Yin Yang Sect, Song Mingyu. Fortune Gate, Zhang Shenmu. Dao Heaven Sect, Wang Yangzhong. Heaven Shattering Pavilion, Yuan Dong. The four rebirth realm experts' expressions were gloomy. Melt the ice and save them, said Song Mingyu. Alchemists were alchemists. Immediately, an alchemist walked out and summoned a flame to melt the ice. Crack, crack. After the flame burned the ice for a while, the layer of ice cracked, and soon, the ice shattered. Even the bodies of the cultivators sealed in the ice were shattered into pieces. Sir, their bodies have been completely frozen. They're already dead, said the alchemist. Song Mingyu nodded. Who is that kid? How is he so powerful? Asked Song Mingyu with a gloomy expression. Brother Song, there's no need to be anxious. The artist is drawing the appearance of that cultivator based on the description given by the courtyard's owner. We'll know who he is soon. Fortune Gate's Zhang Shenmu said. Song Mingyu nodded. A quarter of an hour later, a cultivator quickly walked over with a drawn portrait in his hand. Sirs, please take a look. The cultivator unfolded the drawing. The four rebirth realm experts looked over. It's him. Song Mingyu's eyes lit up. Brother Song, you know him? Who is he? Wang Yangzhong's heart trembled, and he couldn't help but ask. Song Mingyu lowered his voice and said, He's Lin Feng. What? He's, that person. Zhang Shenmu, Wang Yangzhong, and Yuan Dong were pleasantly surprised. The three of them didn't call out Lin Feng's name, as if they were worried that the walls might be eavesdropping. Seeing Song Mingyu nod, the three of them revealed greedy looks. Investigate secretly. We must capture that kid. His divine abilities and wealth are unimaginable. That's right. It's best not to make this matter public. The more people who know about it, the more people will want to get a share of it. Let's form an alliance. No matter who catches that little boy, we'll share his treasures, not take them for ourselves, said Lin Feng. Of course. We'll send our trusted subordinates to search for him. The 4 Rebirth Realm experts quickly came to an agreement. Gu Yuro felt that her body was limp and she was mentally exhausted. She tried her best to open her eyes. Even after trying for a long time, she still couldn't succeed. Soon, endless exhaustion engulfed her. Gu Yuro fainted again. When Gu Yuro woke up, the sky was filled with stars. I'm not dead? Gu Yuro was in disbelief. She clearly remembered that before she fainted, she had been surrounded by the experts of the 4 major forces. That was a situation of certain death. Why didn't he die? He didn't look like he was being imprisoned. What happened? Creak, the door opened and Lin Feng walked in. You're awake. It seems that you're fine. Take this pill and your body will recover faster. Lin Feng took out a pill and placed it in front of the bed. We're not dead? Gu Yuro sat up and asked in disbelief. Lin Feng nodded and said, of course not. If we were dead, why would we still be here talking? At that moment, Gu Yuro suddenly realized that her clothes had been changed into clean ones. Her face immediately turned red. Your clothes were stained with blood. I asked the aunties in this house to change your clothes and treat your wounds. You don't have to worry. Lin Feng said. Thank you. Gu Yuro said with a red face. She then took the pill that Lin Feng had placed at the bedside and swallowed it. As the pill's effects spread, Gu Yuro felt much more comfortable. Her face also regained some color. Rest for a few days and your body will recover by 60 to 70%. After a few more months, your injured meridians will be completely healed. Let's part ways here. Lin Feng said. Young master, please wait. Gu Yuro called out. Lin Feng said helplessly, is there anything else? She said leisurely, if my guess is correct, you must have saved Yuro. I'm indebted to you for saving my life, but may I know your name? Can you tell me? Lin Feng said, we met by chance, and we might not meet again in the future. Why bother? Gu Yuro asked, have we met before? In Immemorial ancient country. Lin Feng raised his brows slightly and asked, why do you ask? Since you were able to save Yuro from the encirclement of so many experts, you should know how powerful you are. In the central continent, Yuro knows many geniuses of your age, but I don't know you. The fiery Dragonhawk Knights hate you so much that they haven't come out for 100 years. Thus, the only possibility that you might have formed a grudge with them is in Immemorial ancient country's capital. I suddenly recalled that back then, 700 to 800 independent cultivators were chased by the fiery Dragonhawk Knights. You might have been one of them, but you were powerful enough to kill the fiery Dragonhawk Knights. Is Yuro's guess correct? Gu Yuro looked at Lin Feng and asked. Lin Feng nodded and said, I have to say that you are very meticulous and intelligent. You were actually able to connect so many things together, and your guess is basically correct. Gu Yuro stood up and bowed slightly to Lin Feng. May I know your name now? Lin Feng. Gu Yuro was shocked and said, I've heard so much about you. Lin Feng replied, you have an undeserved reputation. Let's part ways here. Gu Yuro said, Sir, Yuro has a presumptuous request. Since it's a presumptuous request, don't mention it. I don't want to cause any more trouble for myself. Lin Feng said. Sir, can you bear to see Yuro die tragically at the hands of the 4 great powers? Gu Yuro said with tears in her eyes. Aren't you fine now? As long as you're careful, you can definitely avoid this calamity. Lin Feng said. Gu Yuro asked, Sir, have you heard of the 9 Orifices Stone Man viewing the Heavenly Book? Lin Feng immediately stopped and said, the 4 great powers destroyed Immemorial ancient country because of this 9 Orifices Stone Man, right? That's right. Gu Yuro nodded. Her expression was somewhat sad, as if she was thinking about her loved ones who had died because of this. Gu Yuro paused for a moment before continuing, as long as you agree to escort me to a certain place, I can allow you to view the 9 Orifices Stone Man. The 9 Orifices Stone Man is from the Stone Race, and the Stone Race is still in the process of being nurtured. What's there to view? Lin Feng shrugged. The Heavenly Book in the 9 Orifices Stone Man's possession contains a huge secret. Gu Yuro said. Alright, deal. This was an ancient mountain village, and it was also where Lin Feng and Gu Yuru were resting for the time being. There were around 300 to 400 villagers in the village. The village was very quiet, and very few people came here. The villagers were very simple and warm, and they were very hospitable. Not far away, there was a mountain temple, and the villagers would go there every day to worship, praying that everyone would be safe and sound, and that the village's hunting team would return safely. Perhaps, this is what faith is. Lin Feng and Gu Yuru stood at the entrance of the village, looking at the villagers kneeling in front of the mountain temple. Most of the time, only those with faith will have love. Without faith, there will be no restrictions, and they will become very terrifying. They can even kill people like flies. Gu Yuru's eyes were filled with hatred. Gu Yuru was obviously implying something. The cultivators of the four great powers did not have faith. They believed that strength could control everything. Because they did not have faith, they were not bound by any restrictions. They could kill the innocent or even destroy an entire country without any psychological burden. Lin Feng said, faith is something that exists if you believe it, and it doesn't exist if you don't. He paused, looked at Gu Yuru's beautiful face, and said, now, can you tell me where you want to go? I want to go to the Chen family. Gu Yuru said. What kind of family is that? I've never heard of it. Lin Feng said. It's a hidden family that rarely comes out. Most people don't know much about the Chen family, but their strength is definitely terrifying. Gu Yuru said. Lin Feng thought of some legends. It was said that there were some hidden families in the Tianwu continent, and some of them were extremely powerful. They could even contend with the Jiang family and the four ancient empires. Now that he heard from Gu Yuru that there was a hidden clan like the primeval Chen clan, it seemed that the rumors about hidden clans were not groundless, but real. Is the Chen family related to your immortal ancient country? Lin Feng asked. My mother was the daughter of the second elder of the Chen family. Gu Yuru said sadly. Her mother had died tragically in that battle. Thinking about what had happened that day, Gu Yuru was still very sad. Lin Feng said, in that case, the Chen family can be considered your grandfather's and grandmother's family. In terms of bloodline, you can be considered a direct descendant of the Chen family. It's indeed a good place to go. At night, Gu Yuru took out the 9-orifice stone man. The 9-orifice stone golem was about 2 meters tall and had 9 orifices. Now, the 9 orifices were spewing out the essence of the sun and moon. The 9-orifice man was holding a heavenly book. This was a wordless heavenly book made of stone. There were 3 divine runes on it, which seemed to be the divine runes of the heavenly Tao. If a cultivator looked at it carefully, they would have a splitting headache. Lin Feng looked at the 9-orifice stone man in astonishment. It was truly astonishing, because it had a powerful life force. It meant that it was still alive and was in the process of being nurtured. No wonder the 4 great powers had not hesitated to destroy a mortal ancient country. It was too astonishing. If it could be nurtured successfully, it might become a great emperor in the future. Of course, the 9-orifice stone man wasn't the only thing that was astonishing. The heavenly book in its hand was definitely hiding a great secret. The 3 heavenly Tao imprints were too extraordinary. Lin Feng found it difficult to comprehend their mysteries. I've heard that you're called the Little Stone Saint. You have an extraordinary understanding of stones. This 9-orifice stone man. What do you think? Gu Yuru looked at Lin Feng and asked. The great Tao is flawed when a stone race is nurtured, so, the chances of a stone race being nurtured are extremely low. Even if a stone race is nurtured, it will be a low-level one. The higher the level, the more difficult it is to nurture one. In the dazzling Immemorial era, a high-level stone race was able to nurture a sacred battle ape. Lin Feng said slowly, let's go back a little further. It's been billions of years since the Immemorial era ended. Have you heard of a stone race being nurtured that is as powerful as a sacred battle ape? Famous throughout history? Gu Yuru shook her head, I've never heard of such a thing. Why is that? Lin Feng said, the reason is what I just said, the great Tao is flawed. Gu Yuru asked doubtfully, what do you mean by that? Lin Feng explained, the stone race, especially the high-level stone race, is too heaven-defying. That's why their great Tao is incomplete when they're nurtured. It's like a human giving birth to a child, but the child dies as soon as it's born. That's called premature death. The stone race is nurtured by nature. If their great Tao is incomplete, it's like a woman giving birth to a baby after 10 months of pregnancy, but the baby dies prematurely. That's why it's so difficult for a stone race to be nurtured. Pausing for a moment, Lin Feng pointed at the nine-orifice stone man's wordless heavenly book and said, "Right now, this stone man is holding the wordless heavenly book, and there are 3 divine imprints on it. Those are the divine imprints of the heavenly Tao, called the Great Tao of Mending Imperfections. They correspond to the Great Tao of Imperfections." Gu Yuru's eyes lit up. The Great Tao of Imperfections? The nine-orifice stone man is using the wordless heavenly book to mend the Great Tao of Imperfections, just like a child learning how to read? Learning from nothing, learning from nothing. The wordless heavenly book in the nine-orifice stone man's hand is also used to mend its own imperfections. Does that mean that the nine-orifice stone man can be nurtured successfully? Lin Feng said, "I'm not sure if it can be nurtured successfully, but the chances of success will be greatly increased." Gu Yuru nodded and said, "You stay here and study the nine-orifice stone man. I'm going to rest." Lin Feng smiled. "Aren't you afraid that I'll take your stone man and leave?" Gu Yuru replied, "I don't think you're that kind of person." As soon as she finished speaking, she returned to her room. "I never thought that I would be so charismatic." Lin Feng rubbed his chin. He sat down cross-legged and took out the 9-colored illusory stone to study the 3 divine marks on the wordless heavenly book. However, no matter how hard Lin Feng tried, he couldn't comprehend the secrets of the wordless heavenly book. Lin Feng was a bit discouraged, but also a bit helpless. When dawn was about to break, Lin Feng shook his head. He decided to give up. There was no way he could comprehend the secrets of the wordless heavenly book. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out in Lin Feng's mind. "It's not impossible to comprehend the secrets of the wordless heavenly book. Do you want to make a deal with me?" "It's you." When he heard the voice, Lin Feng was astonished. The person who had spoken to him was the Holy Spirit that Lin Feng had sealed in Holy Stone City. The Holy Spirit was extremely terrifying. If Lin Feng hadn't obtained the inheritance of the Celestial Master Taoist, he would have been killed by the Holy Spirit during the chaos in Holy Stone City. After a bitter battle, Lin Feng sealed the Holy Spirit and kept it in the cauldron. The Holy Spirit hadn't moved for a long time. Now, the Holy Spirit was taking the initiative to talk to him. Lin Feng hadn't expected this. "Tell me the details," said the Holy Spirit. Said Lin Feng. "I can help you comprehend the contents of the wordless heavenly book, but you have to let me go," said the Holy Spirit. Lin Feng hesitated. The Holy Spirit was too terrifying. It had to have an extraordinary background. If he let it go, it would come back to kill him in the future. Wouldn't that be like letting a tiger go back to the mountains? The Holy Spirit seemed to know what Lin Feng was thinking. It said, "We don't have any grudges against each other. If you let me go, I'll help you comprehend the contents of the wordless heavenly book. Then, we'll go our separate ways. If we meet again in the future, we won't attack each other. What do you think?" said Lin Feng. "Alright, if that's the case, let's make a blood oath. I, the Little Stone King, swear on the honor of the Stone King clan that I will help Lin Feng comprehend the 3 marks of the wordless heavenly book. If Lin Feng lets me go, I will never attack Lin Feng again. If I violate this oath, I will be struck by lightning and die a horrible death." The Holy Spirit made a blood oath. "Little Stone King?" murmured Lin Feng. He frowned. The Holy Spirit was definitely from one of the most terrifying clans. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been called Little Stone King. Said the Little Stone King telepathically. "I've made a blood oath. To be fair, you should make a blood oath as well." Lin Feng nodded and pointed his right hand at the sky. "I, Lin Feng, swear to the heavens that if the Little Stone King helps me comprehend the 3 marks of the wordless heavenly book, I will return the Little Stone King's freedom. From now on, I will never attack you again. If I violate this oath, I will die a horrible death." Lin Feng made a blood oath. Lin Feng and the Little Stone King condensed a talisman each. It was a talisman of a blood oath. The talisman flew into their heads. "I've made a blood oath. Little Stone King, said Lin. Little Stone King said. Said the Little Stone King. Alright. I'll teach you a method called the Stone Embryo Scripture. This stone embryo scripture can help you sense the emotions and thoughts of the stone embryo. It can even help you steal some of the stone embryo's memories. Said Lin Feng. What a tyrannical method. Back then, many of the stones in Holy Stone City were destroyed. Was that related to you? If I'm not mistaken, this stone embryo scripture can't be as simple as just sensing the emotions and memories of the stone embryo, right? It can also steal the life force of various stones, right? Said the Little Stone King. You're quite smart. You guessed it right away. Lin Feng laughed and said, let's make another deal, shall we? I want to learn the complete stone embryo scripture. I can give you anything you want. What do you think? Sneered the Little Stone King. Do you think I want something from you? If the Stone Royal clan finds out about it, they'll cripple me, and you'll also die. Lin Feng frowned. That's right. You've learned the stone embryo scripture from the Stone Royal clan, so you'll die. Stone King clan? You're from the Stone King clan? What kind of clan is that? Asked Lin Feng curiously. That clan has killed a few great emperors. I won't tell you more. Said the Little Stone King. Hiss. Lin Feng couldn't help but gasp. This was too shocking. The Stone King clan could actually kill great emperors. How heaven-defying was that? Lin Feng knew that he couldn't ask any more questions. Even if he did, the Little Stone King wouldn't tell him anything. Even if the Little Stone King dared to tell him, Lin Feng wouldn't dare listen anymore. Hearing things that he shouldn't have heard could lead to a fatal disaster. Lin Feng was very clear about this. Lin Feng started comprehending the stone embryo scripture. For 3 days, Lin Feng was in seclusion, studying the stone embryo scripture. When are we leaving? Asked Gu Yuru. She wanted to go to the Immemorial Chen clan, but Lin Feng didn't seem to have any intention of leaving. She had no choice but to ask. Soon. Said Lin Feng. On the 5th day, Lin Feng's room was filled with laughter. Yuru, lend me the 9 orifices stone man for a night. Said Lin Feng. Didn't you fail to comprehend the secrets within? You still want to try? Asked Gu Yuru. Said Lin Feng. I want to hug it and sleep. Maybe I'll be able to comprehend some things. Shameless. Gu Yuru blushed and couldn't help but spit at Lin Feng. She then took out the 9 orifices stone man. Lin Feng put the 9 orifices stone man on his shoulder and walked outside. Be careful, don't destroy it, reminded Gu Yuru. She was really worried that Lin Feng would destroy the 9 orifices stone man. Don't worry, I'll return it to you in perfect condition. Said Lin Feng as he walked out. Night fell. The 9 orifices stone man spat out the essence of the sun and moon. Lin Feng circulated the stone embryo scripture. Gradually, Lin Feng really felt the 9 orifices stone man's emotions. It was a spiritual fluctuation that was extremely thirsty. It was a thirst for the 3 heavenly Tao divine imprints. Lin Feng circulated the stone embryo scripture to steal the 9 orifices stone man's memories. The 9 orifices stone man's memories were blank. The only thing it remembered was the 3 blurry heavenly Tao divine imprints. The 9 orifices stone man had comprehended them after observing the wordless heavenly book for 380 million years. Lin Feng was shocked. This 9 orifices stone man was truly heaven-defying. It had been nurtured for 380 million years and it still hadn't succeeded. If it succeeded, how heaven-defying would it be? It would probably be a second sacred battle ape. Lin Feng successfully stole the 3 heavenly Tao divine imprints from the 9 orifices stone man's memories. He carefully sensed the 3 heavenly Tao divine imprints. When Lin Feng's spiritual will fused with the 3 heavenly Tao divine imprints, he sensed 3 different powers from the 3 heavenly Tao divine imprints. The first power was like the replay of his previous life. The second power was like the various powers of his current life. The third power was like the replay of the future. The past, the present, the future. These 3 heavenly Tao divine imprints were imprinted with these 3 terrifying powers. Lin Feng's heart trembled. He couldn't believe it. This was too heaven-defying. If he could control the past, present, and future powers, how heaven-defying would that be? Would he be able to bury the gods? Bury the emperor? Bury the universe, bury the endless worlds? Buddhism had the past, present, and future. They were Dipankara, Tathagata, and Maitreya. These three ancient Buddhas were in charge of the legendary Western Buddhist realm. Dipankara controlled the power of the past, Tathagata controlled the power of the present, and Maitreya controlled the power of the future. There was a saying that 10,000 years was too long. Seize every moment. Whether it was the present or the future, it was fleeting for cultivators. Now, the struggle of the present was the life of a cultivator. Therefore, in Buddhism, Tathagata, who controlled the power of the present, suppressed Dipankara and Maitreya, becoming the ancestor of Buddhism. Dipankara, Tathagata, and Maitreya, any one of the three ancient Buddhas could kill a great emperor. They had only grasped one of the three powers of the past, present, and future, yet they already possessed such terrifying strength. The memories Lin Feng stole from the 9 orifices stone man contained the past, present, and future. If he could completely control these three powers, it would be too terrifying. Of course, Lin Feng also knew that it wasn't easy to understand the 3 celestial Tao godly marks in his brain and control the strength of the past, present, and future. However, no matter how difficult it was, Lin Feng would continue to comprehend them. Even if he couldn't comprehend the mysteries, Lin Feng wouldn't lose anything. However, if Lin Feng could comprehend the past, present, and future heavenly Tao divine runes, that would be terrifying. With 3 kinds of celestial Tao godly marks, Lin Feng might be able to kill gods even before he became a god. Even before he became a great emperor, he might be able to defy the heavens and kill great emperors. Of course, this was only Lin Feng's speculation. Anything was possible. It seems like you've comprehended the mysteries within. Now, it's time to fulfill your promise, Little Stone King transmitted his voice to Lin Feng. Whoosh, Lin Feng waved his right hand and summoned Little Stone King, who was suppressed in the 4 vicious cauldron, out by Lin Feng. He broke the seal on Little Stone King's body. Lin Feng then asked, since you are from the Stone King clan, the Stone King clan should not be on the Martial Heaven continent. Why are you here? Little Stone remained silent for a moment before saying, don't ever underestimate the continent of the Celestial Martial Continent. The continent of the Celestial Martial Continent is the most terrifying secret in the universe. Lin Feng frowned as he pondered over Little Stone King's words. Let me give you a free reminder. The world is about to change. Hurry up and improve your strength. When the world changes, if you still have your current strength, it won't be easy for you to live a dignified life like a normal person. After Little Stone King finished speaking, he soared into the sky and flew into the distance. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. What's the rush? Lin Feng could not help but exclaim in a somewhat speechless manner. He also wanted to ask Little Stone King what he meant by the world is about to change. But now that Little Stone King had left in a hurry, Lin Feng could not ask him any more. This Little Stone King knows a lot of things that I don't. Lin Feng shook his head and sat down cross-legged. He began to comprehend the heavenly Tao divine imprints that recorded the past, present, and future abilities. The next day, early in the morning, Lin Feng returned the 9 orifices stone man to Guyuru. How was it? Asked Guyuru. Lin Feng sighed and said, what could I possibly gain? Guyuru said, it's fine. Maybe you'll gain something after a few more days. Forget it. I don't want to waste any more time. Let's leave today, said Lin Feng. Guyuru looked at Lin Feng suspiciously. Even though she had only known Lin Feng for a short time, she felt that she had a good eye for people. From her point of view, Lin Feng was definitely not someone who would give up easily. But now, Lin Feng had given up on the 9 orifices stone man. Could it be that he had comprehended the wordless heavenly book's secret? Thinking of this, Guyuru's heart was in turmoil. The 9 orifices stone man had been an immortal ancient country for hundreds of years, but no one had been able to comprehend its mysteries. But Lin Feng had managed to comprehend it in just a few days. This was too heaven-defying. However, Guyuru did not show it. She said without batting an eyelid, all right, let's say goodbye to the villagers and leave. Lin Feng nodded. The 2 of them bid farewell to the villagers. These villagers were very simple and kind. They had taken good care of Lin Feng and Gu Yuru over the past few days, which made them feel very touched. Lin Feng and Gu Yuru each left a Dao artifact for the village chief, which could be of great use at crucial moments. After leaving behind many spirit stones, some cultivation techniques, and divine abilities, Lin Feng and Gu Yuru left. The Immemorial Chen family was also located in the central continent. In the following month, Lin Feng and Gu Yuru leisurely went to many places and took a teleportation array to the Immemorial Chen family's hidden place. The ancient dragon forest was the Immemorial Chen family's hidden place. This ancient dragon forest was a forbidden area in the central continent. This was because there were huge dragons living in the forest. There was no need to say much about the strength of the huge dragon tribe. The huge dragon tribe had a very strong concept of territory. They would mercilessly devour any cultivators who dared to casually enter the ancient dragon forest. Therefore, no cultivators dared to casually enter the ancient dragon forest. What the world did not know was that in the dangerous ancient dragon forest, there was a strong and ancient power that had become neighbors with the overlord of the ancient dragon forest, the huge dragon tribe. This power was the Immemorial Chen family. This endless ancient forest is the famous ancient dragon forest. It stretches for 7.65 million kilometers. Lin Feng and Gu Yuru arrived at the outer region of the ancient dragon forest. The surface area of the ancient dragon forest was simply too huge. Lin Feng was speechless. The two of them did not stop at the outer region. They directly entered the ancient dragon forest. The ancient dragon forest was eerie and terrifying. The roars of beasts could be heard everywhere. Powerful beasts could be seen at intervals. Lin Feng and Gu Yuru carefully moved forward. 3 days later, Lin Feng and Gu Yuru were ambushed. When they were passing through a dense forest, the array around them flashed and sealed the area. The area within a radius of 5 to 6 miles was completely sealed. Lin Feng and Gu Yuru were trapped in the array. Soon after, shouts of killing could be heard. Densely packed cultivators rushed over from afar. There were at least 1,000 of them. The most despairing thing was that there were destructive auras coming from all 4 directions. After sensing the 4 auras, Lin Feng's face changed. For rebirth state experts. We're dead for sure. Gu Yuru's face turned as white as a sheet. Lin Feng, you little brat, it's time for you to die. A cold voice came from the south. Song Mingyu looked at Lin Feng with a murderous expression. Since the beginning of time, there have been countless geniuses who died before they could even reach their full potential. Today, the Forest of Dragons will be the place where you die. Zhang Shenmu, Wang Yangzhong, and Yuan Dong also walked over. They looked at Lin Feng as if he was a dead man. The current situation was not good for Lin Feng and Gu Yuru. The array was locked down and the experts were surrounding them. If they were not careful, they would die. The 4 Rebirth Realm experts were closing in and were about to completely surround Lin Feng and Gu Yuru. Ha 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 ha. You want to catch me? You are too naive. At this moment, Lin Feng laughed out loud. Gu Yuru admired Lin Feng more and more. What kind of situation was this? How could he still laugh? Didn't he see that they were in imminent danger? Excuse me. Lin Feng said softly. Then, he hugged Gu Yuru's waist. Because the weather was hot, Gu Yuru was only covered by a thin veil. It was as if there was nothing there. Lin Feng could feel the flatness of Gu Yuru's stomach. She really did not have any excess flesh. Gu Yuru blushed slightly, but she knew that Lin Feng was not trying to take advantage of her. If he really wanted to take advantage of her, he would have done it when she was seriously injured and fainted. Not to mention just hugging her waist. What could Lin Feng not do to her? At that time, she was still at Lin Feng's mercy. However, Lin Feng did not take advantage of her then. How could he take advantage of her now? Whoosh, Lin Feng hugged Gu Yuru's waist and quickly rushed into the distance. He wanted to leave this place before the 4 Reincarnation Realm experts surrounded him. If he waited until the 4 Rebirth Realm experts surrounded him, he would not be able to escape even if he wanted to. Activate the array and trap him. The 4 Rebirth Realm experts shouted in a deep voice. Boom 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 boom, immediately, the array was activated. Terrifying array runes swept through the void and attacked Lin Feng. Array splitting technique. Lin Feng used the inheritance of the Heavenly Master. The deployment spell around Lin Feng broke apart, but it didn't cause any harm to him. Unless the other party had a sage-level spirit array master, otherwise, they would not be able to cause any trouble for Lin Feng. Gu Yuru was shocked. Such a powerful formation must have been deliberately arranged by the four major forces, but now it was broken by Lin Feng. Was this the inheritance of the Celestial Master Taoism? It was said that the inheritance of the Celestial Master Taoism was unparalleled in the world. Looking at it now, it was indeed true. Stop him! The four experts roared angrily and began to prepare their attacks. Attack! The experts of the four major forces who were gathering together shouted loudly and began to attack Lin Feng. There were only 4 Rebirth Realm experts. Their numbers were too few and they occupied 4 positions. Therefore, they were unable to surround Lin Feng. However, there were over 1,000 cultivators there and they had long since surrounded the place. Facing the attacks from the cultivators, Lin Feng brought out the 4 ferocious cauldron and entered it together with Gu Yuru. Then, the two of them activated the 4 vicious cauldrons together. The 4 vicious cauldrons whistled through the air. Clang clang clang, terrifying attacks bombarded the cauldron one after another. All the attacks were blocked by the cauldrons. Then, the 4 vicious cauldrons rushed into the crowd. Bang bang bang, following the violent collisions, one cultivator after another was sent flying by the cauldrons. The moment the cauldrons charged forward, the force of impact was way too strong. All the cultivators who were struck by the cauldrons were smashed to death. Lin Feng and Gu Yuru controlled the 4 vicious cauldrons to break through the encirclement and dashed into the distance. The attacks from the 4 Rebirth Realm experts came crashing down. However, in the end, they could not even touch the 4 vicious cauldrons. Chase, the faces of the 4 Rebirth Realm experts were extremely gloomy. They had set up an inescapable net and even set up such a powerful array. Yet, they could not catch Lin Feng and Gu Yuru. This was like a slap to their faces. Everyone chased after Lin Feng and Gu Yuru. However, Lin Feng's speed was simply too fast. He brought Gu Yuru along and dashed into the depths. Roar! 3 days later, Lin Feng and Gu Yuru were attacked by a colossal dragon. This was a colossal creature that was hundreds of meters long. It had wings and looked like a gigantic lizard. Its hind limbs were thick and its front limbs were short. It could spit out lightning attacks. This colossal dragon was exceptionally terrifying. Lin Feng and Gu Yuru were sent flying by the tail of the colossal dragon. They could not help but cough out a mouthful of blood. Soon, another 6 to 7 colossal dragons charged over from afar. Many of them seemed to want a share of the loot. Colossal dragons loved powerful bloodlines. Devouring powerful bloodlines would allow the power of their bloodlines to increase continuously. Lin Feng's bloodline was simply too powerful. These colossal dragons had sharp senses. That was why the colossal dragons in the surroundings had come to surround them. However, the colossal dragon that first discovered Lin Feng roared furiously at the other colossal dragons. Although they could not understand the meaning behind the roar, they could guess that it was probably warning the other colossal dragons to leave quickly and not have any ideas about Lin Feng. Clearly, the colossal dragon that first discovered Lin Feng wanted to take all of Lin Feng's bloodline for himself. The other colossal dragons did not buy it. They roared as well. These colossal dragons did not live together. Each of them had their own territory. Usually, they lived in peace. However, once there was a conflict of interest, they would fight amongst themselves. Lin Feng took the opportunity when these colossal dragons were fighting amongst themselves. He brought Gu Yuru and dashed into the distance. In an instant, they had shaken off the 7 colossal dragons. The 7 colossal dragons roared furiously and chased after them. "We've reached the colossal dragon's territory," Song Mingyu's expression was grim. Even they did not want to enter the colossal dragon's territory so easily. They had no problem dealing with ordinary colossal dragons, but if they encountered the overlords of the colossal dragon's territory, even an ordinary Rebirth Realm cultivator would die. "Look, there are 7 colossal dragons roaring in the distance. Could it be that they're chasing Lin Feng and Gu Yuru?" said Zhang Shenmu in a low voice. "Let's go and take a look." "But everyone, be careful," said Yu Wendong. "Everyone, be careful," said Yu Wendong. The strong cultivators of the four groups chased after them, but after 100 miles, they sensed that something was wrong. The forest was too quiet. There was no sound at all. There were no sounds of insects or birds. Could it be? The hearts of the four rebirth realm cultivators suddenly jumped as they thought of a possibility. Boom! 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 In the next instant, an earth-shattering attack emerged from the forest and headed towards them. More than 30 colossal dragons rushed out of their hiding places and floated in the air. They flapped their wings and spat out lightning attacks, dragon breath attacks, draconic incantations, and all sorts of other attacks towards the strong cultivators of the four groups. Not good, we've been surrounded by the dragons. Break out. The faces of the four rebirth realm cultivators changed drastically. They immediately led their people to break out of the encirclement. However, the attacks of the dragon race were simply too powerful. When all kinds of attacks came crashing down, miserable shrieks rang out one after another. Many of the experts from the four major forces were killed in an instant. Their blood dyed the sky of the forest of dragons red. The 7 gigantic dragons chased after Lin Feng and Guyu Rou, releasing all sorts of attacks at the same time. Luckily, Lin Feng was fast enough to dodge the dragons' attacks one after another. After running for 3 days and 3 nights, Lin Feng and Guyu Rou entered an ancient forest. This forest was covered with a large array. After the 7 giant dragons arrived, they did not casually advance. Instead, they let out low roars and left unwillingly. Lin Feng and Guyu Rou heaved a sigh of relief after entering the large array. They were finally safe for the time being. Is this the Immemorial Chen family's secret place? Lin Feng asked. Guyu Rou nodded and said, this is the outermost region. However, I'm guessing that they have already discovered us. I reckon that there will be people coming here soon. Come with me to rest for a few days before leaving. Lin Feng said, no need. I still have things to do. It's not convenient for me to stay. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard from afar. It must be the Immemorial Chen family's cultivators. Lin Feng did not want to meet them, so he quickly flew in another direction. How cautious. Guyu Rou snorted. Lin Feng was even more careful when he left. He avoided a few giant dragons that came out to hunt for food. Finally, he came out of the giant dragon forest. After leaving the giant dragon forest, Lin Feng flew towards the northwest. That was the direction to the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters. The Temple of Spiritual Array Masters was the holy land in the hearts of countless spiritual array masters. Before he obtained the inheritance of the Celestial Master Path, Lin Feng also yearned for the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters. This was because the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters had the inheritance of ancient arrays. He could receive the best inheritance of spiritual array masters. However, after obtaining the inheritance of the Celestial Master Path, Lin Feng did not care about the ancient inheritances in the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters. Now, the only thing that Lin Feng was interested in was the sacred tower of the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters. It was the sacred embryo that could change the flow of time. In other words, a month in the outside world was equivalent to a year in the sacred tower. 1 year in the outside world was equivalent to 12 years in the sacred tower. If he could enter the sacred tower to cultivate, his cultivation would naturally increase greatly in a short period of time. 10 days later, Lin Feng arrived at a place called Aeon City. There were no space-time wormholes here, only ordinary teleportation arrays. In truth, even in the central region of the Sky Martial continent, there were very few wormholes. Only some top-grade ancient cities would build space-time wormholes because it was too difficult to build one. Lin Feng planned to take the transmission array to one of the 10 great ancient capitals of the central continent, the Great Eastern Ancient Capital. The Great Eastern Ancient Capital had a space-time wormhole that could directly teleport one to the temple city where the Spirit Array Master Temple was located. When Lin Feng entered the teleportation array, 4 terrifying auras instantly enveloped the entire teleportation plaza. 4 terrifying auras sealed Lin Feng. Song Mingyu, Zhang Shenmu, Wang Yangzhong, and Yuan Dong stepped out, their killing intent soaring to the sky. Let's see how you escape today. The voices of the 4 powerhouses were ice-cold, filled with endless killing intent. Heavens, 4 rebirth realm experts. Who is that kid? Why is he being targeted by 4 Rebirth Realm experts? Many people looked suspiciously at Lin Feng, who was being targeted by 4 Rebirth Realm experts. They were all astonished. He was just a junior. Why would 4 Rebirth Realm experts attack him together? This was simply too inconceivable. However, such an inconceivable thing was indeed true. Song Mingyu, Zhang Shenmu, Wang Yangzhong, and Yuan Dong. Aren't they in charge of encircling the people who escaped from the immortal ancient nation? Is that kid from the immortal ancient nation? That's possible. Maybe he's a prince from the immortal ancient nation? No, the princes of the immortal ancient nation have all been killed. It's possible that he's a prince from one of the immortal ancient nation's princes. No matter who he is, now that he's surrounded by 4 experts, he's definitely going to die. Many people were discussing this spiritedly. As far as they were concerned, Lin Feng was definitely going to die. It's him. Some people in Aeon City recognized Lin Feng. They were very surprised, but then they sneered. Too strong and too many treasures. Seems like it's not a good thing. That cultivator sneered. Brother Qi, what are you mumbling about? Asked that cultivator's friend. Nothing, just watching the show. Brother Qi, do you know the person surrounded by 4 experts? Is he really the prince of the immortal ancient nation? Asked someone. The cultivator surnamed Qi was called Qiwei. He had seen Lin Feng in the Battle of Geniuses, so he knew who Lin Feng was. When he heard his friend's question, he said, "That's Lin Feng." He's that Lin Feng? Qiwei's friend was astonished. Then, one of them said gloatingly, "There are so many geniuses in the world. How many of them turn into skeletons before they can grow up? This Lin Feng's talent is heaven-defying, but he's probably going to follow in the footsteps of those geniuses. He's going to be killed before he can even become an overlord." In the teleportation plaza, Lin Feng's expression was extremely gloomy. He had actually been blocked by these 4 people. This was going to be troublesome. However, Lin Feng wasn't without a way to deal with them. He still had the deity liquid to activate the Black Dragon Sword. However, these 4 were already prepared. If they had brought powerful treasures, they might have been able to block the Black Dragon Sword's attack. At that time, he still wouldn't be able to escape. However, activating the Black Dragon Sword was the only way. Lin Feng knew that he had to take a gamble. Just as Lin Feng was about to attack, suddenly, the void split open. Immediately after, a huge palace flew out. The palace was 100 meters tall and covered an area of 1 square meter. With such a huge palace flying in the air, it was very shocking. Why is such a huge palace flying out? Many people cried out in alarm. "Lin Gongzi, quickly come in." A charming and seductive voice sounded. Hearing this voice, Lin Feng was surprised. It was actually this woman. "Use the divine artifacts to kill him." Song Mingyu shouted in a deep voice. Swish, cold light flashed. The 4 Rebirth Realm experts each took out a divine artifact. Dark Hell Sword. Fortune Spear. Heavenly Dragon Dagger Axe. Solar Star Ruler. The 4 great divine artifacts were famous in the central continent. Seeing the 4 reincarnation realm experts take out a divine artifact, the crowd was shocked. Lin Feng knew that it was impossible to rely on his own strength to escape from these people. Even if he used up all the deity liquid, he wouldn't be able to fight against 4 people. Lin Feng didn't hesitate and directly charged towards the palace. The 4 Rebirth Realm experts took out their divine artifacts and charged towards Lin Feng. Suddenly, the palace and the sky swept out millions of rays of divine light. The dazzling divine light covered the sky as if a divine sun had descended. Almost everyone couldn't open their eyes. When the light dissipated, the huge palace and Lin Feng had disappeared without a trace. "Damn it, we let him escape again," the 4 Rebirth Realm experts roared in anger. They had failed again and again, making them feel extremely sullen. They were so angry that their bodies trembled. Among the 4 of them, Song Mingyu was the most depressed. He had wanted to kill Lin Feng outside the battlefield of geniuses for his treasures, but the Peacock Sacred Lord, who was protecting Lin Feng, had chopped off one of his arms. Now that he was about to capture Lin Feng, he wanted to torture Lin Feng and make Lin Feng suffer a fate worse than death. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng had successfully escaped. Song Mingyu waved the dark hell sword and slashed out with sword chi. 20 miles away from the City of Eternity, a 10,000-meter-tall mountain was split in half by Song Mingyu's sword. The mountain collapsed and the earth shook violently as if there was an earthquake. The palace shuttled through the air. This treasure was not simple at all. It was magnificent and beautiful. These beautiful women were all servants. They were all beautiful and alluring. Moreover, they wore revealing clothes. When they saw Lin Feng, their gazes became frivolous, as if they were deliberately trying to seduce Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng turned a blind eye to them. It was as if he was walking through a field of flowers, but not a single leaf touched him. Lin Gongzi, our madam is already waiting for you in the inner hall. A tall and charming woman wearing only a transparent veil walked over. Her body emitted a faint fragrance. It was unknown if it was the fragrance that was spread on her body, or if it was the fragrance from her body. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Fairy, please lead the way." He, I'm not a fairy. I'm just a servant," the tall and charming woman said with a smile. She led the way in front, her slender waist swaying back and forth. Even the way she walked was filled with seduction. There were women everywhere in this palace, and they were all beauties. However, Lin Feng was the only man. However, Lin Feng vaguely had the urge to escape this palace. He felt that this cave of beauties was a hero's grave. He really should not continue to stay here. However, when he thought about how the other party had helped him, even if he had to leave, he should at least say thank you. That was why Lin Feng did not immediately leave. There were many palaces, and there were at least 10 beauties shuttling back and forth in each palace. The beauties looked at Lin Feng with passionate, bold, and fiery gazes. Compared to the conservative female cultivators outside, the women here were a bit too open. It was obvious that they were teasing him. This made Lin Feng secretly raise his guard. Under the guidance of the tall and charming woman, Lin Feng entered a palace. Inside the palace, there was a beautiful woman wearing a pink veil. She was filled with an alluring aura as she lay on a white jade bed. When she saw Lin Feng arrive, she walked down barefoot. "I never thought that I would meet Lin Gongzi here." The beautiful woman's bewitching eyes looked at Lin Feng as she walked over step by step. "I never thought that I would see you here, Madam Qi." Lin Feng cupped his fists. This beautiful woman wearing a pink chiffon dress was the owner of Desire Island, Madam Qi. It was widely rumored that she was a promiscuous woman who had slept with countless men. When Lin Feng was at the #1 cultivator gathering area in the East Sea, he saw Yang Buping and Hu Qianlai fighting fiercely in order to have a night with Madam Qi. In the end, Hu Qianlai won and entered Madam Qi's carriage. They did it in broad daylight without any scruples. Of course, Lin Feng didn't have any special feelings for Madam Qi. How a woman chose to live her life was her freedom. Lin Feng was not a sanctimonious gentleman, so he would not accuse Madam Qi of being immoral and promiscuous. In fact, before this, Madam Qi was just a stranger to Lin Feng. Madam Qi said, "Don't you think that we are fated to meet?" Madam Qi walked over to Lin Feng's side and stretched out her hand, gently caressing Lin Feng's chest. However, Lin Feng avoided her touch. Lin Feng wouldn't accuse Madam Qi of doing such things. However, Lin Feng didn't want to have any physical contact with a woman like Madam Qi. If it was just chatting or talking about cooperation, it wouldn't be a problem. As for other things, Lin Feng definitely wouldn't allow intimate relations between a man and a woman. Although Lin Feng wasn't obsessed with cleanliness, he still couldn't accept a woman who had slept with countless men. Madam Qi smiled. "You're really sensitive, young master." Lin Feng said, "It's just that men and women shouldn't touch each other, and I already have a lover, so I've always kept myself clean. I definitely can't betray the person I love." After giving this reason, Lin Feng couldn't help but admire himself for being so quick-witted. This reason was really perfect and impeccable. Madam Qi smiled and said, "Do you think I don't understand men like you? You say one thing, but you do another behind my back. Many men say that they are loyal to love, but in reality, they have countless women behind their backs. Lin Gongzi, don't you think I'm right?" Lin Feng didn't plan on discussing this matter with Madam Qi, so he said, "Thank you for your help, Madam Qi." I will remember this favor and will definitely repay you in the future. I still have matters to attend to, so I can't stay for long. When we meet again in the future, I will personally invite you to a banquet and properly repay you. Madam Qi said, young master, you have matters to attend to, so I shouldn't keep you here. However, before you leave, may I ask you something? Lin Feng nodded and said, Madam, there's no harm in asking. Madam Qi asked, young master, are you going to the Spirit Array Master Temple? Madam Qi had a lot of power in the Eastern Sea, and she might even have spies in the Eastern Sea's Spirit Array Master Guild. Therefore, Lin Feng wasn't surprised that Madam Qi knew that he was going to the Spirit Array Master Temple. After all, most of the higher-ups in the Eastern Sea's Spirit Array Master Guild knew that he was going to the Spirit Array Master Temple to meet the four ancestors. Therefore, Lin Feng simply nodded and said, that's right, I'm going to the Spirit Array Master Temple. What a coincidence. I'm also going to the Spirit Array Master Temple. We're going the same way. Does young master mind going with me? Madam Qi's seductive eyes looked at Lin Feng. That doesn't seem very convenient, does it? Lin Feng said. Madam Qi said, there's nothing between us. Could it be that young master is afraid of others gossiping? Could it be that young master is worried that you won't be able to control yourself if you're with me? Lin Feng said with a wry smile, that's not it. Since we're going the same way, there's no harm in going together. We'll go directly to the Great Eastern Ancient City and take the space-time wormhole, Madam Qi said. All right. Lin Feng nodded. Nian, take young master to rest, Madam Qi said. Yes, madam. The tall and charming woman responded and then said, Lin Gongzi, please follow this servant. Lin Feng nodded. After bidding farewell to Madam Qi, he followed the servant girl named Nian to a room next to Madam Qi's. Arriving at the room, Lin Feng smiled bitterly. The rooms here were decorated in a pink feminine style. As a man, he was really not used to it. Lin Feng rubbed his nose and said, Miss Nian, I wonder if you can give me another room. A simpler room would be best. Chu Nian giggled and said, young master, we don't have any men here, and this pink style is madam's favorite style. Therefore, all the rooms in the palace are decorated in this style. Young master can only temporarily make do with it. Lin Feng nodded helplessly. Chu Nian said, then this servant won't disturb young master's rest. This servant will take her leave first. If there's anything, young master can call this servant. For the next few days, this servant will take care of young master's life. Thank you, Miss Nian. Lin Feng thanked her. Young master, you're too kind. Chu Nian bowed slightly to Lin Feng and then left. At night, Madam Qi set up a banquet and invited Lin Feng to attend. When he arrived at the banquet hall, dozens of dancers were already dancing. All of them were as beautiful as fairies. Any one of these women was a peerless beauty in the world, but now, they had all been taken in by Madam Qi and became her servants. Lin Feng had a feeling that Madam Qi had groomed so many beautiful women for some unspeakable purpose. Lin Feng sat down next to Madam Qi. Madam Qi raised her cup and smiled. This is 100-flower wine brewed from fresh flowers that I personally plucked. Have a taste and see how it tastes. Lin Feng nodded and took a sip. He didn't find anything wrong with the wine, and he wondered to himself, am I overthinking things? In reality, Lin Feng had always been very cautious, as he felt that Madam Qi wasn't a simple person. However, Madam Qi hadn't done anything to the wine, which made Lin Feng feel a little apologetic towards her. After all, she had helped him. Yet, he still doubted Madam Qi. Good wine. Lin Feng nodded. After spending so much time with the old drunkard, Lin Feng knew a little about wine. This 100-flower wine was mellow and fragrant, and it was indeed a rare wine. Chu Nian knelt next to Lin Feng like an obedient maid and poured a cup for him. She smiled and said, Lin Gongzi, you're really something. This 100-flower wine was brewed by Madam Qi using hundreds of exotic flowers and 76 precious ingredients. Madam Qi can't even bear to drink it herself, yet she's treating you with it today. Lin Feng replied, Madam Qi is really considerate. I'm ashamed to accept it. Madam Qi smiled and said, good wine should be tasted with like-minded people. Only then will you be able to appreciate its flavor. Madam Qi, are you saying that we're like-minded people? Lin Feng smiled at Madame Qi. In some ways, I think so. Madame Qi smiled. Lin Feng smiled but didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at the beautiful dancers. Madame Qi smiled and asked, Lin Gongzi, what do you think of my dancers? Lin Feng nodded and said, whether it's their faces or their dancing skills, they're all first-rate. Madame really knows how to enjoy life. She actually trained so many beautiful dancers. I think that any one of them would be able to become the star of Wanhua brothel if they went there. Madame Qi smiled and said, it seems that young master is quite familiar with Myriad Flower House. Could it be that young master often goes to Myriad Flower House? Previously, you said that you wanted to keep yourself clean for the sake of your lover. Now, it seems that your words are going to fall apart. Lin Feng replied, I have a friend who's the holy maiden of the Myriad Flower Pavilion, so I've been there a few times. Oh? Myriad Flower Pavilion has 12 holy maidens. May I know which one you are referring to? Madame Qi smiled. Let's not talk about it. Lin Feng said. Madame Qi smiled coquettishly and said, is she a confidante? Is that why you want to keep it a secret? Lin Feng said, that's not it. It's just that I don't think it's good to talk about my friends behind their backs. Madame Qi didn't dwell on this topic. She looked at Lin Feng and smiled, young master, are you interested in any of my dancers? They're all virgins. If you're interested in any of them, you can take them back and enjoy them to your heart's content. Lin Feng shook his head and said, I don't have such thoughts. You don't have such thoughts because they're not charming enough. Madame Qi smiled and looked at Chu Nianni, who was kneeling beside Lin Feng and serving him. She said, Nianni, raise your head. Chu Nianni didn't dare to go against Madame Qi's words. She raised her head and said, Nianni has been by my side for many years. She's not inferior to those goddesses outside. Now that she's taking care of you, how about I give Nianni to you? Hearing Madame Qi's words, Chu Nianni's delicate body trembled slightly. Lin Feng said, Madam, you're exaggerating. As I said before, I've always been a clean person. If you want to continue talking about women, I can only take my leave. He 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 he. Madame Qi giggled. Madame Qi laughed as she replied, I was just joking with you, sir, so please don't misunderstand. Lin Feng smiled and said, I was overthinking and misunderstood you. I hope you don't blame me. Madame Qi said, then you should punish yourself with 3 cups of wine. Alright, I'll punish myself with 3 cups of wine. Lin Feng raised his cup and drank the wine in it. He didn't know how much wine he had drunk that night. He was drowsy. Lin Feng had the feeling that 2 soft bodies were supporting him back to his room. When Lin Feng woke up, he felt as if his head had split open. It was extremely painful. He opened his eyes and looked around in confusion. The room was still a little dim, as it was still night. Lin Feng wanted to get up, but he found that his body was limp, as if he didn't have any strength left. Do you feel sore and powerless now? Madame Qi smiled as she walked in. She was wearing a pink gauze dress, and she directly went to Lin Feng's bed. Lin Feng asked, did you do something to me? She laid down beside Lin Feng and caressed Lin Feng's face. She smiled and said, how could I bear to do anything to you? Lin Feng grumbled, I can't even move, and you're telling me you didn't do anything to me? Madame Qi looked as if she was about to cry, and she said in an aggrieved tone, you drank too much wine, sir. I was worried that you wouldn't be able to rest well, so I lit some Buddha fat for you. It's refined from the body of a Buddhist monk, and it has the effect of calming the mind and helping you sleep. It can also help a cultivator comprehend the Great Tao. A small bottle costs more than 100,000 top-grade spirit stones, and I'm usually reluctant to use it. Now that I've lit something as precious as Buddha fat for you, you're even complaining about it. I'm so sad. Forget it, I won't fall for your tricks. What's wrong with my body? Why can't I move? Lin Feng asked in a low voice. The 100 Flowers wine is a little special. If it comes into contact with the energy from the burning Buddha fat, it will make a cultivator feel weak and powerless. This state will only last for 1 night, and its main purpose is to help the cultivator sleep well. Don't worry, sir. Since Madame also wants this one to have a good night's sleep, then please leave this one's room as soon as possible. Otherwise, if someone sees this, it won't be good if gossip spreads. Lin Feng said. Ha 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 ha. Madame Qi suddenly laughed. What are you laughing about? Lin Feng asked, puzzled. Young master, do you really think I'm a promiscuous woman? Madame Qi looked at Lin Feng and asked. Lin Feng didn't answer because he knew that Madame Qi didn't really want to know his answer. I said before that there are some things that you and I have similar interests in. Does Sir still remember? Madame Qi looked at Lin Feng and asked. I still can't figure out what interests you and I have the same interests. Lin Feng said. Sir, look at the 400 or 500 women in this palace. Which one of them isn't a peerless beauty? Madame Qi said with a smile. Lin Feng looked at Madame Qi in shock and exclaimed, You, like women? You actually have the mirror polishing technique. What a good thing to be a man, grind the mirror. What they meant was that men liked men, and women liked women. In other words, they were homosexual relationships. Lin Feng had never thought that Madame Qi, who was rumored to be promiscuous, would actually be the grind the mirror. Since she was the grind the mirror, the rumors about her couldn't be taken seriously. How could a woman with the grind the mirror possibly have a relationship with a man? It was just like how a normal man would like a woman. If a normal man had an ambiguous relationship with another man, he would probably be disgusted to death. It was even more so for the women of the mirror boundary. Don't even talk about letting them have relations with men. Not to mention having an intimate relationship with a man, they would feel disgusted even if they had some intimate contact with him. He, that's right, I have the grind the mirror. Are you surprised? Madame Qi looked at Lin Feng proudly. From her point of view, she already had everything under control. Even Lin Feng's life was in her hands. Lin Feng said, Madame Qi, we have no enmity between us in the past. I don't understand why you're scheming against me. Madame Qi straddled Lin Feng's body and placed her hands on the bed. She looked down at Lin Feng and said, because of lust. Lin Feng rolled his eyes and said, You like women, not men. Could it be that my charm is so great that a woman with the grind the mirror has developed lust for me? Madame Qi rolled her eyes at Lin Feng and said, Love between a man and a woman is just a type of lust. My lust is supreme power. I want to establish a huge empire, and I will become the empress of that empire. Lin Feng said, It's not easy to satisfy a lust like you, so you're constantly using your beauty to seduce people with status and think of ways to control them? To be used by you? Madame Qi pinched Lin Feng's cheek and said, You're really smart. I like people like you. Please leave my body. Just thinking about a woman with the grind the mirror sitting on me makes me feel like ants are crawling all over my body. Lin Feng said. Madame Qi snorted coldly. Forget it. Other men can't even get such treatment even if they want to. My body is clean, and to men like you, it doesn't matter if a woman has been sharpened or not. She's still a woman. How could you not have any thoughts about a beautiful woman like me sitting on your lap? Tender and delicate? Bah. You really have the nerve to put gold on your face. I think you should be called a snake and scorpion, right? If my guess is correct, you didn't come here for the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters, but specifically for me, right? Lin Feng looked at Madame Qi. Madame Qi nodded and said, That's right, I came especially for you. Previously, I invited you, but you refused my invitation, which made me very sad, so I had no choice but to come here personally. For the sake of a young cultivator from a small organization like me, is it worth it? Lin Feng said helplessly. Lin Gongzi, don't you think you're underestimating yourself too much? First of all, your talent is even greater than Morong Tianqian's, so you'll definitely become a god in the future. Now, I'm taking advantage of your youth to control you. In the future, it'll be the same as controlling a god-level powerhouse. Secondly, you're the great elder of the Central Union of Spiritual Array Masters, and you've also inherited the legacy of the Celestial Master Path. As far as I know, the 4 old bastards of the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters are already planning to leave the Tianwu continent. Among the successors, you're one of the most favored successors. I think you know better than me just how powerful the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters is. Finally, you're quite likable. If I liked men, I would definitely like a man like you, but unfortunately, I don't like men. But even if I don't like men, I like keeping male slaves, so I plan to train you to be my male slave. You think you have the ability to control me? What a joke. Lin Feng looked at Madame Qi with disdain. Madame Qi smiled as she said, "Of course I have my ways. I've cultivated the great slavery technique, which can forcefully enslave anyone. The great enslavement art was also one of the 3,000 great Daos. Once subdued by the great enslavement technique, then, in the future, he would never be able to betray the person who enslaved him, and would become the other party's slave." In a sense, this great enslavement technique was somewhat similar to Lin Feng's great purification technique. But there were differences. Lin Feng's great purification technique was used to purify people. Once purified, the other party would be severed from their 7 emotions and 6 desires, living like a walking corpse. However, the cultivators enslaved by the great enslavement technique still had their own feelings. Therefore, when comparing the two abilities, the great purification technique was naturally more domineering. So that's how it is. Looks like you used the great enslavement art to control many experts. I wonder how many experts you've controlled over the years? Lin Feng narrowed his eyes as he looked at Madame Qi. 5 Rebirth Realm Cultivators, 372 Life and Death Realm Cultivators, 465 Creation Realm Cultivators, and 13,629 Yin Yang Realm Cultivators. Madame Qi smiled as she spoke. Hiss. Lin Feng couldn't help but gasp. The power that Madame Qi possessed was too terrifying. With this power, they could probably contend against the 4 ancient empires. With this power, you can already establish a huge empire. Lin Feng took a deep breath as he spoke. He, that's right. I'm also planning to establish a new empire. However, right now, I shouldn't be thinking about establishing a new empire. I should be thinking about making you my male slave. As soon as she finished speaking, Madame Qi's hands started forming seals. She started to condense the great enslavement technique. She planned to enslave Lin Feng and make Lin Feng her female slave. At that moment, Lin Feng, who was originally unable to move, flipped over and pressed Madame Qi, who was condensing the great enslavement technique, under his body. Then, he moved as fast as lightning and tapped Madame Qi's body. Madame Qi's magic power was instantly scattered. Originally, Madame Qi's cultivation was close to the rebirth realm and was unfathomable. Lin Feng might not be her match in a one-on-one fight, but Lin Feng had suddenly attacked and caught Madame Qi off guard. Madame Qi didn't even have time to react before her magic power was scattered and she became Lin Feng's prisoner. No, this is impossible. Madame Qi couldn't believe what was happening and screamed loudly. She had gone from being high up and in control of everything to falling to the bottom of the valley and being captured. Even Madame Qi, who had always been calm and collected, could not accept this extreme contrast, and she could not help but scream in anger. She struggled with all her might, but she had lost all her magic power, so how could she break free? Someone! Madame Qi yelled. However, there was no response from outside. Lin Feng smiled at Madame Qi and said, "Don't waste your time. Even if you scream yourself hoarse, no one will answer you. You set up a restriction?" Madame Qi's voice trembled slightly. Lin Feng smiled. "At least you're not completely stupid." "You." Madame Qi glared fiercely at Lin Feng. If she could, she really wanted to humiliate this detestable man who dared to mock her. However, Madame Qi knew that the current situation was very good for her. She had been restrained by Lin Feng, so she needed to calmly talk to Lin Feng and strive for the best outcome. That was the most important thing right now. After thinking this through, Madame Qi took a deep breath and said, "Lin Gongzi, there's no deep hatred between us. Everything that happened before was just a misunderstanding. I'm willing to make peace with you. As long as you let me go, I'll agree to anything you want. Wealth, beauties, divine abilities, treasures. I'll do my best to satisfy you. You want to make peace with me now? What about when you were scheming against me?" Lin Feng sneered. Madame Qi immediately looked like she was about to cry as she said, "I was wrong, but fortunately, I haven't made a big mistake yet. I hope that you can forgive me this time since I'm just a weak woman." "You actually have the nerve to call yourself a weak woman? Aren't you a little too thick-skinned?" Lin Feng could not help but pout. Madame Qi gritted her teeth, but she did not dare to show it on her face. She looked pitifully at Lin Feng and said, "Sir, please do me a favor and forgive me this time. I can give you a few secrets in exchange." "Secret? If I convert you into my slave, all your secrets will be mine." Lin Feng smiled. Madame Qi's delicate body suddenly trembled when she heard the word convert. Madame Qi was a woman with an extremely high desire for power. How could she be willing to become someone else's slave? And after being converted, they would lose their sense of self. They were even worse than slaves. Madame Qi's face was filled with horror when she thought of the life of a walking corpse after being converted. "You can actually feel fear?" Lin Feng looked at Madame Qi in surprise. You know the great purification technique?" Madame Qi looked at Lin Feng in horror. Lin Feng smiled as he said, "That's right, my great purification is even more domineering than your great slavery technique. It can directly turn people into the most loyal slaves. You can't do this to me." "I'd rather die than be converted," Madame Qi said with a trembling voice. She was really scared now. "Die? Do you think you can die just because you want to now? Your little life is already in my hands, so you can't die even if you want to. You want to make me your male slave? That's great, I'm also planning to make you my female slave and train you well." Lin Feng laughed and was about to use the great purification technique to convert Madame Qi. "Wait." Madame Qi cried out in horror. "What? Do you have anything else to say?" Lin Feng looked at Madame Qi. "I can't accept this. Why did my flawless plan fail at your hands in the end? Where did it go wrong?" Madame Qi glared at Lin Feng. She wanted to know the truth. There was a saying that even if one died, one had to die with their eyes open. Just like Madame Qi now. Lin Feng asked, "Have you investigated who my friends are?" Madame Qi didn't understand why Lin Feng would ask such a question, but she still replied, "You went to the Sea Realm for Xikong Jiayue, so he should be a good friend of yours. Also, you have a good relationship with Jiang Yudi of the Immemorial Jiang family, and it's said that you have a good relationship with Qian Rui Yuan of the Immemorial Qian family." As for the Little Rock King, Madame Qi mentioned 7 or 8 people, and most of them were quite accurate. Most of them were peak experts that Lin Feng had met when he was training outside. Lin Feng said, "But you neglected one thing. These people you mentioned are all peak experts of the younger generation, but you didn't investigate the situation within my sect." "Within your sect?" Madame Qi frowned slightly. The Blue Cloud sect was an ancient power, and it wasn't worth mentioning. Only Huangfu Qin Tian, who had fought a battle to the death with Lin Feng, was a powerful figure. The other young cultivators were all small fries, so Madame Qi naturally didn't investigate them. Lin Feng smiled and said, "I have a good friend called the Old Drunkard, and he always drags me to drink with him. My alcohol tolerance wasn't good, but after drinking with that old thing, I managed to train it. Usually, we can drink all night without getting drunk, but how much did I drink tonight? Are you pretending to be drunk?" Madame Qi gritted her teeth in anger. "Yes, if I didn't pretend to be drunk, how would I know what you're up to? Actually, I really hoped that you wouldn't play any tricks, but unfortunately, you just had to scheme against me. Also, I forgot to tell you that I'm also an alchemist, and I can tell what you've added to your 100 flowers wine just by tasting it. Although I didn't know that you were burning Buddha fat, I did know that after burning it, it would fuse with an ingredient called the profoundine flower in the 100 flowers wine, and it would cause great harm to cultivators. Those who were hit by it would feel as if they had taken a qi dispersing pill, and their magic power would be completely lost. Thus, I decided to beat you at your own game and lure you in." Lin Feng smiled. "You're really a meticulous person, and I accept my defeat wholeheartedly." Madame Qi bit her red lips and said. Then, she continued, "I'm willing to submit and pledge my loyalty to you, but I hope that you won't convert me. Do you think I'll agree?" Lin Feng sneered. "If you don't agree, I'll activate the restriction in my soul and destroy it. You have to think clearly, after destroying my soul, I'll die, and the people I control will regain their freedom. If you don't kill me, I'll submit to you and listen to your orders, and you'll get more than you can imagine," said Madame Qi. "Ha ha ha ha, I like to make deals with people like you." Lin Feng laughed. He pinched Madame Qi's chin and sucked on her alluring red lips. Madame Chi's eyes widened, and she opened her mouth to bite Lin Feng. Before she could bite him, Lin Feng moved away in time. He looked at the angry Madame Chi and said with a smile, "From now on, you're mine, and everything you control is mine. Now, make a blood oath to be loyal to me." "I, Qi Shuang, swear to the heavens that from now on, I will be loyal to Lin Feng. If I dare to violate this oath, my soul will be shattered, and I will die a horrible death." Madame Chi raised her right hand and swore. Suddenly, an imprint of the oath appeared in Madame Chi's mind. If Madame Chi dared to betray Lin Feng, she would die a horrible death. This was the first time Lin Feng had heard Madame Chi's name, and he reached out to caress her beautiful face. Madame Chi avoided him. She had the sharpening mirror barrier, so she didn't like to be in contact with men, especially when men touched her body. This was something that Madame Chi couldn't accept. "What? You don't like it when I touch you?" Lin Feng asked with a smile. "Your subordinate wouldn't dare." Madame Chi bit her lip. "Do you want to become a real woman?" Lin Feng smiled at Madame Chi. Madame Chi's face turned as pale as a sheet of paper, and she shook her head. "No, I'm scared." "Master, you can't do this to me." Madame Chi looked at Lin Feng in horror. Perhaps Madame Chi had been traumatized in the past, but she was so afraid of intimate contact with men. Lin Feng patted her butt and said, "I'll spare you for now. You can leave now." Madame Chi let out a long breath and got off the bed before respectfully standing next to it. Lin Feng asked, "Since you want to establish a huge empire, have you thought about where you want to establish it?" Madame Chi replied, "So you plan on occupying a few of the 72 prefectures in the north to establish your empire?" The 72 prefectures in the north were relatively weak, so Madame Chi's plan wasn't bad. Even if there were factions that resisted, with Madame Chi's power, she could easily destroy them. Madame Chi paused for a moment before continuing, "Your subordinate has already submitted to you, young master, and I'm willing to hand over all of my power to you." Lin Feng said, "I won't interfere with your life, so you can still establish your own empire and be your empress." "Huh?" Madame Chi looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. She thought she had heard wrong. Lin Feng slightly smiled as he replied, "You don't need to doubt your ears, you didn't hear wrong. However, I suggested that you establish your empire in an overseas world because of the following considerations. First, the overseas world is rich in resources. Second, there are many places in the overseas world that are completely uninhabited. There are many places where you can establish an empire. When the time comes to display your empire's power, countless people will flock there, seeking protection. Third, although the 72 prefectures in the north are relatively weak, if you want to conquer a few prefectures to establish an empire, even if you succeed, you will be attacked by countless powers. That's because you're breaking the rules of the continent. If every peak power is able to wantonly seize the territories of those weaker than them, wouldn't the continent become chaotic? That's why the rules of the Martial Heaven continent cannot be challenged." Madame Chi nodded and said, "Young master's words have indeed hit the nail on the head. If we establish an empire on the sea, where should we establish it?" Lin Feng replied, "The Martial Heaven continent is surrounded by seas. I'm not familiar with the other seas, but I'm quite familiar with the Eastern Sea. Since Desire Island has existed for so many years, why don't we use Desire Island as the center and establish an empire?" "Establish an empire?" Madame Chi was shocked. Lin Feng continued, "If we don't establish an empire, then even if we establish an empire in the future, it will only be like the cultivators in the Eastern Sea. It's already not bad that it can accommodate a few billion people, but it's still too small. Since we want to establish an empire, we naturally have to establish an empire that is large enough to accommodate at least 1 trillion people. Only then can it be called an immortal empire." After hearing Lin Feng's words, Madame Chi couldn't help but become excited. If he could establish an empire that could accommodate trillions of people on the sea, that would be too terrifying. Then, this empire would become the absolute overlord of the sea. It would be able to sweep away any power on the sea. "But it's too difficult to establish an empire," Madame Chi said. "Didn't you control a lot of powerful people? This is the time to use them. You have to learn the principle of making the best use of things and people doing their duty." Lin Feng smiled. Madame Chi's eyes suddenly lit up. She hurriedly bowed to Lin Feng and said, "Thank you for your guidance, master." Hmm. Lin Feng nodded, and then said, "There are many hidden experts in the overseas world, and ordinary overseas forces can't invite them. If the reclamation of the sea is completed, then a giant force like the ancient Jiang family will appear on the sea, and this will be unprecedented. At that time, there will definitely be many experts who will come to join us, and we won't have to use schemes and tricks to control other cultivators. This subordinate will remember." Madame Qi hurriedly said. "All right, you can leave now." Lin Feng waved his hand and said. Madame Qi said, "Young master, this subordinate still has something to worry about." "Tell me about it." Lin Feng said. "There are many forces on the sea, but due to various reasons, it's very difficult for a super force to appear on the sea. If we reclaim the sea and establish an empire, will it attract the fear of many forces on the sea? Those forces are very likely to attack us. If that happens, I'm afraid the plan will be difficult to complete." Madame Qi said worriedly. "There is indeed such a possibility, but the world is bustling for benefits. So what if the sea forces besiege us? Spend a lot of money to invite the 9 great pirate kings over. It's enough to repel any sea forces." Lin Feng said. Madame Qi's eyes lit up. She said, "Yes, master, this subordinate already understands what to do." After pausing for a moment, Madame Qi continued, "The night is long. This subordinate will call Niani over and let her serve you." "Chu Niani?" Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. He looked at Madame Qi and said, "Isn't Chu Niani your woman? Are you willing to give her to me?" At the banquet, when Madame Qi said that she would give Chu Niani to Lin Feng, Chu Niani's emotions fluctuated a lot. Lin Feng naturally saw it clearly. In addition, Lin Feng later found out that Madame Qi was a grind mirror pie, and Chu Niani was Madame Qi's personal maid. Chu Niani was obviously Madame Qi's woman. "Master is wise." Madame Qi bowed and said, "But don't worry, master. Chu Niani's body is very clean, and the power of her primordial yin is also present. Moreover, Chu Niani is not a grind mirror pie woman, so she will serve master comfortably." "No need." Lin Feng waved his hand. "Yes." Madame Qi bowed. "Master, rest well." This subordinate will take her leave. Madame Qi then left. After Madame Qi left, Lin Feng didn't feel sleepy at all. He simply started to cultivate. Lin Feng sat cross-legged, holding the 9-colored illusory stone in his hand, and entered a state of enlightenment. 90,000 star diagrams appeared in his mind. This was the soul refining technique. The 90,000 star diagrams turned into 90,000 stars. Lin Feng looked into the depths of the stars. The man in white stood in the deepest part of the 90,000 stars, full of mystery and ethereal. He was like an ancient emperor with his back to the world, lonely and desolate. 10 days later, Lin Feng arrived outside Great Eastern Ancient City. Lady Qi said, "Master, let Niani stay by your side and serve you." Lin Feng waved his hand and said, "There's no need for that. You can go back now. Gather people and contact the 9 great pirate kings. We'll start filling the sea and establishing a country." Lady Qi hurriedly nodded. Thinking about filling the sea and establishing a country, thinking about how she was about to become an empress, this woman with a strong desire for power couldn't help but feel excited. Lin Feng entered Great Eastern Ancient City and took the space-time wormhole to the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters. Great Eastern Ancient City didn't have a space-time wormhole to reach the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters. In fact, the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters was a bit special. The ancestral Spiritual Array Masters were a mysterious profession. Under their noble and bright clothes, they needed absolute silence. Only in a quiet environment could a Spiritual Array Master comprehend and research great arrays. Therefore, the temple city where the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters was located was a very quiet ancient city. Most of the cultivators there were Spiritual Array Masters. It wasn't easy for people from the outside world to casually enter the temple city, because the temple city didn't have a transmission array or a spacetime wormhole. To reach the temple city, one had to pass through a prehistoric ancient forest that was full of danger. It was almost impossible for ordinary cultivators to go to the temple city, and the people from the top forces rarely went to the temple city. This was because they knew the rules of the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters. Ordinary people couldn't disturb the peace of the temple city. Of course, if there were some important matters, they could go to the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters to ask for help, such as setting up a large defensive array for the sect. It was naturally very difficult to ask the upper echelons of the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters for help. This was because Spiritual Array Masters did not lack cultivation resources. Some high-level Spiritual Array Masters could casually refine some offensive talismans, defensive talismans, and so on, which could be sold for sky-high prices. Therefore, even if they could ask the powerful Spiritual Array Masters of the temple to help, the price that the top forces had to pay was often to owe the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters a favor. Many forces also liked to owe the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters a favor, because the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters was too powerful. To be able to owe a favor, it was inextricably linked to the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters. There was a well-known saying in the Tianwu continent. This saying was called, "Don't enter a battle." In fact, this was the terrifying aspect of a Spiritual Array Master. If a heaven-rank Spiritual Array Master meticulously set up a large array, it could even trap a rebirth realm expert to death. From this, one could see how terrifying a group of Spiritual Array Masters were. What's more, a cultivator's life today was inseparable from a Spirit Array Master. A cultivator's magic weapon required a Spirit Array Master to draw a powerful array pattern to increase its power. The body-cleansing talismans, illumination talismans, fire-lighting talismans, and so on that cultivators' daily use were all drawn by Spirit Array Masters. The Taoist robes worn by cultivators also had array patterns drawn by Spirit Array Masters. Why was the Spiritual Array Master the greatest and noblest profession? It was not only because of the strength of a Spirit Array Master. The main reason was that cultivators couldn't live without a Spirit Array Master. Without a Spirit Array Master, life would be difficult. As the holy land of Spiritual Array Masters, the Spiritual Array Master Temple was naturally filled with countless mysteries. Lin Feng took the space-time wormhole from ancient Taidong City to Holy View City. This was a city that was relatively close to the desolate ancient forest. The name Holy View City was very interesting. It was said that it had the meaning of looking at the Spiritual Array Master Temple across the endless desolate ancient forest. It was already late at night when he arrived at Holy View City. Lin Feng planned to rest in Holy View City for the night before leaving tomorrow. Yeah. Bibi woke up and ran out by itself, calling out with sleepy eyes. Looking at Bibi eating with relish, Lin Feng smiled and couldn't help rubbing Bibi's head. The night was bright and Lin Feng was sitting alone in the courtyard, admiring the moon and drinking wine. The central continent is the lair of the fire Qilin. I wonder where that guy ran off to now. Lin Feng shook his head slightly. He hadn't heard any news about the fire Qilin for a long time. Lin Feng wasn't too worried about the fire Qilin's safety. That fellow was very scheming, and it wouldn't be easy to scheme against it. Moreover, the fire Qilin's godly power was recovering. As its cultivation gradually recovered, there weren't many people on the Tianwu continent who could defeat it. After all, the fire Qilin was a 100% pure-blooded Qilin. It was one of the strongest divine beasts. What a little glutton. Lin Feng smiled at Bibi. Yeah. The little guy giggled as it drank. In the end, half a jug of wine was drunk by Bibi in one gulp. The little guy's footsteps staggered, and his whole body reeked of alcohol. Obviously, he was drunk. In the end, he fell onto the stone table and fell into a deep sleep. Bibi had grown up a lot in this period of time and wasn't as sleepy as before. This made Lin Feng very happy. However, the little guy was still too young and hadn't learned how to speak yet. 3 days later, Lin Feng arrived at the Great Desolation Town. The town's name was mighty and domineering, but in reality, it was just an ordinary town outside the Great Desolation ancient forest. The Great Desolation Town was very crowded with people coming and going. Lin Feng asked around and found out that these people were going to the Spiritual Array Master Temple to participate in the 3000 Prefectures Spiritual Array Master Temples competition. The outstanding ones would be heavily rewarded by the spiritual array master temple and have the opportunity to enter the sacred pagoda to cultivate. This was enough to make anyone go crazy. Many descendants of ancient powers also came. Those ancient powers' inheritances might be very powerful, but they had their own specializations. The ancient powers' inheritances in the field of spiritual arrays were far from being comparable to the spiritual array master temple. Therefore, in order to obtain the best inheritances, one had to go to the spiritual array master temple. Although the spiritual array master temple kept a low profile, it had deep relationships with many of the top powers in the Tianwu continent. Therefore, the power that the spiritual array master temple held was unimaginable. Bibi ran happily on the street. As it ran, it turned its head to look at Lin Feng behind it. It squeaked as if it was urging Lin Feng to hurry up and catch up. When it turned a corner on the street, Bibi bumped into a white-clothed woman. Bibi was dizzy from the collision and fell on the ground. The white-clothed woman turned her head and looked. When she saw Bibi, her eyes immediately curved into crescents. "What kind of little beast is this? It's actually so cute." The white-clothed woman stretched out her hand, wanting to hug Bibi, who was sitting on the ground. The little guy's eyes were sharp and its hands were fast. It disappeared with a whoosh and landed on Lin Feng's shoulder in the next instant. "Void travel? Is this little beast so amazing?" The purple-clothed woman next to the white-clothed woman said in shock. Of these two women, one had a graceful figure, while the other was tall and alluring. Her face was also extremely beautiful. They were both first-rate beauties. Now, the two women were looking at Bibi without blinking. "The little guy offended you just now. I apologize on behalf of the little guy. I hope you can forgive it." Lin Feng walked over and looked at the white-clothed woman. "Yeah. Yeah." Bibi cried out, feeling wronged. "This little beast is really too cute." The two women ignored Lin Feng and looked at Bibi as if they wanted to snatch Bibi away. On the other hand, Bei looked at the two women with vigilance. His large eyes were filled with vigilance. It was only now that the two women seemed to notice Lin Feng, their master. The white-clothed woman said, "Sir, where did you find this little beast?" "I got it by chance," Lin Feng said. "Then, do you want to part with it?" the purple-clothed woman said. "Impossible." Lin Feng shook his head and said indifferently, "Bibi is like family to me." "Yeah. Yeah." Bei glared angrily at the purple-dressed woman. He waved his little paws and appeared to be fuming with anger. "Ah, little guy is angry. It's big sister's fault. Big sister will apologize to you, okay?" "Don't be angry with big sister," the purple-clothed woman said with a smile. Bibi looked at Lin Feng and then at the purple-clothed woman before nodding. Seeing that Bibi was so understanding, the two women's love overflowed and they couldn't help but want to hug Bibi. However, Bibi was very repulsed by them. It made the two of them look heartbroken. Lin Feng said, "Other than me, this little guy is repulsed by everyone. It's mainly because it's still young and not used to interacting with strangers." The two women nodded. At this time, the white-clothed woman said, "How should I address you, sir?" "Lin Qing." Lin Feng casually said a name, then looked at the two women and asked, "How should I address you two fairies?" "Zhao Ling Hua Xianyu." The woman in white was called Zhao Ling. Her name and temperament were quite fitting, ethereal and otherworldly. The woman in the purple dress was called Hua Xianyu. She had an elegant temperament and a hint of charm. Especially her pair of phoenix eyes, she gave people a feeling of seduction. "Sir, did you come to Desolation Town to participate in the finals of the Spirit Array Master Temple?" Zhao Ling asked curiously. Lin Feng replied, "I'm indeed going to the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters, but I'm not going to participate in the finals." During this period of time, many people went to the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters. Some went to participate in the finals, while others went to watch the fun. At the same time, they also went to pay their respects to the mysterious Temple of Spiritual Array Masters. Therefore, Lin Feng's words wouldn't arouse anyone's suspicions. Hua Xianyu asked, "Have you found someone to team up with?" Within the desolate ancient forest, danger lurked in every corner. Moving alone was incomparably terrifying. Only by forming a team would it be safer. Many people would find people to team up with in the great wilderness ancient forest. Lin Feng replied, I just came to Desolation Town and am alone, so I haven't found a team yet. Our team has more than 20 people, and their strength is not bad. We also have 2 or 3 elders who are at the level of ancient giants as escorts. Sir, why don't you join our team? Zhao Ling'er suggested. Yes, let's go to the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters together. We can take care of each other. Hua Xianyu said. Zhao Ling'er and Hua Xianyu were not bad. They probably saw that he was alone and didn't have any guards by his side, so they thought that he was a rogue cultivator. It would be difficult for such a rogue cultivator to form a powerful team, so they wanted to help him. Lin Feng said, Thank you, fairies. When will the team set off? Follow us and gather with the main team now. We'll probably set off soon. Zhao Ling'er said. Okay. Lin Feng nodded. In a restaurant, Lin Feng met Zhao Ling'er and Hua Xianyu's companions. There were a total of 27 people. There were 7 young cultivators. 6 men and 1 woman. The rest were probably guards. Among them, there were 3 elders who were sitting in a private room, drinking tea and not coming out. The 3 old men were all ancient giants. However, the strongest among them was only at the 4th layer of the life and death realm, and couldn't be considered a top expert. Seeing Zhao Ling'er and Hua Xianyu's arrival, the others stood up. A young man in blue looked at Lin Feng and frowned slightly, saying, Ling'er, who is this brother? This is Lin Qing. I just met Hua Xianyu not long ago. He is also going to the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters, so we invited him to come with us. Zhao Ling'er said. Then, she introduced the 6 men and 1 woman to Lin Feng. The young man in blue was called Zhang Hanqian. He was a prince of the Great Dragon Ancient Immortal Dynasty. The other 5 men were called Shen Mabai, Lu Shige, Lu Lishui, Dan Guanqi, Zhang Zixiao, and Li Muzi. The woman was called Mu Shaowan. The 7 of them nodded at Lin Feng. Shen Mabai asked, Brother Lin, are you also going to the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters to participate in the 3000 Prefecture Spiritual Array Masters competition? The others also looked at Lin Feng. Obviously, if Lin Feng was also going to participate in the 3000 Prefecture Spiritual Array Masters competition, then they would make friends with him. This time, the 3000 prefectures were holding a Spiritual Array Master competition. Depending on the situation in each prefecture, there would be at least a dozen people, and at most 100 people. They would come to the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters to participate in the competition. However, the Spiritual Array Masters who could participate in the competition were all outstanding talents of the younger generation. If they could perform well, they would be heavily nurtured by the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters in the future. Lin Feng said, I'm not going to participate in the 3000 Prefecture Spiritual Array Masters competition. When they heard Lin Feng's words, the 7 of them lost all interest in the battle. Shen Mabai said, Then, Brother Lin, are you going to watch the show? Lin Feng said, If there's a show to watch, then there's no harm in watching it. Shen Mabai didn't say anything else, and the others didn't have any intention of talking to Lin Feng. At this time, the 7 of them called Zhao Ling'er and Hua Xianyu to the side. Shen Mabai said, Ling'er, Xianyu, this person's background is unknown. I think we should let him leave. How can you say his background is unknown? I feel that he's quite a good person. He's righteous and not evil. Zhao Ling'er said. Lu Shige said, Ling'er, actually, Brother Mabai means that this person isn't a spiritual array master, and he doesn't even have a guard by his side. It's obvious that he's a lowly wandering cultivator. Bringing him along is like bringing a burden. It's better to get rid of him as soon as possible. Zhao Ling'er and Hua Xianyu frowned. Zhao Ling'er said, Is that what you all mean? Shen Mabai, Lu Shige, Lu Lishui, Dan Guanqi, Zhang Zixiao, Li Muzi, and Mu Shaowan all nodded. Hua Xianyu said unhappily, Ling'er and I invited him over. If there's any danger, we'll protect him. You don't have to worry. Shen Mabai smiled bitterly and said, Xianyu, don't be angry. We were just saying it casually. Since you and Ling'er brought him here, then he'll come with us. The group traveled through the Desolation Ancient Forest in a beast carriage. Flying above the Desolation Ancient Forest on a flying mount was too dangerous, as it was easy to be attacked by ferocious beasts. On the other hand, riding a beast carriage made them less of a target and safer. 3 of the ancient giants rode in a beast carriage, while the rest rode in a larger beast carriage. The reason they didn't ride separately was because they were gathered together. If there really was danger, they could take care of each other in time and wouldn't have to fight alone. Aya. Our carriage can only fit 9 people. Brother Lin, can you ride a horse with the guards? Zhang Hanxian looked at Lin Feng with a faint smile. Although these people had agreed to let Lin Feng follow them to the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters, it was obvious that they didn't accept Lin Feng. In their eyes, Lin Feng was destined to be someone from a different world from them. We can still make room if we squeeze a little, Zhao Ling said. Thank you for your kindness, Miss Ling but there's no need to trouble yourself. I still prefer to ride a horse. Lin Feng nodded and jumped onto a ferocious horse. These dark yellow horses had the blood of demonic beasts flowing in their veins. They weren't ordinary horses, but a type of demonic horse. They could travel tens of thousands of miles in a day and could easily kick a martial king to death. When the group set out, Lin Feng and a few other cultivators riding dark yellow horses were at the back of the group. They quickly headed into the desolation ancient forest. Among the 20 or so guards, only a few came from the families of the young masters and young ladies. The rest were rogue cultivators who had joined the Great Dragon Ancient Immortal Dynasty. Most of Zhao Ling group were disciples of the various great families of the Great Dragon Ancient Immortal Dynasty. The Great Dragon Immortal Dynasty was equivalent to a quasi-archaic force, and its strength was still very tyrannical. The top families of the Great Dragon Immortal Dynasty were also quite strong. Therefore, it was normal for them to be able to cultivate some talented young spirit array masters. A guard named Niu Dejiang smiled at Lin Feng and said, "Little brother, you're not going to the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters just to watch the show, right?" Lin Feng smiled and said, "I'm going to the Spirit Array Master Temple to look for someone." Niu Dejiang immediately cried out in alarm, "Little brother, do you have relatives working in the Spiritual Array Master Temple?" Lin Feng replied, "We can't be considered relatives, but we are still somewhat related." Niu Dejiang said, "Little brother, you must be modest. Once you find your relatives, if you can stay in the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters as a guard or something, then you will have a meteoric rise." Niu Dejiang and the other guards all looked at Lin Feng with envy. They were all loose cultivators, and for the sake of survival, they would seek refuge under other powers. However, there were many times when they had to risk their lives. For example, escorting this group of young masters and young ladies through the desolate ancient forest was filled with danger. If they were unlucky, they might even lose their lives here. However, since they had been paid by their boss, they also had a contract and agreement. They had to follow their boss's orders, no matter how dangerous it was. If Lin Feng could become a guard in the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters, then he wouldn't be in any danger. Furthermore, what kind of place was the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters? Not just anyone could become a guard in the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters, but not just anyone was qualified to do odd jobs in the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters. Lin Feng replied, "I can't say that I'll have a meteoric rise. The world is difficult, and I only hope that my future will be smooth sailing." "Yes, the world is difficult." The guards nodded. "Which family do you belong to?" Lin Feng asked. Niu Dejiang replied, "The 3 overlords and the 6 guards at the front belong to the Great Dragon Ancient Immortal Dynasty's aristocratic families. The rest belong to the Great Dragon Ancient Immortal Dynasty's External Affairs Department. Every year, they receive 120 top-grade spirit stones from the Great Dragon Ancient Immortal Dynasty. We've already served the Great Dragon Ancient Immortal Dynasty for more than 100 years. In that case, you can be considered senior guards. The Great Dragon Ancient Immortal Dynasty should reward you with a residence or territory, right? I've heard that many ancient immortal dynasties give out such rewards in order to recruit experts. Ordinary cultivators, especially itinerant cultivators, worked hard all their lives for nothing more than to earn a piece of property for their retirement or for their loved ones. Since Niu Dejiang and the others were the subordinates of the previous lieutenant, they were no longer employed by the Great Dragon Ancient Immortal Dynasty. The situation that Niu Dejiang and the others encountered naturally made them very angry, but as rogue cultivators, they felt even more helpless. Perhaps this was the sorrow of rogue cultivators when faced with a powerful force. Lin Feng said, "When we reach the temple city, you can go to the Spirit Formation Master Temple to find me. I'll introduce you to a job." Haha, then we'll have to thank Brother Lin. Niao Dajiang and the others laughed. Evidently, they didn't take Lin Feng's words to heart. After all, they thought that Lin Feng was going to rely on someone else. Their own futures weren't clear. How could they arrange jobs for a dozen or so people? Niao Dajiang and the others only thought that Lin Feng was young and liked to brag, so they didn't take it to heart. Look at that Lin Feng. He's actually chatting so happily with a group of guards. What a boorish person. Lu Lishui couldn't help but pout. Zhao Linger said unhappily, "Brother Lu, talking about people behind their backs isn't very good. It's very ungentlemanly." Lu Lishui's expression sank, and he said, "Sister Ling you're going overboard." "Brother, don't say that." Lu Shige glared at Lu Lishui. He was pursuing Zhao Ling so he naturally didn't want Zhao Ling and Lu Lishui to be unhappy. If Zhao Ling developed feelings of disgust towards him because of Lu Lishui, then wouldn't he be wronged? Lu Lishui's expression was gloomy, and he didn't say anything else. Zhang Hanxian smiled and tried to smooth things over. "We've been friends for many years. There's no need to harm our friendship over an outsider." Zhao Linger nodded and didn't say anything else. The group walked for 10 days in the forest. Although they were attacked by a few fierce beasts, with the help of the 3 ancient giants, they didn't encounter any real danger. On the 13th day in the forest, the group ran into trouble. The densely packed forest monsters surrounded them. These forest monsters were at least 30 to 40 meters tall, and some of them were even over 100 meters tall. The forest monsters were known for their ferocity, so when they saw these forest monsters, many people paled in fright. "Quick, let's break out of the encirclement before the monsters surround us," said an ancient powerhouse. He was a great elder from Zhao Linger's family. He had personally escorted Zhao Linger here. It was obvious that the Zhao family attached great importance to Zhao Linger. They were worried that something would happen to her, which was why they had sent such a powerhouse to protect her. The others came back to their senses and quickly jumped down from the beast carriage. They increased their speed to the maximum and rushed into the distance. Roar, roar, roar. The forest monsters' roars shook the sky. These monsters were invulnerable and extremely strong. Once they caught up with them, it would be extremely dangerous. "Brother Lin, stay close to us. Don't get lost," said Niao Dajiang. "Don't worry." Lin Feng took out a mid-tier Dao artifact battle spear and held it in his hand. It wouldn't attract too much attention. Roar, 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 roars could be heard as more than a dozen forest monsters rushed towards them. A gigantic monster of the forest swung its gigantic stone hammer at Lin Feng. Clang, Lin Feng was holding his battle spear and his spear collided with the stone hammer of the gigantic monster. The gigantic monster was pushed back. "Brother Lin, not bad. Your cultivation is not weak," said Niao Dajiang. Niao Dajiang said in shock. "I was just lucky," said Lin Feng with a smile. The group of people worked together and fought against the forest monsters. Fortunately, although the forest monsters were strong, they were slow and couldn't completely surround the group of people. Therefore, no one in Lin Feng's group had died. Only 4 of the guards had been slightly injured. They had managed to escape from the encirclement of the gigantic monsters of the forest. They then quickly moved towards the depths of the forest. Behind them, numerous gigantic monsters were chasing them. The ground was shaking violently. They increased their speed and got rid of the forest monsters. Then, they entered a valley. After a tough battle, everyone sat on the ground and rested. Roar, suddenly, a roar was heard. Then, the earth shook and the mountains shook. The huge mountain behind them instantly turned into a mountain demon. The mountain demon emitted a terrifying aura as it swung its huge palm towards them. Zhang Hanxian, Shen Mabai, and the others were usually studying spirit formations. They had never experienced such a dangerous situation. Now that they saw how terrifying the mountain demon was, they were scared silly. Zhao Linger's elder was called Zhao Qiwu. He leaped up and shouted, "Brother Zhang, Brother Lu, protect them and leave. I will hold off this mountain demon for now." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Qiwu was already engaged in a fierce battle with the mountain demon. The other two hegemon-level experts and many guards escorted everyone away quickly. Only after fleeing for more than 30 miles did they finally stop. Zhao Linger paced back and forth anxiously. She was obviously worried about her elder. It didn't take long for Zhao Qiwu to fly over, but as soon as he landed, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was extremely pale. Zhao Qiwu had suffered heavy injuries from the battle with the mountain demon. "Seventh Grandpa, how are you?" Zhao Linger quickly supported Zhao Qiwu. After Zhao Qiwu took a pill, his face regained some color. He said in a low voice, "I'm fine. You don't have to worry about me." After a short pause, Zhao Qiwu continued, "We can't stay here for long. Let's go." The group of people did not dare to linger and quickly left. The primitive forest was much more dangerous than they had imagined. If it were any other time, it might not have been so dangerous. Many powerful savage beasts would not have come out. However, during this period of time, many young cultivators with powerful bloodlines had entered the desolate ancient forest and attracted the attention of the terrifying beasts in the desolate ancient forest. The savage beasts of the primitive forest might not have cared about the bloodlines of ordinary cultivators. However, the powerful bloodlines of these young cultivators, especially those with special bloodlines, were something that the savage beasts would want to devour. These savage beasts could continuously devour powerful bloodlines to increase the power of their own bloodlines. Roar. A roar resounded through the clouds in the distance. A savage beast shrouded in black flames attacked hundreds of cultivators. That savage beast was too terrifying. With a swipe of its claws, more than 10 powerful cultivators were killed. Black Flame Draconic Lion. Let's leave quickly. If that black flame draconic lion sees us, we'll die. That creature can easily kill even high-level life and death realm experts. The cultivator with the surname Zhang said solemnly. Then let's leave quickly. Lu Lishui hurriedly shouted. He didn't want to stay here for a moment longer. He was already scared out of his wits. The group of people rushed into the distance. The black flame draconic lion was extremely ferocious. Only a few of the hundreds of cultivators were lucky enough to escape. The rest were killed. The great desolation ancient forest was too dangerous. When night fell, everyone hid in a valley to rest. Zhao Qiwu seized the time to heal his injuries. The atmosphere was stifling. Niao Dajiang and the others were also very afraid, but they didn't show their inner feelings. Since they were guards, they knew that a day like this might come when they had to face death. However, Zhang Hanxian, Shen Mabai, Lu Lishui, and the other disciples of aristocratic families didn't hide their emotions. Their faces were as pale as paper. The female cultivator called Mu Xiaowan was so scared that she started crying. The rest of the people were also trembling. Zhao Linger didn't have time to be afraid. She was guarding Zhao Qiwu, worrying about her seventh grandfather. Hua Xianyu was resting on a tree with a pale face. It was obvious that she had also suffered a great shock. Many disciples of aristocratic families had been protected by their families since they were young. They didn't lack anything, so they didn't experience many hardships. When faced with such a dangerous situation, they would naturally be terrified. Lin Feng was completely different from them. Lin Feng came from a small family, so he had to obtain everything he needed for cultivation. Therefore, Lin Feng went deep into dangerous places and experienced danger after danger. He was already used to life and death. Therefore, no matter how dangerous the situation was, he could still face it calmly. "Brother, you're good. I don't think the 3 ancient giants are as calm as you," Niao Dajiang said with a wry smile. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and smiled. "Life and death are up to fate. Wealth and honor are up to the heavens. There's no use in worrying. What's going to come will come sooner or later." Niao Dajiang gave him a thumbs up and said, "I didn't expect Brother Lin to see things so clearly. I'm impressed." Lin Feng smiled and didn't say anything else. He leaned on the tree and rested. In the middle of the night, the earth shook violently, and everyone was awakened with a start. "What's that?" Mu Xiaowan pointed to the sky. 2 moons were floating in the air. Looking closely, those weren't moons at all. It was clearly an incomparably huge python. When the python raised its head, it was 3 to 4,000 meters tall. The two bright moons were the python's cold eyes. The entire python was at least 20,000 meters long. The primordial anaconda is dead for sure now. The two ancient giants who weren't injured trembled in fear when they saw the python. Zhao Qiwu, who was healing himself, was also awakened. He looked at the python in shock. Zhao Qiwu coughed violently and spat out a mouthful of blood. The others were so scared that they fell to the ground. The great desolate python opened its bloody mouth, as if it wanted to devour everyone hiding in the valley. At that moment, Lin Feng stood up. His cold eyes looked at the great desolate python. The python also saw Lin Feng. They looked at each other from a few thousand meters away. In the end, the python's killing intent gradually subsided. Rumble, the python's huge body swam through the forest, circling around the valley where Lin Feng and the others were. It quickly disappeared into the distance. Did we get out of danger? Zhang Hanxian and the others heaved a sigh of relief, looking as if they had just survived a disaster. They had almost been scared to death just now. That was a great desolate python. If it had attacked them, who would have been able to survive? If that had happened, everyone would have died without a burial place. What's going on? Why did the great desolate python leave? The three ancient giants looked at each other in dismay. They didn't know what had happened either. Could it have been because the great desolate python hadn't noticed them? But that shouldn't have been the case. The great desolate python had clearly been watching them. But in the end, the great desolate python had left. Could it have been because a terrifying creature had appeared in this area that even the great desolate python was afraid of? Was that why the great desolate python had left? Perhaps this was the only explanation for why the great desolate python had left. When they thought about the possibility that there was a creature even more terrifying than the great desolate python, the three ancient powerhouses felt their hearts palpitate. But now, they didn't dare to move around casually. If they moved around at night, the danger they would face would increase exponentially. Amidst their worries, the night passed peacefully. The next morning, Lin Feng stretched and stood up. Niao Dajiang smiled bitterly. Brother Lin, you're really magnanimous. Last night was such a dangerous situation, but you were still able to sleep. Lin Feng replied, there's no point in worrying about that. Even if the sky falls, there'll be someone taller to hold it up. Lin Gongzi is really magnanimous, Zhao Ling'er said as she walked over. Lin Feng smiled and asked, how's Elder Zhao's body? Zhao Ling'er replied, fortunately, his injuries have stabilized. He should be fine after recuperating for a while. Lin Feng nodded. The group continued forward, and they didn't encounter any powerful beasts. 7 days later, the group walked out of the forest and saw an ancient city on the horizon. Temple City. We're here. Many people cried out in surprise. Cultivators continued to pass through the desolate ancient forest and arrive at the Temple City. The pitch-black walls of Temple City reflected a cold aura. Powerful guards guarded the city gates, and foreign cultivators all lined up in an orderly manner to enter Temple City. This was the city where the Spirit Array Master Temple was located, and it was rare to see such a lively scene. Most of the time, Temple City was an extremely quiet ancient city, with few people on the streets. This was because Spirit Array Masters spent most of their time studying spirit arrays, so who would be wandering around the streets? However, this period of time was clearly different. As the Spirit Array Master competition of the 3,000 prefectures was about to begin, cultivators from the 3,000 prefectures had arrived, and Temple City had become extraordinarily lively. Lin Feng and the others entered Temple City. Lin Feng said, Miss Ling'er, Miss Jianyu, let's part ways here. Maybe we'll meet again when the competition starts. Hua Xianyu smiled and said, when the time comes, are you going to watch me and Ling'er compete? Don't worry, we'll definitely achieve good results and strive to stay in the Spirit Array Master Temple. Lin Feng said, when the time comes, I'll go and see you. I believe that you'll all achieve good results. Hua Xianyu smiled and said, thank you for your kind words. Zhao Ling'er said, Lin Gongzi, I'm sure we'll meet again. Lin Feng nodded, and Zhao Ling'er and Hua Xianyu walked towards the group. Niao Dajiang stayed behind and cupped his fists and said, Brother Lin, let's part ways here. After this time I don't know if we'll meet again. I hope that you'll be able to find your family and have a bright future ahead of you. Lin Feng took out a jade tablet and said, "Before, I said that I'd help you find jobs, so I won't go back on my word. Take this jade tablet and bring your brothers to the Spirit Array Master Temple to find me. Someone will bring you to see me, and I'll make the necessary arrangements for you." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng stuffed the jade tablet into Niu Dajiang's hands and then walked towards the Spirit Array Master Temple. Niu Dajiang held the jade tablet and was slightly stunned. He wanted to return the jade tablet to Lin Feng, but he realized that Lin Feng's figure had been blocked by the crowd, and he could no longer see where Lin Feng was. Niu Dajiang looked at the jade tablet in his hand and saw that it had the shape of an ancient pagoda drawn on it. There were no words on the jade tablet, and Niu Dajiang was a bit suspicious. However, he didn't think too much about it and just assumed that it was Lin Feng's keepsake. At that moment, Niu Dajiang heard his companions call him over from afar, so he put away the jade tablet and hurried towards the group. The Spirit Array Master Temple was located in the central region of the temple city. There were many palaces there, and the temple was surrounded by a huge courtyard. There were powerful restrictions all around, and if anyone wanted to climb over the walls, they would definitely die under the attack of the restrictions. There were more than 20 guards guarding the entrance. Many people stood in the distance and looked in the direction of the Spirit Array Master Temple. When they saw someone enter the Spirit Array Master Temple, their eyes were filled with envy. Being able to enter the Spirit Array Master Temple to cultivate was something that countless Spirit Array Masters dreamed of. When Lin Feng arrived at the entrance of the Spirit Array Master Temple, he was stopped. The Spirit Array Master Temple is not to be casually entered, the guard commander said. Lin Feng flicked his finger, and a talisman fell into the guard commander's hand. This was a divine sense imprint that the four ancestors had personally imprinted, inviting Lin Feng to the Spirit Array Master Temple. It was given to Lin Feng by Murong Baichuan. The guard commander checked it with his divine sense, and his expression suddenly shook. He handed the talisman to Lin Feng with both hands, then bowed to Lin Feng and said, "So it's Great Elder Lin Feng. Please follow me, Great Elder. This subordinate will bring Great Elder to see the Vice Temple Master." Lin Feng nodded. After Lin Feng and the guard commander entered, the guards were abnormally shocked and began to discuss. Who was that young man just now? How could he make their family treat him so carefully? The surrounding cultivators who were watching the show were even more shocked. The guard commander of the Spirit Array Master Temple was an extraordinary figure. For such a great figure to be so respectful to that young cultivator, what kind of identity did that young cultivator have? Under the lead of the guard, Lin Feng arrived in a majestic and magnificent living room. At this moment, there were 4 people sitting in the living room. 2 of them were men and 2 were women. Obviously, for these people to be able to sit in the living room, their status should be extremely high. Guard Commander Nalen, this is the living room where the Great Elder rests. Not just anyone can be brought in. You have worked in the Spirit Array Master Temple for so many years, don't you know this little rule? A thin middle-aged cultivator with a gloomy gaze glanced at Lin Feng and couldn't help but reveal a look of contempt, then said in an indifferent voice. This head guard was called Nalen Yuanfeng. He had already held the position of head guard in the Temple of Spirit Array Masters for more than 300 years. Regarding the Temple of Spirit Array Masters, the Great Elder level Spirit Array Masters basically knew all of them. The only one he hadn't seen before was Lin Feng. Nalen Yuanfeng had been able to become the guard captain for a reason. He had always been cautious and followed the principles of the temple. Low-key, enthusiastic, and polite. It was this 6-word policy that allowed him to slowly climb from an ordinary guard to the position of head guard of the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters. When Nalen Yuanfeng heard the Great Elder's question, he smiled and said, "Great Elder Zhuge, this is Great Elder Lin Feng, so he is qualified to be in the guest hall." Lin Feng? Hearing this name, everyone's spirits were lifted. Lin Feng's name could be said to have shaken the 3,000 prefectures. He had stepped on Murong Tianshan and ascended to the heavens' proud arena. His talent was unparalleled. Moreover, he had received the inheritance of a heavenly teacher. It was said that the temple's 4 ancestors wanted to train Lin Feng to be their successor. One had to know that Lin Feng was only 26 years old. They thought too highly of Lin Feng. Who knew how many higher-ups of the temple were envious of him? Am I qualified to sit here now? Lin Feng smiled indifferently and looked at the skinny and gloomy great elder. The great elder smiled and said, since you are also a great elder of the temple, you are naturally qualified to sit here. Great elder Lin, let me introduce you. This is great elder Zhu Gejian, this is great elder Tang Jiexing, this is great elder Shui Xianxia, and this is great elder Dou Yun. Nailin Yuanfeng introduced 4 people to Lin Feng. The skinny and sinister-looking great elder was Zhu Gejian. The other middle-aged man was none other than Grand Elder Tang Jiexing. The beautiful woman in a blue dress was Great Elder Shui Xianxia. The other old woman was Great Elder Dou Yun. Haha, so this is Great Elder Lin Feng. We've heard so much about you. Tang Jiexing stood up and walked towards Lin Feng with a smile on his face. Shui Xianxia smiled charmingly and said, you're really a young hero. I've heard of Great Elder Lin's name a long time ago, but I've never had the chance to meet you. Great Elder Dou Yun smiled and said, Great Elder Lin is young and promising, and I've been acquainted with you for a long time. Today, I've finally met you. Tang Jiexing, Shui Xianxia, and Dou Yun, the 3 great elders were obviously good at dealing with people. On the other hand, Zhu Gejian sat in his seat without moving an inch. Lin Feng didn't care about this person's attitude towards him. As far as he was concerned, Zhu Gejian was just a passing traveler. He cupped his fists towards Tang Jiexing, Shui Xianxia, and Dou Yun and said, fellow Taoists, you're too kind. I'm really ashamed. This is my first time in the Temple of Spirit Array Masters, so I'm unfamiliar with everything here. In the future, I'll need your help in many areas. When Tang Jiexing, Shui Xianxia, and Dou Yun saw how humble Lin Feng was and how polite he was to them, they felt extremely proud of him. This face was supposed to be given to each other. You're giving me face. I'm giving you face. Although Lin Feng was young, he had a deep understanding of how to conduct himself. After the 4 of them sat down, Tang Jiexing said, I heard that fellow Taoist Lin was personally invited by the 4 ancestors? Lin Feng nodded. Indeed, I came because the 4 ancestors invited me, said Lin Feng. Does fellow Taoist Lin already know about that matter? Shui Xianxia asked with a smile. Lin Feng looked puzzled and said, may I know what fellow Taoist Shui is talking about? Shui Xianxia smiled and said, I heard about it from Vice Temple Master Murong yesterday. It said that the 4 ancestors have already issued an order for fellow Taoist Lin to be the chief examiner for this year's competition. Oh? There's such a thing? Lin Feng was shocked. Dou Yun nodded and said, it's definitely true. I've also heard about it. We must congratulate fellow Taoist Lin. To Lin Feng, this was indeed something worth celebrating. All the geniuses of the 3,000 prefectures would be gathered in this competition. Lin Feng was the chief examiner, so it was obvious that the 4 ancestors wanted Lin Feng to nurture his own people. This signal was too obvious. The 4 ancestors wanted to nurture Lin Feng as their successor, which was why they wanted Lin Feng to nurture his own people so early on. In the future, when Lin Feng truly took over the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters, he would have a group of followers, so he wouldn't be stripped of his authority. Tang Jiexing, Shui Xianxia, and Dou Yun were so enthusiastic about Lin Feng. It was obvious that they also wanted to board Lin Feng's ship, which was about to sail. Haha. The order hasn't been issued yet, so don't spread false rumors here. I believe that the 4 ancestors will make a careful decision. Among the 4 successors, 2 are already very young. How can the 4th successor still be a youngster? They will definitely find someone steady to take on such a great responsibility. Zhu Gejian said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. The Temple of Spiritual Array Masters didn't have just 1 successor, but 4. For example, the 4 ancestors of the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters. They each had a part of the authority. They would also supervise each other. This was to prevent the authority from being too concentrated. Before Lin Feng had arrived, the 4 ancestors had already decided on 3 heirs. It was just that so many years had passed, and the 4 ancestors had been bitterly searching for a 4th successor. However, the 4 ancestors had never been able to find a successor that satisfied them, until Lin Feng appeared. But there were also many people eyeing this position. Lin Feng would naturally be hated by some people who were eyeing this position. This Zhuge Jian had always been eccentric, and Lin Feng guessed that Zhuge Jian was likely to be involved in this matter. Hearing that the four ancestors wanted to set him as the fourth successor to the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters, Zhuge Jian's heart was filled with jealousy, so he targeted him like this. Tang Jiexing wanted to refute, but Lin Feng shook his head, indicating that he shouldn't lower himself to the same level as this person. Even if you don't speak, you still think that my words are reasonable, right? Zhuge Jian said with a smug look. There were also people supporting Zhuge Jian behind him, and they were currently working on it. Therefore, it was still unknown who would become the fourth successor in the end. If the people behind Zhuge Jian were to succeed, Lin Feng would be removed from the position of head examiner, and it was entirely possible for Zhuge Jian to be the head examiner this time. Fellow Daoist Lin doesn't lower himself to your level, but you're pushing your luck. Tang Jiexing couldn't help but sneer. Zhuge Jian sneered, Tang Jiexing, don't be the first to jump out. If you find out that you've boarded the wrong ship, you'll cry when the time comes. Lin Feng frowned slightly, this Zhuge Jian's words were too unpleasant. Although he was mocking Tang Jiexing, everyone knew that Zhuge Jian was actually targeting him. P.S. Today's 6th update, I'm going out to exercise tonight. The 7th update will come out around 11 o'clock. Please recommend me. Please reward me. Tang Jiexing was also a great elder, and his status wasn't any lower than Zhuge Jian's. Hearing Zhuge Jian's sarcastic words, Tang Jiexing's face darkened, and he said in a deep voice, Zhuge Jian, are you threatening me? Do you know what kind of crime it is to threaten a great elder of the temple? Zhuge Jian smiled and said, isn't Great Elder Tang a little too sensitive? We're just having a normal conversation, yet you think I'm threatening you? If Great Elder Tang wants to slander me, it won't be so easy. Zhuge Jian's character was gloomy, and he was good at sophistry. Tang Jiexing was left speechless by his rebuttal. Lin Feng's face darkened even more. Zhuge Jian had successfully provoked Lin Feng's anger. He hadn't lowered himself to Zhuge Jian's level before, but did Zhuge Jian really think he was easy to bully because he was young? Thinking of this, Lin Feng's eyes flashed with coldness. He looked at Zhuge Jian and said indifferently, a straightforward person doesn't resort to insinuations. We all know what Great Elder Zhuge is thinking. There's no need to mock and ridicule him. This will only make others look down on Great Elder Zhuge. Zhuge Jian said coldly, you really have no manners. How long has it been since you joined the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters and became a Great Elder? You dare to be so impudent in front of this Great Elder? Lin Feng said indifferently, put away your face. The Temple of Spiritual Array Masters isn't a place where seniority is decided. In this place, the stronger one is, the more authority they have. Zhuge Jian's lips curled into a cold smile as he said, if that's the case, Great Elder Lin, do you think you are very strong? I wouldn't dare say that I'm very strong, but I have no problem suppressing Great Elder Zhuge. Lin Feng flicked his sleeves and said, do you know why the 4 great ancestors chose me and not you? It's because I'm stronger than you, younger than you, and more talented than you. Great Elder Zhuge is inferior to me in every aspect, yet he still wants to compete with me for the position of successor. Isn't he overestimating himself? I see that you're a great elder of the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters. If you apologize to Great Elder Tang now, I'll spare you. But if you don't know your place, today's matter won't end so easily. Tang Jiexing, Xianxia, and Dou Yun were all very surprised. They hadn't expected Lin Feng to be so domineering. A moment before, when they saw Lin Feng swallow his anger, they thought that Lin Feng had a weak personality. But now that they saw how domineering Lin Feng was, they realized that Lin Feng hadn't bothered with Zhuge Jian because he was considering the big picture. After all, it wouldn't be good for the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters to have a conflict with the great elders of the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters. But with Zhuge Jian's continuous provocations, Lin Feng showed his domineering side and actually made Zhuge Jian apologize to Tang Jiexing. In fact, apologizing to Tang Jiexing was equivalent to bowing down to Lin Feng and admitting his mistake. Everyone was well aware of this. If he really apologized, Zhuge Jian would lose all his face. When Zhuge Jian heard Lin Feng's words, his face became gloomy. He sneered and said, today, I'd like to experience Great Elder Lin's methods. As soon as he said that, Zhuge Jian stepped forward, and the runes on his body twisted. With Zhuge Jian as the center, the dense array pattern spread out in all directions. Tang Jiexing said, "Great Elder Lin, let me deal with Zhuge Jian." Obviously, Tang Jiexing was worried that Lin Feng would be at a disadvantage. They were all great elders of the Temple of Spirit Array Masters, but there was a huge gap between them. Some great elders were at the level of Earth rank Spirit Array Masters. And some great elders were at the level of Heaven rank Spirit Array Masters. And Zhuge Jian was obviously a Heaven rank Spirit Array Master, and among the more than 700 great elders of the Temple of Spirit Array Masters, he was ranked at the top. It was true that Lin Feng had obtained the inheritance of the Celestial Master Path, and Lin Feng's future was limitless. But Lin Feng was too young after all. No matter how good his talent was, if he didn't have enough time to cultivate, it would naturally be difficult to raise his level as a Spirit Array Master. Therefore, Tang Jiexing wanted to replace Lin Feng to deal with Zhuge Jian. "Fellow Taoist Tang, you don't have to worry. It's not difficult to deal with a small character like Great Elder Zhuge." Seeing that Tang Jiexing was about to make a move, Lin Feng said indifferently. "Fellow Taoist Tang, listen to fellow Taoist Lin. Don't interfere in this matter." Xianxia saw Lin Feng's confident look and said aloud. Tang Jiexing nodded and took 3 steps back. "You don't have much real talent, but you've learned a lot of bragging skills. Today, I, the Great Elder, will teach you a good lesson and let you know that there is always someone better than you." Zhuge Jian's expression was indifferent as he stepped forward. He looked coldly at Lin Feng and said, "The formation pattern that I condensed is called the 9 Extreme Heavenly Suppression Pattern. Kneel in front of me and repent for your stupidity just now." As soon as he finished speaking, dense formation patterns enveloped Lin Feng. Lines of formation runes twisted in the void. All of Lin Feng's escape routes were blocked. Then, those deployment marks moved towards Lin Feng and oppressed him. They wanted to make Lin Feng kneel on the ground. Tang Jiexing, Xianxia, and Dou Yun, the 3 great elders, looked at Lin Feng with worry. Although Lin Feng was very confident just now. However, Zhuge Jian's attainments in the field of array formation were indeed very profound. Now, he had even used his ultimate move, the 9 Extreme Heavenly Suppression Pattern. Tang Jiexing, Xianxia, and Dou Yun were naturally worried about Lin Feng. After all, Lin Feng was too young. "You dare to show off your insignificant skills in front of me?" Lin Feng sneered, raised his right hand, and chopped down. Puff. Lin Feng's attack instantly tore apart the dense formation patterns. Fellow Taoist Lin is actually so powerful? Tang Jiexing, Xianxia, and Dou Yun were shocked when they saw Lin Feng instantly break Zhuge Jian's 9 Extreme Heavenly Suppression Pattern. They clearly knew how powerful Zhuge Jian's 9 Extreme Heavenly Suppression Pattern was. Even if the 3 of them attacked together, they wouldn't dare say that they could block the 9 Extreme Heavenly Suppression Pattern's attack, let alone break it. However, such a powerful spiritual array had been broken by Lin Feng in an instant. Just how powerful was Lin Feng as a spirit array master? Zhuge Jian's expression changed when he saw that his formation pattern was broken, and he quickly retreated. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he stepped forward and sneered. "Didn't you just say that you wanted me to kneel on the ground and repent? I think that's a pretty good idea. Zhuge Jian, kneel." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng's right hand, which was surrounded by runes, pressed down. Zhuge Jian wanted to dodge, but he couldn't. He could only sweep his fist over, hoping to break Lin Feng's formation pattern. The 2 sides collided, and the formation pattern on Lin Feng's hand instantly wrapped around Zhuge Jian. Puff. Zhuge Jian couldn't resist the formation pattern's powerful pressure. His legs went soft, and he directly knelt in front of Lin Feng. "Ah. No. This is absolutely impossible. This can't be real." Zhuge Jian roared like a madman. He couldn't believe what was happening in front of him, nor could he accept what was happening in front of him. How could the 4 ancestors appoint him as the 4th successor after suffering such humiliation and losing their prestige? Whoosh. 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 Many spirit array masters from the temple heard the commotion and quickly rushed over. Many of them were Grand Elder level spirit array masters. Now that they saw Zhuge Jian kneeling on the ground, they were all extremely shocked. One of the Grand Elders looked at Nalan Yuanfeng and asked, "Captain Nalan, what happened?" Sir, Grand Elder Lin and Grand Elder Zhuge just now fought. Grand Elder Zhuge was defeated and was suppressed by Grand Elder Lin. Nalin Yuanfeng said. Grand Elder Lin? Which Grand Elder Lin? Everyone was puzzled. Nalin Yuanfeng said, he is Grand Elder Lin Feng. Nalin Yuanfeng's words were like a stone that stirred up 1,000 ripples. When they heard the name Lin Feng, many people were shocked and moved. They had heard this name too many times during this period of time. It wasn't just because Lin Feng had defeated Heavenly God Murong and ascended to the prodigy arena. Most importantly, it was because Lin Feng was the successor of the Celestial Master Path. In addition, the Temple of Spirit Array Masters had been spreading rumors that the four ancestors were planning to nurture Lin Feng as the fourth successor. Lin Feng's name was like thunder to the ears of the Temple of Spirit Array Masters. But in reality, many people didn't take Lin Feng seriously before this. Talent didn't equate to strength. After all, Lin Feng was too young. He was probably only an Earth-rank Spirit Array Master. But at that moment, when they saw Zhuge Jian kneel down in front of Lin Feng, everybody knew that they were wrong. Zhuge Jian was one of the top Grand Elders even among the 700 or so Grand Elders. His ability was inferior to Lin Feng's. It was obvious how terrifying Lin Feng was. With his hands behind his back, Lin Feng looked at Zhuge Jian coldly and said, Zhuge Jian, let me ask you, do you submit? Are you still not convinced? Zhuge Jian looked at Lin Feng with resentment. He knew that his future hope of being in charge of the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters had been completely extinguished. He hated Lin Feng to the core. Zhuge Jian said bitterly, Lin Feng, you brat, you humiliated me today. I, Zhuge Jian, will remember this enmity. In this life, you and I cannot exist under the same sky. Oh? Lin Feng looked at Zhuge Jian coldly. Back then, you said that you wanted me to kneel on the ground and repent, but unfortunately, you didn't have the ability to do so. Now that you are kneeling before me, you should repent for your previous actions instead of continuing to anger me. Do you really think that I won't dare to cripple you? Impudent. At this moment, a cold shout rang out. Then, a skinny old man walked over. It's Deputy Sun Yongchang. He's here. Many spiritual array masters were shocked and hurriedly made way for the Deputy Sun Yongchang. There were a total of 12 Deputy Temple Masters in the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters. These 12 Deputy Temple Masters all held great power. Sun Yongchang was one of them. These Deputy Temple Masters were all powerhouses of the older generation, so they couldn't inherit the positions of the four ancestors. Moreover, with the retirement of the four ancestors, these Deputy Temple Masters had to retire as well. There would be 4 new Deputy Temple Masters appointed by the new Deputy Temple Masters. The purpose was to prevent these Deputy Temple Masters from the older generation from not handing over the power in their hands. The Temple of Spiritual Array Masters was very clear about the handover of power. There would be no old rule. The so-called old rule referred to those of the older generation who retired but didn't hand over the power in their hands and still secretly manipulated many things. This is Deputy Sun Yongchang. He is one of the 3 Deputy Temple Masters who support Zhuge Jian. Tang Jiesheng whispered to Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded. At this moment, Sun Yongchang walked in with a gloomy expression. Lin Feng. Do you know your crime? Sun Yongchang asked coldly. Lin Feng asked indifferently, what crime have I committed? Sun Yongchang said coldly, publicly humiliating the great elder of the temple is a serious crime. Lin Feng said indifferently, it seems that Deputy Temple Master Sun's eyes are blurred. This Zhuge Jian thought that I was young and easy to bully, so he wanted to make me kneel on the ground. However, he wasn't strong enough and was suppressed by me. Actually, as a junior, I shouldn't blame Deputy Temple Master Sunday. After all, he has worked hard for the temple for so many years. However, I think that for the prosperity of the temple, it's time for Deputy Temple Master Sun to give up his position. Lin Feng's words caused an uproar in the surroundings. Many people hadn't expected Lin Feng to be so audacious as to ask a Deputy Temple Master to give up his position. If someone else had said that, I would have thought that they were arrogant and despotic. However, Lin Feng's words are domineering because he has the strength to back it up. Many people were discussing in low voices. Many of them were even thinking of making friends with Lin Feng. If they could get on Lin Feng's ship, their status in the temple would definitely rise. Ignorant brat, you're actually so arrogant and despotic. If the temple is handed over to you, you'll definitely become a source of disaster. Shouted Sun Yongchang angrily. Lin Feng said, Deputy Temple Master, you're wrong. The temple can only truly flourish if it's handed over to me. I'm 26 years old this year, but apart from the 4 ancestors, there shouldn't be anyone on the continent stronger than me. The temple needs a guide, and I'm that guide. After saying that, Lin Feng walked towards Sun Yongchang step by step. Dense formation runes condensed in the void and pressed down on Sun Yongchang. Heavens! Is Great Elder Lin going to fight with Deputy Temple Master Sun Yongchang? Many people were shocked. Lin Feng had just suppressed Zhuge Jian, was he going to suppress Sun Yongchang now? Lin Feng, you brat, you're too arrogant. Today, I'll teach you a lesson. Sun Yongchang's expression was gloomy. Dense runes appeared on his palm and he attacked Lin Feng. It was a battle between spiritual formation masters. It was a battle to see whose spiritual formation techniques were stronger. Bang, both sides collided. Thump, 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 the runes on Sun Yongchang's palm were instantly broken, and he was forced to retreat. The runes pressed down on Sun Yongchang. Sun Yongchang couldn't move at all. His legs were trembling, and it seemed like he was about to kneel in front of Lin Feng. But at that moment, Lin Feng dispersed the runes on Sun Yongchang's body. The whole hall was silent. Everyone was staring at Lin Feng in shock. That was too terrifying. Sun Yongchang, one of the 12 deputy temple masters, had been suppressed in an instant. No wonder the 4 ancestors valued him so much. Vice Leader Sun, you're a strong cultivator of the holy shrine. You've worked hard for the holy shrine all your life, so I respect you a lot. I'm just telling you that under my leadership, the holy shrine will rise to glory. Today, I'm giving you face and sparing Zhuge Jian, but you should go back and tell him not to cause trouble for me again. Otherwise, it won't be as simple as kneeling on the ground next time, said Sun Zhuge Jian. Lin Feng waved his sleeve and Zhuge Jian was sent flying a dozen meters away. Sun Yongchang's expression changed, but in the end, he sighed. He had lived for more than 7,300 years and had been exposed to spiritual arrays since he was 8 years old. But now, he had been defeated by a 26-year-old youth. This made Sun Yongchang feel a deep sense of defeat. In the depths of his heart, he even felt that perhaps the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters could only reach glory under the leadership of such a heaven-defying figure like Lin Feng. Sun Yongchang gave Lin Feng a deep look, then turned and left. Zhuge Jian also hurriedly left with Sun Yongchang. After Sun Yongchang and Zhuge Jian left, many people rushed over. Great Elder Lin, I've heard a lot about you. Great Elder Lin, I've been friends with you for a long time. There was no lack of great elders among these people, and now, they all took the initiative to express their goodwill to Lin Feng. Vice Temple Lord Murong Baishan is here. Someone shouted at that moment. Everyone hurriedly made way, and Murong Baishan quickly walked in. When he saw Murong Baishan, Lin Feng was stunned. Murong Baishan and Murong Baichuan were too similar. At least 60 to 70% similar. Vice Temple Lord Murong Baishan and Vice Temple Lord Murong Baichuan are brothers? Lin Feng immediately thought of this possibility and couldn't help but smile bitterly. He had never heard Murong Baichuan mention it before, but these 2 brothers were really powerful. One was a Vice Temple Lord, while the other was a governor. Haha. Great Elder Lin, you've finally come to the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters. I was just busy with some matters, but when I heard that you were here, I hurried over. Murong Baishan smiled. Lin Feng greets the Vice Temple Lord. Lin Feng bowed to Murong Baishan. He could ignore Sun Yongchang, who was also a Vice Temple Lord, but he couldn't do the same to Murong Baishan. This was because Lin Feng knew that Vice Temple Lord Murong Baishan was definitely one of the Vice Temple Lords who supported him to be the 4th successor. It was Murong Baichuan who had recommended Lin Feng into the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters, and Lin Feng and Murong Baichuan had a deep friendship. Murong Baichuan was a loyal supporter of Lin Feng. As Murong Baichuan's elder brother, Murong Baishan naturally supported Lin Feng. In fact, during this period of time, Murong Baishan had put in a lot of effort in the Spirit Array Master Temple. Not only had he roped in several vice temple masters to support Lin Feng, he had also roped in many great elders. From Morong Baishan's perspective, Lin Feng was indeed worthy of their support and loyalty. A new emperor brings in his own ministers. The higher-ups of the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters also had to consider their own futures. He had to choose a wise leader to follow in order to have a bright future. They were not only doing this for themselves, but also for their clansmen and future generations. Haha, great elder, there's no need to be so polite. Let's go to the inner hall. Morong Baishan said. Lin Feng nodded and went to the inner hall with Morong Baishan. The four ancestors think highly of you, but there are still some who are unwilling to give up and are secretly manipulating this matter. I've been very busy these past few days, but what I didn't expect was that your level as a spiritual array master had already reached such a high level. Morong Baishan clearly already knew that Lin Feng had suppressed Zhuge Jian and defeated Sun Yongchang. Lin Feng smiled and said, sometimes, showing one's strength will make many people shut up. Morong Baishan originally thought that Lin Feng had acted on impulse, but now that he heard Lin Feng's words, he was shocked. Clearly, Lin Feng had acted on purpose? Was this for the higher-ups to see? For the competition to see, Lin Feng smiled and said, originally, I didn't know why Zhuge Jian was targeting me. After all, I had just arrived at the Spiritual Array Master Temple and was unfamiliar with the place, so I didn't bother with him. Later, I found out that Zhuge Jian also wanted to become the fourth successor of the temple, so I suppressed him. He was kneeling on the ground and lost all face. Even the vice temple masters who supported him didn't have the face to continue recommending him, right? In the face of absolute strength, any scheme will be destroyed in a single blow. Morong Baishan was extremely shocked. He hadn't thought that Lin Feng's thoughts would be so meticulous. Furthermore, he was able to see the crux of many things. It was just as Lin Feng had said. In the face of absolute strength, any scheme would be like a paper tiger and not worth mentioning. Morong Baishan knew that after today's events, the fourth successor would definitely belong to Lin Feng. Who would have the ability to compete with Lin Feng? In the evening, there will be a party. A few vice leaders and some great elders of the holy shrine will be there to welcome you, said Lin Feng. Morong Baishan said. Obviously, Morong Baishan wanted to gather all the vice temple masters and great elders who supported Lin Feng to formally meet with Lin Feng. Everyone needed to deepen their relationship. This was an extremely important matter. Lin Feng nodded and said, when? Where? Tonight at 6 o'clock, at the Four Saints building. Someone will come to pick you up then. Morong Baishan said. Okay. Lin Feng nodded. When Sun Yongchang returned to his residence, the other two vice temple masters were already waiting for him. Zhuge Jian followed him in. Zhuge Jian's face was filled with hatred as he said, Sir, I want to kill that brat. I want him to die without a grave. I'll contact the assassin dynasty right now. As long as he dies, the fourth successor will still be mine. Sun Yongchang sighed and said, how can someone like him be killed so easily? One move. He was able to break my spirit array technique. This isn't something that can be done with a simple spirit array technique. I'm afraid that this person's strength is close to the rebirth realm. The other two vice temple masters were moved. They were called Lu Shirbao and Dong Yunhe. Lu Shirbao said, if that's the case, we need to find a time to have a good chat with Morong. Dong Yunhe nodded and said, yes, we're about to leave. It's time to have a good chat with Morong. Seeing the three vice temple masters who supported him lower their heads, Zhuge Jian's heart not only hated Lin Feng, but also the three vice temple masters. He hated that the three vice temple masters had actually chosen to withdraw at this time. With the three of them withdrawing, it was impossible for him to control the Temple of Spirit Array Masters. Zhuge Jian was extremely greedy. Thus, he couldn't accept the fact that he had lost to Lin Feng. However, Zhuge Jian was a person with deep thoughts, so he wouldn't show this in front of the three vice temple masters. Zhuge Jian, I know you're angry. Today, you shouldn't have attacked Lin Feng. You're kneeling on the ground, you're humiliating yourself. Even if Lin Feng didn't become the next great elder, you wouldn't have been able to become the next great elder. The four ancestors wouldn't have given such an important position to someone who had been forced to kneel on the ground in front of so many people. Lin Feng is rising, he can't be stopped. From now on, you should focus on being the great elder. Don't do anything else, otherwise, you'll be killed. Sun Yongchang said. Yes, Zhuge Jian lowered his head and replied. Alright, you may leave. Sun Yongchang waved his hand. This subordinate will take his leave. Zhuge Jian left. After leaving Sun Yongchang's residence, Zhuge Jian's face became distorted. Lin Feng, you little bastard, I'm going to kill you. Sun Yongchang, Lu Shirbao, Dong Yunhe, you three old bastards, you actually chose to withdraw at this time. Don't blame me for being unkind to you. I want you all to die together. Go to hell, you bastards. Zhuge Jian quickly walked out of the Temple of Spirit Array Masters. He wanted to contact the Assassin Dynasty and offer a huge reward for them to kill Lin Feng, Sun Yongchang, Lu Shirbao, and Dong Yunhe. Lin Feng was arranged to stay in a beautiful courtyard in the Spirit Array Master Temple. Bibi was happily jumping around in the courtyard, oblivious to everything else. The sun was setting in the west. Lin Feng looked at Bei Bei, who was playing, and smiled. Grand Elder, young Master Zhuge Haobua is here to see you. A servant girl came in to report. Lin Feng said, let him in. Soon, a teenager who looked to be around 16 or 17 walked in. Zhuge Haobua greets Grand Elder Lin. Zhuge Haobua bowed. No need for formalities. Lin Feng waved his hand. Zhuge Haobua stood up and looked curiously at the man who was only a few years older than him, but who was rumored to be the next leader of the temple. The news of Lin Feng suppressing Zhuge Jian with a flick of his finger and defeating Sun Yongchang had spread far and wide. Now, the entire temple city was talking about it. Zhuge Haobua was naturally very curious about Lin Feng. You're called Zhuge Haobua. How is Zhuge Haobua related to you? Lin Feng asked. He's my great-grandfather. Zhuge Haobua said. Lin Feng nodded. Zhuge Haobua said, Grand Elder, the carriage is ready. Should we head to the Four Saints' house for the banquet? Alright, lead the way, said Lin Feng. Lin Feng said. Yes. Zhuge Haobua led the way. Lin Feng got into a carriage, and Zhuge Haobua personally drove the carriage towards the Four Saints' house. It seems like Zhuge Haobua is quite talented. That's why Zhuge Baishan asked him to drive the carriage for me. He probably wants me to remember him. Lin Feng closed his eyes and rested. Niao Dajiang and the others escorted the disciples of the Great Dragon Ancient Immortal Dynasty to the Temple City. The last mission was completed. More than 10 people were walking on the streets. Someone said, 180 years ago, which is today. We've become the guards of the Great Dragon Ancient Immortal Dynasty. 180 years later, we've completed our final duty as guards. 180 years is a cycle. Not a day more, not a day less. I wonder, where will we spend the next 180 years? They had worked so hard for so many years and were about to obtain a manor and land in the Great Dragon Ancient Immortal Dynasty. But in the end, all their efforts were in vain. They naturally felt extremely stifled in their hearts. It wasn't easy being an itinerant cultivator. They couldn't compare to the cultivators of the major clans and powers, who had to worry about many things. Niao Dajiang replied, no matter how difficult life is, life has to go on. I wonder how Brother Lin is doing. Did he find his family? One of them said. Niao Dajiang replied, before Brother Lin left, he gave me a jade tablet and told me to go to the Spirit Array Master Temple to find him. He said that he would find us a job. The others smiled and shook their heads. One of them said, young people like to save face sometimes. Brother Lin is also young, so it's understandable. That's right. We used to be people of that age too. I heard that some clans are recruiting guards in the Temple City's plaza. Should we go take a look? Another person asked. Niao Dajiang sighed, there's a lot of competition over there. I've asked around, and those powers are recruiting at most 3 to 5 people, and at least 1 or 2 people. If we go to the Holy City's plaza to find a job, I'm afraid we'll be separated. Another person said, of the 100 or so brothers who came out together, only a dozen or so of us are left. Niao Dajiang said, I'm planning to go out and find a job. What do you all think? That way, the remaining dozen or so of us will be able to advance and retreat together. The others nodded in agreement. Niao Dajiang and the others were all from a small city in the Central Plains. Back then, Niao Dajiang had led 100 or so brothers out. After so many years, many of them had died in one mission after another. Now, only a dozen or so of them were left. Whenever they thought of their dead brothers, Niao Dajiang and the others couldn't help but feel sad. They were independent cultivators, the lowest level of existence in the world of cultivators. Perhaps one day, they would be buried in some desolate mountain like their dead brothers. Niao Dajiang continued, the jade tablet that Brother Lin gave me doesn't look like an ordinary item. I don't know if it's something passed down in his family. Let's return it to Brother Lin, then we'll leave. Someone said, if we return the jade tablet to Brother Lin and he doesn't have a way to introduce us to jobs when he sees us, wouldn't it be very awkward? The others nodded, feeling that this was very reasonable. Niao Dajiang said, didn't Brother Lin go to the Spirit Array Master Temple to find his relatives? Let's ask the guards at the Spirit Array Master Temple. If Brother Lin enters the temple, we'll give the jade tablet to the guards and let them pass it to Brother Lin. When everyone heard this, it made sense. Then, the group of people walked towards the Spirit Array Master Temple. The Spirit Array Master Temple was filled with endless majesty. It was like the imperial palace of a secular country, isolated from the outside world. Niao Dajiang and the others carefully arrived outside the Spirit Array Master Temple. More than a dozen people were stopped by the guards. A guard said in a deep voice, the Spirit Array Master Temple is not to be trespassed. Niao Dajiang said carefully, sir, it's like this. We're looking for a cultivator called Lin Qing. Lin Qing? There doesn't seem to be anyone called Lin Qing in the Spirit Array Master Temple. The guard said. It's like this. Brother Lin Qing came to the Spirit Array Master Temple not long ago to look for his relatives. It's very likely that he has already entered the temple. Can I trouble you to help me ask? Niao Dajiang asked carefully. Lu Linhai, go to the Foreign Affairs Hall and ask if there's someone called Lin Qing who came to look for relatives. Nailin Yuanfeng said. If someone came to the Spirit Array Master Temple to look for relatives, they would be registered in the Foreign Affairs Hall. Yes, sir. The cultivator called Lu Linhai said. He went to ask, but soon returned and reported to Nailin Yuanfeng, sir, there's no one called Lin Qing who came to look for relatives. Nailin Yuanfeng nodded, then looked at Niao Dajiang and the others and said, the person you're looking for isn't here. Quickly leave. Yes. Niao Dajiang and the others didn't dare to stay, and they walked outside. It seems like Brother Lin didn't find his relatives? Someone asked. Niao Dajiang nodded and said, yes, if Brother Lin found his relatives, the Foreign Affairs Hall should have a record. Let's go and look for Brother Lin. Let's see if we can find him. The group of more than 10 people walked outside. At that moment, more than 10 people riding black flame beasts rushed over from the distance. There were more than 10 young cultivators, both male and female. They rampaged through the streets, causing people to be thrown off their horses. Many people who were slower to dodge were sent flying by whips. A group of lowly commoners. Do you think the Spirit Array Master Temple is a place you can just casually watch? One of the young cultivators sneered. During this period of time, many people had come to Temple City to pay their respects to the mysterious Spirit Array Master Temple. Most of them were independent cultivators. These independent cultivators had risked their lives to cross the forest to reach Temple City, and they weren't just there to watch the show. Now, the geniuses of the 3,000 prefectures had gathered in Temple City, and these geniuses were all from extraordinary backgrounds. Their clans had sent higher-ups to escort them here. These independent cultivators wanted to find an opportunity to climb up the ranks of some of the major powers, then join them and become their guards. After all, it was better to lean against a big tree. After crossing the forest, some of the major powers had indeed lost many guards, and those who were able to stay in the Spirit Array Master Temple were few and far between. Most of them would leave after the finals, so the powers that had left had to recruit new guards to fill in the gaps of those who had died. As long as they were strong enough, independent cultivators could find decent clans to join. However, the higher-ups of the Spirit Array Master Temple looked down on these ordinary independent cultivators. Not to mention ordinary independent cultivators, most of them even looked down on the descendants of aristocratic families. Now, most of the people gathered outside the Spirit Array Master Temple to watch the show were independent cultivators, and there were very few descendants of aristocratic families. If it was a descendant of an aristocratic family, they didn't need to watch from the outside, and could follow their elders into the Spirit Array Master Temple to pay a visit. Most aristocratic families had friendly relations with the Spirit Array Master Temple. This was also the reason why this group of higher-ups of the Spirit Array Master Temple were so unscrupulous in harming others. In fact, the descendants of the higher-ups of any major powers had both outstanding and mediocre disciples. Naturally, there was no lack of hedonistic disciples. A group of more than 10 people rode on black flame beasts and rushed towards the Spirit Array Master Temple. Along the way, they lashed out again, and many cultivators who were slower to dodge were sent flying. This was the tragedy of independent cultivators. In a world where the strong preyed on the weak, even if independent cultivators were bullied, who would speak up for them even if they were killed? No one cared about the life and death of independent cultivators. In a world where people ate people, this was the cruelest law of survival. Pah! One of the young masters raised his whip and lashed out again. Crack! A 15 or 16-year-old boy grabbed the whip that was lashed at him. Aren't you guys going too far? Aren't independent cultivators also human? The young man said angrily. You're courting death. The young master who had lashed out felt that he had lost face when his whip was caught, and he sent the youth flying with a slap. Wah! The youth was no match for the young master and spat out a mouthful of blood. The young master rode on his black flame beast and rushed forward, lashing out at the youth again and again. The youth's skin was torn open. Many people were angry, but they didn't dare to speak up. Who would dare to offend this group of second-generation Spirit Array Masters in Temple City? This kid is simply courting death. Who does he think he is? How dare he question young Master Emo? The group of people laughed as they looked at the half-dead young man who had been whipped. Seeing that the youth was twitching all over, Niao Dai rushed forward and stood in front of the youth. He pleaded with the young master called Young Master Emo. Young Master, please calm down. This child is still young and has offended you. Now that he has been punished, please be merciful and let this child go. Young Master Emo sneered, today is really strange. There are actually so many fearless independent cultivators jumping out to find trouble with this young master. As soon as he finished speaking, young Master Emo lashed out at Niao Dajung's face with his whip. Immediately, the left side of Niao Dajung's face was torn open, and fresh blood flowed out. Even his flesh was exposed, and he looked rather miserable. End of chapter 1245. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.